Bringing the farm to live in another world. Chapter 570 to Chapter 624. Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. It seems like the dwarves and the beastmen used to have business dealings. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing much. Actually, it's just that I have a good relationship with the beastmen. The last time I went to the prairie, the Beast King treated me with respect and treated me to a meal. I agreed to go to the dwarf prairie to buy some ironware for him. Therefore, when I returned from the prairie, I immediately came here." Zhao Hai's words were very calm. However, when Juno and Billy heard it, it was different. Juno and Billy were very clear about the relationship between the beastmen and the humans. Although there were a lot of humans who went to the prairie to do business, only a few of them were interested in seeing the Beast King. Most importantly, listening to Zhao Hai's words, it seems like he went to the prairie after the war between the two races. In that case, the Beast King actually saw him and treated him to a meal? This was enough to explain Zhao Hai's position in the hearts of the beastmen. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did you really eat a meal with the Beast King?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I can't lie about this matter. It won't be long before human merchants go to the prairie to do business. When the time comes, they will know about this matter. The reason why I can cooperate with the beastmen in the milk wine business was because of the Beast King's help. Thanks to him, the beastmen believed in me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I can't lie about this matter." Juno and Billy were surprised. "The Beast King's book?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the beastmen seem to call it that." "What's wrong with that?" "When I asked the Beast King for help, he agreed without saying anything." Juno and Billy stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After some time, Billy said, "Kid, do you really not know what the Beast King's book represents?" Zhao Hai stared and said, "What does it represent? Isn't it like a notice from the human race?" Juno smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, I really don't know why the beastmen are helping you. The beastman race's book of the world isn't something that can be easily used. Unless it's a major event, they wouldn't use this method." Juno smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know what to do." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My milk wine business is also a big deal. Moreover, in order to get the milk wine from the beastmen as soon as possible, I also cooperated with the hawks and had them help me collect the milk wine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for my business to grow this quickly." Juno knit his brows and said, "This isn't right. Why would the beastmen trust you?" There was no reason for this. The beastmen have always been on guard against the humans. Why would they help you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In addition to being a merchant, I'm also a foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe. Moreover, I also have the friendship flags of the dog-headed race and the black bear tribe. That's why they trust me so much." Juno didn't understand what was going on, so he asked, "Friendship flag? What's a friendship flag?" Billy knew more than Juno. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Did you really get the beastman race's friendship flag? How is that possible?" Juno couldn't understand. "What's wrong? What is a friendship flag?" Billy smiled bitterly and said, "The beastman race's flags are divided into many types. Although the people who do business in the prairie have beastman war flags, those war flags don't represent anything. However, friendship flags are different. As long as someone gets a friendship flag, it means that they have the friendship of the beastmen. Beastmen can entrust their life and death to their friends at any time. Do you think this friendship flag is important?" "Right, you said that you're a foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe? What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've helped the Herculean bull tribe, so I'm now their foreign prince because of the beheading blood oath with the Herculean bull patriarch." Billy smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, your luck is really good. No wonder the Beast King was willing to see you and help you. The milk wine business has a great influence on the beastmen. If the beastmen didn't have absolute trust in you, then I'm afraid they wouldn't have agreed to do business with you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I do business with the beastmen, I've always been fair. The price of food is at least 50% lower than the average human merchant. Because of this, my relationship with the beastmen is very good." Billy nodded and said, "Now I believe your words. It seems like what you told us is true. I hope that when you do business with the dwarves, you can also do the same for the beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will." Billy smiled and said, I hope so. Alright, how much milk wine did you bring this time? We need a lot of it. Xiaohai smiled and said, just tell me how much you want. I have a lot of milk wine, I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it. Billy laughed and said, young man, don't be too full of yourself. Don't underestimate the speed at which we dwarfs drink. I want 10 million jin of milk wine. Xiaohai smiled bitterly, he didn't think that the dwarfs would ask for this much. But it didn't matter, he still had about 1 million jin of milk wine stored in the space. He looked at Billy and said, I've let the patriarch see a joke. I didn't think that you would ask for this much. Right now, I have about 1 million jin of milk wine, I can send the rest to you one by one. What do you think? Billy laughed and said, alright, 1 million jin should be enough. But what you want, you'll have to wait for a few days before I can give it to you. You can stay here for a few days while Juno and I get together. Tomorrow, I'll have you take a stroll around the city. If you see anything you like, just tell that person and I'll prepare it for you. When Xiaohai heard this, he immediately became happy and said, alright, that's great. Thank you, Patriarch. Billy waved his hand and said, you're welcome. You can go rest first. I'll have someone prepare dinner. When it's ready, I'll send someone to call you. After that, he shouted towards the outside of the cave, someone come. As soon as his voice fell, a dwarf came in from the outside and bowed to Billy. Billy nodded and said, take Mr. Xiaohai and his wife to rest. Prepare a good room for them. He's a friend of our dwarf race, we can't neglect him. The dwarf nodded and then led Xiaohai out. After seeing Xiaohai go out, Billy turned to Juno and said, good, old friend. This time, you've brought me a noble. The Buddha Empire has been pressuring us dwarves for many years. If we can do business with Xiaohai, then we wouldn't need to fear the Buddha Empire anymore. Juno smiled bitterly and said, I didn't think that it would be like this. I also didn't think that he would have so many identities. It seems like the Buddha clan's rise in just a year wasn't accidental. Billy laughed and said, old friend, you haven't said anything yet. Why did you change your mind and help this kid? What's your relationship with him? I remember that the Buddha clan doesn't have any relationship with your hurricane family, right? Juno chuckled and said, you're right. Our hurricane family and the Buddha clan didn't have any relationship before. But now, we do. You might not know this, but a while ago, that little girl Kristen went to the Rosen Empire to do business. When she came back, she was attacked by the Radiant Church. If it wasn't for Xiaohai, then that little girl Kristen would have been finished. Billy stared, then his eyes turned cold as he said, Radiant Church? The Radiant Church? They actually dared to attack Kristen? No wonder I heard that the Radiant Church's churches in the Buddha Empire were destroyed. Was it you who did it? Juno coldly snorted and said, our hurricane family's temper is good, but that doesn't mean that we don't have any temper. If the Radiant Church dared to attack us, then our hurricane family wouldn't be bullied by anyone. We wouldn't be able to walk around the continent in the future. Billy laughed and said, good, good. I've known you for a long time, but those words are the best. No wonder you sent Kristen to Rosen Empire the last time she didn't come here to pick up the goods. Don't worry, the journey isn't short. Juno forced a smile and said, I sent her, but she insisted on going. Fortunately, she didn't have an accident. If something happened to her, then I don't know what would happen to me. Billy coldly snorted and said, the Radiant Church's influence has already waned, yet they still dare to make these small moves. I think we should teach them a lesson. Humph, those bastards, they actually had ideas about our dwarf race before. We've already beaten them back. Juno stared and said, the Radiant Church had ideas about you? How come I didn't know about it? There wasn't any news about them in the continent. Billy sneered and said, I don't know where they found some dwarves. They wanted to infiltrate our dwarven race and preach their religion. But when they went to the divine temple to worship, they were discovered by the craftsman god's hammer. We killed them on the spot. Later on, we discovered that they were actually people from the Radiant Church. Juno stared and said, there's such a thing? I thought that the hammer in your great hall was just an ordinary hammer. How could it have such a function? Billy looked at Juno and coldly snorted, I already told you that it's a divine artifact, but you didn't believe me. Humph, then a dwarf's voice was heard from outside. Patriarch, I have something to report. Billy said, come in. The person who acted as Zhao Hai's guide came in and looked at Juno. Billy knit his brows and said, What's the matter? Juno is a friend of our dwarf race, we dwarfs wouldn't hide anything from our friends. Ian immediately replied, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Juno. Then he gave a salute to Juno. Juno waved his hand, then Ian turned to Billy and said, Patriarch, it's about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai and Mr. Juno went to the divine artifact, Zhao Hai said that he felt pressure from the divine artifact. He felt that the divine artifact was alive, an existence more terrifying than a 9th-rank expert. Juno also heard what Zhao Hai said, but he didn't take it to heart. However, when Billy heard Ian, his expression changed. He stood up and looked at Ian, really? He really said that? Ian nodded and said, yes, Patriarch. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Juno. Mr. Juno also heard it. Billy turned to Juno. Juno didn't understand why Ian was so nervous, but he knew that it wasn't a trivial matter. Therefore, he nodded and said, Zhao Hai did say that, I thought that he was joking. But I heard that the divine artifact helped you find the traitor. Now I believe in Zhao Hai's words. Billy sat down on a chair and bitterly smiled, if only it was that simple. I didn't think that this day would come. Juno looked at Billy and said, what's wrong? Isn't it just a sentence? Billy waved his hand and gestured for Ian to leave. He then continued, it's not as simple as a sentence. You've seen the artifact countless times before, but have you noticed anything different about it? Juno shook his head and said, I never did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that it wasn't a divine artifact. Is it just because Zhao Hai felt something different about the divine artifact? Billy nodded and said, it's because of this. Our dwarven race has a legend related to divine artifacts. What you said before wasn't wrong, divine artifacts are just ordinary hammers in the eyes of other races. Only our dwarven race can see the difference. Our dwarven race's legend is actually a prophecy. It means that if an outsider were to discover the difference in the divine artifact, then a catastrophe would befall the continent. And the outsider who discovered the difference in the divine artifact would become the savior of the continent, the king of kings. Billy nodded and said, that's right. Juno stared at Billy, he couldn't believe Billy's words. Billy looked at him and smiled bitterly, aside from our dwarven race, no other race knows about this. The prophecy is, the divine artifact will appear, the elven tree will wither, the 5 restrictions will be removed, the god of calamity will descend, the king of kings will be the savior of the world, the king of kings will be the king of kings. The prophecy means that when an outsider discovers the difference in the divine artifact, when the elven tree of life starts to wither, and when the 5 restrictions are removed, a catastrophe would befall the continent. The person who discovered the difference in the divine artifact would become the king of kings. He would be able to save everyone in the world. Our dwarven race would follow him and help him save all races in the continent. Juno looked at Billy and said, the divine artifact will appear? The elven tree will wither? The 5 restrictions will be removed? Is there really such a thing? Could it be that Zhao Hai was just talking nonsense? Have you been in contact with the elves? Did you find out what happened to the elven tree of life? Billy shook his head and said, not yet. However, this prophecy isn't nonsense. You should know that this prophecy appeared along with the divine artifact. Our dwarven race's calendar has this prophecy at the beginning. I don't think that it's nonsense. Billy nodded and said, that's right. Juno didn't speak, he knew that the dwarven race's history was much longer than the hurricane family. Although the dwarves had moved several times, their calendar had never been broken. Since it was written in the calendar, then it shouldn't be nonsense. Although the human race was very powerful, much more powerful than the other races, the human race had internal strife several times. A lot of historical information had been lost during these internal strife. But the dwarves were different, they were very united. Because of this, they had their own records about the development of the dwarves. It can be said that their records were much more complete than the human records. Because of this, Juno didn't dare to underestimate the records of the dwarves. Juno frowned and said, but the elven tree of life didn't encounter any problems. Moreover, the 5 great forbidden areas of the continent haven't been cracked yet. I don't think it's the same as what was recorded in your records, right? Billy smiled bitterly and said, I also hope that it isn't. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Juno sighed. He didn't say anything else. He knew that it was useless to say anything right now. They could only wait and see what would happen in the future. If the elf's tree of life had a problem, then the prophecy might be true. Juno looked at Billy and said, How do you plan to deal with Xianxia in the next few days? Billy chuckled and said, Didn't I tell him to look around? Although Xianxia might have discovered something different about the divine artifact, he hasn't confirmed it yet. Naturally, we wouldn't follow him. Juno looked at Billy and said, Could it be that if the problem with the elf's tree of life is confirmed, you would really follow him? Billy's eyes flashed with a firm light. He nodded and said, Right, if the prophecy is true, then we dwarves would certainly follow him. Juno smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he and Billy were old friends, he still didn't understand Billy's attitude. Just because of a prophecy, the dwarves would actually follow Xianxia. In Juno's opinion, this was just too much of a joke. Xianxia didn't know about this. He followed Laura and the others and was led to a cave by a dwarf. After opening the door, the dwarf looked at Xianxia and said, Mister, if there's anything you need, you can tell me. You can also stroll around, there's no problem. Xianxia nodded and thanked the dwarf before entering the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect the cave to be so well decorated. Inside the cave, whether it was the walls or the floor, they were all covered with wooden planks, making it impossible to see the appearance of a cave. The entire room was designed to be more suitable for humans. Even the supplies inside were prepared according to the daily necessities that humans used. They were very meticulous. Laura and the others also looked around. They didn't think that this would be the case. The cave was divided into 3 rooms, 1 living room and 2 bedrooms. Because they were all decorated with wooden planks, it gave off an antique vibe. Because they were inside the cave, they couldn't see the sun. Therefore, there were several magic lamps on the ceiling. These magic lamps were very good, their light was very soft and not dazzling at all. Laura and the others looked around before returning to the living room. Laura smiled at Xianxia and said, This place is really good, it's much better than the beastmen. It seems like the dwarves have a better life compared to the beastmen. Xianxia smiled and said, Of course, the Buddha Empire wouldn't dare suppress the dwarves. The things that the dwarves produce are very useful to them. Moreover, the income of the dwarves is certainly higher than the beastmen. They also have more contact with humans, so they have more opportunities. Because of this, their preparations were very thorough. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, I can see that the dwarves are very good, they even let us stroll around. I'm afraid that we'll have to stay here for a few days. When do you think we can get in touch with the elves through the dwarves? Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head, That's hard to say. First, we need to gain the trust of the dwarves. Let's do this, we'll send the milk wine to the dwarves tomorrow. In any case, the next batch of milk wine should be enough for the continent. I didn't think that the dwarves would want so much milk wine. Laura smiled and said, You're busy, the dwarves are also a race. Even if their population isn't as large as the beastmen, but compared to a human empire, I'm afraid that their population wouldn't be much smaller. Moreover, the dwarves are very fond of wine, so why don't they prepare some milk wine? Xianxia nodded and said, It seems like I'll have to prepare some machines. I'll have Grandpa Green quickly produce rice wine and beer. From what I can see, the dwarves seem to like beer more. Laura was puzzled, Is that so? That's strange, their tastes are really strange. However, it's also necessary to prepare some machines. Right now, the production scale of our liquor store is still small. Additionally, we also need to produce other things, so we don't have enough manpower. But after some time, the slaves will be able to cultivate the land. At that time, we'll have a lot of manpower. Xianxia nodded and said, I think Linley should be sending the second batch of slaves soon. As long as those slaves join us, we'll have enough manpower. Laura nodded, then she smiled and said, Brother Hai, why don't you use the undead to work in the liquor store? Wouldn't we have a lot of manpower if we did that? Xianxia forced a smile and said, Forget it, we'll wait. We have a lot of undead in our hands, but if we want to establish a clan, we can't just rely on these undead. Also, the slaves have just arrived in the Black Wasteland, so their moods aren't stable yet. If we let them find out that there are a lot of undead working there, I'm afraid that they would be scared. At this time, a knock was heard on the door. Meg immediately went to open the door and saw a dwarf standing outside. When the dwarf saw that it was Meg who opened the door, he stared for a moment before he immediately said, "Please tell Mr. Xiaohai that the patriarch has invited him to have a meal." Xiaohai also came out. He smiled faintly at the dwarf and said, "All right, please." Then he followed the dwarf out of the room. Under the guidance of the dwarf, the group arrived at a cave. Upon entering the cave, Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. The cave was very big, there were several tables inside. Besides Billy and Juno's table, there were also several other tables with dwarves, both men and women. When Billy saw Xiaohai come in, he immediately greeted Xiaohai and said, "Mr. Xiaohai, please come over here. Madams, please come to that table." Then he pointed to the table next to them. The table was filled with dwarf women. There were several empty seats. It seems like they were reserved for Laura and the others. Laura and the others were people who had seen the world, so they didn't waste time. After expressing their thanks to Billy, they sat down at the table. On the other hand, Xiaohai sat down with Billy and the others. When Xiaohai sat down, the dwarf women immediately brought him food. Xiaohai also paid attention to these dwarf women. These dwarf women weren't very tall, they were only about 1.3 to 1.4 meters in height. However, their figures were very good, they were small and exquisite, their skin was slightly dark, but their movements were vigorous. They gave people a very healthy feeling. Xiaohai looked at the food on the table. It was very good, there were meat and vegetables. There were also some dishes that Xiaohai didn't recognize, it seems like they were dwarf magic beasts. Billy poured some wine for Xiaohai. This wine was Xiaohai's milk wine. Since milk wine appeared in the continent, the dwarfs bought a lot of it. Since they entertained people like Xiaohai, they naturally couldn't use potato wine. After pouring the wine, Billy raised his glass to Xiaohai and said, "On behalf of the dwarf race, I welcome Mr. Xiaohai's arrival. I hope that Mr. will have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Xiaohai also raised his glass, he smiled and said, "Certainly." The three drank the wine in their glasses. Then Billy immediately turned to Xiaohai and said, "Mr. Xiaohai, have a taste of our dwarf dishes." Xiaohai wasn't polite, he picked up his knife and fork and tasted the food on the table. The food made by the dwarves tasted very good. Xiaohai couldn't help but nod and said, "Good, the taste is very good. Compared to the food made by humans, it has a different taste. It's very delicious." Billy laughed and said, "It's good that you like it, eat more." "Right, Mr. Xiaohai, I heard that when you saw the divine artifact in the divine temple, you said that it wasn't ordinary. Can I ask how you felt when you saw the divine artifact?" Xiaohai froze for a moment, he didn't think that Billy would ask about this. But he also knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. This was because Juno wasn't the only one who knew about this matter, the dwarf who led him also knew about it. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't hide it, he just nodded and said, "Of course there's no problem." Then Xiaohai knit his brows and said, "How should I say it? When I first saw the hammer, I felt that it was very ordinary. However, when I saw the hammer, I felt a strong pressure, a strong pressure. To be exact, I felt a strong pressure when I was in the Divine Temple's plaza. I always thought that the pressure was from the Great Hall, but when I saw the hammer, I knew that the pressure wasn't from the Great Hall, but from the hammer. I felt that the hammer was alive, it was an expert, even stronger than a rank 9 expert." Then Xiaohai stretched out his hand and untied Muir's whip from his waist. Then he handed it over to Billy and said, "This whip was given to me by my big brother, the Herculean Bull Patriarch. It's called the Beast King's Whip. This whip is a very formidable weapon. Even if I don't use battle chi and magic, I can still fight against a 9th rank expert with this whip. As for the hammer in your Great Hall, I can feel that it's much more formidable than this whip." Billy nodded and said, "That's right." Billy looked at the whip in Xiaohai's hand and gawked. Then he took the whip from Xiaohai's hand. He hadn't seen this whip before, but he could feel a pressure coming from it. Although this pressure wasn't as strong as his divine artifacts, it was still there. Billy's expression changed as he took the whip from Xiaohai's hand. It wasn't only Billy, Juno also stared blankly at the whip. He could also feel the pressure coming from the whip. He felt that it wasn't a whip, but an expert, a living being, a rank 9 expert. For a weapon to give people this kind of feeling, this made Juno very surprised. He had never encountered such a thing before. Billy looked at the whip with shining eyes. After some time, he handed the whip over to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, may I ask if this whip has an artifact spirit?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Billy would know about artifact spirits. However, he didn't hide it from Billy, so he nodded and said, "It does." Billy became excited. He stood up and pulled Zhao Hai outside. While walking, he said, "Bring the food to my room, I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhao Hai. Old friend, you should come as well." Juno naturally followed Zhao Hai and Billy. He really wanted to know what the two wanted to discuss. Laura and the others were also puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai, but they didn't move. Before long, the three arrived at Billy's room. This time, it was Billy's own room, not his office. Billy's room was a typical dwarf room. The room wasn't very big, it had a living room, a bedroom, and a small side room. It seems like it was used for washing. When the three entered the living room, Billy immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can the artifact spirit of this whip manifest?" Zhao Hai stared. Mu-er could manifest, but he didn't let Mu-er do it in front of others. But looking at Billy, it was clear that he was an expert. He knew about artifact spirits, and he also knew that artifact spirits could manifest. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Hai decided to tell Billy about this matter. After Billy knew about the artifact spirit, he immediately pulled Zhao Hai to his room. Naturally, he wouldn't tell too many people about this matter. As for Juno, Zhao Hai believed that Juno wouldn't tell anyone about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Billy's expression became even more excited, his white beard trembling. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can I ask the artifact spirit to come out and meet me?" His voice was a little out of tune. Zhao Hai didn't understand why Billy was so excited, but he knew that this matter was very important to Billy. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right." Then Zhao Hai took out his whip and said, "Mu-er, come out." Just as Zhao's voice fell, Mu-er's figure slowly emerged from the whip. He had the appearance of a little boy. After he came out, he bowed to Zhao and said, "Young master, you called for me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is the dwarf race's patriarch, Billy, and this is the hurricane family's patriarch, Juno. Greet them." Mu-er turned his head to look at Billy and Juno. Then he gave a slight bow and said, "Mu-er has seen the two of you." Billy and Juno stared blankly at Mu-er. Juno hadn't seen Mu-er before, but Billy was startled. He didn't think that Mu-er would be this smart. Mu-er was actually able to talk to him like a human. This was beyond his expectations. There were records of artifact spirits in the dwarf race's records, but the records said that artifact spirits only had some spiritual wisdom and could listen to their master's words. However, it was impossible for them to be this smart. Therefore, Mu-er's performance surprised even Billy, a knowledgeable person. After some time, Billy recovered. He looked at Mu-er with a shocked expression. His mouth was wide open, but he was completely speechless. On the other hand, Juno looked at Mu-er in shock. He didn't think that a whip would be able to talk to him. He had never heard of such a thing before. Zhao Hai looked at Billy, then he smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Billy, you can see the artifact spirit. What's the matter?" At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai immediately received Mu-er. Billy and Juno also recovered. Billy immediately said, "Come in." The door opened as some dwarf girls brought in Zhao Hai's tableware and food. Then they bowed to the three before leaving. It wasn't until the girls left that Billy recovered. After inviting Juno and Zhao Hai to sit down, Billy poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Did you already have this artifact spirit when you obtained the whip?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I did have it when I obtained it. However, it couldn't manifest itself at that time, and it wasn't as smart as it was now. Later on, I used a secret technique to make it manifest. Moreover, it became this smart." When Billy heard Zhao Hai, his wine glass fell to the ground. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, You're saying that you used a secret technique to make this artifact spirit what it is now? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's indeed the case. It wasn't like this at that time, it only had a little bit of spirituality. I used a secret technique to make Mu'er what it is now. Billy stood up and walked around twice. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I wonder if Mr. can help me with something? Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled and said, Patriarch, please tell me what you want to say. Billy sat down, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. should be able to see how extraordinary my divine artifact is. I suspect that my divine artifact also has an artifact spirit. Although the divine artifact can communicate with us, it can only do simple things. I would like to ask Mr. to use a secret technique to transform my divine artifact's artifact spirit into something like the whip's artifact spirit. Would that be possible? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Billy would make such a request. He thought for a moment and said, I don't know if I can do it or not. I can only give it a try. If it doesn't succeed, then I hope that Patriarch won't blame me. Billy happily replied, I won't blame you, I won't blame you. Mr. can rest assured, when can Mr. do it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, tonight. Bring the divine artifact to my residence and don't let anyone disturb me. If I succeed by tomorrow morning, then I'll succeed. If I fail, then I won't succeed even if I have more time. Billy happily replied, all right, Mr. can rest assured. I'll immediately prepare it. Then he didn't care about the two as he turned around and left. After Billy left, Juno turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled, Little Hai, you're really good. You actually helped the dwarves. But what is this artifact spirit? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're really good. You actually helped the dwarves. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, an artifact spirit is actually a unique spiritual body. It's just like the lich summoned by the dark mages. The lich is a person's soul, formed due to resentment or some other reason. As for an artifact spirit, it's a weapon with a very high grade. After a long time it would slowly develop its own spirituality and turn into a spiritual body. However, this spiritual body can't be separated from the weapon, just like how a person's soul can't leave their body. I have a way to make this spiritual body more powerful, and that's how Mu'er appeared. Juno nodded, Zhao Hai's explanation made him understand. He didn't think that artifact spirits were terrifying anymore. The two talked about this matter as they drank and ate. At this time, Billy was very busy. He used his fastest speed to invite the elders of the dwarf race. Then he told them about Mu'er's matter as well as his plans. Hearing Billy, the other elders couldn't help but get excited. Divine artifacts were very important to the dwarves. If they can make the artifact spirit appear, then it would be very important for the dwarves. The elders immediately agreed to Billy's words. They believed that Billy wouldn't lie to them about this matter. When Billy saw that the elders had agreed, he immediately sent people to guard the Great Hall. Then he and the elders immediately took a bath and changed their clothes. Then they prepared to hand over the divine artifact to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. After he finished eating with Juno, he returned to his room. At this time, Laura and the others returned. When Laura saw Zhao Hai, she immediately asked, Brother Hai, what happened? Why did the dwarven patriarch look for you? It seems like he's very anxious. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, I saw a hammer in the divine temple. It's a divine artifact of the dwarves. The hammer also has an artifact spirit, just like Mu'er. However, the artifact spirit is still very weak. The dwarven patriarch wanted me to make the hammer's artifact spirit the same as Mu'er's. I agreed to help them. Laura nodded and said, so it's because of this. How about it, Brother Hai? Are you confident? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't know. Even if it's the space, if the divine artifact really has an artifact spirit, then the space should be able to perfect it. If we help the dwarves, then I think the dwarves would treat us as true friends. When the time comes, we might be able to go to the elves. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't know. Megan smiled and said, that's great. I really want to go to the elves as soon as possible. I heard that the elves are very beautiful. Moreover, they are natural artists. I really want to see what they look like. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be an opportunity. I think the dwarves have already started their preparations. They will certainly come looking for me tonight. I already told them to not let anyone disturb us tonight." Haha. How can it be easy? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Big brother Hai, does Mr. Juno know about this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "He knows, there's no need to worry. Even if he knows, he wouldn't talk about it. His relationship with the dwarves is very good. If he talks about Muir, then he would talk about the dwarves' divine artifact. That would be tantamount to offending the dwarves. I don't think he would do that. Also, even if outsiders know about Muir, with our Buddha clan's current strength, we wouldn't be afraid of them." Laura nodded and said, "What Brother Hai said is right. Compared to what we need to worry about, it's more important to help the dwarves and make them treat us as true friends. I support Brother Hai's decision." Lizzie nodded as well. Zhao Hai was right. Even if outsiders knew about Muir, how many people would dare to have ideas about the Buddha clan? The Buddha clan's name was something that they would be afraid of. The sky outside slowly turned dark. The dwarves had already returned home. They didn't know what Billy wanted to do, but Billy didn't want too many people to know about this matter. Therefore, he didn't tell the dwarves. Zhao Hai didn't go out, he just calmly stayed in his room and waited for Billy. When the sky outside was completely dark, Billy led the elders to Zhao Hai's room. After inviting the group into the room, Billy respectfully placed the hammer on the table. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'll be handing my race's divine artifact over to you. Please help us." Billy nodded and said, "Mister, I'll be handing my race's divine artifact over to you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll do my best. I'll have to ask you to send some people to stand guard outside and make sure that no one disturbs me. Laura, come and help me." Laura and the others complied, then they tidied up the table to make a large space. When Billy saw this, he immediately said his goodbyes. After he and the elders went outside, they didn't go far, they just stood outside and waited for Zhao Hai. It was obvious that they were going to wait outside Zhao Hai's room tonight. After they went out, Zhao Hai immediately took the small hammer and then followed Laura and the others into the space. When they entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: "Weak spiritual sense detected, strengthening spiritual sense." Then Zhao Hai felt the small hammer in his hand flash red. Before long, a figure slowly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared. He discovered that the space's prompt this time was different from the last time it upgraded Muir. He thought about it and understood. The space had been upgraded several times, and the things that were used to upgrade it had magic. Because of this, the space had become more and more like a magical world. Naturally, the prompt had changed. Before, the space was just a program, but now it was becoming more and more human-like. For Zhao Hai, this was a good thing. He really wanted to see what the space would become after upgrading. At this time, the figure on the hammer slowly became more and more solid. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations, but it was also reasonable. The artifact spirit of the hammer was a dwarf. The dwarf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Aren't you a dwarf? Why can you awaken me?" Zhao Hai was surprised for a moment, then he understood that this artifact spirit was more advanced than Muir. He seemed to know something. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Hello, I am a friend of the dwarves. I know a method that can make the soul more solid, so the dwarves asked me to help you manifest." The artifact spirit nodded. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space: "Spirit is unwilling to submit to the host. Space will subdue it." As the space's voice fell, a white light wrapped around the dwarf artifact spirit. The dwarf artifact spirit gave a roar before it went silent. Then the white light flashed and disappeared. At this time, the dwarf was standing respectfully in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the prompt from the space. He didn't think that the space would be able to help him subdue the artifact spirit. While he was still in a daze, the space was already done. Zhao Hai looked at the artifact spirit standing there respectfully. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the dwarves knew that he subdued their artifact, then wouldn't they go all out against him? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he looked at the artifact spirit and said, "What's your name? It seems like you remember a lot of things." The artifact spirit respectfully replied to Zhao Hai, "Yes, I'm called Iron Hammer. My master is craftsman god Holmes. I was sent by my master to the lower realms to protect the dwarves." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Iron Hammer and said, "Lower realms? What do you mean?" Iron Hammer replied, "The lower realm refers to the mortal realm, which is the Arc continent. The Arc continent is just a plane. There are many other planes in this world. The place I came from is called the Divine Realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, my master was the most outstanding warrior and craftsman of the dwarven race. Later on, he became a god and went to the Divine Realm. But in order for the dwarven race to survive, he sent me to the lower realm. I became the dwarven race's divine artifact in order to protect the race." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that there would be a divine realm in this world. Moreover, there were gods. After some time, Zhao Hai responded. He looked at Iron Hammer and said, "Is there really a divine realm? Are there a lot of gods in the divine realm?" Iron Hammer nodded and said, "The continent's current elemental energy is very low. Tens of thousands of years ago, the continent's elemental energy was very high. At that time, it was very easy for people to cultivate. There were a lot of ninth ranks, and after ninth ranks, one would become god-ranked experts. As long as one becomes a god-ranked expert, one would be able to break through the space and enter the divine realm. The elemental energy in the divine realm is much stronger than in the Arc continent. Moreover, there are natives in the divine realm. When they are born, they would have the strength of a fifth-rank expert in the Arc continent. When they reach adulthood, they would have the strength of a ninth-rank expert. After cultivating, they would become god-ranked experts or even higher. In the end, they could only use their divine power to break through the space barrier and send a god down to the continent. My master and the others discovered the human god's plot, but with their strength, they weren't strong enough to send someone down. They had no choice but to send a few weapons down to deal with the god-ranked expert. At that time, I was sent down along with the beast god spear and the elven bow. Later on, the dwarves, beastmen, and elves joined forces and used our 3 divine artifacts to fight against the god-ranked expert. The god-ranked expert was heavily injured and fled back to the divine realm. The 3 of us were also heavily injured and couldn't return. So we stayed in the hands of the dwarves, elves, and beastmen, becoming their divine artifacts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, the divine artifacts of the dwarves, elves, and beastmen." But after that, the dwarves, beastmen, and elves joined forces and used our 3 divine artifacts to fight against the god-ranked expert. The god-ranked expert was heavily injured and fled back to the divine realm. The 3 of us were also heavily injured and couldn't go back. So we stayed in the hands of the dwarves, elves, and beastmen, becoming their divine artifacts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, the divine artifacts of the dwarves, elves, and beastmen." Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at these words. He didn't think that such a thing would happen in the Arc continent tens of thousands of years ago. Zhao Hai immediately said, "What about the 5 great forbidden areas and the demon realm? Do you know about them?" Iron Hammer nodded and said, "The 5 great forbidden areas were originally the main residences of the different races in the continent. They were protected by magic formations. When god ranks descended to the lower realm, the cities were destroyed. Moreover, the spatial barriers were broken during the war, allowing the Arc continent to be connected to the demon realm. The demon realm's environment was very bad, and when the demons first discovered the Arc continent's environment was very good. The demons were very envious, so they sent an army to invade the Arc continent. The various races of the continent had no choice but to unite in order to resist the demons. In the end, the demons managed to force the demons back to the demon realm. As for the 5 cities, because of the destruction caused by the war, they couldn't be used anymore. When the demons retreated, they also destroyed the spatial rifts in the cities, causing the spatial barriers to become very thin. From time to time, the auras of magic beasts would leak out. In the end, those cities became the 5 great forbidden areas. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If the spatial barriers between the Arc continent and the demon realm can be broken, then why is the spatial barriers between the divine realm and the Arc continent so hard to break? Is it because the god race in the god realm is not strong enough?" Iron Hammer shook his head and said, "It's not like that. Every place has its own unique rules, and the Arc continent is the same. The rule of the Ark continent is that God-ranked experts can't stay there for a long time. God-ranked experts can't stay there for more than 6 months. Moreover, the Ark continent is a place where one can only exit and not enter. As long as one's strength reaches a certain level, leaving the Ark continent would be very easy, but returning would be very difficult. Because of this, it's very difficult to go from the divine realm to the Ark continent. On the other hand, the demon realm also has God-ranked experts, but they can't stay in the Ark continent for a long time. Because of this, the God-ranked experts of the demon realm didn't appear in the Ark continent for a long time. The ones who attacked the Ark continent were all God-ranked experts, and because of this, they were repelled. Ironhammer shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Every place has its own unique rules, and the Ark continent is the same." Because of this, God-ranked experts didn't appear in the Ark continent for a long time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "According to what you said, isn't the demon realm a bit like the combination of the divine realm and the Ark continent? If God ranks can't stay in the Ark continent for too long, then why are you still here?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask. Ironhammer replied, "We're just weapons, we're not experts. We need people to use us in order to display our power. The stronger the user, the more power we can display. In the past, when we were fighting against a God-ranked expert, many 9th ranks of the dwarfs joined forces to drive me. If it was just a 9th rank expert using me, then I wouldn't have been able to contend against a God-ranked expert." Zhao Hai nodded, now he understood what was going on. Ironhammer was actually from the divine realm. Zhao Hai looked at Ironhammer and said, "Can you tell me more about the divine realm?" Ironhammer nodded, he finally understood what was going on. Ironhammer nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The divine realm is divided into 13 continents. The largest one in the middle is called the Central Continent. The remaining 12 continents are the Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Libra, Scorpio, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The way people cultivate in the divine realm is different from the way people in the Ark continent cultivate magic and battle chi. On the other hand, the divine realm cultivates a type of energy called origin force. This energy is much more powerful than magic and battle chi. Moreover, the weapons used in the divine realm are also very special. These weapons have their own weapon spirits, allowing them to attack remotely, making them very powerful." Ironhammer nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The divine realm is divided into 13 continents." Zhao Hai nodded, but his heart was still heavy. It seems like the heavenly realm was a lot more powerful than the Ark continent. He didn't know if the people from the heavenly realm would attack the Ark continent in the future. If they do, then what would he do? Most importantly, Zhao Hai was still worried about what kind of enemies he would encounter when he goes to the heavenly realm. Would the space be able to protect him? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai became more aware of the importance of strength. He immediately turned to Ironhammer and said, "Ironhammer, did you leave anything good behind when you went to the divine realm?" Ironhammer nodded and said, "Yes. When the last battle with the God-ranked expert took place here in Iron Mountain. There is a place in Iron Mountain where the God-ranked expert's blood flowed out. That blood is the best thing to have. Every drop of a God-ranked expert's blood is very precious. That blood contains a lot of energy. If an ordinary person were to come in contact with it, they would immediately explode. Because of this, that place is now a forbidden area for the dwarves." Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. If a person were to absorb that energy, then they would explode. What would happen if the space absorbed that energy? The space needed a lot of things to level up. Zhao Hai didn't know if God-ranked experts' blood would be of any use. Even if it wasn't, God-ranked experts' blood would still be of great use to the space in the future. Moreover, when Zhao Hai heard Ironhammer, he suddenly thought about Zhao Wen. When Zhao Wen first entered the space, she told Zhao Hai about how she became a 9th rank expert. She said that she drank a red liquid. Could the red liquid that Zhao Wen drank be the blood of a 9th rank expert? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai felt that it shouldn't be. If Zhao Wen really drank God-ranked blood, then she might have already exploded. A person wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of energy, let alone a small devouring blood mosquito. However, Zhao Hai also thought of another possibility. The blood that Zhao Wen drank might be the blood of a God-rank expert. However, it was diluted and didn't have much energy left. This allowed Zhao Wen to take advantage of it. The more Zhao Hai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. If it was really as he thought, then he must obtain the God-ranked expert's blood. At that time, he might be able to find a way to become a 9th-rank expert. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai turned his head to Iron Hammer and said, "Iron Hammer, you need to stay here and protect the dwarves. Don't reveal that you've already pledged allegiance to me. Just treat it as if we don't know each other. Also, don't tell the dwarves about the divine realm. Do you understand?" Iron Hammer nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Make sure to protect the dwarves, don't let them find any flaws. You don't need to worry about me, just act as if you don't know me. Just tell the dwarves that you're a weapon used by their god to protect the dwarves. As for the divine race, don't mention anything about me, understand?" Iron Hammer nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Young master can rest assured, I won't speak carelessly." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out the whip and released Mu'er. Then he said, "All right, let's go rest. Mu'er, help Iron Hammer stay here for a while. Tell him about the space." Mu'er nodded, then Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others entered the space to rest. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Iron Hammer would speak about the space. Iron Hammer was already subdued by the space, so naturally, he would obey Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The night went by silently, Zhao Hai and the others rested inside the space. On the other hand, Billy and the others didn't rest. Each and every one of them was nervously waiting outside Zhao Hai's cave. They knew that nobody would come at this time, but they were still afraid that something might happen. For them, this matter was very important. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up and washed their faces. Then they went to their room and restored the layout of the room. After that, Zhao Hai opened the door. When Billy and the others saw that the door was opened, they immediately looked at Zhao Hai with nervous expressions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he held Iron Hammer with both hands as he looked at Billy and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail. Patriarch, please take a look." Billy's hands trembled as he received Iron Hammer. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister's kindness, my dwarf race will never forget it. Mister, please take a rest while we return the divine artifact." Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to Billy and returned to his room. Billy held Iron Hammer with both hands as he followed the elders back to the divine hall. After placing Iron Hammer on the shelf, Billy ordered the others to leave, leaving only him and the elders behind. Then Billy bowed to Iron Hammer and said, "Mr. Artifact Spirit, please show yourself." Just as Billy's voice fell, Iron Hammer slowly emerged from the small hammer. Billy and the others looked at Billy with excitement. Iron Hammer looked at Billy and said, "Dwarf Patriarch, I know what happened to the dwarf race in the past few years, but I can't show myself. Now, I'll tell you about my origin. I was originally craftsman God Holm's personal weapon. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the craftsman ascended, he was afraid that the dwarven race would be in trouble, so he left me behind to protect the dwarven race. However, in a war, I was seriously injured and could only recuperate inside the hammer, unable to show myself. This time, thanks to the help of an expert, I was able to show myself. But my job is still to protect the dwarven race, so you mustn't tell anyone that I can show myself." The reason why Iron Hammer dared to say this was because of the war between God-ranked experts that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Because of this, the dwarves didn't know when Iron Hammer appeared. The dwarves only knew that Iron Hammer was their divine artifact. Because of this, Iron Hammer didn't dare to ask Billy about the divine realm. Even if Iron Hammer told Billy and the others that he came from the divine realm, Billy and the others wouldn't dare to ask. This was because Iron Hammer was their divine artifact. They treated Iron Hammer as their divine artifact, so they didn't dare to ask about it. Billy and the others respectfully complied, then Iron Hammer said, "I've already communicated with Mr. Zhao. This time, he helped me a lot, so I'll give him a gift. The things in Iron Mountain's forbidden area will be given to Mr. Zhao." Iron Hammer nodded and said, "I've already talked to Mr. Zhao." Billy stared, naturally he knew about the Iron Mountain forbidden area. In the forbidden area, there was a red pond. The water inside had a bloody smell. As long as someone touches the water, they would explode and die. Because of this, the place was already classified as a forbidden area. Why would Sir Artifact Spirit want to give those things to Xiao Hai? Iron Hammer looked at Billy and said, those things are useless to us dwarves. However, they are useful to Mr. Xiao Hai. Therefore, I'll give them to Mr. Xiao Hai. Also, Mr. Xiao Hai needs some special magic beasts and plants. In the future, our dwarven race will do our best to help him find them. This can be considered as repaying his kindness. Billy didn't dare to say anything else, so he quickly complied. However, he still thought that this wasn't enough to repay Xiao Hai's kindness. He already decided that from now on, Xiao Hai would be a true friend of the dwarven race. After Iron Hammer said this to Billy, he said, all right, that's all. You are the patriarch of the dwarven race. As long as the dwarven race isn't in trouble, I wouldn't dare. You can go now. Then Iron Hammer's figure slowly sank into the small hammer. Billy and the others bowed to Iron Hammer before they turned around and left. Although they were very happy, they also knew that the less people knew about this, the better. If too many people knew about this, then it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for the dwarven race. Billy and the others returned to Billy's office. Then Billy told the elders that this matter must not be spoken about. The elders naturally knew the importance of this matter, so they all nodded seriously. After this matter was finished, Billy sat down and looked at the elders and said, this time, the divine artifact appeared because of Mr. Xiao Hai. However, I don't think that this matter should be known to others. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for Mr. Xiao Hai. Moreover, I'll send someone to pass on the message that Mr. Xiao Hai is a true friend of the dwarven race. Does anyone have any objections? The elders shook their heads, they didn't have any objections. This time, Xiao Hai had helped them a lot. They had already regarded Xiao Hai as a true friend. Seeing that the elders didn't have any objections, Billy said, all right, then I'll have someone spread the news. Right, inform the kids to collect as many magic beasts and plants as possible. Since Mr. has helped us so much, we need to do a good job. The elders nodded before they turned around and left. Billy also tidied up his clothes before heading towards Xiao Hai's room. When he arrived outside of Xiao Hai's cave, Billy hesitated. He thought that Xiao Hai was exhausted last night and might be resting right now. He didn't know if it was appropriate to disturb Xiao Hai at this time. At this time, the door to Xiao Hai's room opened as Xiao Hai walked out. He smiled at Billy and said, Patriarch Billy, please come in. Billy gave Xiao Hai a salute before entering Xiao Hai's room. Upon entering, Billy gave Xiao Hai a big salute. Xiao Hai quickly helped Billy up and said, Patriarch Billy is too polite, there's no need to be so polite. Billy looked at Xiao Hai with gratitude and said, this time, it's all thanks to Mr.'s help. Otherwise, Sir Artifact Spirit wouldn't have been able to recover. My dwarf race is eternally grateful to Mr. After Xiao Hai invited Billy to sit down, he smiled and said, Patriarch is too serious. I also have the ability to help, so naturally I'll help. Patriarch doesn't need to be so polite. The dwarves treat me as a friend, so I naturally treat them as friends as well. Helping a friend is nothing. Billy looked at Xiao Hai and said, Mr. is truly a friend. Rest assured, the Buddha clan will always be friends with the dwarves. Mr., let's go have a meal. After that, we'll take Mr. to the dwarfs' forbidden area. Sir Artifact Spirit already told us that he gave Mr. the things in the forbidden area. Xiao Hai nodded, then he embarrassedly said, I've let the patriarch see a joke. I have some alchemists in my family who are very curious about these things. I also happen to have a space equipment that can store them. Sir Artifact Spirit also said that those things wouldn't be of any use to the dwarves, so I had to thicken my face and ask for them. Billy smiled and said, Mister, there's no need to say that. I don't know what kind of poison is in the blood pool in the forbidden area. As long as someone touches it, their body will explode. Staying here would be a disaster. If Mr. wants to help us, then we would be very happy. But if Mr. wants to help us in the future, then please don't hesitate to ask. Xiao Hai smiled and said, it's good to hear the patriarch's words. Xiao Hai is very grateful. Billy laughed and said, Mr. doesn't need to be polite with me. Mister, let's go and have a meal. After we eat, we'll go to the blood pond. I've already had my subordinates collect magic beasts and plants for Mister. I believe that it wouldn't take long for them to be delivered to Mr. This is a small token of appreciation. Zhao Hai also knew that if he were to decline or pay at this time, then Billy wouldn't be happy. This was the difference between humans and other races. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't decline, he just smiled and said, then I'll have to thank the patriarch. Seeing Zhao Hai accept the gifts, Billy immediately became happy and said, Mr. is too polite. Let's go and have a meal. Then he pulled Zhao Hai's hand and walked outside. Laura and the others also followed the two. On the way, they met Juno. Billy also sent someone to invite Juno over. Although he had just made a new friend in Zhao Hai, Juno was an old friend. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about him. When Juno saw Billy's expression, he knew that the matter they discussed yesterday had already been settled. Juno couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. He now felt that Zhao Hai was becoming more and more mysterious. At the same time, Juno made up his mind to have a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Not only because he saved Kristen, but also because of his strength. The Hurricane family itself was very strong. But the reason why they were able to survive was because they were good people. They rarely offended anyone. They also maintained a good relationship with the nobles of the Buddha Empire and the other empires. This was the foundation of the Hurricane family's existence. And Zhao Hai, the new patriarch of the Buddha clan, was currently in the limelight in the continent. He was an absolute powerhouse. Naturally, Juno wouldn't want to offend such a person. After they arrived at the dining hall, Zhao found that although there were still some dwarves in the dining hall, there weren't as many people as there were yesterday. Yesterday, there were a few young dwarves in the dining hall, but today, the dining hall was full of old dwarves. After Billy introduced them, Zhao Hai knew that these old dwarves were the elders of the dwarven race. Zhao Hai couldn't help but neglect them, so he immediately gave a salute to the elders. The elders were also very polite to Zhao Hai. Today, Zhao Hai, Billy, and Juno sat together with the elders while Laura sat with several old dwarven women. Looking at the custom of the dwarven race, Zhao Hai was very fond of this custom. If the guest had a family member, the dwarven race would also send their family to accompany them. When the group sat down to eat, several dwarven elders kept urging Zhao Hai to drink. Zhao Hai didn't want to drink, but drinking early in the morning would make his body uncomfortable. However, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the dwarves, so in the end, he was forced to drink a few cups of wine. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and the dwarven elders. Although Zhao Hai had helped the dwarven race a lot, Zhao Hai's expression didn't change at all. He was still very respectful towards the dwarven elders, as if nothing had happened. This made Juno appreciate Zhao Hai even more. In the continent, there were very few people like Zhao Hai. One must know that the dwarves were an alien race in the eyes of the humans. Because of this, those who helped the dwarves would go all out to get benefits from the dwarves. Moreover, the humans also looked down on the dwarves. Because of this, if the dwarves were indebted to the humans, then they wouldn't be as calm as Zhao Hai. After eating, Zhao Hai didn't immediately follow Billy to the dwarven race's forbidden area. Instead, he returned to his room and drank a cup of spatial water. Only then did he come out of his room. Billy and Juno were currently sitting inside Billy's office. A dwarf led Zhao Hai to the cave and the two were chatting. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, the two immediately stood up. Zhao Hai quickly invited the two to sit down, then he smiled bitterly and said, I won't hide it from you two, my alcohol tolerance is very limited. Because of this, I drank a lot, so I had to go back to my room and drink some hangover medicine. Hangover medicine had long been available on the continent. It was specially prepared for the nobles. The nobles usually had a lot of social gatherings, and when they had social gatherings, they would inevitably drink wine. Drinking too much wine was also very uncomfortable. Therefore, there were alchemists who came up with this hangover medicine. This thing was not something extraordinary on the continent. Billy didn't mind, he just smiled faintly and said, It's nothing, we dwarves are already used to it. Mister, let's go to the forbidden area. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, shall we go now? Billy nodded, then he stood up. Juno also stood up, it seems like he also wanted to go and take a look. Zhao Hai didn't oppose, looking at Juno's expression, it seems like Billy had already told him everything. Zhao Hai didn't think that there was anything wrong with Billy's decision. Juno was a trustworthy person, moreover, he was also very clear about this matter. Even if Billy didn't tell him, he would still be able to find clues. It would be better to tell him, lest Juno feel that he doesn't trust him. Billy led Zhao Hai and the others out of the cave where they lived. Then they went to another cave with an underground river. Then they boarded a boat and headed towards the Iron Mountain. The dwarf Iron Mountain was really big. But fortunately, the dwarfs were very smart. After they found a large underground river, they immediately used it to divide the river, turning it into an underground river network that could cover almost the entire dwarf Iron Mountain. This became an important transportation route for the dwarves, making it very convenient for them to travel. The boat speed was very fast. After 2 hours, the boat stopped at a wharf. This wharf was very careful, it wasn't as busy as the other wharves. There were no boats in the wharf at all. After Billy got off the boat, he made the dwarfs wait for him. Then they went out of the cave where the wharf was located. The cave where the wharf was located was very small. It was the smallest dwarf cave that Zhao Hai had ever seen. It seems like this place was a forbidden area. Otherwise, the dwarves wouldn't be this careful. Zhao Hai was now very familiar with the dwarves. Looking at the map of the dwarf Iron Mountain stored in the space, Zhao Hai felt that the dwarves were extraordinary. He didn't know how many years the dwarves had lived in the dwarf Iron Mountain. The entire dwarf Iron Mountain had become an underground world. The underground water network was like a spider's web, connecting all the dwarf Iron Mountains together. How much work was needed to do this? But the dwarves were able to do it. This was really amazing. When the three came out of the cave, they saw a small canyon outside the cave. However, the dwarves had made a wooden fence around the entrance. It seems like they didn't want people to enter the canyon. Zhao Hai looked at the canyon. The canyon wasn't very big, it was only about 1,000 square meters. In the middle of the canyon, there was a small pond that was about 10 square meters in size. However, the water in this small pond was blood red. Moreover, there weren't any plants growing in the canyon. The rocks in the canyon seemed to have been dyed red by the water. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Juno, both of them felt a strong pressure coming from the pond and the entire canyon. Zhao Hai felt that this pressure was even stronger than when he faced Iron Hammer. Billy stood at the entrance of the cave. He looked at the cave and sighed. I don't know when this cave started to exist. In any case, when the dwarves dug through this cave was already here. The reason why we listed this place as a forbidden area is because in this valley, besides the pond, even the red stones, as long as a person touches them, they will die. We have also studied this place, but in the end, we couldn't find anything. Billy sighed. That's right, the dwarves didn't know anything about this place. After he said that, Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I'll leave the rest to you. Speaking of which, we've already excavated the nearby hills. There's an iron mine here, enough for us dwarves to use for 100 years. But because of the existence of this valley, we didn't dare to mine it. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the blood of a god-ranked expert would have this much energy. Even the stones couldn't be touched. Zhao Hai immediately said, all right, I'm fine. Then Zhao opened the wooden gate and walked into the valley. Billy followed behind him and said, Mister, as long as you don't touch the stones, you'll be fine. But you can't touch the water. Even if you wear gloves and touch the water, your body will explode. Mister, please be careful. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood in front of the valley and looked around. His current position was like a dividing line. If he took a step forward, he would be able to touch the stones that were dyed red. However, there wasn't any here. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, and with a thought, the earth and stones of the valley in front of him were all sucked into the space. It was as if someone had used a huge hammer to dig out the earth and stones, digging a meter deep. This was because the entire valley was made of iron ore. Otherwise, the digging would have been even deeper. After Zhao Hai looked at the ground, he couldn't see any red stones. Seeing this, Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. On the other hand, Billy and Juno were surprised as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do something like this. The two of them had seen a lot of things, so they immediately thought that this was a spatial divergent ability. There were many strange divergent abilities in the continent, but there was one that was the most difficult to understand. This was the spatial divergent ability. It wasn't only because these divergent abilities were very rare, but also because these divergent abilities were too strange and unpredictable. It was simply impossible to study them. Spatial divergent abilities were just as famous as spatial magic. Although spatial magic had a very systematic way to learn it, there were very few people who were talented in it. Because of this, spatial magic and spatial divergent abilities were very mysterious in the continent. Zhao Hai's method was clearly a spatial divergent ability. This was because before using spatial magic, one needed to chant an incantation. Even if it was an 8th rank spatial mage, they would still need to chant an incantation before using it. Billy and Juno looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the two. Actually, he had the ability to store the entire valley into the space. However, in order to not expose himself, he only stored a few steps in front of him. After storing the valley, Zhao Hai took a few steps forward. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored the valley as well as the mountain wall. Then he went forward, and stored. After more than 10 times, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the small pond. Zhao Hai looked at the pond and saw that it wasn't very big. Moreover, it didn't look deep, but it gave off an inexplicable pressure. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and then waved his hand, creating a spatial rift that sucked in the pond as well as everything inside. This time, Zhao Hai specifically targeted the pond. The soil inside the pond was dug down by 2 meters. Even so, Zhao Hai was still able to find some red ores in the bottom of the pond. Then he used the space to dig down another meter. This time, he couldn't see the red ores anymore. Then just like before, Zhao Hai stored the ground and walls of the valley into the space. The valley wasn't small, so with the addition of the walls, Zhao Hai needed to store a lot of things. It took more than 2 hours for Zhao Hai to clean up the entire valley. He couldn't see any red ores anymore. After doing this, Zhao Hai relaxed. Although he didn't hear any prompt from the space, Zhao Hai knew that it was because the things that he stored were still inside the warehouse. As long as he puts them inside the space, he should be able to hear the prompt. But Zhao wasn't going to take those things out at this time. If a bunch of prompts came from the space, it would be noisy enough. He was going to wait until they reached the space in the evening to take those things out. When Zhao Hai turned around, he was startled. Billy and Juno were right behind him. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Zhao Hai recovered, he smiled bitterly and said, "You two guessed it?" Billy and Juno nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You two know, I'm not afraid of you knowing. This is a spatial divergent ability. However, my spatial divergent ability is very strange. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities, it can only be used to store things like spatial equipment. Therefore, I didn't tell anyone about it." Billy and Juno nodded, they didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words too much. They only knew that when it comes to offensive divergent abilities, spatial divergent abilities were definitely the best. If Zhao Hai could use his spatial divergent ability to attack, then Zhao Hai's offensive capabilities would be able to contend with 9th ranks. At that time, Zhao Hai's reputation would be even greater than it was now. However, Billy and Juno also knew that they couldn't rule out the possibility that Zhao Hai could use his spatial divergent ability to attack. But for them, this didn't matter. They were now Zhao Hai's friends, the stronger Zhao Hai was, the better. Billy laughed and said, "Mr. can rest assured, Mr. has helped us get rid of a big problem. Naturally, we will keep Mr's secret. As for that old man, Mr. doesn't need to worry. That old man is very experienced, he naturally knows what to say and what not to say. For him, having a friend like you is much better than having an enemy like you. Mr. has helped us a lot today. After Mr. cleans up this place, we can begin to excavate the iron mine." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, for the dwarves, having an ore vein to excavate was more important than anything else. This was the persistence of the dwarves. Juno smiled bitterly as well. Billy said that he was experienced, but in fact, the ratio wasn't that bad, he was also an experienced old man. No matter which race, their patriarch wouldn't be a simple character, even if they were from a different race. Otherwise, their race would have already been swallowed up by others. The 3 of them carefully inspected the valley and didn't find any more stones that were dyed red. Then they left the valley. When they left the valley, the smile on Billy's face didn't disappear. This time, Zhao Hai really helped him solve a big problem. The three of them returned to Billy's office. After sitting down, Billy turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, take out some good wine. Today is a happy day, we should drink a few more cups." Juno laughed and said, "You old drunkard, if you want to drink, then just say it. Do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai would care about your wine? Right, speaking of which, I just remembered something. Mister, how big is your space? Why does it seem like it's never been filled?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "You're right, I don't know how big my space is. I only know that it can store a lot of things. Moreover, it can also perform directional teleportation. There's nothing else." Juno and Billy stared. Directional teleportation? You mean that your space can perform directional teleportation? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, but it's very difficult. It requires a lot of preparation in advance. If I want to perform directional teleportation, I can only send people to Golden Island, I can't do it anywhere else." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he knew that he would need to use the teleportation in the future. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem if people knew about it. Even if Zhao Hai said that the teleportation function was very simple, Juno still couldn't help but feel envious. He smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder Mister can carry so many things. Moreover, you can also appear and disappear like a ghost. With Mister's ability, it would be strange if the Buddha clan didn't develop." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "There's no other way, the Buddha clan's foundation is very thin. When the Buddha clan was sent to the Black Wasteland by the Oxu Empire, my housekeeper took all of the Buddha clan's valuables and turned them into food and daily necessities. Then we settled down in Iron Mountain. At that time I was still unconscious. When I woke up, I found out about our situation. Originally, settling down in Iron Mountain wasn't a bad thing. Just like the Hurricane family, we can plant some bamboo rice and oil fruit trees." Juno and Billy knew about the Buddha clan's situation. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they could imagine the hardships that the Buddha clan faced. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Because the Black Wasteland is too close to the Carrion Swamp, large and small beast tides would occur from time to time. The magic beasts and undead that came from the Carrion Swamp would run to the Black Wasteland and cause trouble. Because of this, we had no way to plant anything, so we had no choice but to leave the Black Wasteland." Juno and Billy had only heard about the Black Wasteland, they hadn't been there. The dwarfs had already left the Black Wasteland, so they didn't know much about it. Zhao Hai continued, "Fortunately, we left early. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would have died there. Who would have thought that the Black Wasteland would be covered by the Carrion Swamp's poisonous fog? Those who entered didn't come out alive." After saying this, Zhao Hai pretended to sigh, then he continued, "Fortunately, the heavens didn't end my Buddha clan. When I was in the Black Wasteland, I wanted to die. But I didn't expect that after entering the Carrion Swamp, I would obtain this magic staff. Not only did it detoxify my body from the water of nothingness, it also allowed me to use dark magic. Moreover, I also have a spatial divergent ability. Although spatial divergent abilities can't attack, dark magic can. With this magic staff, I can create countless undead. Because of this, I was able to move around the continent as a dark mage." As for the rest of the matter, Juno and Billy already knew about it. The two of them also knew about the history of the Buddha clan. Because of this, they admired Zhao Hai very much. Although Zhao Hai didn't say where the 9th ranks that helped him came from, the two didn't ask. They knew that these 9th ranks were the Buddha clan's hidden cards, nobody would easily reveal them. Zhao Hai already gave them a lot of face by telling them about these things. Juno coldly snorted and said, "The Oxu Empire is a fool. Now that the Radiant Church has made them the second most powerful country in the continent, they've become the weakest. They deserve this." Billy coldly snorted and said, "Those lunatics from the Radiant Church really think that they're God's representatives. They want to meddle in everything, even our dwarven race. They don't know that Sir Divine Artifact has a special relationship with the dwarves. They want to send spies to the dwarves, they're really tired of living." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "It's not only the dwarves, the beastmen also have spies. Last winter, I was doing business with the beastmen in the prairie. There, I met the current patriarch of the Herculean bull tribe, Wales. Just as I met him, he received news that the crown prince had rebelled and killed the patriarch. Wales was the one who could compete with the crown prince for the throne. At that time, Wales was traveling outside, so when he received the news, it was already too late. But who would have thought that the Fighting Bulls would claim that the crown prince's position wasn't stable yet? They pretended to join him and then rebelled, killing the crown prince and almost exterminating the Herculean bull tribe. In the end, the Herculean bulls had no choice but to flee to the territory of the dog-headed race, which they had a good relationship with. Regarding the matters of the prairie, Juno and Billy didn't know. They didn't have any dealings with the beastmen. Most of the food and fruit oil produced by Juno's family were given to the dwarves, so they didn't have any dealings with the beastmen. Therefore, they didn't know about the matters of the prairie. It wasn't just them, even the other human merchants who did business with the beastmen didn't know about the matters of the Herculean bulls. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai talk about the matters of the beastmen prairie, the two pricked up their ears. Zhao Hai continued, later on, when Wales received the news, the Fighting Bulls had already sent people to hunt him down. At that time I had a lot of food in my hands, so I followed Wales all the way to the dog-headed race's domain. Using my food, I helped the dog-headed race to ask for reinforcements. During the winter, when it was snowing, we launched a counterattack against the Fighting Bulls, eliminating the Fighting Bulls in one fell swoop and taking back the position of the royal race of the Herculean Bulls. Because of my gratitude towards them, I made the beheading blood oath with Wales and became the foreign prince of the Herculean Bulls. Originally, the two of them thought that it was strange that Zhao Hai could become the foreign prince of the beastmen and had such a good relationship with the beastmen. Now that Zhao Hai explained it, they understood why. No wonder Zhao Hai had such a good relationship with the beastmen, it was because he did it. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Beheading blood oath, did you really make the beheading blood oath with the beastmen?" Zhao Hai nodded. Juno was puzzled as he looked at Billy and said, "What is the beheading blood oath? Why does this oath sound so bloody?" Billy smiled bitterly and said, "The beheading blood oath is the oath that the beastmen value the most. Even two beastmen wouldn't easily use the beheading blood oath. This is because as long as two people use the beheading blood oath, they would be sworn brothers for life. If the sworn brother betrays the sworn brother, he would certainly be punished by the beast god. This oath isn't a joke, it's impossible to betray." When Juno heard Billy, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He now completely believed what Zhao Hai said about his status with the beastmen. Zhao Hai looked at the two and nodded, "Right, it's because of the beheading blood oath. Because of my status as a foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe, I was able to get acquainted with many beastmen. Moreover, I was able to form a relationship with them. In the end, the Beast King agreed to cooperate with me in the milk wine business." Juno sighed and said, "It's easy for you to say, but it's really hard to do. From your cooperation with the beastmen, I can see that you don't look down on the beastmen. It's because of this that the beastmen were willing to accept you. On the other hand, the merchants of the continent only want to get more benefits from the beastmen. The beastmen aren't fools, how could they not see this? In this case, it would be strange for the beastmen to believe in the merchants." Billy sighed and said, "Actually, our situation is similar to the beastmen. It's just that the things that we produce are more important to the humans. When the merchants cooperated with us, they didn't hesitate to squeeze us dry. Because of this, the dwarven race didn't have a lot of friends. Besides you, old friend, the only other friend we have is Mr. Zhao Hai." Juno coldly snorted and said, "Actually, the cause of this matter is the Radiant Church. I remember that in the beginning, the humans didn't think that there was anything bad about the dwarves. In particular, the dwarven blacksmiths were very popular in the continent. Some dwarves even opened their own blacksmith shops in the big cities of the continent. Their business was very good. At the same time, the beastmen also came to the continent as mercenaries, forming teams with the humans to hunt magic beasts." Zhao Hai was surprised as he looked at Juno, he really didn't know about this matter. Billy replied, "Right. But I don't know when it started, but the Radiant Church started to spread the word that the other races were inferior races. They didn't want to live together with the humans. Moreover, their priests never treated the injuries of the other races, saying that it was a blasphemy against the Radiant God. Because of this, more and more people started to think that the other races were inferior and didn't want to sit together with them. Later on, they started to drive the other races away. The beastmen didn't go to the continent as mercenaries, and the dwarfs didn't open their blacksmith shops. When Zhao Hai heard Billy and Juno, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before his expression changed. He immediately thought about what Iron Hammer said last night. In the heavenly realm, the human race's gods had a huge war with the foreign races. Therefore, they wanted to send people down to the lower realm to exterminate the foreign races. The Radiant Church did this. Could it be that the human race's god in the heavenly realm gave them a hint? If this was really the case, then this matter would be very complicated. However, Zhao Hai didn't say his conjecture out loud. He just linked these things together in his mind. He discovered that these things were most likely related. If his guess was right, then the existence of the Radiant Church would be a big problem. Moreover, the Radiant Church's background might be very strong. Zhao Hai didn't say it out loud. Instead, he thought about it. Zhao Hai recalled what the Radiant Church did in the past and discovered that they really did have a purpose. They suppressed the other races, suppressed the other sects, and even controlled the nobles. These weren't things that an ordinary church could do, but they still did it. If they wanted to do it alone, then it would be hard to say that they didn't do it alone. Although every sect has their own purpose, one shouldn't forget that rules are dead while people are alive. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Those who don't have selfish motives were either saints or idiots. Since the establishment of the Radiant Church, who knows how many popes have changed? Why would they continue to suppress other races and other churches? One must know that whether it was suppressing other races or other sects, it wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. The Radiant Church had been doing this for many generations. This was something that couldn't be justified. However, if the Radiant Church did this under the command of a God-ranked expert, then it would be different. Even if a God-ranked expert couldn't personally descend to the lower realm, they could still make a divine artifact like the craftsman god. At the very least, they could issue a divine decree. This way, the people of the Radiant Church would follow the decree. The more Zhao Hai thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. However, he still couldn't tell Billy and Juno about this matter. Not to mention how the two would react. If this news were to be spread to other people, then it would be very troublesome. At this time, Billy and Juno were still talking about the Radiant Church. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to listen to them. He wanted to discuss with Laura and the others. He wanted to hear their opinions. Billy and Juno also saw that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't right. Billy immediately asked, "Mr. Zhao Hai, what happened?" Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at Billy and Juno, then he smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I'm just feeling a bit tired. I'll go back and rest first. If there's anything, just send someone to my room to look for me." Billy and Juno thought that he was just tired from using his space ability. Billy even said, "Mister, do you need our dwarf race's doctor to take a look at you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I'm just a little tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Today, I drank wine and used my abilities. I feel a little tired." "It's okay, I'll go back and rest." Billy and Juno quickly complied. Then Zhao Hai turned around and returned to his room. Laura and the others weren't in their rooms, so Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. Then he had Kai inform Laura and the others to return. Laura and the others actually didn't go there, they were just curious about the dwarf race's territory. So under the guidance of a female dwarf, they strolled around the place. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and calmly thought about Juno and Billy's words. Then he had Kai take out all the information that they had collected about the Radiant Church over the years and carefully read it. They discovered that the Radiant Church didn't just go all out to amass wealth. In fact, the bishops and popes of the Radiant Church were now enjoying themselves. In the past, the popes and bishops of the Radiant Church didn't enjoy themselves as much. At that time, they also tried to rope in some nobles. However, the money they got was mostly used to suppress the other races. The popes and bishops of the church, as well as their subordinates, lived a very poor life. There were even several popes who died without any wealth. The Radiant Church's approach was somewhat unreasonable. It was possible that the previous church leader suppressed the foreign races because of their enmity with them. This was excusable. But for several generations of church leaders, they would rather live a bitter life than suppress the foreign races. This was something that couldn't be justified. And because of this, the Radiant Church slowly became the dominant religion in the continent. Although the Radiant Church wasn't as powerful as it was now, it was still faintly becoming the leader of the various religions. Although the Radiant Church wasn't as powerful as it was now, it was still faintly becoming the leader of the various religions. While Zhao Hai was looking at these things, Laura and the others had already returned to their rooms. Kai immediately took them to the space. When the women entered the villa, they saw a large pile of documents in front of Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but stare. Usually, Zhao Hai wouldn't look at these documents. What happened today? Laura immediately went over and looked at Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Why did you take out these documents? Are these documents from the Radiant Church? What happened? Did the Radiant Church cause trouble again? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he waved his hand and asked the women to sit down. Then he told Laura and the others about what Billy and the others said today. At the same time, he also told them about his own conjecture. Laura and the others listened to Zhao Hai's words. After listening to Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but frown. After some time, Laura said, Brother Hai, what you guessed is possible. What should we do in the future? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, what else can we do? The only thing we can do right now is to improve our strength. If we spread this news, then it would be known by many people. If the Radiant Church really has a connection with the Divine Realm, then they might find out that we leaked their secret. It's possible that they would send a God-ranked expert down here. When that time comes, we would still be weak. If we face them head-on, then we would suffer a big loss. Laura nodded, then she suddenly said, right, Brother Hai, didn't you go and collect the divine blood today? Did you collect it? Zhao Hai patted his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, I forgot about it. Those things are still in the Space's warehouse. Then with an intention, he took out the divine blood and the mountain rocks. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I forgot about it. As soon as they were released, the Space immediately issued a prompt, discovered a large amount of energy liquid and soil. Space's ability has been strengthened. Space's soil and water quality have been improved. Red soil has been strengthened. Crops maturation time has been shortened by 100 times. Background crops maturation time has been shortened by 10 times. Super energy liquid has been added to the Space's water. Super energy liquid has strengthened host's body. Host's level has been upgraded. Host can now use metal, wood, water, fire, earth, crystallization, and space. 7 types of divergent abilities have been upgraded. Host's potential has been improved. Space has been upgraded to level 52. Host can now use 10 ordinary backgrounds. Please continue to work hard. Space's humanoid robots have been upgraded. Space's stone spirits have been upgraded. Space's animals have been upgraded. Space's plants have been upgraded. Space's radioactive iron ore source has been upgraded. Host has appointed space managers, Muir and Kair. Space's ghost staff has been upgraded. It has been renamed to Blood Ghost Staff. It can be lengthened, shortened, enlarged, and shrunk. It can also be turned into liquid. It can also be decomposed into 108 small flying knives. It can also change shape and fly. Because the Space's level has been upgraded, Host can now choose a magic robe provided by the Space. Host, please make your choice. This series of prompts made Zhao Hai dizzy. After the prompts were over, Zhao Hai called Muir and Kair out. When Kair came out, Zhao Hai stared blankly. Kair was originally as big as a person's palm. But now, Kair was as big as a person's forearm. Muir's appearance made Zhao Hai jump in fright. Although Muir's body was still like a whip, Muir's body had become more solid. He turned into a palm-sized person and stood on the handle of the beast god's whip. When Zhao Hai touched Muir, Muir was able to tell that Muir was a real person. He wasn't just an illusion like before. Zhao Hai knew that this was the result of the two's level. He immediately turned to Kair and said, Kair, what's your current level? Kair thought for a moment and said, I don't know. But if I were to face a heavenly demon from the demon realm, I'm afraid that I wouldn't lose. I might even be able to kill him. Zhao Hai stared and said, Heavenly demon? What kind of existence are they? Kaya replied, heavenly demons are the strongest existences in the demon realm. They are much stronger than ninth ranks. There aren't any such existences in the Ark continent. However, I discovered that the Ark continent doesn't allow them to exist. Since my main body is inside the young master space, I'm only a branch of myself outside. Because of this, I'm not affected by the Ark continent's laws. Zhao Hai understood that Kair's current strength wasn't any lower than a divine. The heavenly demon that Kair spoke of might be in existence on the same level as the divine race. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited. He immediately turned to Kai and said, Kai, can you see my current level? Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, you're now equivalent to a 9th rank expert. However, you're stronger than a 9th rank expert. You haven't reached the level of a heavenly demon yet. Zhao Hai nodded and wiped his sweat. Reaching 9th rank was already good. If he really reached God rank, then the Ark continent wouldn't be able to accommodate him, he would be kicked out of the continent. Zhao Hai turned his head to Mu and said, Mu, what about you? How strong are you now? Are you at the same level as Kair? Before Mu could say anything, Kair disdainfully said, he still has to wait. He's as strong as I was before, but he still hasn't reached my level. However, he should be able to deal with a few 9th ranks by himself. Mu didn't say anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about the 9th ranks in the space? What are their levels now? Kair smiled and said, their potential isn't good. Although they're stronger than before, they still aren't as strong as Mu. When Zhao Hai heard Kair, he couldn't help but relax. He was afraid that the 9th ranks inside the space would turn into God rank experts. That would be very troublesome. However, Zhao Hai also understood that these 9th ranks were outsiders. They weren't originally part of the space. Moreover, when the space leveled up, Zhao Hai and the space itself would take priority. As for the other creatures inside the space, it wasn't strange for this situation to occur. Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up and said, right, didn't the space say that the level of the undead has been increased? What are the levels of the undead now? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's question, Kair couldn't help but smile, young master, you asked the right question. Those undead are now 9th ranks. Zhao Hai smiled and said, young master, you asked the right question. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others couldn't help but stare. Those undead have become 9th ranks? What does this mean? Does this mean that Zhao Hai now has more than 1 million 9th ranks in his hands, more than 1 million level 9 experts? Isn't this too terrifying? If Zhao Hai released these undead, wouldn't he be able to unify the continent in a matter of minutes? However, Zhao Hai quickly suppressed this idea. Even in the past, he wouldn't do such a thing, let alone now. Now that he knows about the existence of God ranks, if he were to release his undead and unify the continent, then the Radiant Church might immediately react. They would be the first to jump out and oppose him. Zhao Hai didn't put the Radiant Church in his eyes. However, the Radiant Church was backed by the Divine Realm. This made Zhao Hai cautious. Iron Hammer said that in the Divine Realm, children were born as 5th ranks. When they grow up, they would become 9th ranks. If the Divine Realm were to send a God-ranked expert to the Ark continent, then even if Zhao Hai's undead were to reach 9th ranks, it would be useless. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, what about the land and water? What is the current state of the land? Kair smiled and said, young master, the land has been upgraded a lot. The crops in the Red Earth are now 10 times faster than before. In other words, crops that would take 8 hours to mature now only take 48 minutes to mature. Moreover, the space's magic beasts have also been upgraded. The original low-level magic beasts are now 7th or 8th ranks, while the original high-level magic beasts are now 9th ranks. Because of the Blood Hawk's special bloodline, it is now equivalent to 8th ranks. Not to mention carrying a person, even carrying a group of people wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the space now has a new ability. Young master, you can turn the magic beasts in the space into blood hawks. No matter what kind of magic beast it is, it can lay eggs and turn into armor and weapons. Also, young master, you don't need to harvest the bread trees that were planted in the background. They can continue to grow. After a long time, they might become sentient, and maybe some of them might even become existences like me. Kyer smiled and said, "Young master, the space now has a new ability. Young master, you can turn the magic beasts in the space into blood hawks. No matter what kind of magic beast it is, it can lay eggs and turn into armor and weapons." Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at Kyer. He didn't think that the space's magic beasts and plants would undergo such a change. Moreover, the crops that would take 8 hours to mature now only need an hour to mature. Wasn't the speed too fast? Kyer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Also, young master, the spatial water's energy is much stronger than before. Not only can it detoxify, it can also help people cultivate. However, ordinary spatial water is only effective for 8th ranks and below, it's useless for 9th ranks. But now that there's a blood pool inside the space, the water is even effective. For 9th ranks. Young master can have Laura and the others drink the water so that they can become 9th ranks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young master, the spatial water is much stronger than before." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Isn't the energy in the water very strong? Can they bear it?" Kyer smiled and said, "Young master doesn't need to worry. Actually, most of the energy in the water has already been absorbed by the young master and the space. The current energy in the water is very mild, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Didn't the space say that I can use 10 ordinary backgrounds? What do you mean by these 10 ordinary backgrounds? Could it be that they aren't ordinary?" Kyer nodded and said, "Of course, the backgrounds of the space can be divided into 4 categories. The first category is the ordinary background, just like the one that the young master is using right now. It's just a grassland, it doesn't have any special abilities. The second category is the background of the mechanical civilization. This type of background is designed according to the mechanical civilization. The young master can use this background to build high-rise buildings and enjoy the most advanced technological civilization. As long as the young master's level is high enough, you can even materialize cars and airplanes. The third category is the magic civilization background. This type of background is just like the one in the Ark continent, but it's a lot more mystical. In the magic civilization background, the young master can even learn magic formations that are much better than the ones in the Ark continent. You can even see floating islands in the sky. The fourth category is the cultivation civilization background. This type of background is very big, the young master can conjure some mystical magic weapons inside. However, this will have to wait until the young master's level is high enough. Zhao Hai, who was in the novel Back on Earth, immediately understood what these backgrounds represented when Kyer mentioned them. What would it be like if the space was upgraded to the point where it could use the cultivation civilization background? When the time comes, can he conjure 2 flying swords to play with? After shaking his head, Zhao Hai calmed down. He didn't want to think about these things anymore, he'll just have to wait until he levels up. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kyer and said, "Didn't you say that the ghost staff leveled up? What abilities does it have now?" Kyer smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, the ghost staff is now called the blood ghost staff. The blood ghost staff can turn into a liquid like water and change its shape. It can become bigger, smaller, longer, and shorter. It can even turn into 108 throwing knives. Under the young master's command, they can fly out to attack the enemy and then fly back. Naturally, the range of this attack won't exceed 10,000 meters. If the young master isn't afraid of trouble, you can even turn the blood ghost staff into a liquid and then turn it into a car. I guarantee that even if you want to change all the parts of the car, the blood ghost staff can do it. Moreover, the blood ghost staff now has the ability to fly. Even if you don't let a blood hawk carry it, the blood ghost staff can fly out and then fly back." Zhao Hai felt like he was about to faint from happiness. This was too awesome. This magic staff was just like the magic weapons in the cultivation world. It was even more awesome than the magic weapons in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that because of the space's upgrade, he could also use magic clothes. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Kyer and said, "Kyer, can't I use magic clothes now? Let's take a look and see what kind of clothes they have." Kyer nodded and waved her hand. The screen in the living room lit up and a pile of clothes appeared on it along with an introduction. When Zhao Hai saw the clothes, he almost fainted. The first thing he saw was a Superman suit. Heavens, does the space want me to wear my underwear on the outside? This is too abnormal. Then there was the spider suit, the Fantastic Four suit, the X-Men suit, as well as various kinds of clothes that appeared in the novels. There were even some that Zhao Hai thought were from the game. Looking at them made him dizzy. Laura and the others were also stunned as they looked at the clothes. They couldn't imagine what kind of person would wear these clothes. Zhao Hai looked at it for a long time before he finally saw a piece of clothing. It was a magic robe, but the material used to make it was very strange. The material used to make the robe was metal, a very soft metal. Not only did the robe have strong resistance to attacks, it also had magic resistance. It could also purify the wearer's body. Most importantly, the robe was covered from the inside to the outside. Inside was a black underwear, a tight shirt, a pair of leggings, socks, and gloves. On the outside was a robe. This robe wasn't like the robes worn by mages in the continent, it was more like the robes of ancient China. On the outside of the robe was a cloak with 2 pieces of shoulder armor. On the front of the cloak were 2 claw-like buckles that could be used to fasten the cloak. This way, the wearer's entire body would be covered by the cloak, revealing only the head and the 2 pieces of shoulder armor. There was also a pair of black boots. If there was a word to describe it, then it would be cool. What made Zhao Hai interested the most was the fact that the robe could change its shape. In other words, the robe could change its shape at any time according to the owner's knowledge. Zhao Hai looked at the robe and saw that it was actually based on the high-tech clothes of the Interstellar Wanderer novels back on Earth. The only difference was that the style was slightly different. Zhao Hai looked at the other robes and felt that this one was the most suitable. He immediately chose this one. Just as he finished choosing, a white light surrounded him. When the light disappeared, he was already wearing the robe. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. This robe was really suitable for Zhao Hai. The robe matched with Zhao Hai's temperament, giving him a refined temperament. The shoulder armor gave him a heroic aura, the cloak made him look more awe-inspiring, and the black color made him look more mysterious. All of these things made Zhao Hai look different. Zhao Hai wasn't a particularly handsome person. When he stood there, it was easy for people to overlook him. But when he wore this robe, he immediately became dazzling. His entire temperament underwent a huge change. No matter where he went, nobody would ignore him. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the robe. He tried it on and found out that the robe could change its shape. Moreover, he also had the ability to control metal. Since the robe was made of metal, it could even turn into a weapon when necessary. This made Zhao Hai very satisfied. Although Zhao Hai's clothes were made of metal, it didn't give off the cold feeling of metal. On the contrary, the clothes were very comfortable to wear. It gave off a warm feeling, it was very good. Zhao Hai stood up and walked 2 steps, changing the style of the clothes a few times before he stopped. He turned to Laura and the others and said, "What do you think of these clothes?" Laura and the others' eyes lit up as they nodded. They also wanted such clothes. This way, they could wear whatever they want, it would be very convenient. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his head to Kai and said, all right, now that the space has leveled up, can we plant some special herbs? Kai nodded and said, yes, young master. Some herbs that can improve one's physique and help one's cultivation can be planted. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave it to you. First, go to the processing machine and see if there are any elixirs there. After that, you can plant them in the red soil. Right, the gold metal fruit is a special plant that can give people divergent abilities. We need to keep some of these fruits. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Kai nodded and said, all right, young master. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, show me the 10 backgrounds that I can use right now. I want to see what kind of backgrounds I can use right now. Kai nodded, then she immediately gave Zhao Hai a list of common backgrounds that Zhao Hai can use. Although these backgrounds were very common, they still had their own advantages. For example, there were some desert backgrounds. Although they were very beautiful, Zhao Hai wouldn't buy them. This was because those backgrounds were useless. Zhao Hai selected 10 backgrounds that were suitable for planting. These backgrounds didn't have anything special about them. Some of them were mountains, some of them were grasslands, and some of them were mountains and rivers. In short, they were very common backgrounds. Naturally, Zhao Hai also listened to the opinions of Laura and the others. Laura and the others were very happy as they selected the backgrounds. Before long, the 10 backgrounds were selected. After Zhao Hai selected the 10 backgrounds, he turned his head to Kai and said, Kai how do I use these backgrounds? Kai replied, Young master, you can let me manage these backgrounds. If you want to go there, just tell me where you want to go, then you can go there directly. I'll follow the terrain of the backgrounds and raise some suitable magic beasts and plants. Young master doesn't need to worry, these 10 backgrounds have houses. The young master now has 10 more houses. But no matter how the backgrounds are changed, the red land is still the same. Moreover, the land that the young master bought is different from the land in these backgrounds. The land in these backgrounds is just ordinary land, it can't accelerate the growth of crops. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, If I don't manage it, then wouldn't it be the same as the background before? If that's the case, then I'll leave the management to you. Kai nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to look at the background. The scenery was very good. At this time, Kai suddenly said, Young master, the dwarf patriarch sent someone to look for you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he immediately led Laura and the others back to the dwarf's room. It was strange, Zhao Hai was now a 9th rank expert. However, his aura didn't appear at all, he still looked as calm as before. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew that in addition to crystallizing his body, he could also use his space-divergent ability to attack. The origin of his space-divergent ability was the divine blood. The explanation given by the space was that the divine blood was left behind by a god-ranked expert who had passed through a spatial barrier. Because of this, the god-ranked expert was attacked by various spatial attacks. Because of this, the divine blood was absorbed by the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to use his space-divergent ability to attack. However, Zhao Hai still didn't know how the space would attack. But this didn't matter, Zhao Hai could still use his metal, wood, water, fire, and earth-divergent abilities to attack. Zhao Hai also had Kai try to see if she could break the crystal bottle that contained the suns. In the end, Kai wasn't able to do so. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. This meant that even god-ranked experts wouldn't be able to break his crystallized body. In the future, even if he were to face god-ranked experts, he would still have a way to save his life. However, Zhao Hai didn't let Laura and the others drink the blood pond right now. Although they could become 9th rank experts, they would need to stay still for 10 days before they could do so. This was obviously not suitable for the dwarves. Zhao Hai didn't want Laura and the others to drink the blood pond. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't let Laura and the others cultivate. Instead, he brought them out of the space and opened the door. Sure enough, there was a dwarf standing outside. When the dwarf saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please come to the divine temple. The patriarch has invited you. Zhao Hai stared, but he still nodded and followed the dwarf to the divine temple. While walking, Zhao Hai was thinking about what Billy wanted to do. He was busy looking at the changes that happened after the space leveled up. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to what Billy was doing. So why did Billy suddenly ask him to go to the divine temple? When they arrived at the divine temple, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of dwarves standing inside the divine temple. Moreover, these dwarves seemed to have high status among the dwarves. Their hair and beards were all white, only the young masters were still in their prime. Zhao Hai was led by the dwarf into the great hall. However, he couldn't help but look at the people inside the great hall. There were a lot of dwarves inside, it seems like they were having a meeting. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why the dwarves called him here. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of Iron Hammer Divine Artifact. Billy and the elders that Zhao Hai met before were standing there. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the dwarves inside the great hall were looking at him with gratitude. When he saw the dwarves looking at Iron Hammer, Zhao Hai could almost guess what was going on. It seems like Billy told these people about Iron Hammer Divine Artifact. This meant that these people's status wasn't ordinary. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just went to Billy's side and gave the elders a salute. Then he turned to the dwarves inside the great hall and gave them a salute. The dwarves didn't dare to accept Zhao Hai's salute, they immediately returned the salute. At this time, Zhao Hai also noticed that Laura and the others were still outside the great hall. Even Juno didn't enter the great hall, this made him even more curious. After the salute, Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, you have helped our dwarf race a lot this time. Because of this, we have decided to invite Mr. Zhao Hai to be our dwarf race's foreign elder. We hope that Mr. will agree." Then Billy gave a bow to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared blankly, he didn't react for a while. This was because he didn't know about this matter beforehand, he didn't expect Billy to make such a decision. Zhao Hai's stare scared Juno and the others. Juno understood the dwarves very well. If the dwarves want to invite someone to be their foreign elder, then it would be best if you don't decline politely. Otherwise, the dwarves would think that you're looking down on them. If Zhao Hai treated the dwarves politely like how he treated humans, then the matter would be ruined. There was a reason why Billy didn't tell Zhao Hai about this matter. This was the custom of the dwarven elders. They believed that this was the only way to see if a person was sincere or not. If they told Zhao Hai about this matter, then Zhao Hai would be prepared. But with this sudden question, they would be able to see if Zhao Hai really wanted to be a dwarf elder. Actually, this rule was superfluous, but the dwarves thought that it was good. Because of this rule had been maintained. The dwarves had appointed several foreign elders in the past, but they didn't have any information beforehand. Because of this, even Juno didn't know about this matter. Zhao Hai immediately recovered, then he looked at Billy and smiled faintly. "Alright, then I'll respectfully accept your offer. I'll serve as foreign elder." Everyone present relaxed, then Billy stood up and laughed. "Alright, then I'll have to ask Mr. to bow 3 times and receive the elder token. Then you'll be a dwarf elder." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the hammer and bowed 3 times. Then Billy took out a bronze token and handed it over to Zhao Hai. When the token entered Zhao Hai's hand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the token looked very heavy, but in Zhao Hai's hand, it felt very light, as if he wasn't holding a token, but a feather. This token looked very simple, there was a command character on the front and a hammer on the back. It was a very simple token, but Zhao Hai knew that this token wasn't that simple. A foreign elder of the dwarven race, his status wouldn't be any worse than a prince of the beastman race. Such a status was extraordinary. Zhao Hai respectfully received the token, the ceremony to invite an elder was now complete. At this point, Zhao Hai still couldn't react. Seeing Zhao Hai receive the elder token, the dwarves immediately shouted, "We've seen the elder." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Please rise." The dwarves stood up, Billy loudly said, "Prepare a banquet, we'll celebrate our dwarf race's new foreign elder." The dwarves immediately complied, then they turned around and left. At this time, Billy also invited Zhao Hai back to the village and into his office. At this point, only Billy, Juno, and Zhao Hai were left in the room. After the 3 sat down, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Billy and said, "Patriarch, this is really sudden. What would have happened if I had refused?" Billy laughed and said, "This is the rule of the dwarven race. If you refuse, then you will never become a friend of the dwarven race. Even if you help us a lot, it still won't work." Juno looked at Zhao Hai with envy and said, "You should be content. You're now a foreign elder of the dwarven race, there will be a lot of benefits in the future. My relationship with Billy is very good, but I still can't become a foreign elder." Billy smiled and said, "The foreign elder position isn't something that I can decide by myself. It needs the approval of the elders as well as the approval of the mine managers. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's help, then it would have been impossible for him to become our dwarf race's foreign elder this quickly." Then Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Right, Zhao Hai, aren't you humans very modest? When you encounter this kind of thing, you should decline. Why didn't you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You forgot, I'm a foreign prince of the Herculean bulls. I've experienced this kind of thing before. Naturally, I know that if I declined, then I might be seen as looking down on the dwarves. Therefore, I didn't decline." Billy laughed and said, "So you have experience. Ha ha ha, that's great. You're now a foreign elder of the dwarven race. Then we'll be relying on you for our wine." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt like he was on a pirate ship. Now that he had become a foreign elder, he would be in charge of the dwarven race's milk wine. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about this anymore. Even if the beastman's milk wine production doesn't increase, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry about it. He now has 10 backgrounds, each of them can raise argali and cows. In the future, their milk wine production would be very strong, so there was nothing to worry about. Billy smiled and said, "You don't need to worry, we won't be taking the milk wine for free. We'll use ironware to exchange for it. Moreover, because of your status as an elder, the price of the milk wine won't be the same as outside. However, our ironware will be very cheap, so you won't suffer a loss." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright. It's just that I don't have enough manpower right now. I can't produce that much milk wine. At the same time, the beastman's milk wine production is also limited. Therefore, even if I wanted to take out milk wine, I wouldn't be able to." Billy and Juno nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and finally made up his mind. "Patriarch, I have something that I need your help with." Billy stared, then he immediately smiled and said, "You're now a foreign elder of the dwarven race. That means you're one of us. Just tell me what you need." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to invite some dwarves to settle down in my territory. I want them to help me forge ironware. Can you do that?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Billy couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "I'm afraid that would be difficult. You should know that your territory is Golden Island. There are a lot of people there. Moreover, we dwarves don't like to interact with other people. I'm afraid that this would be difficult." When Zhao Hai heard Billy, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You don't need to worry, the place that I'm going to take you to isn't Golden Island. Instead, it's the Buddha clan's true roots. There are only people from the Buddha clan and some slaves there." When Billy and Juno heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you send the 100,000 slaves that you bought before to that place?" Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like you already know about it." "Yes, the slaves that we bought before were sent there. Not only the slaves, but also the winery and several other processing plants." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Billy might not know about this, but Juno was very clear. The Buddha clan had a lot of businesses. They had a lot of peach blossom products, as well as the beastman's specialties. A lot of these things needed to be processed before they could be sold. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Besides Golden Island, does the Buddha clan have any other fiefdoms? I didn't hear that the Buddha clan had a new fiefdom in the past 2 years." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for a new fiefdom. Our Buddha clan has a huge fiefdom, wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use it? That fiefdom is almost as big as the Aksu Empire." Billy and Juno stared, then they immediately reacted. The fiefdom that Zhao Hai was talking about was the Black Wasteland. It was the largest fiefdom in the world, and it was the Buddha clan's territory. However, Billy and Juno, as well as the entire continent, knew what was happening in the Black Wasteland. The two looked at each other in confusion, then Juno carefully said, "Little Hai, isn't that place covered by the carrion swamp's poisonous fog? Can people still live there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Any poison has an antidote. Did the two of you forget where my staff came from? In this world, our Buddha clan has already taken control of the carrion swamp. In the past, when our Buddha clan fought against the other clans, the 9th rank beasts that we fought were all 9th rank magic beasts from the carrion swamp." Juno and Billy's bodies shook as they suddenly recalled the prophecy of the dwarves. The prophecy mentioned that the 5 restrictions would be broken, now that the divine artifact had appeared, and the Buddha clan had taken control of the carrion swamp. This meant that the secret of the carrion swamp had been solved. This meant that the prophecy had come true. The two looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the two. He knew that the two would be shocked, but their reactions were a bit strange. Billy sighed and said, "Heaven's will, is it really heaven's will?" Juno also sighed and said, "It seems like it's true. Now, we need to wait for the news from the elves." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "What's wrong? What are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Billy sighed, then he told Zhao Hai about the dwarf's prophecy. The dwarf's prophecy was very simple, one could understand it from its literal meaning. Therefore, Zhao Hai only needed to listen to it for a while before he understood. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He knew a lot more about this matter compared to Juno and Billy. Juno and Billy obviously didn't know about the war between the clans, as well as the fact that God-ranked experts and divine artifacts were involved. However, Zhao Hai knew about it. Billy looked at Zhao Hai's expression and thought that it was because of the prophecy. Therefore, he sighed and said, "I'm getting more and more convinced that the King of Kings in the prophecy is you. This is because you've already done 2 of the things mentioned in the prophecy." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and sighed. Then he turned to the 2 and said, "Actually, although I didn't know about the prophecy, I know a lot more than you do. I even know about the divine realm." Then Zhao Hai told Billy and Juno about what he knew about the divine race from Iron Hammer. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he looked at Billy and said, "These things were actually told to me by the artifact spirit. I was afraid that too many people would know about it, so I asked him to not tell anyone about it. The forbidden area of the dwarf race is actually the place where the divine race injured the divine race. The blood that flowed out wasn't poisonous, it was just too strong. You wouldn't be able to withstand it. I didn't want to talk about this matter because I suspected that the Radiant Church had a connection with the God-ranked experts. If this matter was made known to too many people, then the Radiant Church would definitely know about it. When the time comes, they would definitely join forces with the divine realm and attack the people of the continent who don't want to submit to them. At this time, the strength of the continent isn't that great, so I'm worried that the divine race would come and cause a lot of losses. Therefore, I wanted to take the divine blood back and study it. I wanted to see if I can develop a potion that can increase one's cultivation. This way, even if the divine race were to come, we would still have the strength to fight them. I didn't think that the dwarfs would have such a prophecy. The dwarf race's prophecy is truly a prophecy." Juno and Billy were stupefied as they listened to Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would know this much. After some time, Billy sobered up. He stood up and shouted, "It really is the Radiant Church. I thought that those bastards were up to no good. So it really was them." Juno's expression was also very ugly as he said, "I think that Little Hai's speculation is very likely. The Radiant Church's actions in the past few years have been unjustifiable. If Little Hai's speculation is right, then the situation would be very dangerous. If the Divine Realm really sent experts to attack the Ark continent, then things would become very troublesome. In addition to the Radiant Church, there's also the Engraved Arkansas. I don't know what organization this Engraved Ark is, but it seems like they want to destroy the Ark continent. Last time, the Divine Realm sent a God-ranked expert to cause chaos in the Ark continent. Fortunately, the 3 divine artifacts were able to block his attack. However, I don't know if the Beastmen still have their divine artifacts. Even if they do, their artifact spirits were injured. Unless they were healed, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if the 3 divine artifacts were repaired, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. After the divine race were defeated, they already knew that there were divine artifacts in the Ark continent. This time, they would certainly prepare something to deal with the divine artifacts. When the time comes, things would become even more troublesome. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "I don't know if the divine artifacts are still there. Even if they are, their artifact spirits were injured." Juno and Billy frowned, their expressions weren't very good. The implications of this matter were too big. Most importantly, they couldn't tell anyone about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and said, "All right, I don't think there's any way to solve this matter. Patriarch Billy, please contact the elves as soon as possible. I'll go to the Beastmen and see if we can find the Beast God Spear. If possible, I'll also help them fix the Beast God Spear. When the time comes, we'll have a better chance of success. The most important thing right now is that this matter cannot be spread out, even if it's to our closest people. What do you think?" Billy and Juno thought for a moment. They couldn't think of anything else besides this method. The 2 sighed and said, "We can only do this. I didn't think that things would turn out like this." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about anything. Our Buddha clan's alchemy skills are very good. Maybe we can use the divine race's blood to make potions. When the time comes, we'll have more 9th ranks to deal with the Heavenly Realm's attack." Billy and Juno smiled bitterly. They also knew that they could only comfort themselves like this. Suddenly, Billy's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, the prophecy said that the 5 forbidden areas can be unlocked. If Mr. has time, you can go to the other forbidden areas and take a look. Maybe you can find something good there. Billy smiled bitterly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, the prophecy said that the 5 forbidden areas can be unlocked. Juno's eyes also lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, right, Zhao Hai, you should go and take a look. If you can find something good, then you'll have more confidence in dealing with the divine race in the future. Even if you can't find anything good, with your ability, you shouldn't have a problem coming out alive, right? Zhao Hai was also thinking about the two's words. He had wanted to explore the 5 forbidden areas for a long time, but he didn't have the time. Now that he knew about this matter, Zhao Hai wanted to explore the 5 forbidden areas even more. But before that, Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Elven Forest. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Alright, I'll certainly go there in the future. But before that, I still want to visit the Beastmen and see if I can repair their beast god spear. Patriarch Billy should also contact the elves and have them repair their elven bows. After that, it wouldn't be too late for me to explore the 5 great forbidden areas. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Billy nodded and said, alright, then it's settled. I'll contact the elves as soon as possible. First, it's about the elven bow. Second, it's about the elven tree. The prophecy said that the elven tree would wither. If something happened to the elven tree, then the prophecy would come true. Zhao Hai and Juno nodded. The three's mood was somewhat heavy, not because of anything else, but because of the word divine realm. This word represented a legend of absolute strength. And one day, they might be able to face this legend. This made them feel a huge sense of strength in their bones. This was the divine realm, not some other place. Zhao Hai and Juno nodded. Knock 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 knock. 3 knocks on the door woke the three up. Billy looked at the door and said, who is it? A voice was heard from outside the door, Patriarch, the banquet has been prepared. You and Elder Zhao Hai are invited to the banquet. Billy couldn't help but pat his head. They had talked about too many things, it was too heavy. The 3 of them had unconsciously forgotten about this matter. Billy immediately replied, alright, I'll be there immediately. You can go first. The person outside. The door nodded before he turned around and left. Billy turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, having the dwarves go to your territory isn't a problem. I'll take care of this matter. How many people do you want? Zhao Hai smiled and said, naturally, the more the better. But if they go to my territory, they won't have much time to grow iron. After all, I don't have a lot of iron. I'm mainly focused on growing plants and producing iron. But if they go to my territory, I'll have plenty of meat and wine. Billy laughed and said, then there's no problem. Actually, if the prophecy is true, then it might be a good thing for us. You didn't forget, the prophecy said that following the king would be a meritorious deed. Maybe I can really become a meritorious deed. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, you want to be a meritorious deed, but I don't want to be a king. Those bastards in the divine realm, they're always looking for trouble. Isn't it good for everyone to live a good life? Those bastards. Zhao Hai usually paid attention to his words and actions. But now that this matter had happened, he could only accept it. But this matter really made him angry, so he couldn't help but curse a few times. Billy laughed and said, good. Those fellows in the divine realm aren't good people. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and have a drink. No matter what, today's good news is good. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod, Juno also smiled. The 3 of them walked out of the life gate, but this time, Billy didn't take them to the cave where they ate. Instead, he took them to the temple's plaza. When they arrived at the square, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. The area of the divine temple square was very large, more than 10,000 square meters. How could it be small? However, the place was now filled with tables. A lot of dwarves had already sat down. There were also a lot of dwarven women who were placing dishes on the tables. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He had seen this kind of scene in the prairie, but he hadn't seen it here. He didn't think that the dwarves would also hold a banquet. Zhao Hai discovered that Laura and the others had already been invited to the square. Moreover, they were sitting at a table and chatting with several dwarf women. Billy didn't say anything as he pulled Zhao Hai to a table reserved for them. At this time, the table was already filled with dwarven specialties. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately turned his head to Billy and said, "I still have a lot of wine here, do you want me to take it out for everyone to drink?" Billy laughed heartily and said, "That's great. Hurry up and take it out." Then he stood up and loudly said, "Today's banquet is to celebrate our dwarf race's new foreign elder. Elder Zhao Hai is also very happy today, he wants to invite everyone to drink." As soon as Billy's voice fell, the square was immediately filled with cheers. Zhao Hai didn't become polite, he just smiled faintly and waved his hand as bags of milk wine appeared in the square. Each bag contained at least 100 jin of milk wine. Zhao Hai took out about 500 bags before he stopped. At this time, there were more than 10,000 dwarves in the square. If he didn't take enough, then he's afraid that there wouldn't be enough to drink. After Zhao Hai took out the milk wine, the dwarf women immediately took the milk wine to the tables. Zhao Hai looked at the dwarf women and saw that each of them could easily carry 2 bags of milk wine. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like the strength of the dwarves was really amazing. When necessary, these women could even pick up weapons and become warriors. Such a race really wasn't easy to provoke. However, at this time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to sigh. The dishes had already been placed on the table, even the women who were in charge of the dishes had already sat down. However, nobody was eating. Everyone was just looking at Billy. Billy stood up, then he raised his glass and said, "Today is a very happy day for our dwarf race. We haven't invited a foreign elder for 300 years. Today, Mr. Zhao is willing to become our dwarf race's foreign elder. This is an honor for our dwarf race. Let us toast to Elder Zhao." Billy nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is a very happy day for our dwarf race." All the dwarves stood up and raised their glasses as they loudly said, "Toast Elder Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai didn't think that such a situation would occur. He also discovered the difference between the dwarves and the beastmen. When he was with the Herculean bulls, his position as foreign prince was welcomed by the masses. Moreover, the beastmen were very forthright, they only needed to toast 3 cups of wine. But here, the dwarves actually used the word invite. They said that they invited a foreign elder and didn't use the word appoint. This was very polite. Zhao Hai raised his glass and said, "To be able to become the dwarf race's foreign elder is this Zhao Hai's honor. I will certainly do good deeds for the dwarf race." Then he raised his glass and drained it. There was no need for Billy to say anything, the dwarves all said in unison, "Cheers." Then they drank the wine in their glasses. After drinking a cup, Billy poured another cup and raised his glass. "This second cup is for Mr. Juno. Mr. Juno is an old friend of mine, he has helped the dwarf race a lot over the years. The best thing that he did was to bring Mr. Zhao Hai to our dwarf race. In order to express our gratitude to Mr. Juno, I would like to propose a toast to him. Mr. Juno will always be a friend of the dwarf race." Billy raised his glass and said. The dwarves also poured a glass of wine as they loudly said, "Cheers to Mr. Juno." Juno also quickly raised his glass and said, "The hurricane family and the dwarves will always be friends. Cheers." Then he drank the wine in his glass, the other dwarves also did the same. After drinking this glass of wine, Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You take the 3rd glass. After that, everyone can drink as they please." Zhao Hai nodded, then he raised his glass and said, "I would like to thank Mr. Juno for bringing me to the dwarf race. I would also like to thank the dwarven brothers for giving me this opportunity to become the dwarf race's foreign elder. Here, Zhao Hai would like to propose a toast to everyone." Then he drank the wine in his glass. The dwarves naturally knew about this procedure, so they didn't sit down. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they all loudly cheered. Then they also drank the wine in their glasses before they sat down to eat. When these people sat down, Zhao Hai discovered that the dwarf women had also drunk 3 cups of wine. The cups used by the dwarves weren't very big, but after drinking 3 cups of wine, they could still drink about 6 or 7 taels of wine. One must know that this was a high alcohol content wine. Drinking 6 or 7 taels of wine in one go, one's capacity for liquor wasn't bad. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but sweat. The dwarves were all drunkards, he couldn't afford to offend them. However, the food made by the dwarves was still very good. Everyone ate happily, a lot of the dwarves drank a lot. After eating, Jiao Hai and the others returned to their rooms. After returning to his room, Jiao Hai immediately drank a glass of spatial water. Now that the spatial water's energy was stronger than before, the alcohol in his body was immediately dispelled. After giving Laura and the others a glass of spatial water, the group sat inside the Space's villa. Jiao Hai slowly told them about the dwarven prophecy. Laura and the others didn't make a sound as they quietly listened to Jiao Hai. Then Laura opened her mouth and said, "I think that this prophecy is most likely related to Brother Hai. You see, Brother Hai has already made the divine artifact manifest. We still don't know about the elven trees withering, but we also solved the carrion swamp. The god of calamity is something that we need to analyze. Most importantly, with Brother Hai's current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for you to solve the 5 great forbidden areas. If we can really solve the 5 great forbidden areas, then the prophecy would be halfway done. Therefore, I think that Brother Hai should be the king of kings mentioned in the prophecy." Laura and the others didn't say anything, they just quietly listened to Jiao Hai's explanation. Laura and the others didn't say anything, they just quietly listened to Jiao Hai. Then Laura said, "I think that this prophecy is very likely related to Brother Hai. You see, Brother Hai has already done it." Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I hope that I'm not. But looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to escape. Forget it, let's not think about this. In any case, let's just wait for 2 days with the dwarves and give them what they want. After that, we can return to Golden Island. After that, I want to go to the Beastmen and see if I can see the Beastmen's divine artifacts. I've already asked Patriarch Billy to contact the elves. If we can get the artifact spirits of the 2 divine artifacts, then we'll have more assurance in the future." Laura nodded and said, "I also support Brother Hai's decision. Our opponent is the divine race, and these 3 divine artifacts have stayed in the divine realm before. They should have a certain understanding of the divine race. With them here, it would be easier for us to deal with the divine race in the future." Megan nodded and said, "Right, we're talking about the divine race, this isn't a joke. These 3 divine artifacts have fought against the divine race before. With them here, our chances of success would be much higher." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "If we can repair these 3 divine artifacts, then we'll immediately go to the other 4 great forbidden lands and see if there are any good things there. If there are, then we'll take them and see if we can upgrade the space." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you want to tell my father about this? Wouldn't it be better if my father knew about it?" Jiao Hai shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time. If we tell father-in-law now, then it's possible that more people would know about it. When that time comes, the Radiant Church might make a move in advance. At that time, we would be in big trouble." Lizzie nodded, she knew that what Jiao Hai said was true. From ancient times to the present, no emperor had any secrets. Therefore, it would be better if she didn't tell the emperor about this matter. Jiao Hai sighed and said, "It seems like this is the only thing we can do right now. Let's go back to Iron Fort and have Grandpa Green and Grandma Marine become 9th ranks first. After we return, we'll have Grandpa Kuan become 9th ranks as well as Blockhead, Rockhead, Shun, and 10,000 Shadows." Laura nodded and said, "There's no need to worry about this matter. In any case, now that the space has leveled up, we can make a large number of 9th ranks at any time. Right, Brother Hai, shouldn't you go to the processing machine and take a look? Now that the space has leveled up, we should see if the processing machine can make god rank potions. If it can, then wouldn't it be a good thing for us?" Jiao Hai stared, he didn't think about this point. Then he immediately said, "I had Kai do it yesterday. I asked her to take care of it. I don't know how it went, Kai." Just as Jiao Hai's voice fell, Kai appeared in front of Jiao Hai. She smiled faintly and said, "Young master can rest assured, I've already planted the herbs in the red soil. Inside the machine, there's a prescription that can help one become a god-ranked expert. However, there are still some herbs that we can't plant right now. We have to wait until we reach level 55 before we can plant them. Since the young master is only level 52, I can only plant the herbs that can be planted right now. Young master doesn't need to worry. Hearing Zhao Hai nodded, then he laughed and said, good, With you around, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Smiled and said, thank you for the young master's praise. Young master, now that I can eat, you should bring me something delicious next time. Zhao Hai laughed and said, that's not a problem. Just tell me what you want to eat. This young master won't treat you unfairly. But isn't your body a plant? You don't need to eat? Smiled and said, I'm hungry. Although I don't need to eat, why wouldn't I eat if I can? Don't you think so, young master? Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, rest assured, the next time I come here, I'll definitely bring you something good to eat. Right, there's a lot of good food in the warehouse, you can eat it as snacks first. Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as he took out some snacks from the warehouse and gave them to Although was the manager of the space, she didn't have the authority to move the things in the warehouse without Zhao Hai's orders. Seeing those who weren't eating, was like a child. She cheered as she rushed over and ate. Laura and the others also laughed, they were very fond of Seeing eating happily, Zhao Hai was also happy. He no longer cared about as he turned to Laura and said, it seems like we need to upgrade the space to level 55 as soon as possible. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to fight against the divine race. Laura relaxed and said, actually, this is good. I want to go to the elven race and the other forbidden areas. Then wouldn't the space be able to level up? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't think that things would go smoothly. One must know that the higher the level of the space, the more difficult it would be to level up. Now that the space was level 52, it wouldn't be easy for it to reach level 55. This time, he managed to get God-ranked blood into the space, but the space only leveled up 3 times. Where would he get God-ranked blood the next time? However, now that he had a goal, no matter what, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, let's go to the other backgrounds. In any case, we haven't seen them yet. Laura and the others nodded, they also wanted to go to the backgrounds to see the scenery. Recently, they had been under a lot of pressure, so they needed to relax and look at the scenery. Especially now that they knew about the divine realm, they felt a lot of pressure. Their nerves were about to collapse, so now was the time to relax. The group went to the backgrounds to play and relax. Then they casually looked for a room to rest. The rooms were very good, and the decorations were very modern. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel relieved. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the cave that Billy had prepared for them. When they came out of the cave, they saw a dwarf walking towards them. The dwarf immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Elder, the patriarch wants you to eat in the dining hall. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder, the patriarch wants you to eat in the dining hall. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, thank you. The dwarf smiled, then he turned around and left, looking somewhat shy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he led Laura and the others to the dining hall. When they arrived at the dining hall, Billy and Juno were already sitting there. Besides them, there was nobody else in the dining hall. Zhao Hai didn't mind, he sat down with Billy and Juno while Laura and the others sat at another table. Before long, a dwarf woman brought them food. When Zhao Hai sat down, Juno smiled and said, how is it? Do you know how much the dwarfs can drink? How were you yesterday? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, it's alright, it wasn't just me, even Laura and the others drank too much. They went back and slept, they didn't even have time to drink any hangover medicine. Billy and Juno chuckled, then Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, yesterday, there were a lot of dwarves who brought over the magic beasts and plants that they collected. They also brought some special ores, I hope that these things would be useful to you. I had them pile up outside, you can take them away later. Are you going to leave after taking these things? Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Billy and Juno and said, what do you think? I hope to see the beast god spear this time. Right, patriarch, please leave a warehouse for me. I'll send you a batch of milk wine every month. I'm not sure about the quantity, but it won't be less than 1,000,000 gene. When the time comes, I'll also write a letter and send it along with the milk wine. You can put the ironware in the warehouse, I might not be able to come back for some time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave the warehouse for you. I'll send you a batch of milk wine every month. I'm not sure about the quantity, but it won't be less than 1,000,000 jin." Billy nodded and said, "All right, that's not a problem. I'll leave a large warehouse for you. When the time comes, you can put your things inside. I won't say anything else, just be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I want to see if I can use the divine race's blood to make a potion that can promote 9th ranks to god rank. If I can, then even if the divine race comes, we wouldn't need to be afraid of them." Billy knit his brows and said, "I'm afraid that won't be easy. Moreover, once a god rank expert reaches god rank, they would immediately go to the divine realm. Otherwise, they would be punished by the divine realm. If a god rank expert appears, then they would have to leave, they wouldn't be able to help." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm also aware of this. But even if they can't produce a god rank expert, they would still be able to produce 9th ranks. The more 9th ranks we have, the safer we would be. Don't forget, the last war with the divine race has been tens of thousands of years ago. In these tens of thousands of years, the continent's magic hasn't made much progress. However, I think that the divine race might have made some progress. They might have already found a way to open a spatial barrier. If they lead an army to attack, then our weapons and mages wouldn't be a match for them." Billy sighed and said, "It's not just the divine race, there's also the demons. I'm also very worried. I'm afraid that the divine race wouldn't be able to come in a short time. Otherwise, they would have already arrived. On the other hand, the demons haven't appeared in the past few years. However, some people suspect that the 5 forbidden areas are related to magic beasts. If you want to explore the 5 forbidden areas, then you should see if they are related to the demons." "Right, didn't you already see the carrion swamp? What's the situation there?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with that place. According to the artifact spirit, that place used to be a warring tribe against the divine race. Later on, because of the war with the divine race, the spatial barrier there was broken, which led to the arrival of the demons. However, they have already been blocked, so there's no need for you to worry." Juno continued, "Right, do you think that the engraved ark has something to do with the demons? They aren't like the divine race. The divine race only wanted to rule the Ark continent. On the other hand, the engraved ark actually wanted to destroy the entire continent. Isn't this a characteristic of the demons?" Zhao Hai stared, he really didn't think about this point. But now that Juno mentioned it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about it. The engraved ark was obviously aiming to destroy the continent, exterminating all races in the continent. And now, it seems like this was the style of the demons. The divine race and the magic beasts were different. Although the divine race fought against the other races, they would still focus on the other races. They still wanted to rule over the human race. This was because if a human could become a god, then it would be equivalent to increasing their strength. The divine race might want to raise the human race in the Ark continent, using the human race as a source of troops. On the other hand, the demons were different. What the demons wanted was the land of the Ark continent. According to Kair, the living conditions of the demons were very bad. What they coveted was the land of the Ark continent, but they weren't interested in the people living there. Because of this, while the divine race wanted to exterminate the other races, the demons wanted to exterminate all races. When Juno saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak for a long time, he knew that Zhao Hai knew something that they didn't. Juno and Billy didn't disturb Zhao Hai, they just looked at him quietly. After some time, Zhao Hai thought about this point. He believed that the engraved ark might really be related to the demon race. If this was the case, then the Ark continent would have a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai nodded. Seeing Zhao Hai recover, Billy immediately asked, "What happened? Did you think of something?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I just thought of something. I'm afraid that the engraved ark might really be related to the magic beasts. When I was exploring the carrion swamp, I found some ancient books that contained information about the demon race. When the demons invaded, people knew about the existence of the demon race and the Ark continent. However, the living conditions of the demon realm were very bad. For them, the Ark continent was like a paradise to them. Because of this, they desperately wanted to survive in the Ark continent. For them, what they wanted was the land of the Ark continent, not the other races of the Ark continent. Because of this, it was possible that they would send people to exterminate the other races of the Ark continent. This is very similar to how the engraved Ark did things. Because of this, I'm guessing that the engraved Ark might really be related to the demons. When Juno and Billy heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. When Juno mentioned the engraved Ark, he didn't really suspect that the engraved Ark was related to the magic beasts. It was just a possibility, and it was the smallest possibility. But after hearing what Zhao Hai said, Juno felt that this possibility had become bigger. Billy knit his brows and said, "That's not right. If the engraved Ark was really related to the demons, then why would they help the demons? You should know that all the races of the continent hate the demons to the bone." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Don't forget that people are greedy. There are some people who would do anything for their own ambitions. Moreover, the magic beasts can also be like the Radiant Church. Religion can thoroughly brainwash people. What if the demons also used this method? Then it wouldn't be strange for the engraved Ark to appear." Juno's expression turned even uglier. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the people of the Radiant Church were experts in brainwashing. Juno had suffered a lot in this regard. If the Radiant Church didn't use religion to brainwash people, then it would be impossible for them to develop this quickly. If the engraved Ark was really created by the demons, then it would be possible for them to control the demons through religion. Then Zhao Hai's conjecture might be true. Billy nodded and said, "The demons are hiding even deeper than the Radiant Church. It seems like the demons are even more terrifying than the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The reason why the Radiant Church was exposed so quickly was because their operations were destroyed by me. But because they were so open, they were able to develop better. The reason why the engraved Ark organization hasn't been discovered is because they have too few members. Because of this, the Radiant Church's threat is much greater." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You're right." Juno coldly snorted and said, "No matter which one it is, they aren't easy to deal with. If Zhao Hai didn't destroy the Radiant Church, then they would have already become a force to be reckoned with. The engraved Ark has always been hiding in the dark. This is a poisonous snake, who knows when it will bite you. We need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's really ironic. One is a god while the other is a demon. They should be enemies, but now they're joining hands to deal with us. Damn it." This was the first time that Zhao Hai scolded someone. He was really angry. In the novels that he read, the demons and the gods were always opposing each other. But in the Fengli continent, no one knew about this. They actually joined hands to deal with the humans. And he, this unlucky guy, actually became the main character of this story. F***ck, when Juno heard this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Little Hai, don't think too highly of the divine race. Although there are a lot of them who came from the Ark continent, didn't Ironhammer say that most of them had interbred with the natives of the divine realm? They can no longer be considered as people of the Ark continent." Juno nodded and said, "You're right." Billy coldly snorted and said, "Even the people from the Ark continent aren't good people. Little Hai, I hope that you can become a god-rank expert as soon as possible. When that time comes, we might be able to live a better life." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that what Billy said was right. Those god-ranked experts simply didn't regard the people of the Ark continent as people, so they shouldn't count on them. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "All right, let's not talk about these things. Let's eat. After we eat, Little Hai can go collect his things and then we'll leave." Billy turned to Juno and said, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to stay for a few more days?" Juno smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, too many things have happened recently. I need to go back and take care of them. I won't be staying any longer." Billy nodded and said, "All right, the most important thing right now is to deal with the divine race. I won't keep you here. Let's eat, I'll give Little Hai a letter. When the time comes, Little Hai can take the letter to the Beast King. I think the Beast King would let Little Hai see the Beast God Spear." Zhao Hai also understood what Billy meant. Although Zhao Hai's position in the Beastmen's hearts wasn't low, he was still a human. The Beastmen might not trust him and let him see the Beast God Spear. However, if he had the dwarf patriarch's letter as well as the elder's token, then he might be able to succeed. The three didn't waste any more time. After the meal, the three went outside. When they arrived outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were more than 100 things on the ground. Among them were 30 magic beasts, 50 different kinds of plants, and dozens of different kinds of ores. These ores weren't common ores that could be found in the Ark continent. The animals were alive, and so were the plants. Among them were the iron-armored beast and the iron spear tree. However, the iron-armored beast was a small iron-armored beast, and the iron spear tree was only a sapling. However, these weren't important. What was important was that whether it was plants or animals, they were all alive. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he moved his hand and received all of the things on the ground into the space. A prompt was then heard from the space. Most of the prompts were about the animals and plants, but the last one was about the ores. The space had discovered the uses of the ores. These ores were very special and very rare. But because the quantity was too small, it was impossible for them to form an ore vein in the space. The prompt given by the space was that after a few years, the ores would slowly grow and form an ore vein. This was a new ability of the space. In the past, if the space's ores were too small, then it would simply be impossible for the space to form an ore vein. But now, the space could slowly grow and form an ore vein. For Zhao Hai, this was very good news. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that after receiving all of these things into the space actually leveled up. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. According to Zhao Hai's estimation of the space, it should need a lot of things to level up. It was impossible for it to level up with just a few things. This was too surprising. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood what was going on. Although the space had leveled up 3 times, there was still a lot of energy left. Therefore, with the addition of these things, the space was able to meet the requirements for leveling up. This was like playing a game. You have a lot of experience. After leveling up, there was still a lot of experience left. Once you leveled up, you would be able to level up to the next level. Naturally, you would be able to level up successfully. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. Although the space leveled up, there were still 2 levels left. These 2 levels wouldn't be easy to level up. Zhao Hai hoped that he would be able to get some good things from the Beastman's city. After receiving all of these things, Zhao Hai and the others immediately went to the empty warehouse of the dwarves. Actually, it was called a warehouse, but it was actually a large cave. Moreover, this cave didn't have a door. Since the dwarves didn't steal things, naturally, they didn't need a door. After seeing the cave, the matter was almost finished. Arranging the dwarves to go to the Black Wasteland would take a long time, so Billy had to be the one to mobilize them. After these 2 matters were taken care of, the group returned to Billy's office. After sitting down, Billy turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'm currently preparing some ironware for you. You can take it with you since yesterday. Do you want to wait until tomorrow before you leave?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai thought for a moment. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry, so he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait until tomorrow. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Billy nodded, then he went to his desk and began to write a letter. Zhao Hai knew that he was writing a letter to the Beast King, so Zhao Hai didn't stop him. Instead, he whispered to Juno, "Patriarch Juno, after we leave the dwarves' territory tomorrow, I'll send you home first. Then I'll immediately head to Golden Island and rest there before heading to the Beastman Prairie. I won't be visiting your place." Juno nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, business is more important. It wouldn't be too late for you to visit me in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll certainly have the opportunity. However, I have something that I need your help with. Your territory isn't very far from the Ocean Waves dynasty. That place is already under the control of the Radiant Church. It's very possible that the Radiant Church's base is there. I'll have to trouble you to monitor that place, how about it?" Juno smiled and said, "No problem, that's what I should do. Just do what you need to do. If there's any news from the Radiant Church, I'll inform Billy and have him put the information in the warehouse. This way, you'll know about it quickly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's do it this way." Don't tell anyone about the divine realm and the divine race. If this matter were to spread out, then it would certainly cause a sensation. It would only be harmful to us. Juno nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. But I'll have to trouble you for the next few days." "Right, I want to arrange some people to do business in Golden Island." "Do you think you can do that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, that's not a problem. I'll inform the island's current manager. When your family arrives, just tell the manager that you're from the hurricane family. Then they'll arrange everything for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, that's not a problem." Juno patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Thank you, Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. We're now allies. Only you and Patriarch Billy know where my Buddha clan's base is. Even my father-in-law doesn't know about it. You have to keep it a secret for me." Juno smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. But I didn't think that the poisonous gas in the Black Wasteland would be produced by you. Moreover, the poisonous gas can even kill 9th ranks. No wonder nobody was able to find your family's nest. Naturally, no one would be able to find it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no other way. In the past, our Buddha clan was too weak. If people found out about the Black Wasteland, then they might just swallow it up. Now that the Buddha clan is strong enough, I still don't want to attract too much attention. There are too many greedy people in the continent. If I tell them about the Buddha clan's situation, I'm afraid that they would become greedy. When that time comes, those people wouldn't target the Radiant Church, but me instead. That would be troublesome." Juno smiled bitterly. He knew that Zhao Hai's words weren't a joke. At this time, the matter of the divine realm couldn't be spoken about. If Zhao Hai were to say that the Buddha clan had occupied the Black Wasteland and that they could grow crops there, then it would certainly cause a sensation in the continent. And in the end, there would be countless pairs of eyes staring at the Buddha clan. The area of the Black Wasteland was too big, and there was too much land there. Just the land itself was a huge fortune. It would attract countless greedy eyes. The reason why the people of the continent were suppressing the Radiant Church was because the Radiant Church was a threat to their rule, as well as their interests. If a big piece of meat suddenly appeared in the continent, then these people would no longer pay attention to the Radiant Church, but instead, they would pay attention to the Buddha clan. While the two were talking, Billy finished writing the letter. He didn't use ordinary paper to write it, but instead, he used the hide of an iron-armored beast. The hide of an iron-armored beast was also a good material for making armor. For the dwarves, iron-armored beasts were like the argali to the beastmen. They were indispensable. Billy rolled up the hide and sealed it with wax. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take this letter to the Beast King. When he sees the crest on it, he should know that this is a letter from the dwarves. In the letter, I already told him that you can restore the divine artifact's artifact spirit. I believe that after he reads the letter, he should agree." Zhao Hai received the letter, then he nodded and said, "All right, I think he should agree. My relationship with them is pretty good, there shouldn't be any problems." Zhao Hai was standing on the bow of the haven with Juno by his side. Although the two looked like they were enjoying the scenery of Iron Horse River, their minds weren't on it at all. At this time, they weren't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. The demons and the divine race were like two mountains that were pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. It has been 2 days since the two left the dwarf mountain. In these 2 days, they had been on their way. Although they had thought of a way to deal with the divine race, to be honest, their hearts were still weighed down by a huge stone. After some time, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Now that the dwarves are preparing for war, we should also prepare for the Black Wasteland." Juno sighed and said, "It's not just you, we're the same. It's a pity that our hurricane family's territory is too small. Moreover, we don't have any products. We don't have any means to prepare for war." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa Juno doesn't need to worry. You just need to look after the Radiant Church. Leave the preparations to me." Juno sighed and said, "We can only rely on you this time. If Billy can convince the elves, then we'll have another ally. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome." Juno sighed and said, "All right, then we'll have to rely on you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I'll go to the Beastmen and try. I hope that I can succeed." "All right, let's not talk about this. Grandpa Juno, what kind of business do you plan to do in Golden Island? Juno smiled bitterly and said, we can only wait and see. Our hurricane family hasn't done any business in the past few years, so we don't know. Xianxia smiled and said, if you really want to send people to Golden Island to do business, then I'll talk to the island's manager. Right, the island's manager is called Kuan, he's my wife Laura's elder. I'll talk to Grandpa Kuan and have him arrange things for you. I guarantee that you won't lose money. Juno smiled and said, then I'll have to thank you. My family's people aren't suited to doing business. Among the younger generation, the only one who has a bit of a mind for business is Kristen. When the time comes, she will be the one in charge of Golden Island. Xianxia smiled bitterly, but his face didn't reveal any expression. He just nodded and said, all right, I'll arrange it. They might not be able to see me in Golden Island. I won't be staying there for a long time. If there's anything, they can look for Grandpa Kuan. Juno didn't say anything, he just nodded. He already knew that Xianxia had guessed what they meant. Indeed, Juno arranged Kristen to go to Golden Island. It wasn't for business, it was to form a marriage alliance with Xianxia. If Juno didn't know about the Divine Realm, then he wouldn't have such an idea. After all, the Hurricane family didn't seek fame or fortune, so there was no need for them to have a marriage alliance with the Buddha clan. But now that he knew about the Divine Realm, he had this idea. From Xianxia's words, he knew that the Buddha clan was very powerful. Only by having a good relationship with the Buddha clan would the Hurricane family be able to benefit. Moreover, Juno believed in Billy's prophecy. If the dwarf's prophecy was true, then Xianxia would be the savior of the continent. If he didn't take this opportunity to have a good relationship with Xianxia, then he wouldn't be the Hurricane family's patriarch. Although it can be said that the Hurricane family didn't have any desires, it was impossible for a great family to have no desires. The reason why the Hurricane family acted this way was to protect their status. In the Buddha Empire, the Hurricane family wasn't the largest, nor was they the strongest. However, their status in the Buddha Empire was the highest. Even the royal family of the Buddha Empire had to respect the Hurricane family. The reason for this was because the Hurricane family had always shown themselves to have no desires. This performance allowed them to gain a high status. At the same time, it also allowed them to protect the Hurricane family's interests. However, after knowing about the Divine Realm, this situation was bound to change. If the people from the Divine Realm really came, then the continent would certainly fall into chaos. In this case, status wouldn't be useful, only strength could decide everything. Because of this, Juno wanted Kristen to marry Xianxia. Letting Kristen do business in Golden Island was just the first step. Juno was an old man, he could already see the feelings between Xianxia and Laura and the others. Additionally, Laura and the others were very beautiful. Because of this, Juno didn't directly propose a marriage alliance with Xianxia. Instead, he wanted Kristen to do business in Golden Island. This way, Kristen and Xianxia would have more chances to come in contact in the future. Perhaps there would be some sparks of love between them. When Xianxia said that he wouldn't be in Golden Island, it was the same as telling Juno that he already knew about this plan. However, Juno didn't change his mind. Even if there was a small chance, he still wanted to try it. Xianxia looked at Juno and couldn't help but sigh. However, he had lived in the Ark continent for a long time, so he could understand the thoughts of the people here. Juno's actions were understandable, it's just that he didn't want to get in touch with Kristen. Just like what he told Juno, he wouldn't be able to stay in Golden Island for a long time. Even if he wanted to meet Kristen in the future, there wouldn't be many opportunities. After one day, Xianxia and the others finally arrived at the pier of the Hurricane family's territory. The reason why they arrived so quickly was because they were traveling with the current. Xianxia didn't stay there for long. After Juno disembarked, the Haven immediately set sail. But after the ship left, Xianxia immediately entered the space. Now was the time to upgrade Laura and the others. After entering the space, Xianxia first went to Iron Mountain Fort to invite Green and Marine. Then he went to Golden Island and called Kuan, Rockhead, and Blockhead. Even Karen was invited to the space by Xianxia. Green and the others were confused, they didn't know why Xianxia suddenly invited them to the space. After everyone arrived at the villa, Xianxia first told everyone about the divine race from the dwarves. At the same time, he also told everyone about his speculations about the Radiant Church and the engraved Arkansas. After Zhao Hai finished, Green looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression and said, "Young master, you mean to say that the Radiant Church was created by the Divine Realm in order to control the Ark continent? And the engraved Ark was created by the Demon Realm in order to destroy the Ark continent? Although I don't know if the Radiant Church really wants to control the Ark continent, I'm certain that they don't have any good intentions. They might just invade the Ark continent and enslave all the races there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Although I don't know if the Radiant Church really wants to control the Ark continent, I'm certain that they don't have any good intentions." Kuan hesitated for a moment before he said, "This matter is indeed very tricky. Do you have any ideas?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he told everyone about the divine blood and the realm's upgrade. After Zhao Hai finished, Green and the others immediately became happy. For them, this was very good news. Green laughed and said, "Great, I've been waiting for this day. Ha ha ha. I'm about to become a 9th rank expert." The others were also very happy, only Karen didn't care too much. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, give me some more blueprints. I've been studying the blueprints for the past few days and found that the designs of the machines are very wonderful. Although they don't use magic formations, they still have the same effect as magic formations. I'm now preparing to use magic formations on the machines. As long as it succeeds, then it would be an invention that could change the history of the continent." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai really didn't know what to say about this crazy inventor father-in-law of his. When other people heard that they could become 9th rank experts, they would be very happy. Only Karen didn't take it seriously, she only cared about the blueprints. When Laura heard Karen, she couldn't help but say, "Father, this isn't the time to talk about the blueprints. We're talking about you becoming a 9th rank expert. Aren't you happy?" Karen nodded and said, "Of course I'm happy to become a 9th rank expert. However, compared to becoming a 9th rank expert, I'm more interested in the blueprints that Little Hai gave me. If we can really use magic on these machines, then we can make a lot of things. For example, we can use these machines as a power source to make cars that can move on their own. We can also use the energy as a power source to make lamps that can light up on their own. These things can change the lives of the people of the continent." Karen nodded and said, "Of course I'm happy." Zhao Hai stared blankly at Karen. He didn't dare to underestimate this crazy inventor father-in-law of his. Zhao Hai really didn't think that Karen would be able to think of these things. This was too awesome. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered, he turned to Karen and said, "Father-in-law, let's not talk about becoming a 9th rank expert first. As long as you become a 9th rank expert, your lifespan would be extended. Then you would have more time to study those machines. What do you think?" Karen nodded and said, "All right." When Karen heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, then let's talk about this first. But if I become a 9th rank expert, you must give me those blueprints." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He didn't know what to say about Karen's behavior. He just said, "Father-in-law can use the Blood Pond's water right now and become a 9th rank expert. Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, Grandpa Kuan, Blockhead and Rockhead, you still have to wait 2 days, right? Otherwise, Iron Mountain Fort and Golden Island would be in a lot of trouble without you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. You'll have to deal with the matters at hand first." Green nodded and said, "Right, we should arrange things in Iron Mountain Fort. Otherwise, there might be some trouble. How about this, we'll split up and cultivate. Mr. Blockhead and Rockhead will be here, while Brother Kuan will keep an eye on Golden Island. When the 2 kids reach 9th rank, we'll let Kuan cultivate. After that, Blockhead and Rockhead will return to Iron Mountain Fort to keep an eye on things for a few days. Shun and the others should be done by now." Since Green said this, the group didn't decline. In any case, the space had already leveled up, they could promote people to 9th rank at any time. 2 days earlier or later wouldn't make any difference. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then it's decided. Grandpa Green, after you return to Iron Mountain Fort, select some absolutely loyal slaves and start teaching them cultivation. Now that the spatial water can increase their cultivation speed, we wouldn't need to worry about not having enough experts. Also, select some people from the giant horned bulls and see if the spatial water can increase their cultivation speed. If it can, then that would be great. The beastman's cultivation method was very different from the humans, therefore, Zhao Hai said this. For the giant horned bulls, if they want to cultivate, then they would need to find good soul beasts. But now that Zhao Hai's space had leveled up, a lot of high-level magic beasts had appeared. Among them, there were some high-level magic beasts, even the giant horned bulls. If the giant horned bulls could use the spatial water, then they would surely be able to increase their ranks quickly. Green nodded and said, "All right, leave this matter to me. In fact, after observing for such a long time, I already have a rough idea of what kind of people those slaves are. The first 100 slaves we brought can all be used for cultivation. Now that they are commoners, they are loyal and devoted to our Buddha clan. I think we should choose them as the first batch." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to Grandpa Green. In any case, as long as you choose someone, it'll be fine. All right, let's go take a look at the 10 new backgrounds that the space has added. The scenery is very good." Green and the others smiled and agreed. Zhao Hai then took everyone to see the newly acquired backgrounds. The scenery in those backgrounds was really good. After looking at the 10 backgrounds, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the villa. Then Zhao Hai took out some water from the blood pond and had Laura and the others drink it. Kuan, Green, and Marine then left the space. Laura and the others were very careful when they entered the blood pond. They weren't like Zhao Hai, who was able to raise Zhao Hai's strength to 9th rank. They needed to drink the blood pond's water and then cultivate themselves. The energy in the blood pond's water was very strong. Laura and the others only drank a small mouthful for the first time and felt their battle chi stir up, as if it was about to break out of their bodies. Laura felt as if someone was blowing air into her skin, causing it to swell up. The battle chi in her body was about to explode. Laura and the others didn't dare to neglect, so they immediately started to cultivate according to their own cultivation methods. Magicians like Meg had a different feeling. When the blood pond's water entered their bodies, it immediately turned into a line of fire and directly rushed to their heads. Meg felt a loud bang in her head. She had a feeling that she was about to faint, but she knew that she couldn't faint at this time. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would never wake up. Meg persevered and kept herself awake. At the same time, she followed her own cultivation method over and over again, trying to digest the energy. The others were also doing the same. When Zhao Hai saw that nothing happened to them, he felt relieved. He knew that drinking the water for the first time was the most dangerous. Although Laura and the others had painful expressions, they weren't in any danger. Zhao Hai felt relieved as he went out of the space and returned to the haven. At this time, the haven was still on Iron Horse River, it hasn't entered the sea yet. Zhao Hai wasn't worried as he looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. Iron Horse River was worthy of being called the Buddha Empire's largest river. On both sides of the river, one could see a city or a village. Only places with people would have docks. Large and small boats were constantly moving about, it was very lively. Looking at the busy people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. These ordinary people didn't know anything, but they were very happy. They might have their own troubles, but these were all part of life. But Zhao Hai's troubles were something that they couldn't imagine. When Zhao Hai was back on Earth, he had read some reports about people who were doing drugs. Some of them even committed suicide. Zhao Hai didn't understand why these people would commit suicide. Was it really that much pressure? But after arriving in the Ark continent, especially after learning about the divine realm, Zhao Hai finally understood what pressure was. This pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his body. Ever since he learned about this news, his nerves had been on the verge of collapsing. Zhao Hai was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at the people on both sides of the river with envy. Zhao Hai actually wanted to live that kind of life. But now, that kind of life was getting further and further away from him. At this time, the haven arrived at a large city. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to stop. He wanted to pass through the river. He knew that after passing through the city, the haven would be able to enter the sea in 2 days. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there was an iron lock in front of him. This iron lock was blocking the haven's path. Zhao Hai stared, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he had the undead stop the ship. Then he went to the bow and looked at both sides of the iron lock. On both sides of the iron lock were two 5-masted ironclad warships. The insignia of these two warships was golden. It was a heavily armored warrior. Zhao Hai recognized this insignia. It was the insignia of the Buddha Empire's imperial family. The ones blocking the river were actually the Buddha Empire's navy. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't understand what the other party meant. However, he didn't worry. He knew that since the other party stopped him, they would certainly come looking for him. Sure enough, when the haven came to a stop, a few people wearing armor and magic robes appeared on the ships. Then a voice was heard, "Is that the Buddha clan's patriarch Zhao Haidab's flagship?" Zhao Haidab nodded and said, "Is that the Buddha clan's patriarch's ship?" Zhao Hai looked at the two ships and said, "It is indeed Zhao Hai. May I know why you stopped me?" The voice was heard, "This one is the Buddha Empire's Navy's Vice Admiral Ironwood. This one has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. His Majesty has invited Mr. to the imperial capital." Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows. He didn't want to go, but he also knew that if he didn't go, then he wouldn't be giving face to the Buddha Empire. This was equal to becoming enemies with the Buddha Empire. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to ask the general to lead the way. I'll be right behind you." Ironwood's voice was heard, "All right, I'll lead the way for Mr." After he said that, the chains clanked as they were slowly retracted. Then one of the ships turned around and left. Zhao Hai drove the ship while Zhao Hai drove the haven to follow behind. They weren't very far from the Buddha Empire's capital, Iron Knight City. As long as they went along a river, they would be able to reach Iron Knight City in less than a day. There was a reason why Iron Knight City was built. When the first emperor of the Buddha Empire was fighting for the world, his mount was a mutated Iron Knight. In order to commemorate his mount, the old emperor built a new city in the place where Iron Knight City was located. At the same time, the old emperor made a statue of the Iron Knight City and placed it in the city's largest square. Iron Knight City was close to the bank of Luhua River, the largest branch of Iron Horse River. This city was well connected by water and land. There were as many as 12 piers on the bank of Luhua River. The first one could hold at least 100 ships, all of which were 5-masted big ships. There were many smaller piers on the bank of Luhua River, where many ships could be parked. It could be said that Iron Knight City was the largest material transfer station on Luhua River. Zhao Hai stood on the haven as he looked at Iron Knight City getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Buddha Empire really gave him face. At this time, the haven had a 5-masted ship in front and a 5-masted ship behind it. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country. Zhao Hai was now the emperor's son-in-law as well as the Buddha clan's patriarch. He believed that the Buddha Empire's emperor wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The three ships slowly stopped at the pier. The undead lowered a gangplank as Zhao Hai disembarked from the ship. 5 people also disembarked from the Buddha Empire's ships. Among these 5 people, 3 of them were armored warriors while the other 2 were mages. When the 5 people disembarked, they immediately went towards Zhao Hai to greet him. When they were 5 steps away from Zhao Hai, the one in front gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, "Ironwood has seen Patriarch Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai looked at Ironwood. This guy was definitely more than 2 meters tall. His entire body was covered in silver white armor. This armor was unexpectedly made of iron and looked very heavy. Zhao Hai found it strange. This guy was a vice admiral. If he were to fall into the water, wouldn't he sink to the bottom of the water? However, Zhao Hai still smiled as he gave Ironwood a salute and said, "I have seen Admiral Ironwood." To have the admiral personally invite Zhao Hai, this is a capital offense. Ironwood quickly replied, "I don't dare. His Majesty has decreed that I must invite the Patriarch." Ironwood's heart was flustered. "I hope that the Patriarch can forgive me for my rudeness." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't dare. Admiral Ironwood didn't do anything wrong, there's no need to forgive me. I ask the Admiral to forgive me. My wife is currently cultivating on the ship, she can't go with me to see His Majesty. I ask the Admiral to forgive me. Ironwood quickly replied, Patriarch doesn't need to be polite. Since your wife is cultivating, then she shouldn't be disturbed. Patriarch can rest assured, I will make sure that no one is allowed to disturb her. Zhao Hai gratefully looked at Ironwood and said, Many thanks to the Admiral. This way, I can't let His Majesty wait for too long. Ironwood smiled faintly and said, That's good. Patriarch, please. Then he led Zhao Hai to the pier. This pier was clearly used by nobles, it was very clean and there weren't many people around. Just as Zhao Hai and the others left the pier, a carriage immediately stopped beside them. This carriage was very stylish, it also had the imperial insignia on it. Zhao Hai knew that this carriage wasn't something that just anyone could sit in. Those who could sit in this carriage were at least princes. Sure enough, Ironwood smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, this is His Majesty's carriage. His Majesty actually sent his own carriage to pick you up. It seems like he's really anxious. Mister, please get on the carriage. Zhao Hai gave his thanks and got on the carriage. Ironwood also followed behind Zhao Hai. The interior of the carriage was very luxurious. The seats were covered with thick animal skins, it was very soft and comfortable to sit on. The temperature inside the carriage was just right, it didn't feel stuffy at all. Moreover, there was no feeling of vibration. It seems like this carriage wasn't as simple as it seemed. The carriage also had a small table like Zhao Hai's carriage. On top of the table, there were also things for cooking tea. After Ironwood got on the carriage, he immediately sat opposite of Zhao Hai. Then he took out a small pot of tea and started to cook it for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Ironwood's big hand holding a small silver pot of tea. He couldn't help but find it funny. However, Ironwood's movements were very fast. Before long, a small pot of tea was ready. The taste of this tea was very mellow, it was much better than the tea that Zhao Hai usually drank. Ironwood poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, Today, thanks to Mister's blessing, I'll be able to taste this golden tea. This is something that can't be bought with money in the continent. Zhao Hai smiled and said, This is the first time that I've tasted this tea. The taste is really good. General, can I ask why His Majesty summoned me? Ironwood smiled and said, I really don't know. But looking at His Majesty's appearance, it seems like he's very happy. Mister's fame has already spread throughout the continent. Now that you've come to the Buddha Empire, how could His Majesty not meet you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's just a false reputation. I didn't think that my visit to the Buddha Empire would actually alarm His Majesty. I'm really sorry about that. Ironwood smiled and said, The Buddha clan is also a great clan in the continent. Now that Patriarch Zhao Hai has personally come to the Buddha Empire, it would be impolite if His Majesty didn't meet you. Moreover, the Buddha Empire has a lot of businesses to cooperate with Mister in the future. How could His Majesty not meet you? With regards to Ironwood's words, Zhao Hai believed him. Who in the continent didn't know that the Buddha clan had a lot of good things? Because of this, the Buddha clan had become one of the most famous merchant families in the continent. It must be said that the Buddha clan didn't have this kind of strength before. But after the Marquis family merged with the Buddha clan had this kind of strength. The Marquis family was one of the largest merchant families in the continent. They controlled a lot of factories and had a lot of connections. Although the Marquis family had shrunk their business scope and changed their business philosophy, this change made the Marquis family even more popular. In the past, the Marquis family's business was very overbearing. Although they cooperated with a lot of people, those people didn't necessarily like the Marquis family. It was only because of the Marquis family's influence and the benefits that they could bring, that they would cooperate with the Marquis family. But now, the Marquis Del family's business was very fair, so naturally, they were more popular. Although their business had shrunk a bit, but by relying on the Taoyuan products and business philosophy, the money they earned every day wasn't much less than before. And with the Buddha clan having Golden Island as their trading port, it was natural for the other clans in the continent to want to win them over. Because of Golden Island's special location, it had become a hub for maritime trade. Because of this, many clans wanted to do business on the island. But now that Golden Island had passed its most difficult period, if one wanted to do business there, they would need to have some connections. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to establish a foothold there. The reason for this was because of the Buddha clan's formidable military force. The Buddha clan had done a lot of earth-shattering things in the past few years. They had more than one ninth-rank expert. And with the addition of the dark mage Xiaohai, their military strength was more than a small duchy. In this case, nobody would want to provoke them. Now that the Buddha clan had a very high status in the continent, even great empires like the Buddha Empire wouldn't dare to provoke them. Because of this, Xiaohai believed that Ironwood was talking about strength. Maybe the Buddha Empire really wanted to do business with him. While the two of them were chatting, the carriage had already arrived at the Imperial Palace in Steel Rider City. The carriage did not go through any checks and went directly into the Imperial Palace. Then, the two of them got off the carriage and walked into the Imperial Palace. At this time, the sky was already dark. Magic lamps were already lit in the Imperial Palace, illuminating the entire palace as if it was daytime. Xiaohai's Ironwood was led by a eunuch to the inner city of the Imperial Palace. The Buddha Empire's Imperial Palace didn't look too different from the Rosen Empire's. The ground was paved with iron-blue stones. Under the illumination of the white magic lamps, the stones shined with a green light. There weren't a lot of trees planted all around, and they weren't very tall. This was one of the characteristics of the Imperial Palace. Trees could be planted inside the Imperial Palace, but these trees needed to be pruned and not allowed to grow. Otherwise, they might become hiding spots for assassins. Under the eunuch's guidance, the three of them arrived at a large hall inside the Imperial Palace. Upon arriving at the hall, Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were loud noises coming from inside the Imperial Palace. This made Xiaohai curious. What kind of place was this? Who would dare to make such a loud noise inside the Imperial Palace? Before long, the two of them arrived at the front of the hall. Two eunuchs were standing in front of the hall. When they saw Xiaohai and Ironwood, they immediately shouted, "General Ironwood, Xiaohai's clan has arrived." The eunuch's voice was sharp, but it was still very loud. The originally noisy great hall suddenly quieted down upon hearing this voice. Then the eunuch's voice was heard, "Patriarch Xiaohai, General Ironwood, please enter the great hall." The eunuch's voice was sharp, but it was very loud. Xiaohai and Ironwood entered the hall. Upon entering the hall, Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. There were a lot of people inside the hall. There were a lot of small tables with two people sitting behind them. Looking at the attire of these people, one could tell that they were great nobles of the Buddha Empire. On the small tables in front of them were a fruit platter, a silver wine jug, and two wine glasses. Xiaohai had participated in the imperial banquet before, so when he saw this scene, he knew that a banquet was being held here. No wonder he heard a lot of noise coming from inside. Xiaohai looked inside the great hall and saw a platform that was about 1 meter high. On the platform was a dragon throne that was made of gold and inlaid with precious gems. It was very beautiful. Xiaohai looked at the great hall and saw that there was a platform inside. A person was sitting on the dragon throne. This person didn't look very old, about 40 years old. However, his stature was very tall. In Xiaohai's opinion, this person was more than 2 meters tall, almost the same as Ironwood. Although this person was wearing a dragon robe, the robe couldn't hide his muscles. This person's face was bronze in color. When the light shined on it, it seemed to reflect the light. Although his beard was neatly trimmed, it still gave the impression of a mighty lion. Xiaohai believed that this person must have cultivated some kind of battle chi to have this kind of appearance. Xiaohai knew that this person was the Buddha Empire's emperor. Sure enough, Ironwood took a step forward and gave a salute. "Ironwood has seen your majesty." "Your majesty, 10,000 words." The person nodded and said, "Rise, take a seat." Ironwood replied, "Thank you, your majesty." Only then did he straighten up and walk over to a small table with only one person. He sat down there. At this time, Xiaohai also took a step forward and gave a salute. "Xiaohai Buddha has seen your majesty." "Long live your majesty." The Buddha Emperor looked at Xiaohai and chuckled. "Mr. Xiaohai doesn't need to be so polite. For Mr. to come to our Buddha Empire is an honor for the Buddha Empire." Xiaohai stood up and smiled faintly at the Buddha Emperor. Xiaohai wanted to do some small business. "I didn't expect to disturb your majesty. This Xiaohai deserves death." The Buddha Emperor waved his hand and said, "Mr. is too polite." Mr. is an honored guest of my Buddha Empire. Come, set a table beside me and ask Mr. to take a seat. The eunuchs immediately complied, then they carefully carried a small table and a chair over to the empty seat next to the Buddha Emperor. Of course, this small table wasn't as high as the Buddha Empire's dragon throne. However, being able to sit beside the Buddha Emperor was enough to show his status. Zhao Hai gave his thanks and then carefully walked towards the small table and sat down. A eunuch then placed a plate of fruit and a jug of wine on the table. At this time, the Buddha Emperor waved his hand and said, "Let the feast begin." Immediately, a maid came in and placed all kinds of food on the small table. Behind the small table was a maid who was responsible for serving wine. After the food and wine were placed, the Buddha Emperor raised his cup and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai's arrival today is an honor for my Buddha Empire. Let us all offer Mr. a toast." The Buddha Empire's nobles immediately raised their cups and said, "A toast to Mr." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I don't dare. This Zhao Hai thanks your majesty for the toast." Then he drank the wine in his cup. This was a fruit wine, the taste was quite good. The Buddha Emperor also drank his wine before he said, "Everyone, help yourselves." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, "Mr., let me offer you another toast." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr., let me offer you another toast." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his cup and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Then the two toasted each other. After drinking the wine, the Buddha Emperor said, "I wonder who Mr. is doing business with this time." Zhao Hai thought to himself, "I'm here." He knew that the Buddha Emperor would ask about this matter. In fact, the Buddha Emperor already knew that Zhao Hai was going to Dwarf Mountain. This question was just a prelude. Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Replying to your majesty, this time I came to do business with the dwarves. The dwarves are fond of wine, and I happen to be in the wine business. Therefore, I came to take a look." The Buddha Emperor's eyes flashed. "Oh, I wonder if Mr.'s trip went smoothly?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It went smoothly. But I just did business with the dwarves, so the volume wasn't that big. I only managed to exchange some common ironwares." The Buddha Emperor smiled and said, "Mr., if you bring these ironwares to the Rosen Empire, you would be able to sell them for a high price. This emperor congratulates Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your majesty misunderstood. I already had an agreement with someone, but it wasn't from the Rosen Empire. The Rosen Empire doesn't lack ironwares. Although these ironwares were produced by the dwarves, they are still very common. And with the added cost of transportation, I'm afraid that these ironwares wouldn't be able to sell for a high price in the Rosen Empire." The Buddha Emperor stared and said, "Oh, if Mr. doesn't want to sell them in the Rosen Empire, then do you have other places to sell them?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your majesty should have heard that I have some business dealings with the beastmen. However, the beastmen lack ironware the most, so these ironwares would be sold to the beastmen. Moreover, the beastmen also have a cooperative relationship with the beastmen. The beastmen proposed that if I want to do business with them, I would need to exchange ironwares with them. Because of this, I had no other choice but to go to the dwarves to exchange ironwares." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." The Buddha Emperor nodded and said, "So it's the beastmen. Mr.'s connections are very wide. You actually have business dealings with the beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I haven't been doing business with the beastmen for a long time, but because of the recent war, the beastmen don't lack food, they only lack some ironwares. Originally, they could use food to do business, but now, they can only use ironwares. Going back and forth, the transportation cost didn't increase much, but the cost also increased a lot. In addition, we also signed a fair trade agreement with the beastmen. To be honest, we can't earn much from this trade, so we can only maintain our strength." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since the beastmen have already made a lot of money, we can only maintain our strength." The Buddha Emperor smiled faintly and said, "So it seems like Mr.'s relationship with the beastmen is very good." After the war, the merchants of the continent didn't dare to do business with the beastmen, but Mr. did. Moreover, the beastmen also gave Mr. a large business deal. This shows how much they trust Mr. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Your majesty thinks too highly of this one. It's just that my Buddha clan is very fair in doing business. That's why the beastmen are willing to cooperate with us." The Buddha Emperor smiled faintly and said, Mr. doesn't need to be modest. This time I invited Mr. here because I have a business to discuss with Mr. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, please speak. The Buddha Emperor replied, My Buddha Empire started out with our iron cavalry. Our iron cavalry is invincible. Originally, our empire also had our own magic beast breeding grounds. But in recent years, our magic beasts have become weaker and weaker. Moreover, their bodies are getting smaller and smaller. For us, this is a big matter. Therefore, I want to ask Mr. to go to the Beastman Prairie and purchase some magic beasts. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately thought about how the Buddha Empire started out with their iron cavalry. Naturally, they would have their own magic beast breeding grounds. However, because of the lack of protection, the magic beasts that were used as mounts were getting smaller and smaller. In other words, their magic beasts had deteriorated. This was a fatal blow to a cavalry empire. At this time, almost no merchant in the continent dared to do business in the Beastman Prairie, only the Buddha clan did. Therefore, it was normal for the Buddha Emperor to ask Zhao Hai to buy some magic beasts. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, What kind of magic beasts does your majesty want to buy? Among the beastmen, there are a lot of magic beasts. And these magic beasts are very strict, they wouldn't easily make a move. If it's an ordinary magic beast, then I can think of a way to get them. But if it's a war clan, especially a great war clan, then it would be very difficult. I'm afraid that I don't have the ability to do so. The Buddha Emperor wasn't angered by Zhao Hai's words, instead, he nodded and said, Mr. is truly an honest person. This emperor won't hide it from Mr. The magic beasts that we want to buy this time are mainly horses and cows. Does Mr. have any ideas? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I won't hide it from your majesty. This one has a good relationship with the cow-headed beastmen. If your majesty wants to buy a cow-type magic beast, then this one can guarantee that I will be able to buy it. However, if it's a horse magic beast, then it would be a bit difficult. This one doesn't have any dealings with the cow-headed beastmen, so I really can't promise your majesty. The Buddha Emperor nodded and said, If Mr. says so, then I'm relieved. I'll have to ask Mr. to help me buy some 5th-rank cow-type magic beasts. The better they are, the better they are. If you can buy them, then I'll thank Mr. If you can't, then I won't blame Mr. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, with your majesty's words, then I'll feel relieved. Your majesty can rest assured that I'll be able to buy the cow-type magic beasts. As for the horse-type magic beasts, I can only give it a try. The Buddha Emperor raised his wine glass and said, Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Mr. can rest assured, regarding the price, this emperor won't treat Mr. unfairly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Your majesty is too polite. I'm a businessman after all. For your majesty to give me such a big business, it shows your trust in me. Your majesty can rest assured, I will certainly give your majesty the most favorable price. Zhao Hai smiled and said, You're too polite. The Buddha Emperor laughed and said, Good, Mr. is very straightforward. Listening to Mr.'s words, it doesn't sound like a businessman at all. Businessmen tend to haggle over every ounce, they can't be compared to Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Your majesty might not know, but when doing business with the beastmen, one shouldn't haggle over every ounce. Otherwise, the beastmen wouldn't like it. When I do business with the beastmen, I'm very generous with my goods. Because of this, the beastmen were willing to do business with me. The Buddha Emperor smiled and said, Mr. is very open-minded. There are a lot of people in the continent who do business with the beastmen, but there aren't many who are as clear-minded as Mr. They all want to rob the beastmen, but they don't know that this would only make the beastmen feel even more disgusted with them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Moreover, the war with the beastmen has just ended. Because of this, nobody dares to do business with the beastmen. If it was before, I wouldn't be able to guarantee that I would be able to get the magic beasts your majesty wants. But now, I have a 20% chance. The Buddha Emperor laughed and said, Mr. is truly wise. Wise people don't bother to use petty tricks. Mr. is truly a wise person. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't deserve your majesty's praise. But I'm a businessman, and a businessman needs to do business well. Sometimes, if you only see small profits, then you can't be considered a good businessman. The Buddha Emperor's laughter became louder, then he raised his wine glass and said, "Talking with Mr. is truly different. This emperor hopes to make a friend like Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai quickly raised his wine glass and said, "I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty is Zhao Hai's honor. If there's anything I need in the future, then please don't hesitate to give me orders." The Buddha Emperor smiled faintly, then he raised his wine glass and drank with Zhao Hai. Their conversation before wasn't loud, so the nobles below didn't hear much. However, when they saw Zhao Hai and the emperor talking and laughing, even drinking together, they couldn't help but be surprised. Some of the people who knew the inside story were wondering why the emperor asked Zhao Hai to come. But now that they saw the two, they knew that the matter was going to be settled. The Buddha Empire's mounts didn't only affect the emperor, the great nobles were also affected. Because of this, they hoped that Zhao Hai's business would be successful. This way, they would be able to relieve their worries. After the banquet was over, Zhao Hai bid farewell to the Buddha Emperor. The emperor had Ironwood arrange for him to rest in the embassy and leave tomorrow. Zhao Hai didn't oppose, he already saw that Laura and the others were awake. He also wanted to see how they were doing. The embassy was generally a place for foreign envoys to stay. The interior was beautifully decorated and was cleaned all year round. Although Zhao Hai wasn't an envoy, with his current status, he didn't know any nobles in the Buddha Empire. Therefore, it wasn't appropriate for him to stay in the embassy. After arriving at the embassy and entering his room, Zhao Hai waved the maid away. Then he immediately entered the space and went to the villa. Laura and the others were already done with their cultivation and were currently chatting about something. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, after drinking the water, a lot of dirty things came out of our bodies. However, we're still 8th rank and not 9th rank. What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, it's just a process of removing the toxins from your bodies. It's not a big deal. You just need to drink some spatial water and continue cultivating. You should be able to reach 9th rank very soon. If you feel uncomfortable, then don't worry, you can take your time." After saying that, Zhao Hai carefully looked at Laura and the others. He discovered that their skin had become more delicate than before. It seems like water would come out of their skin if they were touched. Zhao Hai knew that this was because the toxins in their bodies had been expelled. Now, their bodies should be much better than before. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod and said, "My body doesn't feel uncomfortable, I just feel a bit weak. I think we should rest for the night and practice tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, in any case, it's the same whether we practice early or late. How are Blockhead and the others?" Laura smiled and said, "They're about the same. They're currently in the hot spring, accompanying father as he bathes." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, good. You should go and rest first. When they come out, I'll tell them to rest as well. It wouldn't be too late to practice tomorrow." Laura and the others nodded and then returned to their rooms to rest. Zhao Hai sat alone in the living room for a while. When Blockhead and the others came out, Karen was also with them. They all looked very spirited. It was obvious that the blood pond's water was very useful to them. After Zhao Hai invited the group to sit down, he turned to Karen and said, "Father-in-law, I just heard from Laura that you might feel a bit weak right now. Don't be anxious to practice. Go rest for the night and practice tomorrow. You should be able to reach 9th rank by then. What do you think?" Karen nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk about it. When I was about to cultivate, I felt very tired. Let's cultivate tomorrow." Zhao Hai turned to Blockhead and the others and said, "You two, go rest for the night and practice tomorrow. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Don't let your bodies get better and then try to heal yourself. That would waste a lot of time." Blockhead and the others nodded, then they turned around and returned to their rooms. At this time, Zhao Hai called Kai over and said, "Kai, calculate how many 5th rank magic beasts we have in the space. Make sure that they are suitable for the Buddha Empire." Kai stared and said, "Young master, aren't you going to buy magic beasts from the beastmen? Do you want to sell the space's magic beasts to the Buddha Empire?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm just asking. This kind of business will be left to Big Brother and the others. But you should know that the magic beasts of the Beastmen Prairie have a hard time surviving in human territory. Because of this, I want to take a look. If it doesn't work, then I'll buy some magic beasts from Big Brother and raise them in the space. Then I'll sell the magic beasts to the Buddha Empire and make a profit. Zhao Hai was very clear that this magic beast business was a big business. Although he had the ability to do it, if he did it, then Wales and the others wouldn't be able to do it. And if this business was successful, then it would be very important for Wales and the others. The Herculean bulls had just experienced a rebellion, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. If this business was successful, then it would be a great help to them. Kyra nodded, then she calculated and said, "Young master can rest assured. There are a lot of 5th-rank magic beasts in the space. However, these magic beasts were all mutated from barbarian bulls. I'm afraid it would be easy for people to see through them." When Zhao Hai heard Kyra, he couldn't help but knit his brows. He knew what Kyra meant. With the space's upgrade, the magic beasts inside the space had also leveled up. Because of this, even the most common bull became a 5th-rank magic beast. However, the bull's appearance didn't change. In the continent, bulls were one of the most common magic beasts. If Zhao Hai were to sell a bull to the Buddha Empire, then he would certainly be recognized at first glance. Even if the bull's strength proved that he was a 5th-rank magic beast, it would still arouse suspicion. That wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Right now, we can only wait and see. If we can't do it, then we can bring brothers' magic beasts to the space and have them drink some of the space's water to improve their physique. I hope that they don't die in the hands of the humans. Otherwise, we can only use the space's magic beasts to trade." Kyra didn't say anything. After the space leveled up, there weren't any magic beasts that were too low level. Even the most common chickens and rabbits in the space had become 4th-rank magic beasts. There were no magic beasts that were too low level to be found. Other people were worried about having low-level magic beasts, but Zhao Hai's space didn't have any low-level magic beasts. This made it somewhat inconvenient for him to do things. At this point, the space's magic beasts could only be processed before being sold. Otherwise, if people were to find out that Zhao Hai's blue-eyed rabbits had the strength of 4th-rank magic beasts, then the entire continent would think that Zhao Hai had a method to upgrade magic beasts. When that time comes, no one would pay attention to the Radiant Church. Instead, everyone would look at Zhao Hai with envy. Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke such a thing. Although he had the strength to conquer the continent, the divine race and the demon race were like 2 mountains in front of him. He knew that if he were to make a move now, then the Radiant Church would immediately make their move. In order to avoid this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't afford to reveal any flaws. In the past, the Radiant Church's plans were all ruined by him. He believed that the Radiant Church's people were now paying attention to him. If he reveals any flaws, then the Radiant Church would certainly know. The Radiant Church had been operating in the continent for many years. Although they were being suppressed by the major clans, if they were to hide some of their spies, they would certainly be able to do some good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Now Zhao Hai could only wait for the beastmen and see what Wales had to say. If Wales had a suitable magic beast, then Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry about anything. The next morning, Zhao Hai boarded the haven and left. The Buddha Emperor had specially sent a warship to escort Zhao Hai. They escorted Zhao Hai all the way to the sea before returning. This kind of treatment was something that no other country had received. This made the nobles of the Buddha Empire very surprised. The Buddha Emperor did this because he really needed Zhao Hai to obtain magic beasts from the beastmen. The second reason was that he found Zhao Hai pleasing to the eye. The Buddha Emperor had been in contact with a lot of merchants. Even if these merchants had high status, the Buddha Emperor didn't like their temperament. But Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai didn't look like a merchant at all. Because of this, the Buddha Emperor looked at Zhao Hai in a new light. A king didn't have any true friends. But the Buddha Emperor was a special person. He wasn't the most suitable candidate for the throne. At that time, he was only the 8th prince. Moreover, he gave people the impression that he was brave but not astute. While the other princes were fighting for the throne, he went to the army to train himself. But no one would have thought that the fight between the princes was so unsightly in the eyes of the old king. In the end, the old king found an excuse to deal with the princes, but he called back the 8th prince who was trying to become popular in the army and passed the throne to him. The Buddha emperor didn't think that he would get the throne. He also thought that his personality wasn't suitable. His personality was too straightforward. But since he was already sitting on the throne, then he could only sit properly. The Buddha emperor wasn't a fool. The reason why he didn't fight with his brothers for the throne was because he didn't like killing each other. Now that he was sitting on the throne, he naturally wouldn't allow others to mess around with him. The great nobles who were aware of his character thought that the Buddha emperor didn't know anything and wanted to suppress him. However, they didn't expect that the Buddha emperor would actually have a good relationship with the generals in the army. Just when the great nobles were about to make a move, the Buddha emperor suddenly used his own strength to destroy the great nobles' plans. Using force, the Buddha emperor took back his authority. The great nobles no longer dared to look down on the emperor. However, after becoming the emperor, the Buddha emperor wasn't happy. He was used to being in the army, calling everyone his brother. But now that he was in the imperial palace, he had to be on guard against everyone. Everyone was his subject, no one dared to call him brother. This made the Buddha emperor feel very lonely. When he chatted with Zhao Hai, the Buddha emperor felt that Zhao Hai's temperament was very good. Because of this, the Buddha emperor said that he wanted to be friends with Zhao Hai. Moreover, these words weren't spoken casually, the Buddha emperor really wanted to see Zhao Hai as a friend. Because of this, the Buddha emperor sent people to escort Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about these things. He wasn't a king, so he couldn't understand the emperor's feelings. He only thought that the Buddha emperor was paying attention to his actions, so he didn't put it in his heart. After the Haven left Iron Knight City, Zhao Hai gave some instructions to the undead on the ship. Then he entered the space. Laura and the others were now cultivating. Zhao Hai wanted to see if they could reach 9th rank today. When Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others were already cultivating. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and saw that they didn't have any special reaction. Even the painful expression they had yesterday was gone. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Laura and the others to cultivate for such a long time. After a full day and night, Laura and the others woke up one after another. At this time, all of them were 9th rank experts. The strongest among them was Shu. Shu wasn't only a 9th rank expert, he was also a divergent ability user. All of his clones had reached 9th rank, therefore, he was the strongest among the group. Of these people, the most difficult one to deal with wasn't Shu, but Shun. Shun had become a 9th rank expert, and with his hidden techniques, he could be said to be an ace assassin. Blockhead and Rockhead weren't weak either. And with their telepathic connection, if they were to join forces, then 9th ranks wouldn't be their opponents. At the same time, Laura and the others were also 9th ranks. Even if they weren't the opponents of the group, they weren't the weakest among 9th ranks. After all, the energy of the divine blood was very strong. Among the group, the only one who didn't care about becoming a 9th rank was Karen. After becoming a 9th rank expert, Karen didn't seem to be too happy. Instead, he went out of the space to study his magic formation. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about Karen's character, so he could only let him be. However, he didn't give Karen a new blueprint. Instead, he had Karen return to Iron Mountain Fort and experiment with his magic formation. If it was effective, then Zhao Hai would give Karen the blueprint. Karen didn't care too much about the blueprints that Zhao Hai gave him before. He hadn't fully studied them yet, so when he saw that he had successfully become a 9th rank expert, he immediately returned to Iron Mountain Fort to continue his research. After everyone became 9th ranks, Zhao Hai immediately had Blockhead and Rockhead return to Golden Island. Then he had Kuan enter the space and had him drink some spatial water before he immediately began his cultivation. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that Kuan's cultivation process was much smoother than Laura and the others. Kuan only needed to drink some spatial water before he reached 9th rank. Although his body was able to expel a lot of toxins, his cultivation speed was still much faster than Laura and the others. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. Kuan had reached 8th rank by himself. It can be said that as long as he had the opportunity, he could become a 9th rank expert. On the other hand, Laura and the others relied on the space to reach 8th rank. They lacked that experience, so their cultivation speed was very slow. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he understood. After Kuan finished his cultivation, he immediately returned to Golden Island. Then Blockhead and Rockhead went to Iron Mountain Fort and had Green and Marine enter the space. Green and Marine also reached 8th rank on their own, so they also reached 9th rank very smoothly. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about them. But when they left, Zhao Hai gave them a lot of spatial water. This spatial water was for the slaves to cultivate. The 100 slaves that followed Zhao Hai were now commoners. Everything they had was given to them by the Buddha clan. Because of their loyalty to the Buddha clan, Zhao Hai decided to give them some rewards. Zhao Hai was never stingy with his subordinates. These 100 people were very loyal to the Buddha clan, so it was normal for them to improve their cultivation. Who knows, they might be useful in the future. When Green and the others finished their cultivation, the haven had already reached the sea. The Buddha Empire ships also left. Zhao Hai didn't need to show himself on the ship every day. He directly went to the Beastman Prairie. His first stop in the Beastman Prairie was the Herculean Bulls tribe. When he arrived at the Herculean Bulls tribe, Zhao Hai still had his flying hawk. He didn't want the people of the continent to know that he had become a 9th rank expert. He had to save his trump card for the last moment. At this time, the Herculean Bulls' days were very good. With the support of Zhao Hai's provisions, as well as the fact that they didn't suffer any losses during the war with the humans, they were now slowly recovering their strength. This time, Zhao Hai only brought Shu and Shun. He was already used to having the two by his side. Although the two were 9th rank experts, they were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Because of this, they were even more loyal to Zhao Hai than before. When the 3 blood hawks landed on the Herculean Bulls' main camp, they were immediately discovered by the Herculean Bulls. All of the Herculean Bulls who knew Zhao Hai immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai gave them some gifts, then laughed and scolded them before driving them away. Now, the Herculean Bulls' camp was like his own home. The Herculean Bulls also treated him as one of their own. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to laugh and scold them freely. He was very relaxed. Whales and the others were inside the main tent. Zhao Hai didn't need anyone to report his arrival and directly entered the tent. Whales was handling some matters, Yale was also inside the tent, but Mendez was nowhere to be seen. When Whales heard the sound outside, he knew that Zhao Hai had arrived. Just as he was about to go out and greet Zhao Hai had already entered the tent. Whales laughed as he hugged Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, how did you find the time to come here? Did you miss your big brother?" Zhao Hai returned the hug, then the two let go. After Zhao Hai sat down, he drank a cup of hot milk tea and then said to Whales, "Brother Whales, this time I came here for business." Whales stared blankly, "Business? What business? There's no need to talk about business with me. What do you want? Just take it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If this was my own business, then I wouldn't be polite. But this time, it's not my business, it's the Buddha Empire. They wanted me to come to the prairie and buy some magic beasts for them." Whale stared, then he knit his brows and said, "What kind of magic beasts do they want to buy? It doesn't seem to be our golly, otherwise you wouldn't be talking to me. Tell me, what do those guys want?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big brother, you should know that the Buddha Empire's cavalry army is famous, especially their heavy cavalry. Even if they were to fight against the beastmen, they wouldn't suffer too much. But recently, they discovered that their mounts have been degrading. This has a huge impact on their country's fighting strength. Therefore, they invited me to the prairie to buy some 4th or 5th rank magic beasts, as well as some horse-shaped magic beasts." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Whales knit his brows and said, "Brother, how can you agree to such a thing? The stronger those humans are, the more disadvantageous it would be for us beastmen. I can't sell magic beasts to them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big brother, you're thinking too much. They might be strong, but don't forget that they are in the Buddha Empire. There are 3 empires between them and the beastmen. Even if they want to fight against the beastmen, it would be impossible. Moreover, Big brother also forgot that there is a race in the Buddha Empire. And this race has something that you lack." Whale stared, then he looked at Yale. Yale's eyes also shined as he looked at Whales. Then the two turned to Zhao Hai and said, the dwarves. Zhao Hai laughed and said, right, big brother, it's the dwarves. This time, I'm going to the dwarves to buy some ironware for the beastmen. But you should know that the dwarves are in the Buddha Empire's territory. If the Buddha Empire interferes while we're trading with the dwarves, then things would become very troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right, big brother. Zhao Hai's words weren't without reason. The Buddha Empire had always been interested in the dwarves' ironware. If Zhao Hai wanted to buy a large amount of ironware from the dwarves, then the Buddha Empire would certainly know about it. Although Zhao Hai had the space, he didn't need to go through the Buddha Empire to get a large amount of ironware from the dwarves. However, one shouldn't forget that the Buddha Empire would certainly send merchants to the Beastman Prairie to do business in the future. And these merchants were very familiar with the dwarves' ironware. Once they find out that the Beastmen were using the dwarves' ironware, then they would certainly find out through whom the dwarves sold them to the Beastman Prairie. If Zhao Hai couldn't help the Buddha Empire at that time, then the Buddha Empire would certainly take action. If the Buddha Empire were to cut off all trade with the dwarves, then they would use this method to force the dwarves to not trade with Zhao Hai. Then it would be very troublesome. Even if Zhao Hai could support the dwarves were still within the Buddha Empire's territory. If the Buddha Empire was forced into a corner and started a war, then it wouldn't be good. Besides being the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls, Zhao Hai was also the foreign elder of the dwarves. In this case, he couldn't just take care of the beastmen and ignore the dwarves. This wasn't Zhao Hai's style. Therefore, he needed to facilitate the trade between the beastmen and the Buddha Empire. This way, it would be much easier for him to get magic beasts from the dwarves to the Beastman Prairie. When Wales heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows. At this time, Yale said, Patriarch, I think what Zhao Hai said is right. Even if we sell our magic beasts to the Buddha Empire, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Buddha Empire is very far away from us. Even if we have a war with the humans, the Rosen Empire might be able to help us, but they would only be able to do so through their navy. As for the Buddha Empire, it's almost impossible for them to fight us directly. They are too far away from us. Even if they wanted to come over, it would still take a long time. Therefore, we don't need to worry about them. But right now, we are lacking in ironware. If we trade our magic beasts for ironware, then our cow-headed race's fighting strength would be greatly improved. We wouldn't need to worry about being bullied anymore. Wales still attached great importance to Zhao Hai and Yale's words. He had complete trust in them. Therefore, when he heard Yale, Wales nodded and said, all right, then I'll agree to this trade. Zhao Hai, you need to get me some dwarven ironware. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, I already brought some dwarven ironware, but it's not a lot. Moreover, I still need to leave some for the Beast King, so I can't give you too much. When I trade with the dwarves in the future, I'll certainly leave some for you. You can rest assured. Wales knew that Zhao Hai was certainly thinking for the cow-headed race, so he didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave this matter to you. You don't need to worry about magic beasts. Whether it's bull or horse magic beasts, I can get them for you. You can rest assured that I'll take care of this matter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave this matter to elder brother. Elder brother, what I'm going to say next is very important. You mustn't tell anyone about it. Master Yale, the same goes for you. When the two saw Zhao Hai's serious expression, they knew that it must be a big matter. They quickly nodded. Zhao Hai had Wales drive away the people around the tent. Then he told Wales about the divine race and the radiant church. When Wales and Yale heard this, their expressions changed. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. If the divine race was involved, then this matter would be very troublesome. After waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, Wales turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. So little Hai, you came this time to see the Beast King's spear? You want to see if you can repair the artifact spirit inside? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it's because of this matter. This matter is very important, so I'll be heading to the Beast King's place to see the Beast God spear. Wales and Yale smiled bitterly at each other. Then Wales said, little Hai, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. Our Beastman race's Beast God spear has been lost. Zhao Hai stared, then he exclaimed, lost? How is that possible? That's the Beastman race's divine artifact. how could it be lost? When did it get lost? Wales and Yale smiled bitterly and said, it happened 5,000 years ago. There was a record in our race's history. There was a beast man who wanted to conquer the northern icefield. Therefore, he brought an elite team of 10,000 people as well as the beast god's spear to the northern icefield. But they never came back. 5,000 years ago? Zhao Hai exclaimed. He didn't think that the Beastman race's divine artifact would be lost 5,000 years ago. Moreover, it was lost in the northern icefield. Yale sighed and said, 5,000 years ago, the Beastman race's Beast King position wasn't held by the Lion and Tiger tribe. Instead, it was held by the Diamond Apes, who were the strongest of the Beastmen. The one who brought the Beast God's spear to the northern icefield was the patriarch of the Diamond Apes. After the Diamond Apes lost the Beast God's spear, they were banished to the northern icefield. Unless they get the Beast God's spear back, they would never be able to return to the Beastman Prairie. Now, we don't know if the Diamond Apes still exist. It's precisely because of the banishment of the Diamond Apes that the Lion and Tiger tribes take turns to be the Beast King. Zhao Hai didn't know that the Beastmen had such a history. He couldn't help but knit his brows and said, it seems like I'll have to take a trip to the northern icefield. When Wales heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he loudly said, what? Little Hai, you want to go to the northern icefield? No, it's too dangerous. You can't go. Zhao Hai knew that Wales was sincerely concerned about him, so he smiled faintly and said, Brother Wales, Elder Yale, I'll take you to a place. No matter what happens, you don't have to be surprised. Wales and Yale looked at each other, then they nodded to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he brought Wales and Yale to the space. The space had always been Zhao Hai's biggest secret. Aside from people that he could trust, he wouldn't bring them to the space. As for Wales and Yale, after being in contact with them for a long time, Zhao Hai had completely trusted them. And for the sake of his plan, he brought Wales to the space. After entering the space, Zhao Hai explained the space's abilities to Wales and Yale in detail. Then he took them to see the red earth, the breadfruit tree, and the magic beasts that were raised inside the space. Finally, the three arrived at the space's villa and saw Laura and the others. Laura and the others had already prepared a table full of food. After Zhao Hai invited the two to sit down, he raised his glass to Wales and Yale and said, Brother Wales, Elder Yale, I've been hiding this matter from you. This is my fault. Let me apologize to you. Wales wasn't a stingy person, and he also knew what this place meant to Zhao Hai, so he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed and said, so brother actually has such a good place. Good, very good. Later on, this big brother won't have to worry about food anymore. How could I be angry with you because of this matter? Come, let's drink. Zhao Hai laughed and drank a cup with Yale. Then Zhao Hai turned to Wales and said, Brother, you've seen the magic beasts inside the space. Even the most common magic beasts have extraordinary strength. How about this, I'll show you the high-level magic beasts inside the space. You can see which ones are suitable to be your mounts, and which ones are suitable to be soul beasts. When the time comes, you can change your mounts and soul beasts, and your fighting strength will definitely increase. What do you think? Hearing Zhao Hai, Wales couldn't help but stare, then he immediately laughed and said, Good brother, your idea is really good. Good, I'll go back and try it. But we have to go out quickly, otherwise those kids will make a ruckus. They've been waiting for you for a long time. When Zhao Hai heard Wales, he immediately looked at the monitor. Sure enough, a lot of delicious food had been prepared outside Wales' golden tent. Although the Herculean bulls didn't know what they were discussing, they had already prepared their own delicious food and were waiting for Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Good, then let's go out and eat. Let's go out, we can't let those brothers wait for too long. Let's take these things out and let everyone have a good time. Wales laughed and said, All right, but sister-in-law can't go out this time. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. But don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll send the roasted meat to Little Hai and have him deliver it here. Wales smiled and said, All right, but sister-in-law can't go out this time. Laura and Wales were very familiar with each other, and with the cheerful nature of beast men, they would often joke with each other. Laura and the others were already used to it. Laura smiled and said, That's good, we'll wait here. Wales and the other two laughed and walked out of the space, directly arriving outside the tent. Zhao Hai had already told Wales why the space leveled up, so Wales wasn't worried about Zhao Hai going to the northern ice field. He really hoped that Zhao Hai could bring the beast god spear back. If Zhao Hai brings the beast god spear back, then there would be two benefits for them. One was that the beastmen would once again have a divine artifact to protect them. The other was that Zhao Hai's status in the beastmen would be higher. This would be more beneficial for Zhao Hai in the future. When the three of them arrived outside, the Herculean bulls immediately welcomed them. Many of them greeted Zhao Hai with a smile. These people really liked Zhao Hai. This was because this prince not only helped them through their most difficult time, he also made the Herculean bull tribe one of the best tribes in the entire Beastman Prairie. After staying with the Herculean bulls for a day, Zhao Hai invited Zhao Hai and Yale to the space in the evening. They wanted to see if there were any magic beasts suitable for the Herculean bulls as mounts for the Herculean bulls. In the end, Zhao Hai and the others got an answer that made them dumbfounded. The most suitable soul beast for the Herculean bulls was the stone-skinned man, and the most suitable mounts for them were the earth bulls. It seems like the ancestors of the Herculean bulls didn't make a wrong choice. However, the stone-skinned bulls and earth bulls that the Herculean bulls were currently using weren't very high ranked. The stone-skinned bull was only a 9th rank magic beast, while the earth bulls were 5th rank magic beasts. Zhao Hai also had stone-skinned bulls and earth bulls in the space. The stone-skinned bulls in the space had already reached 8th rank, while the earth bulls had reached 7th rank, which was 2 ranks higher than the ones that the Herculean bulls were currently using. Don't underestimate these two levels. Magic beasts are different from humans. As long as a human has the talent to cultivate, they can continue to cultivate and eventually become 8th rank or 9th rank experts. Magic beasts, on the other hand, have a natural boundary. For example, a 6th rank magic beast called a stoneskin bull would be born with the strength of 1st or 2nd rank. But if they don't have any fortuitous encounters, then they would be stuck at 6th rank for the rest of their lives. It would be impossible for them to reach higher ranks. Therefore, these two ranks were very important for magic beasts. Moreover, the beastman's cultivation method had an inseparable relationship with these magic beasts. Therefore, the stone-skinned bulls and earth bulls were very important for the Herculean bulls. If the Herculean bulls could be said to be one of the strongest among the beastmen in terms of fighting strength, then with the stone-skinned bulls and earth bulls in the space, the Herculean bulls' fighting strength could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the entire beastman race. Being in the top 10 was an extraordinary matter. One must know that there were more than 1,000 tribes in the entire prairie, and among them, there were no less than 100 great warring tribes. In the future, there wouldn't be many people who would dare to provoke the Herculean bulls in the prairie. In the end, Zhao Hai left 1,000 stone-skinned bulls and 1,000 earth bulls for Wales. At the same time, he also took 2,000 stone-skinned bulls and 2 earth bulls from the Herculean bulls. These earth bulls were the first batch of magic beasts that Zhao Hai wanted to trade with the Buddha Empire. At the same time, Zhao Hai also left some dwarven ironware for Wales before he left for Beast God City. From the space, Zhao Hai directly went to the sky outside Beast God City. Then he sat on a bloodhawk and landed outside Beast God City. Tai was already waiting for him there. When Tai saw Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed and said, "Young master, you're here. Please get in the carriage." Zhao Hai looked at Tai, then he smiled faintly and said, Tai, you've been working hard recently. How's business?" Tai smiled and said, "All right, business has been very good recently. After our cooperation with the Beastmen, no matter what the Beastmen want to buy, they would always come to us. At this point, we have become the most popular merchants among the Beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good, that's good. Tai, you've also been working hard. Doing business with the Beastmen isn't easy. But remember, as long as you don't lose too much, it's fine to suffer a loss." Tai smiled and said, "Young master can rest assured, I know what to do. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he got on the carriage and entered Beast God City. When they arrived at the Magic Lily shop, Zhao Hai felt that the shop was different from before. Although the shop's business was good in the past, it wasn't this good. When Zhao Hai passed by the Magic Lily shop, he discovered that there were a lot of beast men inside. They were looking at the shop. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that these beast men were very enthusiastic towards Ade and Aer. This was something that was impossible to see in the past. Tai's sister-in-law welcomed Zhao Hai to the back room and asked Zhao Hai to sit down. Then she immediately went to prepare milk tea. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Tai's sister-in-law, there's no need to be so busy. I came this time because I have something to do. You can rest for a while, I'll go see His Majesty the Beast King. I have something to discuss with him. Tai nodded, his respect for Zhao Hai increased. Those merchants who do business in the prairie wouldn't be able to see the Beast King even once in their lifetime. But now, Zhao Hai was able to see him. This was really amazing. Zhao Hai drank a cup of milk tea in the tent before he left. Then Tai drove the carriage and sent Zhao Hai to the Beast King Palace. When they arrived at the Beast King Palace, Zhao Hai immediately went to the registration tent. There were still a lot of people inside. However, these people weren't the same as the last time Zhao Hai came. However, these people knew Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, they immediately stood up. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. Zhao Hai here?" Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately smiled and said, "It is indeed Zhao Hai. I have something to discuss with His Majesty the Beast King. Please pass on the message." The beastman smiled faintly and said, "Mister, please rest here first. We'll immediately pass on the message. His Majesty has been waiting for Mister for several days." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's my fault for making His Majesty wait for so long. Please pass on the message." The beastman nodded, then a tiger beastman turned around and entered the Beast King Palace. Before long, the tiger beastman came back and had Zhao Hai go in. Before Zhao Hai went in, he also gave everyone a bottle of wine. The tiger beastman led Zhao Hai to the Beast King's office. Then he was invited in by the Beast King's guard. It seems like the Beast King was waiting for Zhao Hai. At this time, he was standing in the lounge. Zhao Hai quickly went forward to give a salute. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "I've been waiting for Mister these past few days. Mister has finally arrived. Does Mister have any good news for me?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I do have some good news for His Majesty. I've already contacted the dwarves. Moreover, I've used milk wine to reach an agreement with the dwarves. They agreed to sell me some ironware. I'm going to send these ironwares to the beastmen." The Beast King laughed and said, "Good, very good. Mister has really helped the beastmen a lot. Mister, please take a seat and tell me the details." After Zhao Hai sat down, he looked at the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty, this time, not only did I do business with the dwarves, I also got another identity." Then Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out an iron token. Upon seeing this iron token, the Beast King's eyes lit up. After receiving the iron token, he carefully looked at it before he nodded and said, "The dwarf race's foreign elder token. I didn't expect Mister to be the dwarf race's foreign elder token. Amazing, really amazing." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty is overpraising me. This time, I've helped the dwarves a little. Out of gratitude, the dwarves invited me to be their foreign elder. Right, the dwarf patriarch also has a letter for Your Majesty." Then Zhao Hai took out Billy's letter and handed it over to the Beast King. The Beast King received the letter and looked at the fire seal. Then he nodded and opened the letter. After carefully reading the letter, the Beast King's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then his pupils shrank as he carefully read the letter. After some time, the Beast King finished reading the letter. At the same time, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the Beast King's expression. Although the Beast King's expression didn't change, the slight change in his eyes was noticed by Zhao Hai. After the Beast King put down the letter, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Patriarch Billy said true? Can you show me that whip of yours?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he untied the whip that was wrapped around his waist. Then he called Mu-Er out and had Mu-Er give the Beast King a salute. Then he received Mu-Er back. The Beast King expressionlessly asked Mu-Er a few questions before nodding. Then he asked Zhao Hai to put away the whip. Then he turned to his guard and said, "Go, guard the door. Don't let anyone come in. If someone asks to see you, tell them that I don't have time." The guard gave the Beast King a salute, then he silently turned around and walked towards the door. After seeing the guard leave the room, the Beast King turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, is what the letter said true? Is there really a divine race?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, "Your Majesty, of course it's true. This is what the divine artifact's artifact spirit told me. If your Majesty believes me, then I can go and see the artifact spirit. I can guarantee that I can make the artifact spirit appear. When your Majesty asks, then you'll know." Although Zhao Hai already knew about the loss of the beast god's spear, he didn't want the Beast King to know about it. This was because this matter needed to be kept a secret. If the Beast King knew that the beast god's spear was lost, then he might know that Zhao Hai had told others about it. At that time, the Beast King might not believe him. The Beast King smiled bitterly and said, "My Beastman race's divine artifact was lost 5,000 years ago. Even if Mister has the ability to reach the heavens, it's impossible for me to see the artifact spirit." Zhao Hai was startled. "Lost? How is that possible? How did you lose it?" The Beast King smiled bitterly and said, 5,000 years ago, the patriarch of our Beastman's royal family, the Diamond Ape tribe, led a group of 10,000 people with the beast god's spear to conquer the northern icefield. In the end, the entire Diamond Ape tribe was exiled to the northern icefield. The beast god's spear should have been lost there. Just like what Whale said, after some time, Zhao Hai said, "So it's like that. Your Majesty, I have a request. I want to go to the northern icefield to look for the beast god's spear." When the Beast King heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "No, absolutely not. Mister, the northern icefield is too dangerous. You can't go there. Patriarch Billy already told me that Mister might be the savior of the Ark continent in the future. You can't go there." It was obvious that the Beast King valued Billy's words. This was also related to the characteristics of the dwarves. The dwarves never lied, they hated people who lied the most. Because of this, they were known for their honesty in the continent. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, there's no other way. I think Patriarch Billy should have already told your Majesty about the divine race. If we can't gather the divine artifacts of the three races, then it would be very difficult for us to deal with the divine race. If the dwarf's prophecy is true, then I should be able to safely leave the northern icefield." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you should know that this is a gamble. If you make a mistake, then your life will be gone." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, we're already at this point, how can we not gamble? Maybe the divine race would come and kill us. When that time comes, if we can't gather the three divine artifacts, then even if we don't die, we would still become their slaves. I don't want to become a slave." The Beast King knew that what Zhao Hai said wasn't true. It was possible for the divine race to attack, but they didn't know when it would happen. Zhao Hai didn't need to take this risk. The reason why he did this was for the beast men, for the Ark continent. The Beast King stood up, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister's mind is wider than the prairie. Please accept my respect." Then the Beast King held his chest and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and said, "Your Majesty is too polite, there's no need for that. If your Majesty agrees, then I'll prepare for the next 2 days before leaving for the northern icefield." The Beast King nodded and said, "All right, please be careful. If Mister can really bring the beast god's spear out of the icefield, then I can promise Mister that I'll make Mister a prince of the beastmen. Even if the Beast King were to be replaced in the future, Mister would still be given the title of prince." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll have to thank your Majesty. Your Majesty, please arrange a warehouse for me. This time, I brought some ironware from the dwarves." The Beast King nodded, then he called the guard over and had him arrange it. Zhao Hai gave the Beast King a salute before he turned around and left with the guard. After delivering the ironware to the Beast King, Zhao Hai followed the guard back to the Beast King's office. The Beast King invited Zhao Hai for a meal before letting Zhao Hai leave. Zhao Hai had achieved his goal this time. He believed that Billy had already told the Beast King about the seriousness of this matter. With the Beast King's ability, he would surely make proper arrangements. After returning to the Magic Lily shop, Zhao Hai prepared to go to the northern icefield. Now that the space had everything, he didn't need to prepare anything. Therefore, after informing Ah Tai, Zhao Hai returned to the space to rest. Zhao Hai only stayed in Beast God City for 2 days before he left. At this time, the Beast King also sent a secret message to the Giant Tiger Tribe, Polar Bear Tribe, and Hawk King Tribe stationed near the northern icefield. He told them that if they saw Zhao Hai, they must treat him well. He also told them why Zhao Hai went to the northern icefield this time. Of course, the Beast King didn't say that Zhao Hai was going to the northern icefield in order to obtain the Beast God Spear to deal with the divine race. This information must be sealed. The Beast King only told them that Zhao Hai was going to the northern icefield to look for the Beast God Spear. The Beast King's message was sent 2 days earlier than Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Zhao Hai arrived at the Hawk King Mountain, the Hawk King warmly received Zhao Hai. Although their cooperation with Zhao Hai had just begun, they had already obtained a lot of benefits. Additionally, Zhao Hai was going to the northern icefield to look for the Beast God Spear. This caused the Hawk King to be even more enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. There was even a trace of respect in the Hawk King's enthusiasm. The Beastmen respect heroes. Not to mention whether or not Zhao Hai's trip to the northern icefield would be successful, just as courage alone was enough to make him a hero. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the Hawk King Mountain for too long, he only stayed for a day. Moreover, he also told the Hawk King that regardless of whether or not he would be able to come out, the milk wine business with the Beastmen wouldn't stop. The Hawk King didn't need to worry about it. When the Hawk King heard Zhao Hai's words, his respect towards Zhao Hai increased. This was because in his opinion, Zhao Hai's words were equivalent to his last words. After leaving the Hawk King Mountain, Zhao Hai directly sat on the Blood Hawk's back and entered the northern icefield. He didn't want to go to the Giant Tiger Tribe or the Polar Bear Tribe. He wanted to deal with the matters in the icefield as soon as possible and then go to the other forbidden areas. He wanted to see what these forbidden areas had. After crossing the Hawk King Mountain, Zhao Hai received the Blood Hawk and then took out the Blood Ghost Staff. Then he had the Blood Ghost Staff turn into a pointed room. Then he asked Laura and the others to come out. The group sat inside the room as they looked at the vast expanse of white outside the icefield. This was the first time that Laura and the others had seen the Blood Ghost Staff's transformation. It was really mystical. The group curiously looked at the blood-red, yet transparent room. The room wasn't very big, it was about 40 square meters in size. The room seemed to be made out of red jade. From the inside, one could see everything outside. However, it was covered in a layer of red, it looked like a pair of red glasses. Zhao Hai didn't let the Blood Ghost Staff fly too high. Although he could enter the space and see everything outside through the monitor, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He wanted to see the scenery of the icefield. Outside was a world of ice and snow, but inside the Blood Ghost Staff's room, it was very warm. Zhao Hai also made a table and chairs as well as a tea set. He sat inside the room with Laura and the others while drinking tea while looking at the snowy scenery outside. The icefield looked like a land of death. Aside from ice and snow, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai and the others haven't seen a single living being since they entered the icefield. This place was worthy of being called the icefield. Zhao Hai carefully looked at everything inside the icefield through the monitor. At the top of the icefield was a layer of snow. Underneath the snow was solid ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. The ice was very thick, there were very few places where the ground was directly under the snow. After some time, Laura sighed and said, "This place is really beautiful. But it's also very cold. I don't think there's any business here." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he pointed at a piece of land that was covered in snow and said, "That's not necessarily true. Do you see that piece of land? Although the land doesn't seem to have any living beings, if you look carefully, you'll see something white on the surface. It's not snow, it's a living being." Laura and the others opened their eyes wide as they looked at the place Zhao Hai pointed at. There was indeed a thin layer of something there. It was very thin, it was even thinner than paper. This layer was also white, it looked like snow. But if you look carefully, you'll see that it wasn't snow, but something that looked like moss. It was actually a living being. Megan couldn't believe it as she said, "Heavens, it's actually a living being? Isn't this too strange? How can this thing survive in this environment? Brother Hai, let's go down and collect some of these things." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Then with an intention, the blood ghost staff appeared on the ground. Then with another thought, Zhao Hai received the blood ghost staff. After receiving the blood ghost staff, it was as if they were standing in the northern ice field. Their flying speed wasn't slow, so they were now deep inside the ice field. When Zhao Hai received the blood ghost staff, Laura and the others immediately felt a cold air surrounding them. This cold air wasn't like the cold wind of winter, it was more like water. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but feel pressured. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but feel a chill. One must know that Zhao Hai and the others were 9th ranks. Their bodies were full of vitality. Even if they don't use their battle chi or magic equipment, they would still be able to resist the cold and heat. Normal temperature changes wouldn't affect them at all. However, the northern ice field was different. The cold air here seemed to be able to freeze their blood. Even their thoughts seemed to be frozen. Zhao Hai also noticed this, so he immediately moved his hand as the blood ghost staff turned into a transparent red cover. The group was immediately covered by the blood ghost staff, causing the cold to disappear. Laura and the others were finally able to breathe again. Lizzie couldn't help but shiver as she said, "Heavens, isn't this place too cold? How can it be so cold? I'm now a 9th rank warrior, but I was actually frozen. My God, how low is the temperature? Big Brother Hai, are you sure that thing is alive?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he moved his hand as the snow in front of him was separated. The snow was several meters thick and was very hard. When Zhao Hai and the others stood on it, they felt as if they were stepping on stone. After seeing the snow, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he moved his hand as a large piece of land was sucked up. Then with another thought, Zhao Hai had the group return to the space. Upon arriving, a prompt was heard, "Special life form detected. This life form can survive in extremely low temperatures. Extracting ability, Space's life form increases cold resistance." Zhao Hai then threw the piece of land on the ground. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "What do you think?" "I'm right, this thing is really a life form." Laura and the others looked at the piece of land that Zhao Hai threw to the ground. When the piece of land fell to the ground, it didn't lose any powder. It seems like it was harder than a normal rock. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "What do you think? Do you want to go out and take a look?" Laura and the others couldn't help but shiver, then they shook their heads. Laura said, "Forget it, let's just stay inside the space and let the magic staff fly by itself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he moved his hand as the magic staff flew out. To be honest, he didn't want to go out. Looking at the snow for a long time would only make him annoyed. The group went to the living room and sat down. Zhao Hai took out a bottle of rice wine and poured everyone a cup. After Laura and the others drank, they let out a long breath. They felt their bodies warm up a bit, the cold that penetrated their bones slowly disappeared. After putting down the wine cup, Meg let out a long breath and said, "This is terrible, really terrible. Worthy of being one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent. Even a 9th rank expert would freeze to death here. I think this place is even more terrible than the Carrion Swamp." Laura and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly, "Is that so?" "I don't think so. We just weren't prepared. If we were prepared, then we wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Didn't you notice? We still haven't found any diamond ape corpses. I believe that the diamond apes must have gone deeper into the ice field. I want to stay here for a while and let the magic staff explore the ice field to see if there are any diamond apes alive." Laura knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, you don't think that the diamond apes who were exiled to the ice field are still alive, right? How is that possible? The diamond apes aren't all 9th ranks. The cold air of the ice field can freeze 9th ranks like us. How can the diamond apes withstand it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't underestimate any race. Humans have unlimited potential. We humans aren't as strong as the beast men, but we can still compete with the beast men. Even the beast men can't compare to us. We humans can do this through our own cultivation, not to mention the royal beast men. The beast men worship strength the most. If the diamond apes weren't the strongest among the beast men, then it would be impossible for them to become the royal beast men." Laura thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's look for them. I really want to see what would happen if the diamond ape survived." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he controlled the blood ghost staff to fly around the ice field to see if they could find any living creatures. But to Zhao Hai's disappointment, they didn't encounter any living creatures. Aside from the white moss, there were no other living creatures. They did see some people who were frozen to death, but these people had been dead for a long time. The cold winds of the ice field had already turned their bones into stone. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he still controlled the magic staff to search the ice field. In any case, they were inside the space, so they wouldn't be delayed. Therefore, they decided to use some time to search. It took 2 days for Zhao Hai to search the periphery of the ice field. When he saw the figures of the polar bears, he retrieved the blood ghost staff and continued to move forward. After 2 days of searching, Zhao Hai didn't find anything. Just like before, aside from the moss, there were no other living creatures. Aside from ice and snow, there were no other living creatures. After 2 days, Zhao Hai controlled the magic staff to fly deeper into the ice field. He didn't believe that the diamond apes were dead. Even if the diamond apes were dead, he should still be able to find their corpses. However, he didn't find a lot of corpses. This was somewhat unreasonable. This kind of search was very tedious, but Zhao Hai still persisted. He believed that even if he couldn't find the diamond apes, he would still be able to find other living creatures. It was impossible for the ice field to only have moss, there must be other living creatures. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because of what he saw on Earth. Even in harsh environments, there were still living creatures. Just like the North Pole and the South Pole on Earth, there were also living creatures. He believed that the ice field would also have living creatures. The northern ice field was much bigger than Zhao Hai imagined, it was even bigger than the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai has been exploring the ice field for 10 days now, but he didn't have any harvest. He did find some frozen skeletons, but these skeletons had been blown away by the strong winds of the ice field. Even the bones weren't complete. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't identify which race these skeletons belonged to, they simply couldn't provide any clues. At this point, only Zhao Hai was still staring at the monitor every day. Laura and the others had already left. To be honest, the scenery of the ice field was very monotonous, it was so monotonous that it made people go crazy. In this place, there was only one color, white. In this place, there was only one type of terrain, flat. In the entire northern ice field, he could only see these two things. There was nothing else. Zhao Hai was already having trouble looking at the scenery. He couldn't just stare at it all the time, he didn't want to get the bloodlight certificate. Therefore, although he still stared at the monitor every day, he still had a lot of time to rest. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't care if he left or not. He had the space, he could return to the continent at any time. His business in the continent wasn't affected, he even had to deal with the Buddha clan's matters every day. Now that the Buddha clan was on track, there weren't many things that Zhao Hai needed to deal with personally. The Buddha clan wasn't like other clans. If the patriarch delegated too much power, it was possible that someone else would seize it. This kind of situation wouldn't happen in the Buddha clan. Most of the matters that Zhao Hai needed to deal with would be handed over to Laura and the others, he rarely handled them himself. Laura and the others had a good relationship with each other. Moreover, they also knew about Zhao Hai's character. Therefore, Laura and the others weren't jealous of each other. This made Zhao Hai worry a lot. In fact, this was also due to the space. The space can slowly change a person's personality and even thoughts. Everything in the space was centered around Zhao Hai. Therefore, when it changes a person's personality, everything was centered around Zhao Hai. Laura and the others' personalities were slowly changing. They now had Zhao Hai as their center. Because of this, they didn't get jealous and didn't fight for power. Everything they did was for Zhao Hai. But because this change was much slower than subduing magical beasts of the 9th rank, almost no one noticed it, not even Zhao Hai. On the 12th day since Zhao Hai's group entered the far north wilderness, Zhao Hai was still watching the scenery of the wilderness as usual. To be honest, Zhao Hai was really annoyed at this moment. At this moment, a strange object on the wasteland attracted Zhao Hai's attention. It was a rock, a very strangely shaped rock. If this stone was placed anywhere else, it wouldn't be strange. But in the far north ice field, it was very strange, very strange. Zhao looked at the stone for a while before he calmed down. He immediately focused all his attention on the stone with excitement on his face. The monitor knew what Zhao Hai was thinking, so it immediately zoomed in on the stone. It even allowed Zhao Hai to see what was inside the stone. When he saw what was inside the stone, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw an animal inside the stone that looked like Little Jin's race. It was a huge ape. Little Jin's race was already very big. Besides Little Jin, the other iron beasts weren't small. This was especially true for those that hadn't been upgraded. However, the ape that Zhao Hai saw was even bigger. This ape's height should be more than 10 meters. Its body was very sturdy, and it had long yellow hair. But now, it was sealed in ice. When Zhao Hai looked at this ape, he immediately connected it to the Diamond Ape tribe. He knew about the habits of the beast men. Each race had their own unique magic beasts. Moreover, he also asked the Beast King if the Diamond Ape tribe had any special magic beasts. The Beast King was hoping that Zhao Hai could find him to retrieve the Beast God's spear, so he didn't hide anything from him. He told Zhao Hai that the Diamond Ape tribe was the only beastman race that didn't have mounts. Although they didn't have mounts, each of them would have a Diamond Ape as their beast kin. Not only were these Diamond Apes very powerful, their defensive capabilities were also very strong. These Diamond Apes would live and die with the Diamond Ape tribe. If the Diamond Ape died, then the Diamond Ape tribe's beast kin would also die. It was precisely because of this symbiotic relationship that the Diamond Apes had a mystical connection with their beast kin. They were able to obtain more benefits and energy from their beast kin. Because of this, their fighting strength had always been at the top of the beastman race. Zhao Hai looked around but couldn't find the corpse of a Diamond Ape. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. If this Diamond Ape died here, then there should be a Diamond Ape corpse nearby. How come he couldn't see it? Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, Kai'er suddenly said, "Young master, there's something inside the Diamond Ape's stomach." Zhao Hai stared, then he showed the situation inside the Diamond Ape's stomach to the monitor. Upon seeing it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there weren't any internal organs inside the Diamond Ape's stomach. Instead, there was a curled-up person inside, a beast man with an ape's head. Zhao Hai clapped his hands as he laughed. He was very happy because he finally found the corpse of a Diamond Ape. It has been a long time since he entered the ice field, but this was the first time that he saw a corpse of a Diamond Ape. Moreover, it was a well-preserved corpse. Zhao Hai's movements naturally alarmed Laura and the others. Laura and the others immediately ran to the living room and looked at Zhao Hai before turning their attention back to the monitor. Before long, they were also stunned by the image on the monitor. Then they immediately reacted and looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then with a thought, a white hand appeared on the screen and grabbed the body of the Diamond Ape and sent it to the space. Zhao Hai didn't place the corpse inside the villa, instead, he placed it outside. Then he led Laura and the others outside. The Diamond Ape's body was sealed in ice. Just like the Diamond Ape inside his body, it was also curled up. The Diamond Ape's body was huge, so when it was curled up and sealed in ice, it really looked like a stone. Although it was already dead, the Diamond Ape still looked very fierce. Its aura was very astonishing. One could see how strong it was when it was alive. Laura and the others walked around the corpse of the Diamond Ape twice and sighed. Because Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, Laura and the others were already immune to this corpse. After walking around twice, Laura and the others gathered at Zhao Hai's side. Laura said, "I didn't think that the prairie would have such a race. Look at this Diamond Ape, it's even bigger than Little Jin and the others. It's really terrifying." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This was the king of the beastmen, an existence that suppressed all other beastmen. Of course it's terrifying. Alright, let's melt it first and see if it can turn into an undead." After he said that, Zhao Hai moved his hand, causing the hot spring water to slowly sprinkle on the ice. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the ice to be this hard. When the hot spring water sprinkled on it, it was like using water to clean glass. The ice didn't melt at all. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he moved his hand and made a fireball appear next to the ice. The fireball continued to roast the ice. After a while, the ice showed signs of melting. Zhao Hai released a few more fireballs and had them continue to roast the ice. At the same time, he also paid attention to not let the fire burn the diamond ape inside the ice. After spending 2 hours, Zhao Hai finally melted the ice, revealing the diamond ape inside. Zhao Hai moved his hand and a black gas wrapped around the diamond ape. This was Zhao Hai's spirit trapping technique. He wanted to see if this diamond ape and the diamond ape inside its stomach could turn into undead. However, Zhao Hai was quickly disappointed. The diamond ape and the diamond ape inside its stomach didn't react at all, they didn't turn into undead. This made Zhao Hai stunned. This kind of black magic was effective on almost all corpses, so why didn't it react to the diamond ape? Zhao Hai was puzzled as he used the spirit trapping technique again. The result was the same, there was no reaction at all. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he knocked the diamond ape's corpse with his magic staff. However, he discovered that the diamond ape's corpse had turned as hard as a rock. It turned out that it had been sealed in ice for too long and had turned into stone. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He received the diamond ape's corpse and then returned to the villa. He immediately released his magic staff and began to search for more diamond ape corpses. In the past 10 days, Zhao Hai couldn't find any traces of the diamond apes. But this time, it was like an explosion. One after another, diamond ape corpses were found. These corpses were the same as the first one that Zhao Hai found. They were sealed in ice and had been petrified inside the stomach of the diamond apes. In the next 3 days, Zhao Hai found nearly 1,000 diamond ape corpses. Among these corpses, there were men and women, old and young. All of their corpses were disposed of in the same way. Moreover, these corpses were all laid out in a straight line towards the ice field. Looking at the appearance of these corpses, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of an image. The most powerful beastman race was exiled to the northern ice field. Facing the cruel environment of the ice field, they had an obsession in their hearts: they must find the divine artifact of the beastman race. Because of this, they began their journey of death. In the past few days, they didn't know what method they used to survive. But when they reached the place where Zhao Hai found the first diamond ape corpse, they couldn't hold on any longer. The first person to freeze to death appeared. In order to preserve these corpses, the diamond apes used a special burial method. Although there were deaths, the diamond apes didn't stop. They continued to move forward, and along the way, people kept falling. However, the pride of the royal beastmen made the diamond apes not shrink back. While they buried their loved ones, they continued to move forward and began their journey of death. This scene made Zhao Hai feel shocked. The diamond apes were worthy of being the most powerful beastman race. They had this kind of strength and determination, it was truly amazing. Laura and the others were also shocked. They couldn't believe that a race could have this kind of obsession. They knew that they were going to die, but they still didn't hesitate to move forward. This kind of spirit was too precious. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he controlled the magic staff to move forward. The number of diamond ape corpses he received was increasing. Zhao Hai no longer had any thoughts of turning these corpses into undead. He wanted to bring them back to the prairie and bury them. They originally belonged to the prairie, so they should return there. They also had the qualifications to return there. 10 days, it has been 10 days since Zhao Hai found the first diamond ape corpse. And in these 10 days, Zhao Hai had received more than 10,000 diamond ape corpses. Most of these diamond ape corpses were old people and children. Zhao Hai didn't need to go anywhere else. The diamond ape corpses were like road signs. Zhao Hai didn't need to go the wrong way, he just needed to follow the direction of the corpses. 1 month, Zhao Hai had been flying forward for an entire month. And in this month, Zhao Hai had received nearly 500,000 diamond ape corpses. This number wasn't small. In the beastman race, the population of a large beastman race would be around 1 million. For a warring race like the tiger race, their population might be smaller. The more powerful a race was, the more difficult it would be for them to reproduce. On the other hand, for a weaker race, their fertility rate would be astonishing. The diamond apes were the royal race of the beastmen. Their fertility couldn't be too strong, so their population couldn't be too large. But now, Zhao Hai had received more than 500,000 corpses. In the beginning, most of these corpses were old people and children. But now, there were almost no old people and children in sight. Instead, they were mostly young and strong men and women. One must know that although it took Xianxia a lot of time to collect the corpses, he was still able to move faster than people in the ice field. It took him more than a month to collect the corpses. One can imagine how long it would take for the diamond apes to walk outside. Moreover, they didn't stop at all along the way, all the way until their deaths. How much perseverance did they have to have? Zhao Hai didn't dare to imagine it. Zhao Hai found it hard to imagine how the diamond apes managed to survive in this place. They were able to go so deep into the ice field, this showed how tyrannical their race was. After 3 days, Zhao Hai suddenly saw a black dot in the distance. He immediately zoomed in on the monitor. When he looked at it, Zhao Hai's spirit shook. This was because he discovered that it was a mountain. A mountain wasn't strange, but what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there were trees growing on it. Green trees, this wasn't a rare sight in the continent, but seeing it here made Zhao Hai surprised. What was this place? This was the ice field of the north. Besides ice and snow, there was almost nothing here. Who would have thought that there would be a mountain here, and there were even trees growing on it? Zhao Hai excitedly commanded his staff to fly towards the mountain. But at the same time, he was also collecting the corpses of the diamond apes. At this time, the number of diamond ape corpses he collected had already reached 700,000. Because of the corpses, it took Zhao Hai more than 2 hours to reach the mountain. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that there weren't any diamond ape corpses around the mountain. This discovery made Zhao Hai very excited. He didn't think that the diamond apes were all dead. The fact that there were trees on the mountain meant that the temperature was suitable for people to live in. It was very likely that there were still survivors of the diamond apes on the mountain. And the fact that there were no corpses around the mountain meant that the corpses had already been collected by the survivors. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited. He immediately looked at the mountain on the monitor. He wanted to know what kind of power could make the mountain grow trees in the icefield of the north. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the mountain and couldn't help but have an excited expression on his face. This was because he discovered a small path at the corner of the mountain. It was obvious that this path was made by people. Moreover, it seems like this path was frequently used by people. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get excited. He immediately came out of the space and transformed his staff into a shuttle before he flew towards the mountain. When he came out, he could clearly feel that the temperature of the mountain was very high. It was just like the temperature of spring in the continent. No wonder the trees could grow here, it was actually very warm. The closer he got to the top, the higher the temperature. Moreover, the traces of human activity became more obvious. There were a lot of roads here, but Zhao Hai still hasn't seen a single person. When Zhao Hai was halfway up the mountain, he suddenly froze. This was because he saw a city, a stone wall. Although it wasn't very high, it was still built by people. What made Zhao Hai even more excited was the fact that there were people on the wall. Zhao Hai immediately opened the monitor and saw that there were indeed people on the wall. They were diamond apes wearing leather armor. Zhao Hai flashed into the space and used the monitor to carefully look at the city. The city wasn't very big, it could probably house less than 100,000 people. The walls of the city were made of large stones. They were less than 20 meters high and 10 meters thick. On the wall, there were some diamond apes wearing leather armor. Every diamond ape was accompanied by a 10-meter-tall diamond ape. These diamond apes were either sitting or lying down, they looked very honest. However, Zhao Hai didn't doubt their fighting strength. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the weapons used by these diamond apes were all made of wood, there wasn't a single iron weapon. Their weapons were thick wooden sticks. These sticks weren't any thinner than Zhao Hai's arm. Moreover, they looked black and shiny. One could see that they were very sturdy. What made Zhao Hai pay attention to the most was that these diamond apes were very nervous. 2 of them were looking outside, as if they were facing a great enemy. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. He didn't understand why these diamond apes were so nervous. Could it be that there were enemies on the mountain? Even if there were enemies, the diamond apes shouldn't be afraid of them. Zhao Hai also noticed that there was no gate on the wall. All of the walls were tightly built, there was no way out. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at this layout. Even if these diamond apes had the giant apes to carry them in and out of the stone city, not leaving a gate would be too inconvenient. Why would they do this? Zhao Hai carefully looked at the walls. He discovered that there were a lot of battle marks on the walls. These marks were very strange. Some of them looked like they were made by wild beasts, while others looked like they were made by swords. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at the stone houses in the city. They were all two-story buildings. The lower floor seemed to be prepared for the giant apes. There were some hay inside, while the upper floor was for people to live in. However, most of them were made of stone and wood. The small town was very lively. Many children of the Diamond Ape tribe were running around in the streets. Some women of the Diamond Ape tribe were making leather armor. Old men were repairing some wooden sticks. Looking at the appearance of those sticks, it was obvious that they were their weapons. There were also some children of the right age who were practicing martial arts under the guidance of adults. It was a very lively scene. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain again. He discovered that there were some magic beasts on the mountain. These magic beasts looked like blue-eyed rabbits, but they were bigger than blue-eyed rabbits. They were almost as big as pigs. There were a lot of these magic beasts. Moreover, it was clear that these magic beasts were being raised by people. They were surrounded by wooden fences. Looking at the mountain, Zhao Hai finally understood why there were trees here. It was because there was a volcano here, and it was an active volcano. Hot air was coming out of the crater at the top of the mountain. It was precisely because the heat of the volcano dispelled the cold air that the diamond apes were able to survive here. It seems like the heavens didn't want the diamond apes to die. However, Zhao Hai could also see that the diamond ape tribe had suffered a great loss. The entire tribe only had about 100,000 people left, and this included the old and the weak. Moreover, it seems like they had encountered some troublesome enemies. Otherwise, the guards wouldn't be so nervous. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the mountain. The area of this volcano was very large. There were a lot of traces of human activity in this place. Moreover, it wasn't just a single peak, it was actually made up of 13 peaks. The Diamond Ape tribe's peak was only in the periphery. There were very few traces of human activity in the inner peaks. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the peaks and understood why there were very few people there. It was too hot, and the plants there were all fire element magic plants. Most importantly, the volcano was very unstable. Two of the peaks were still emitting black smoke. It seemed like they would erupt at any time. However, it wasn't like there weren't any living creatures in the mountains. Zhao Hai also found some fire element magic beasts. However, looking at the appearance of these magic beasts, their levels weren't very high. It was clear that these magic beasts weren't the main opponents of the diamond apes. After looking at the mountains, Zhao Hai decided to meet the diamond apes and inquire about the specific situation. If they found the beast god's spear, then that would be good. If they didn't, then he would have to go to the ice field to look for it. Zhao Hai's body flashed as he went out of the space. Then he released Alien and sat inside its body. Then he had Alien slowly climb up the mountain. Before long, Alien slowly approached the city built by the diamond apes. Inside Alien's body, Zhao Hai carefully observed the reaction of the people on the city. Sure enough, when Alien appeared halfway up the mountain, it was immediately discovered by the people on the city. The beastmen immediately moved, the giant apes also stood up, they were ready to fight at any time. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. However, he immediately had Alien stop. Then he stood inside Alien and loudly said, "Beastman brothers, don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person, I'm not here to attack you." As Zhao Hai spoke, he also paid attention to the beastmen on the city wall. Just as he spoke, he discovered that the beastmen were stunned. Then they looked at each other in dismay. It seems like they couldn't recover from their shock. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he could roughly guess what the diamond apes were thinking. They had been living in this place for more than 5,000 years. 5,000 years wasn't a small number. In these 5,000 years, they had no contact with the outside world. Otherwise, the beastmen wouldn't have not received any news. Now that someone suddenly spoke, it was natural that they couldn't respond. However, Zhao Hai's words weren't just random. He wanted to see the reaction of the people on the city wall. From this, they would be able to determine whether the ones attacking them were beastmen or magic beasts. It seems like the ones attacking them were magic beasts. While thinking about this, Zhao walked out of Xenomorph. He was still dressed in his magic robe and had a magic staff in his hand. As soon as he came out of Xenomorph, he waved his hand and put Xenomorph away. When Zhao Hai came out, the beast men on the city wall immediately boiled up. When Zhao Hai saw the beast men running around, he couldn't help but smile. He could imagine what these people were feeling right now. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he calmly walked to a spot a few dozen meters away from the city wall so that the people on the city wall could clearly see him. Zhao Hai looked at the city wall. Before long, an old diamond ape beastman appeared on the city wall. This diamond ape beastman stood on the city wall and looked at Zhao Hai, his body trembling with excitement. Zhao Hai gave the diamond apes a salute and said, "Greetings beastman brothers, my name is Zhao Hai, I came from the beastman prairie." The old diamond ape on the wall looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Then he wept and said, "It's been 5,000 years, the heavens haven't forsaken my diamond ape tribe." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please wait a moment, I'll immediately send someone to pick you up." Then he immediately had a diamond ape warrior bring his diamond ape down from the city wall. Then he went in front of Zhao Hai. The diamond ape warrior was 2 meters tall and almost 3 meters tall. At this time, he was looking at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and gave him a salute. "Zhao Hai has seen this beastman brother." The diamond ape warrior reacted. He immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Human brother, did you really come from the beastman prairie?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I did." The diamond ape warrior immediately said, "Can I ask Mister to tell me what the beastman prairie is like?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but then he immediately thought about it. These diamond apes have been living here for 5,000 years. Who knows how many generations of diamond apes they were? Naturally, it was impossible for them to have seen the prairie. In their opinion, the prairie only existed in legends. It was the most beautiful place, their roots. Just as Zhao Hai was about to answer, the old diamond ape warrior on the wall roared, "Little Six, what are you doing, you stinking brat? Why haven't you invited Mister in yet?" When Little Six heard the old man, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry mister, I was too excited and forgot about my business." "Mister, please sit on Little Six's shoulder. Little Six will take you into the city." As he said that, Little Six pointed to the diamond ape standing beside him. Zhao Hai looked at the diamond ape. The diamond ape stood there like a human, its body was nearly 10 meters tall. For such a behemoth to be called Little Six, it was really interesting. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Little Six called out twice to the great ape. The great ape seemed to understand. It slowly squatted down and extended its claw towards Zhao Hai. When the great ape opened its claw, it was almost as big as a small bed. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he directly stood on top of the great ape's claw. The great ape put Zhao Hai on its shoulder, then it also put Little Six on his shoulder. Then it stood up and turned around to climb up the wall. Before long, the great ape reached the top of the wall and put Zhao Hai down. The old man from the diamond ape tribe excitedly walked towards Zhao Hai and said, "Human friend, I am the patriarch of the diamond ape tribe, Tess. How did you come here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, patriarch. I was entrusted by the current beast king to come to the northern icefield to look for the beast god spear. I didn't know that the diamond apes lived here. I believe that if this news was passed back to the prairie, the beast men would be very excited." When Tess heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but turn gloomy as he said, "My tribe is a sinner. Even if we return to the prairie, we won't be welcomed. Mister, please come with me to my home." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Tess to his home. Along the way, the diamond apes came out to watch Zhao Hai. They simply treated him as a rare beast. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before long, Zhao Hai followed Tess to his home. His home was very ordinary, it wasn't any different from the other diamond apes. Downstairs, there were 7 diamond apes, 4 big ones and 3 small ones. The 3 small diamond apes followed Zhao Hai into Tess' home while the others were driven out by Tess. Tess invited Zhao Hai to the 2nd floor to see his family. Tess' family was very simple. He, his wife, his son, and his daughter-in-law were 3 children. After Zhao Hai gave his greetings to his family, the group sat down. Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. said that you were entrusted by the Beast King to look for the Beast God Spear in the northern ice field? Zhao Hai nodded and said, my relationship with the Beast Men has always been good. This time, something big might happen in the continent. Therefore, the Beast King asked me to come to the northern ice field to look for the Beast God Spear. Tess sighed and said, in the past, my tribe had lost the divine artifact in the northern ice field. This was a great mistake for my tribe. In the end, my tribe was exiled to the northern ice field by the beast men. It has been 5,000 years since then. According to the records of my tribe was prepared to die in the northern ice field. If they couldn't find the beast god's spear, then they would rather die in the northern ice field. In the end, only 5,000 of my tribe managed to survive in this volcano. In the past, my tribe had never given up looking for the divine artifact. However, the heavens didn't allow us to do so. In the past, my tribe was still able to search for the divine artifact, but in the past 1,000 years, it has been impossible. I don't know when some ice beasts started to appear in the northern ice field. These ice beasts attacked us with all their might. In the end, we had no choice but to build a city to defend against them. Zhao Hai knew that the diamond apes had suffered heavy losses. Inside the space, there were more than 700,000 corpses of the diamond apes. However, there were less than 5,000 diamond apes who managed to escape to the mountain. It was almost equivalent to being exterminated. After 5,000 years of development, the diamond apes managed to grow to less than 100,000 people. This showed how much they had paid for the divine artifact. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this right now. From Tess' mouth, Zhao Hai already heard that the diamond apes had yet to find the beast god spear. In other words, the beast god spear was still somewhere in the northern ice field. Zhao Hai quickly said, Patriarch, what did you say about the ice beasts and the ice beasts? From what I can see, there seems to be traces of attacks on your city walls. Was it done by those things? Tess sighed and said, right, according to the records of our tribe, these creatures appeared more than 1,000 years ago. I don't know what they are, but their bodies are made of ice. Some of them have humanoid forms while others have beast forms. They can move freely, but their intelligence isn't high. However, they are very difficult to deal with. If you don't smash their heads, they won't die. Fortunately, the volcano has weakened their strength. Otherwise, our diamond apes would have already been exterminated. Zhao Hai stared. This was the first time he heard about these creatures. He looked at the Patriarch and said, Patriarch, are you saying that their bodies are made of ice? Tess nodded and said, right, their bodies are made of ice. Their ice is transparent. Moreover, after killing them, they can immediately turn into water. They don't look like living creatures, but their fighting strength isn't weak. Zhao Hai knit his brows. This was the first time he heard about such a strange thing. It seems like the northern icefield's reputation as a forbidden area wasn't undeserved. Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, it's good that Mr. is here. I estimate that the ice beasts will attack again in the next few days. When the time comes, Mr. can see for himself. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I've been on the road for a long time. I need a good rest. I'll have to trouble the Patriarch for a while. Tess smiled and said, Mr. is too polite. You're our first guest in 5,000 years. Naturally, we have to treat you well. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Tess and said, Patriarch, on the way here, I found a lot of diamond ape corpses. I've already brought them here. How do you want to deal with them? Tess stared, then he stood up, his complexion changed as he said, Mister, did you really bring those corpses? Zhao Hai also stood up, then he nodded and said, yes, I brought them all. To be honest, it's really amazing. A total of more than 700,000 corpses. If I didn't have a space equipment, then I wouldn't have been able to bring them all. Patriarch, I really admire your people. No matter how big your crimes were, they have all been redeemed. When Tess heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he suddenly burst into tears and said, Ancestors, did you hear that? Someone said that your sins have been redeemed, you can rest in peace. Tessa's wife, son, and daughter-in-law also stood up. Zhao Hai knew that the matter of the beast god's spear had always been a sore point for the diamond apes. So he said this to comfort the diamond apes. However, his words weren't false, he truly believed that the diamond apes had redeemed their sins. After some time, Tess' mood slowly calmed down. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, can you let us see the remains of my ancestors?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked outside. Tess and his family quickly followed him. When they came out, they discovered that outside the Tess's residence was a lot of diamond apes. These diamond apes were curiously looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly, he felt like a monkey in a zoo. Tess looked at these people and said, "Everyone, come with me to the city wall. Mr. Zhao said that he brought the bodies of our ancestors on the way here. Let's go and pay our respects to our ancestors." Tess nodded and said, "Everyone, come with me to the wall." When they heard Tess, the surrounding diamond apes couldn't help but stare. Then an uproar broke out, all of them began to spread the news. Before long, everyone in the city knew about it. Zhao Hai knew that the beastmen valued their ancestors very much. This time, Zhao Hai was able to bring the remains of their ancestors. For them, this was a great favor. Zhao Hai didn't waste time as he followed Tess to the city wall. Then they walked up and down the wall to the open space outside before releasing the petrified corpses. Tess looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but shed tears. He gently walked to the side of a corpse and looked at it. Then he sobbed and said, "Yes, these are the remains of my ancestors." At that time, they were in a hurry and were afraid that the remains would be damaged by the cold light of the northern ice field. Therefore, they thought of this method to store the remains in the belly of a diamond ape. After death, the skin of a diamond ape would slowly petrify in order to preserve the integrity of the body. This was a special burial method used during that time. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just released more than 100 corpses before stopping. The square outside the city wall wasn't big, so it was impossible to store so many corpses. Therefore, Zhao Hai only released more than 100 corpses. Then he looked at Tess and said, "Patriarch, there are too many corpses, we can't put them all here. What do you think?" Tess looked at the corpses and sighed, "I'll have to trouble Mister to bring these corpses down to the ice field. After we pay our respects, we'll cremate them." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Cremation? I remember that the beastmen didn't cremate their corpses?" Tess nodded and said, "Indeed, the beastmen didn't cremate their corpses. However, our diamond apes decided to cremate our corpses in order to thank the volcano for saving our lives." Zhao Hai nodded, he could understand the feelings of the beastmen. Just as they were about to be exterminated, suddenly a place appeared in front of them that would allow them to live. In this case, it would be strange if they weren't grateful. No wonder the beastmen who didn't need to be cremated were now cremated here. However, Zhao Hai still felt that he should remind Tess. Therefore, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch Tess, my space is very big. Moreover, if I can find the beast god's spear, then I can bring these corpses back to the prairie. Don't you think that it would be better to bury them here?" When Tess heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mister said true? Can Mister really bring these corpses back to the prairie and bury them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Tess looked at the corpses, then he looked at the patriarch behind him and sighed. Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, Mister, let's just cremate them. For my tribe to be able to find the beast god's spear, I think they wouldn't have the face to return to the prairie." Zhao Hai looked at Tess and said, "Patriarch, I came this time to look for the beast god's spear. I think that I can find it. If I can find the beast god's spear, then wouldn't you be able to return to the prairie?" Tess looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Mister, what's the point of returning to the prairie? Our diamond ape tribe has a very glorious history. We used to be the royal tribe of the beastmen, but what about it? We were exiled to this place. Now, there are only 100,000 of us left. Even if we return to the beastman prairie, what can we get? How can a small tribe of 100,000 people survive in the prairie? Will the current beastman royal family think that we are a threat? Mister, to be honest, we are eager to return to the prairie, but we are also afraid of going back." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Tess would think this far. Was this really the beastman race that was famous for being straightforward? He was like a wise old man who had seen the world. Zhao Hai was very clear that what Tess said was true. Their status was too awkward. They used to be a royal family, but now, they were only a small tribe of 100,000 people. Even if their fighting strength was formidable, once they returned to the Beastmen Prairie, what would they do? The Beastmen were already used to the rule of the lion and tiger tribes. They certainly wouldn't allow them to become a royal family. When they return, they might even be pushed aside. When that time comes, their days wouldn't be too good. Moreover, it was impossible for them to rely on war to develop like other tribes. With their status, the lion and tiger tribes wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Therefore, it would be good if they weren't suppressed and slowly withered away. Zhao Hai sighed and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and collected the corpses on the ground. Then he led the diamond apes to the foot of the mountain. As long as they left the mountain, they would be in a world of ice and snow. Zhao Hai placed the corpses on the ice field before he silently retreated to the side. Tess led the diamond apes to pay their respects. Their worship was very simple, they just killed a few magic beasts and then kowtowed. There wasn't much content, but seeing so many corpses on the ice field, the diamond apes couldn't help but cry. These were their ancestors. After more than an hour, the worship was finished. Tess went to Zhao Hai's side and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai. I asked Mr. to help me bring the corpses to the top of the mountain." Zhao Hai nodded, then he collected the corpses. Then he followed Tess and the others to the top of the mountain. The higher they went, the higher the temperature became. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a huge circular crater that was filled with white gas. One could even vaguely see the light of the flames. Zhao Hai paid attention to the crater. Unexpectedly, there was a magma pool at the bottom of the crater. The magma inside was boiling, but it didn't seem to be erupting. When they arrived at the crater, Zhao Hai followed Tess' request and threw the corpses into the crater. Then Tess and the others went to pay their respects before returning to the city. After that, Zhao Hai followed Tess to his home. When they arrived at Tess' home, the guests and the host sat down. Then Tess' wife and daughter-in-law went to prepare dinner. On the other hand, Tess, Zhao Hai, and his son sat in the living room. Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can Mr. tell us about the current situation in the prairie?" Zhao Hai didn't decline, he nodded and began to talk. At this point, he already had a good understanding of the prairie, so it wasn't hard for him to talk about it. Actually, in the past 5,000 years, the Ark continent's development wasn't very fast. It was just that the magic civilization had made some progress. On the other hand, the Beastmen didn't have much development. But now, the Beastmen had learned how to use beast souls to cultivate. They learned how to find the most suitable beast souls for themselves as well as the most suitable mounts for themselves. Don't look down on these mounts were something that the Beastmen had experimented with for a long time. This greatly increased their fighting strength. Just think about it, how could a Beastman riding an ordinary bull fight against a Beastman riding his own mount? That was simply impossible. 5,000 years had passed, even if the weapons used by the Beastmen were different, there were still some things that had changed. These things weren't recorded in the history of the Diamond Apes. Even after Tess' wife and daughter-in-law had prepared food for them, Tess and the others were still unwilling to move. They were deeply attracted by Zhao Hai's narration. Tess's wife called him several times before Tess recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai with an embarrassed expression and said, "Mister, I'm sorry. I was too engrossed in listening. Let's go eat first." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he followed Tess' family to the dining room. The dining room wasn't very big, it only had ordinary wooden tables and chairs. However, almost all of the tableware in the dining room were either made of wood or stone. There were almost no iron utensils. Even if there were one or two pieces of iron utensils, they were all seriously damaged and were still being used. Zhao Hai didn't laugh at them. The Beastmen weren't good at making ironware. Moreover, from the looks of it, there weren't any iron ores in this place. The ironware that they had might have been brought here by the Diamond Apes. It was already a miracle that they could still use it. However, when a person is forced to a certain extent, they can erupt with unimaginable strength. Although the dining room that Tess and the others were using was mostly made of stone or wood, they were polished very smooth. Even the stone swords looked very sharp. The dishes that they made with stone pots and slabs had a different flavor, the taste was very good. Most importantly, they made wine here. Moreover, this wine wasn't low in alcohol content. When Zhao Hai asked about it, he found out that this wine was made from a fruit found in the mountains. Moreover, this fruit didn't have any sweetness, so it tasted very good. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to the living room with Tess and the others. Then Zhao Hai continued to talk about the matters of the continent, the beast men, the humans, and everything else. Even if Zhao Hai wasn't very comprehensive, he still talked until late at night. When Zhao Hai finally stopped, Tess and the others noticed that it was already late at night. They immediately prepared a room for Zhao Hai and asked him to rest. After Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately returned to the space. Laura and the others didn't go to rest, they were still chatting in the living room. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Laura immediately smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you're finally back. Hee, you must be tired." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he wasn't just tired, he felt that his throat was about to smoke. Moreover, it was very painful. If he didn't treat it, then he might not be able to speak tomorrow. Zhao Hai immediately drank a large cup of spatial water before he felt better. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "There's no other way, Tess and the others are too enthusiastic. Why aren't you resting? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai had already told Laura and the others that if he had something to do outside, then they can go and rest. However, Laura and the others didn't seem to have heard about it. Laura smiled and said, "It's true. Brother Hai, did you forget that we've been in the northern ice field for more than a month now? Shouldn't we bring back the first batch of magic beasts that the Buddha Empire wants?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai stared, then he patted his head and said, "I forgot about that." "Right, let's arrange it immediately." "Right, where's the fleet from Golden Island?" Laura smiled and said, "They're almost at the Beastman Prairie's coastline. I'm going to have them stay in a place where nobody is around for 2 days before returning. In any case, we didn't bring a lot of magic beasts with us, only about 4,000 of them. If we let them stay there for too long, then it might arouse suspicion." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. It's best to have the magic beasts leave the space as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they level up inside the space." Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. Other people were afraid that their magic beasts wouldn't level up. Only they were afraid that their magic beasts would level up too quickly. If this matter were to be spread out, then people would be angered to death. After laughing for a while, Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, I heard that the diamond apes don't want to return to the prairie?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told them about Tess' concerns. After listening to Zhao Hai, Laura and the others nodded. Laura and the others knew that this matter was very likely to happen. After all, no race would be willing to give up their authority. The diamond apes weren't the same as before. In the past, they had tyrannical fighting strength and a large population. Because of this, they were able to suppress the beastmen. But now, they were only a tribe with less than 100,000 people. The political struggles of the beastmen were a lot worse compared to the humans. Laura and the others had experienced these things before, so when they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what was going on. Lizzie knit her brows, but then her eyes suddenly shone as she said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think we can pull the diamond apes over to our side? Let them live in the Black Wasteland?" Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think about this point. Now that Lizzie said this, it reminded him that Tess and the others didn't want to return to the prairie, but what about the Black Wasteland? The area of the Black Wasteland was very large. Zhao Hai had already planted some pasture on the land that couldn't be plowed. Now that the pasture was growing very well, it would be a waste to leave it uncultivated. Since Wales was in need of manpower, Zhao Hai didn't mention the matter of slaves. But what if the diamond apes were moved to the Black Wasteland? Wouldn't the prairie ranch come in handy? Although the diamond apes had been living in the mountains for 5,000 years, Zhao Hai could see that the diamond apes didn't have the habit of grazing. They were still mainly grazing, they didn't plant anything. Because of this, having them graze in the Black Wasteland was definitely feasible. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod, "That's a good idea. If it succeeds, then we'll have 100,000 more people. Moreover, the diamond apes are very strong. With these people, we'll have another trump card in our hands. Zhao Hai nodded. Megan nodded and said, that's a good idea. Moreover, Big Brother Hai, I think Tess will ask you tomorrow why you're looking for the Beast God Spear. When the time comes, you can tell them about the Divine Realm and see what they choose to do. If they don't have our help, then we can just forget about it. In any case, they wouldn't be able to leave the icefield without our help. Laura smiled and said, I think it's feasible. Since they live at the foot of the volcano, who knows when the volcano will erupt? If we help them change their living environment, they shouldn't oppose it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai smiled and said, who knows, they might want to return to the prairie. But right now, they still haven't returned. All right, let's talk about it tomorrow. Then Zhao Hai pulled Laura towards the room. Laura's face couldn't help but turn red, causing Lizzie and the others to laugh. The next morning, Zhao Hai got up from Meg's bed. Then he went out of the space and went to the room prepared by Tess. Although Zhao Hai didn't sleep last night, for a 9th rank expert like him, it didn't affect him at all. He didn't feel tired at all. When Zhao Hai returned to the room prepared by Tess, he immediately went out. Sure enough, Tess's family hadn't gotten up yet. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he woke up early today because he wanted to see the volcanoes. He wanted to get some magic beasts or plants to the space. Even if he couldn't level up, he could still gain some experience. When Zhao Hai came out of Tess' house, he saw that there weren't many people outside. There were only a few people who got up early in the morning to work. These people were old people, their work was very simple, they just needed to clean up the streets of the city. These old people were old, so their fighting strength had declined. Because of this, they didn't need to defend the city anymore and just did this kind of work. Zhao Hai smiled and greeted the old people. The old people also quickly returned the greeting, they were very grateful to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai brought back the remains of their ancestors. This could be said to have solved their worries. After Zhao Hai greeted the old people, he went to the city wall. The soldiers who were guarding the city immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. After returning the salute, Zhao Hai summoned Alien and went down the city wall. He didn't want to fly here and let the diamond apes know about his strength. Because of this, he summoned Alien. Outside the city was a forest. Zhao Hai had Alien wander around the forest. If there were any plants or trees, then he would use the space to collect them. Although the space kept issuing prompts, there were no notifications of an upgrade. This was within Zhao Hai's expectations, there was nothing strange about it. Alien's speed was very fast, and now that the space had leveled up, its ability to grab things had also increased. As long as it wasn't an 8th rank expert, then it would be able to grab things. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to save himself a lot of trouble, he just needed to sit inside Alien and do everything. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to finish exploring the mountain where the diamond apes lived. There were some good things in the mountain. Perhaps because of the volcano, most of the plants and animals here had a fire attribute. Although the space didn't increase its level, it still increased the fire attribute of the plants. This could be considered as a form of compensation for the diamond apes. After exploring the mountain, Zhao Hai felt that the time was almost up. So he immediately headed towards the Diamond Ape tribe's city. He knew that most of the people in the city had already woken up. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai returned to the city with Alien, most of the people in the city were already awake. Tess was already waiting for him on the city wall. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Tess relaxed. After eating breakfast, Tess invited Zhao Hai to the living room. After sitting down, Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, after listening to you talk about the continent, I discovered that the relationship between the beast men and the humans isn't very good. Moreover, there was a recent war. Why did the Beast King ask Mister to come to the northern icefield to obtain the Beast God Spear? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, I've heard a lot about the continent. Zhao Hai already knew that Tess would ask this yesterday, so he had already thought of an excuse. He told Tess about his status in the Beastmen as well as his status as an elder of the dwarves. At the same time, Zhao Hai also took out a token. This token was made out of beast bones and had the word king engraved on it. Naturally, this wasn't the Beast King's token, it was the Beastman race's foreign prince token. This was something that the Beast King gave to Zhao Hai. In any case, he already said that if Zhao Hai can retrieve the beast god's spear, then he would become the beast man race's foreign prince. If Zhao Hai can't retrieve the beast god's spear, then he might die in the northern icefield. Therefore, giving him a foreign prince token wasn't a big deal. When Zhao Hai took out the foreign prince token, Tess immediately believed in Zhao Hai. This was because this foreign prince token was recorded in the history of their race. Moreover, this token was invented by the diamond apes. However, they gave this token to a dwarf craftsman and didn't give it to a human. Tess returned the token to Zhao Hai, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. said yesterday that something happened in the continent that would require the beast god spear. Can I know what it is?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Tess about the dwarf's prophecy, Iron Hammer's words, as well as the recent movements of the Radiant Church. He didn't hide anything from Tess, just like what Megan said, there was no point in telling them. Without his help, it would be impossible for these people to leave the icefield. If Tess and the others agreed to help, then they would become Zhao Hai's people, so there was no point in telling them. Although Zhao Hai admired the diamond apes, he couldn't let his sympathy prevail in this matter. If the diamond apes don't agree to move to the Black Wasteland, then it would be impossible for the diamond apes to know about the existence of the space. This was because the space still hasn't been exposed to the public yet. After hearing Zhao Hai, Tess couldn't help but knit his brows. He didn't think that the beast god's spear would be this important in the 5,000 years that they stayed in the icefield. Moreover, the beast god's spear was this important. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he looked at Tess and didn't disturb him. He just sat there and drank his water. After some time, Tess turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you sure that you can find the beast god's spear?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Pretty much, there shouldn't be any problems. You should know that I came here alone. I believe that I have the strength to find the beast god's spear." Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard Mister say that you're a human noble. You have your own fief. Mister, I have something that I need your help with. I don't know if Mister can agree." When Zhao Hai heard Tess, he couldn't help but stare. This was because from Tess' words, it seems like he wanted to take the initiative to join Zhao Hai. Is that really the case? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Right, I'm a Marquis of Rosen Empire. I have my own fief, and it's quite large." Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If my diamond ape tribe joins Mister, does Mister have a way to get us out of the icefield?" Zhao Hai looked at Tess and nodded, "Yes, not only can I take you out of the northern icefield, I can also arrange for you to graze, have your children go to school, and have your people manage themselves. But once you enter my fief, you won't be able to go out without my orders." Tess nodded and said, "All right." Tess looked at Zhao Hai and said, "May I know where Mister's fief is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Black Wasteland." Tess stared, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Mister said that your fief is the Black Wasteland? Could it be that the land there has already been taken care of?" Zhao smiled and said, "The one who managed the land is me. Now, besides my Buddha clan, no one else knows that I have managed the land of the Black Wasteland. That's why I said that if you enter my fief, without my order, you cannot go out." Zhao smiled and said, "That's right." Tess looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth? Did you really manage the Black Wasteland?" "Right, can I ask Mister how you're going to get us out of the icefield?" Zhao Hai looked at Tess and smiled faintly, "Patriarch, please relax, I'll let you know immediately. No matter what happens, don't be surprised." Then with an intention, the two appeared inside Iron Mountain Fort in the Black Wasteland. Zhao Hai didn't take Tess to the space. Instead, he directly teleported to the Black Wasteland and appeared in Iron Mountain Fort's living room. Zhao Hai would rather let people know about his space-divergent ability than let them know about the existence of the space. Although space-divergent abilities were rare, it wasn't something that didn't exist in the continent. On the other hand, the existence of the space was unique, it was impossible for the continent to have it. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more careful. Only those who knew about the existence of the space would know about it. As for the others, they would only be able to find out that he had a space-divergent ability. At the same time, the reason why Zhao Hai didn't want people to know about the Black Wasteland was because he was afraid that the changes in the Black Wasteland would make the continent suspicious of him. After all, he didn't let the people of the continent know about his alchemy and alchemy abilities. If people were to know that he improved the Black Wasteland, then it wouldn't be justified. However, even if people were to ask about it now, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. In the past, he really didn't know how to refine pills. But now, it was different. Now that he had the space's universal manufacturing machine, as long as he was given something, then he would be able to refine it. Zhao Hai still thought that it was better to keep a low profile. After all, the Black Wasteland was too big. If people were to know that the Black Wasteland was improved, then their attention would certainly be focused on the Black Wasteland. Tess was dumbfounded as he looked at his surroundings. He didn't think that he would suddenly be transported to a different environment. After looking around, he suddenly remembered the records of the most famous divergent ability in the continent. One must know that the history of the Diamond Ape tribe had never been broken. Even when they were in the northern icefield, they didn't give up on recording these things in the tribe's history. Because of this, the records of the Diamond Apes were very complete. Because of this, although Tess and the others had left the continent for 5,000 years, they still knew some things about the continent. Space divergent abilities were the continent's most mysterious divergent ability. In the past, there were beastmen who were able to use them. Because of this, the records of the Diamond Apes were naturally recorded. Tess' eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is this a spatial ability?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct, this is a spatial divergent ability. Moreover, my spatial divergent ability is also different. Not only can I teleport to a fixed location, I can also create a spatial passage that allows people to quickly reach the Black Wasteland. Because of this, I said that I can bring you out." Tess excitedly said, "Good, that's great. Then I'll have to thank Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I still need to prepare a place for you to live in. Let's go out and take a look, this is my territory." After he said that, Zhao Hai led Tess out of the castle. When Tess saw the giant horned raging bulls working, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the giant horned raging bulls with an excited expression. This was the first time he saw a beast man in 50 years. The giant horned raging bull also saw Tess. However, he didn't recognize Tess. Although he knew that there were apes among the beast men, the apes that he had seen were different from Tess. This made him very puzzled. Because of this, the giant horned raging bull stared blankly at Tess. Tess quickly ran towards the giant horned raging bull and excitedly said, "My beastman brother, what tribe are you from?" When Tess asked this question, the giant horned raging bull became even more stunned. If one were to ask about the tribes in the Beastman Prairie, then the giant horned raging bulls would certainly be one of the most recognizable tribes. The two horns on their heads were hard to mistake. The giant horned raging bull touched his horns, he thought that his horns had been cut off. Otherwise, why would this beast man ask him what tribe he was from? Zhao Hai looked at the giant horned raging bull's puzzled expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "Apier, don't be surprised, he really can't recognize you. This is a diamond ape tribe, they live in the northern icefield." The giant horned raging bull called Apier stared, then he muttered, "Diamond ape tribe, what tribe is the diamond ape tribe?" Then he suddenly thought of something, his eyes almost popped out as he looked at Tess and said, "Exiled royal tribe, the diamond ape tribe? Are they still alive?" Heavens! When Tess heard the giant horned raging bull, he couldn't help but be excited as he said, "I didn't think that there would still be people who remember our tribe." "Right, I'm a diamond ape." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Tess, this is a brother from the giant horned raging bull tribe. Last year, they encountered a disaster in the prairie, their tribe was attacked. Therefore, we brought them here. Now, they have settled down in Iron Mountain Fort." April looked at Tess with an expression of disbelief. This made his cow-like face look even more foolish. In fact, anyone who encountered such a situation would be dumbfounded. A race that had disappeared for 5,000 years suddenly appeared in front of him. This was inconceivable. When Tess heard Zhao Hai say that Apier was a giant horned raging bull, he immediately believed it when he saw the pair of horns on Apier's head. His face was filled with excitement as he said, "My beastman brother, how are you?" He really didn't know what to say, he seemed to have a lot of things to say, but he didn't know how to say them. Apier recovered, he looked at Tess and said, "Are you really a diamond ape? Did you really come from the northern icefield? How did you manage to survive?" At this time, the workers who were working in Iron Mountain Fort heard the commotion and ran over. Many giant-horned raging bulls stared blankly when they heard Apier's words, then they looked at Tess with excitement. After some time, Green and Merlin arrived, bringing the situation under control. Then Green and Merlin invited Tess to the living room before sending people to invite Elise and Aaliyah over. Aaliyah and Elise were the elders of the giant-horned raging bull tribe, so it was best for them to communicate with Tess. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. He had Aaliyah and Elise take Tess to visit Iron Mountain Fort. At the same time, he had them chat alone. He believed that Tess would definitely ask Aaliyah and Aaliyah about their lives, so he wasn't in a hurry. Sure enough, Tess went out with Aaliyah and Aaliyah for a long time before returning. Moreover, it could be seen that Tess and Aaliyah had already eaten. Zhao Hai had also eaten. Tess' face was somewhat red. It seems like he drank some wine. When Tess returned to Iron Mountain Fort's living room, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Tess and said, "Patriarch Tess, we should head back. If we stay here for too long, your family might be worried." Tess nodded. He had already asked Aaliyah and Aaliyah what he needed to know. There was nothing else to ask, so he decided to go back. Zhao Hai led Tess back to the city in a flash. However, they didn't directly enter the house. Instead, they appeared in a deserted place. Tess looked around and immediately knew where he was. Then he followed Zhao Hai towards his home. Not long after they came out, they met a diamond ape. When the diamond ape saw Tess, he immediately said, "Patriarch, where did you go?" "I just saw Auntie looking for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Auntie was looking for you." Tess nodded and said, "I know." Then he followed Zhao Hai back to his house. His family hadn't eaten yet and were waiting for the two. Upon seeing the two coming back, Tess' wife couldn't help but complain that he didn't come back to eat. But when she saw that they had already eaten, she didn't say anything else. After Tess had them eat, he sat down with Zhao Hai in the living room. After the two sat down, Tess turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I need to discuss this matter with some of the elders. I hope that you can give me some time." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, don't worry. I'll go back and prepare some food and a place for you to live. If you don't want to go, then it doesn't matter. Patriarch, I want to take a stroll around the mountain and see if there are any rare plants." Tess nodded and said, "Mister, do you want me to send someone to go with you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need, I'm just going to take a stroll. I don't think there's anything on the mountain that can threaten me." Tess nodded and said, "There aren't any powerful magic beasts on this mountain. However, it would be best if Mister doesn't go to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th peaks. The flames there are very unstable, they might spit out flames at any time. The temperature of the flames is very high, so Mister needs to be careful. Other than that, there's nothing else." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Tess a salute before turning around to leave. When Tess saw Zhao Hai leave, he immediately went outside and went to the houses of the elders. He wanted to discuss this matter with the elders and then make a decision as soon as possible. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. To be honest, Tess' decision didn't matter to him at this point. He couldn't just send Tess and the others to the prairie. If they want to go out, then they can only go to the Black Wasteland. Otherwise, Zhao Hai can only let them go. Once the secret of the Black Wasteland is made public, then Zhao Hai might take them out. Until then, they can only survive here. Zhao Hai sat inside Alien's body as they quietly walked through the forest. He went straight to the 2nd peak. This peak wasn't as tall as the one Tess and the others were living on. Moreover, it was very far from the 3rd peak. And the 3rd peak happened to be the volcano that Tess said would erupt from time to time. Because of this, Tess and the others were living on the 1st peak. After leaving the 1st peak, Alien swung its tail and flew towards the 2nd peak. The distance between the two peaks wasn't close. If Alien were to climb, then it would take the entire night. Because of this, Alien could only fly. Now that the undead inside Zhao Hai's space had become 9th rank experts, they could naturally fly, which made it more convenient for Zhao Hai. There wasn't anything special about the 2nd peak. Zhao Hai also went to the peak to take a look. The 2nd peak looked like an extinct volcano. The crater was completely dark, nothing could be seen. Jiao Hai didn't care about it. After looking around, he went to the third peak. The third peak was really different from the second peak. As soon as Jiao Hai arrived at the third peak, he could feel that the temperature was very high. Even at the foot of the mountain, the temperature was much higher than the place where Tess and the others lived. There were fewer plants growing on the third peak, but there were more fire element magic beasts. Naturally, Jiao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He collected a lot of plants and captured a lot of magic beasts. However, the space still didn't level up. While collecting these things, Jiao Hai went to the top of the mountain. He was very curious. He wanted to see what the top of the active volcano looked like. Before long, Jiao Hai arrived at the top of the mountain. The temperature here was very high. If one were to beat an egg on the ground, it would immediately turn into a fried egg. However, this temperature didn't affect Jiao Hai, nor did it affect Alien. They slowly arrived at the crater of the volcano. The crater of the volcano was like a huge furnace. Less than 50 meters away from the crater, one could see the boiling magma. Jiao Hai looked at the magma and was about to go down. But suddenly, he discovered something that made Jiao Hai stop. It was a red crystal. It looked crystal clear and very beautiful. This crystal wasn't far from the crater of the volcano. Moreover, it was a very large piece. Jiao Hai curiously looked at the crystal. Then with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared and took the crystal into the space. As soon as the crystal was taken into the space, a prompt was immediately heard: crystal rich in heat energy detected. Contains a large amount of heat energy. Energy is stable and can be used. It can produce 100,000 kilowatts of electricity. This item can be recycled. After the energy is exhausted, it can be recharged. Jiao Hai got. Then he looked at the crystal with excitement. This thing contained a lot of energy. Moreover, it can be recharged after being used. This was a good thing. Jiao Hai immediately turned on the monitor and called Kair over. Then he told her to look for red crystals in the mountains that he had been to. The space's ability to search wasn't very good. It didn't take long before they found a lot of red crystals. Moreover, each one of them wasn't small. Jiao Hai immediately had Kair move the crystals to the space and then continued to search. However, he couldn't find any more of these red crystals in the 3 peaks that he went to. Jiao Hai couldn't help but look at the other 10 mountains. The other 10 mountains had volcanoes that weren't as good as the first and second peaks. They weren't suitable for living. However, those places were more likely to have red crystals. This was because 60% of the red crystals that Jiao Hai found were found in the third peak. These crystals were rarely found in the first and second peaks. Originally, Jiao Hai was just looking for trouble when he explored these mountains. In any case, he had nothing to do right now, so he might as well take a look at the mountains and collect some things. But now, things were different. After discovering these red crystals, Jiao Hai immediately thought that these crystals were good things. They could be used as energy. There were also crystals in the continent. Jiao Hai had also brought these crystals to the space. However, the space only evaluated them as low-energy products. Moreover, they were consumables, so there was no introduction to them. This made Jiao Hai very disappointed with these crystals. However, these red crystals were different. After they were used, they could be recharged. Most importantly, the energy inside these crystals was very powerful. What did 100,000 kilowatts of electricity mean? Jiao Hai didn't calculate it, but he was sure that it could do a lot of things. From the first to the third mountain, Jiao Hai had collected a total of 160 red crystals. The energy that these crystals could produce was enough to produce 1 billion kilowatts of electricity. What kind of concept was this? Jiao Hai felt a bit dizzy. This happiness came too suddenly. Energy, no matter which world it was a good thing. It was something that every world would compete for. And these red crystals were a powerful source of energy. As long as Jiao Hai collected more of these things, he would have a lot of energy to use in the future. Jiao Hai sat inside Alien as they flew towards the 4th mountain. The situation of the 4th mountain was much better than the 3rd mountain. It wasn't as hot as the 3rd mountain. However, Jiao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to the temperature. He didn't even collect the magic beasts and grasslands. In any case, he had already collected. the magic beasts of the third mountain. The things in the fourth mountain were similar to the things in the first three mountains. There wasn't much to collect. Zhao Hai's main goal right now was to collect these red crystals. After searching the fourth mountain, Zhao Hai was disappointed. He only found 50 red crystals. These crystals were only the size of a fist, and their texture was very hard. Zhao Hai also knew that these crystals were divided into different grades. For example, the first crystal that Zhao Hai found was as big as a basketball. Because of this, it contained a lot of energy. On the other hand, the fist-sized crystals that he found in the fourth mountain only contained about 5,000 kilowatts of electricity. The difference was 20 times. Zhao Hai sighed. After receiving the 50 crystals, he went straight to the fifth mountain. This was the place that Tess said wasn't safe. Zhao Hai hoped that he would be able to harvest more there. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the fifth mountain. The fifth mountain was similar to the third mountain. It was very hot, even hotter than the third mountain. Moreover, there were a lot of fire element magic beasts here. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these fire element magic beasts. Instead, he was looking for the crystals. However, the fifth mountain had a special feature. The crystals here were buried in the mountains. If Zhao Hai wanted to get the crystals here, he would have to use magic to get them. Fortunately, the space's monitor can see through the ground. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to find these crystals. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the trouble. He collected the crystals one by one. The quality of these crystals was much higher than the ones in the fourth mountain. Each of them was about the size of a soccer ball. However, Zhao Hai didn't find any that were as big as a basketball. The monitor's penetration depth wasn't very deep, only about 500 meters. However, when Zhao Hai reached 500 meters, he could still see another 500 meters. This was one of the features of the monitor. Zhao Hai was now about a kilometer below the fifth mountain. Such a distance wasn't short. However, this didn't have any effect on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could use magic as well as his earth element ability. Therefore, he didn't have any adverse effect on this depth. In his eyes, there were only the red crystals. At this time, Zhao Hai's Kai appeared beside Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there seems to be an ore vein below." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Ore vein? You mean the veins of this kind of crystal?" Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it's this ore vein. It's not far below." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down and take a look." Kai replied, "Young master, the ore vein seems to be below the magma. But from my analysis, the magma doesn't pose much of a threat to the young master. However, the young master still needs to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the space's ability to analyze things was very strong. If Kai said so, then it meant that the magma wouldn't have any effect on him. However, it would still be troublesome. However, in order to obtain those crystals, it wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai slowly went down. Up until now, he had been sitting inside Alien's body. He didn't enter the space because he was afraid that Laura and the others wouldn't allow him to enter the space. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward while paying attention to the monitor. He wanted to know what was in front of him. Before long, he discovered that the magma was 10 meters down. Zhao Hai looked behind him. He used earth element divergent ability as well as earth element magic. Because of this, he believed that he wouldn't cause any damage to the soil. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he made a hole, then the magma might erupt due to the pressure, forming a volcanic crater. This was something that he didn't want to do. When he was about 10 meters away from the magma, Zhao Hai stopped and carefully inspected the area. After confirming that there was nothing that he needed to fix, he nodded and then commanded Alien to dive into the magma. The distance of a dozen meters was crossed in a flash. He suddenly came out of the rock layer and appeared in a magma river. The magma was constantly flowing, and all you could see was a red liquid that looked like molten iron. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He used his fire-controlling divergent ability to carefully push the magma away as he dived into the magma. Fortunately, the magma river wasn't very deep. After a while, Zhao Hai arrived at the bottom of the magma river. Zhao Hai immediately melted into the rocks at the bottom of the magma river. These rocks weren't crystal stones. Therefore, Zhao Hai used his earth element divergent ability to melt into the rocks. Only then did he relax. Although Zhao Hai could control fire, and there wasn't any difference between controlling fire and earth, the feeling of being in the magma was completely different. The pressure on his mind was too great. After passing through the magma river, Zhao Hai was about 10 meters away. After crossing the magma river, everything became much easier. After diving for 10 meters, they arrived at the crystal stone mine. This crystal mine wasn't very big, it was less than 100 meters thick. It wasn't entirely made of crystal stones, most of it was made of ordinary stones and soil. Only a small portion of it was made of crystal stones. But even so, the crystal stone content here was much higher than on the mountain. It wasn't an exaggeration to call this place a crystal mine. Zhao Hai began to collect the crystal stones in the vein. It was worthy of being called a crystal stone mine. The speed of collecting crystal stones was very fast. However, the vein wasn't very long. It seems like it was only at the bottom of the 13 volcanoes. Zhao Hai quickly collected all the crystal stones in the vein. In total, he obtained more than 10,000 crystals. When Zhao Hai finished collecting the last crystal and came out of the vein, he discovered that he had already arrived at the 13th peak. However, he didn't care about it. At this time, he was holding a crystal stone in his hand. This crystal stone was different from the others. Although the other crystals were red in color, one could see that it was a crystal stone. If it was an ordinary person, they might just treat it as a big gem. But the crystal stone in Zhao Hai's hand was a bit redder than the other crystals. Moreover, the crystal stone seemed to be emitting a fiery light. It was different from the other crystals that gave off a warm feeling. This crystal stone was as hot as a fireball. When Zhao Hai received the crystal stone into the space issued a prompt. It wasn't a crystal stone that was rich in heat energy. Instead, it was an incomplete crystal stone that contained radioactive energy. It could change the surrounding minerals. In other words, this thing was the same as pure iron. It was equivalent to a crystal stone mine. If Zhao Hai buried it underground, then maybe the space would be able to create another crystal stone mine in the future. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the crystal stone. He couldn't see anything special about it. In the end, he had to bury it inside the space. In any case, he already had a lot of crystals in the space, so he didn't care about this one. When Zhao Hai flew towards the first peak, he discovered that the temperature of the 13 volcanoes seemed to have changed a little. It seems like it wasn't as hot as before. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. But he immediately thought that it might be because he dug out all the crystals that were rich in heat energy. Because of this, the volcanoes weren't as hot as before. But the most important thing was the crystal mother. Load. This thing can slowly produce crystals. But unfortunately, it wasn't complete. This made Zhao Hai somewhat disappointed. Zhao Hai was afraid that the volcanoes would extinguish soon. This would be very detrimental to his plan. At this time, Iron Mountain Fort was being equipped with equipment. As long as the equipment was ready, the 100,000 people could immediately move over. However, it would take a few days to prepare. If the volcanoes were to stop burning, then it would disrupt his plan. He could only send the people to Iron Mountain Fort in advance. However, when Zhao Hai went to the crater of the 7th peak, he discovered that the magma below was still churning. It didn't seem to have weakened at all. Zhao Hai felt relieved as he immediately rode Alien back to the first peak. After arriving at the first peak, Zhao Hai had Alien land on the ground. Then he slowly climbed towards the city. Zhao Hai was busy collecting crystals, so he didn't know what Tess and the others were discussing. If they really decided to go to Iron Mountain Fort, then they would have to start preparing. Moreover, they said that the ice beasts might attack them in the next few days. Zhao Hai wanted to see what these ice beasts were and why they existed. When Alien reached the city walls, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because Tess was standing on top of the city walls. It seems like he was waiting for him. At this time, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, there are a lot of icemen rushing towards us from the ice field." When Zhao Hai heard Kai he couldn't help but stare for a moment before his expression changed. Alien felt Zhao Hai's intention, so it jumped up and landed on the city wall. Alien's sudden movement startled the diamond apes on the city wall. Zhao Hai came out of Alien's body and immediately said to Tess, "Patriarch, there are a lot of ice beasts coming. Tell everyone to prepare." When Tess heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. However, he also knew that Zhao Hai was a mage. Moreover, he had heard about Zhao Hai's magical abilities from Ares and the others. Therefore, Tess didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words, so he immediately said, "All right, I'll immediately pass the order." Then Tess turned his head towards the city and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Just these two words, nothing more. After shouting these two words, he turned his head to look outside the city, his eyes flashing with a cold light. At the same time, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the city. Along with Tess' shout, the entire mountain city immediately moved. Countless people rushed out of their houses while a lot of people returned to their houses. Soon, some of the young diamond apes wearing leather armor and holding sticks went up the city wall. The elderly and women went to the bottom of the city to make preparations. Only the children were locked up in their houses. These people's movements were very fast. From the time Tess shouted to the time they were ready, the entire city only took less than 10 minutes. This kind of efficiency was really amazing. Zhao Hai looked at the diamond apes in shock. He believed that even the most elite troops in the continent wouldn't be able to do this. However, these diamond apes were able to do it. It seems like they have practiced this 1,000 times. Zhao Hai was shocked. He believed that even the most elite troops in the continent wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Tess. At this moment, Tess was standing on top of the city wall like a mountain. Although he wasn't young anymore, at this moment, his aura was like a mountain, giving people the feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. At the same time, the diamond apes that were sleeping on the city wall also stood up one by one. Their expressions were fierce. Zhao Hai discovered that the temperament of these diamond apes had completely changed. Before, when they were lying down, he couldn't feel any threat from them. But now that they stood up, he suddenly discovered that they had become formidable warriors. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered that these giant apes and their masters, the diamond ape warriors, had become one entity. Moreover, their strength had reached 8th rank. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of 9th rank undead, Zhao Hai knew that these were all thanks to the space. On the other hand, these diamond apes didn't have the space, they were relying on their own strength. At this point, Zhao Hai knew why the diamond apes were able to rule the beast men for so many years. It was because their innate talents were too terrifying. Even the tigers wouldn't be able to reach 8th rank after reaching adulthood. On the other hand, these young diamond apes were all 8th rank experts. Even the old men and women standing below the city wall were 8th rank experts. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. After seeing the strength of the diamond apes, Zhao Hai finally understood why the diamond apes were able to reach this place. Although they only had 5,000 people left, they had already reached the deepest part of the northern icefield. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai said casually. After arriving at the northern icefield, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he took out his magic staff and mapped out the entire icefield as well as the south of the volcanoes. Everything was recorded in the space's map. Since there was no need to collect corpses, the speed of the magic staff increased. In fact, there wasn't much to see in the northern icefield. The terrain had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Because of this, Zhao Hai just had Kai collect the map to the space. He didn't really care about it. Although he hadn't reached the northern icefield, Zhao Hai was almost certain that the volcano was the deepest part of the icefield. He had this feeling. Because of this, Zhao Hai admired the diamond apes even more. For them to be able to reach this place was simply unimaginable. However, Zhao Hai still hadn't explored the volcano, so he didn't know what the situation was. However, he believed that he would be able to find some clues about the beast god spear. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he was suddenly awakened by a rustling sound. Zhao Hai knew that the ice beasts that Tess talked about had arrived. He was very curious about these ice beasts, he wanted to see what they looked like. Before long, something flashing with white light appeared in the forest below the city. Zhao Hai focused his gaze and saw that it was an ice bowl. Yes, it was an ice bowl, a bowl made entirely out of ice. This bowl was about 3 mago in size and had a pair of horns. However, whether it was the bowl's head or its body, everything was made out of ice. Moreover, it was the most transparent kind of ice. Zhao Hai could even see through the ice bowl and see the trees behind it. Zhao Hai stared blankly at this thing. He didn't think that a block of ice could walk by itself. If Tess didn't say so, then he would have thought that it was an ice elemental expert that was attacking them. However, this was obviously impossible. If an ice elemental expert was attacking Tess, then they wouldn't just release these ice beasts, they would surely have other means. Since Tess and the others didn't encounter such a thing, then it could only mean that these ice beasts weren't controlled by humans. If they weren't controlled by humans, then they were naturally born. Naturally born ice beasts? Zhao Hai was surprised by this idea. What kind of environment would naturally give birth to ice beasts? This was too strange. Zhao Hai turned his head to Tess and said, "Patriarch Tess, why don't we use long-range attacks?" Tess shook his head and said, "It's useless. Only by breaking their heads would they die. If we hit their other parts, then they would immediately recover." Zhao froze for a moment, but for him, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. With a wave of his hand, several stone giants suddenly appeared outside the city. Each of these stone giants was more than 10 meters tall and had a blood-red body. They looked mighty and extraordinary. Zhao Hai's stone giants were dark green in color before. But after the space absorbed the divine blood and leveled up, the stone giants turned blood red. Moreover, their fighting strength had increased greatly. Each of the stone giants was very strong. After the stone giants appeared, they immediately rushed towards the ice beasts. Zhao Hai discovered that the stone giants' movements were much more flexible. Moreover, their speed was much faster and their strength seemed to have increased as well. These stone giants originally gave people a very clumsy feeling. But after they moved, they gave people a sense of beauty. They were powerful, but they weren't stupid. The diamond apes on the city wall stared. Although they knew about the existence of mages in the continent, this was the first time they saw a mage fight. Seeing the 10-meter-tall stone giants, even the diamond apes, who were famous for their strength, couldn't help but feel frightened. Then the stone giants' fighting style made them feel a chill in their hearts. Each of the stone giants' attacks had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Just one punch was enough to break an ice ox. Moreover, they seemed to understand the ice ox's weakness. They would break the ice ox's head, making it impossible for the ice ox to recover. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was observing the ice beasts. Just as Tess said, as long as the ice beasts' heads weren't broken, they would be able to recover. Zhao Hai saw an ice wolf being scraped by a stone giant's fist, breaking its arm and leg. However, the ice wolf's hind leg that fell to the ground immediately turned into water and flowed back into the ice wolf's body. Then the ice wolf's hind leg grew back. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He discovered that these ice beasts were very difficult to deal with. Even the stone giants were only able to break one or two at a time. However, these ice beasts didn't pose any threat to the stone giants. At this point, the stone giants' bodies were very strong. Even an 8th rank expert might not be able to break the stone giants' bodies, let alone these low-level ice beasts. Zhao Hai looked at the ice beasts and saw that their strongest attacks were only equivalent to a 5th or 6th rank human warrior. Originally, this kind of attack wouldn't pose much of a threat to the diamond apes. However, with their astonishing numbers, as well as their strong recovery ability, these ice beasts became very difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai didn't use fire element magic. Although the fire element energy here was very abundant, the trees here were also very lush. If he used fire element magic to attack, then he was afraid that the entire mountain would be burned down. The dozen or so stone giants were like an offensive wall that blocked the outside of the mountain city. The magic beasts couldn't rush in for a while. This made Tess and the others surprised. They didn't think that the stone giants' attacks would be this fierce. Zhao Hai stood on the wall and calmly looked at the battle below. Seeing that the ice beasts couldn't rush in, he turned his head to Tess and said, "Patriarch Tess, how many ice beasts will attack each time? How long will they attack for?" Tess looked at the ice beasts and said, "Every time the ice beasts attack, there will be at least 100,000 of them. Moreover, unless they die, they won't retreat." This number made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't think that the ice beasts would attack in large numbers. 100,000 wasn't a small number. Moreover, if they were to die, then it would be even more difficult to deal with. Back on Earth, Jihai had seen someone do a statistic. If an army had more than 100,000 casualties before retreating, then it was already considered good. If it had more than 20% casualties before retreating, then it would be considered an elite. If it had more than 25% casualties before retreating, then it would be considered a trump card. If this was the case, then these ice beasts would be the trump card of the trump cards. Naturally, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the case. He discovered that these ice beasts didn't have any soul activity, they might just be puppets. Naturally, puppets didn't know fear, so they didn't retreat. Up until now, Zhao had been using black magic the most, and the summoners of black mages had an inseparable relationship with the human soul. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very sensitive to soul fluctuations. A lot of ice beasts had died, but Zhao Hai didn't feel any soul fluctuations. This made Zhao Hai certain that these ice beasts were puppets. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that these puppets didn't seem to be under the command of a person. Instead, they were made to act on their own. Because of this, these ice beasts didn't seem to have any form of attack. They were just acting on their instincts in a disorderly manner. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. These ice beasts weren't weak. If there was a person commanding them, then their attack power would be increased by at least 3 times. In that case, the diamond apes wouldn't be able to stop them. 100,000 ice beasts slowly flocked towards the mountain. However, they seemed to be targeting the diamond apes. They didn't damage the trees on the mountain. It seems like they only had one target, the diamond apes. Although there were no problems with the stone giants, there were still some ice beasts attacking the mountain from other places. The battle between the diamond apes and the ice beasts had begun. Zhao Hai actually had the ability to eliminate these ice beasts. However, he still wanted to see how strong the diamond apes were. Before long, the diamond apes allowed Zhao Hai to see how strong they were. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared on the bodies of the diamond apes. This yellow light was like a golden armor covering their bodies. This made the diamond apes and their beasts look like golden-armored warriors. Even the wooden sticks in their hands were covered in a layer of gold. At this time, the ice beasts had already reached the city walls. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the ice beasts suddenly gathered together. Then a white light flashed. When the white light disappeared, a huge ice beast appeared below the city walls. This ice beast was even taller than the stone giant. They roared as they charged towards the city walls. When they were a few meters away from the city wall, they jumped up. With their jumping ability and height, they were able to reach the city wall in an instant. At this time, the 2 diamond apes, along with their giant apes, attacked at the same time. 2 wooden clubs and 4 iron fists hit the ice beast's head, immediately shattering it. But this wasn't the end. The ice beast's body suddenly split into many small beasts and rushed towards the diamond apes in all directions. The diamond apes were already aware of this, so they didn't run away. All of the magic beasts were blocked and killed by the diamond apes. Zhao Hai discovered that the diamond apes had a tacit understanding with each other. Even if the ice beasts managed to reach the city walls, they were completely useless. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't know what method the diamond apes were using, but they were able to perfectly integrate themselves with their beasts. They didn't even need to make any movements, their coordination was flawless. This ability was truly terrifying. Zhao Hai didn't know what the diamond apes were doing, but he didn't know what they were doing. After seeing the diamond apes battle, Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He immediately used his fire element magic, causing a sea of fire to appear below the city walls. The ice beasts seemed to be very afraid of the fire, they even retreated a little. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. It seems like these ice beasts were really afraid of fire element magic. However, Zhao Hai couldn't use fire element magic on a large scale, otherwise, the trees on the mountain would be destroyed. While the attention of the diamond apes was focused on the area, Zhao Hai immediately released a large number of undead from the forest. He had the undead eliminate the ice beasts. Zhao Hai's undead could easily eliminate the ice beasts, but it would take some time. However, Zhao Hai didn't have that much time. He felt that the appearance of these ice beasts was too strange. In any case, the map of the icefield south of the volcano had already been inputted into the space. He didn't need to wait any longer, it was time to unravel the secrets of the icefield. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that Tess and the others had already agreed to his conditions. Otherwise, Tess wouldn't be waiting for him on the city walls. The undead that Zhao Hai released were eliminated in the forest before the ice beasts could even get close to the city walls. Because of this, the battle ended very quickly. After 2 hours, not a single shadow of the ice beasts could be seen. Tess looked strangely at the city walls. At this time, there were no traces of the ice beasts. Moreover, Zhao Hai's stone giant was also withdrawn. Besides the traces of fire element magic, there was nothing else. However, this was what Tess was puzzled about. He clearly remembered that they didn't kill many ice beasts, so why did the ice beasts completely disappear? This was too illogical. Tess had been fighting with the ice beasts for his entire life, so he was very clear about the movements of the ice beasts. When the ice beasts attacked, there would be no less than 100,000 of them. In the past, it would take them a whole day to repel the ice beasts. Moreover, they would also need the support of the women and elders in the city. How come there were so few ice beasts today? Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Tess, then he smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Tess, there's no need to worry. There are no more ice beasts." When Tess heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. He immediately thought that the first one to discover the ice beasts was Zhao Hai. And now that Zhao Hai said this, it seems like the reason why the number of ice beasts decreased was because of Zhao Hai. Tess sighed deeply, then he nodded to Zhao Hai. Then he turned his head to his tribesmen and said, "All right, let's disperse." Although the diamond apes felt strange, when they heard Tess, they immediately dispersed. Many of them were thinking that this was the most relaxed fight they had had in many years. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Tess immediately arranged some people to guard the area as he led Zhao Hai towards his home. After the two sat down, Tess turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I've already discussed this matter with the elders. The elders have the same opinion. Our Diamond Ape tribe is willing to follow Mister from today onwards." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, I've already discussed this matter with the elders." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. One must know that following a beastman was a very serious matter. This meant that the Diamond Apes would become a vassal of the Buddha clan from today onwards. One must know that beastman vassals were different from humans. Vassals of humans had a lot of autonomy. As long as they listened to their master, they would be fine. But beastman vassals weren't the same. Vassals of beastman vassals were very respectful towards their master. Moreover, they didn't have a lot of autonomy. Whatever the master told them to do, they would do. Because of this, when Tess said that they would follow Zhao Hai forever, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that it would be like this. Zhao Hai looked at Tess and said, "Patriarch Tess, you have to think about it. If you really become a vassal of the Buddha clan, then you wouldn't have any autonomy. You would have to listen to whatever I say." Tess nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about it. To tell you the truth, mister, these 13 mountain fires have become more and more unstable. I don't know when they would erupt. When that time comes, we wouldn't even have a place to run. It would be impossible to cross the northern icefield and return to the Beastman Prairie. We don't have that kind of strength. Even if we return to the prairie, what can we do? The prairie isn't the same as it was 5,000 years ago." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Tess meant. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Tess continued, "When you took me to Iron Mountain Fort, I already asked Ares about the situation there. You didn't lie, you were very good to the beastmen. I believe that if we follow you, we wouldn't suffer any losses." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Tess meant. Zhao Hai looked at Tess, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's good to hear the Patriarch's words. Patriarch, have your people prepare in a few days. Then I'll immediately send you back to Iron Mountain Fort." Tess nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "If Mister is worried about our supplies, then there's no need for that. Our Diamond Ape tribe can endure hardships. It's almost summer in the continent, even if we don't have a place to live, it's fine." From Tess' words, Zhao Hai could feel their eagerness to leave this place. He smiled faintly and said, "I asked the Patriarch to rest assured, it'll be ready in a few days." Even if you don't bring anything, you'll still have everything you need when you get there. Zhao Hai didn't lie to Tess, Zhao Hai really did have a lot of supplies in his hands. Additionally, Whale said that he would give him 100,000 slaves, so Zhao Hai had been preparing a place for them to live and use. In order for them to adapt to life in the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai prepared things that were commonly used by the beast men. Even their living quarters were mainly tents. Because whales needed manpower, Zhao Hai didn't ask for the 100,000 slaves. However, the things that were prepared for them were still there. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't lying when he said that he would be able to prepare Tess' daily necessities in a few days. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Tess also believed Zhao Hai's words. He had already heard from Aries that Zhao Hai had always been a man of his word. Because of this, Tess nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll have to trouble Mr. But there's one more thing, is Mr. still going to look for the beast god spear?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll certainly look for it, but I'm not in a hurry. First, I'll send you to the Black Wasteland so that you won't be attacked by ice beasts from time to time. After sending you there, I'll have time to look for the beast god spear. As long as I find it, I'll be able to return to the continent in an instant." After Tess saw Zhao Hai's spatial ability, he completely believed in Zhao Hai's ability. So he didn't say anything else, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Our clan still has a lot of magic beasts, how do you want to deal with them?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That depends on how you want to deal with them. If you want to raise these magic beasts after reaching the Black Wasteland, then that's fine. But if you don't want to raise these magic beasts after reaching the Black Wasteland and want to raise argali or bulls, then that's also fine. I'll deal with these magic beasts and then exchange them for argali or bulls according to the price of these magic beasts. What do you think?" Tess thought for a moment and said, "We're not familiar with argali and bulls. So we don't know if we can raise them. However, we're very familiar with fire rabbits. Therefore, we want to raise fire rabbits. Mister, can you do that? If you want to raise argali, you can exchange their wool, milk, mutton, and skin for money. But since you don't have any experience in raising argali, I can give you some argali and bulls. You can try raising them first, and if you don't want to raise fire rabbits anymore, then you can come find me." Zhao smiled. "That's not a problem." Zhao smiled. "But if you don't want to raise fire rabbits anymore, then you can come find me." Tess looked at Zhao Hai with gratitude and said, "Mister, you're really a good person. Our Diamond Ape tribe doesn't have any relationship with you, but you're actually willing to help us. I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for the patriarch to say that. Your Diamond Ape tribe joining our Buddha clan has greatly increased the clan's strength. I still have to thank you for that." Tess didn't say anything, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't telling the truth. Zhao Hai had already told Tess about the Buddha clan's status in the continent as well as their strength. With the Buddha clan's current strength, the Diamond Ape tribe wouldn't be able to increase their strength by much. This was also why Tess was grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had obviously helped them a lot, but he still played it down. This made Tess feel moved. Zhao Hai's words made Tess feel that he didn't follow the wrong person. This made his determination even more firm. Zhao Hai looked at Tess and didn't say anything. Just as Tess thought, with the Buddha clan's current strength, there was no difference whether Tess and the others joined or not. When it comes to fighting strength, Zhao Hai's 9th ranks were enough to flatten the entire continent. And when it comes to herding, with the space, herding wasn't a problem. The reason why Zhao Hai helped the Diamond Apes was mainly out of sympathy and admiration. Zhao Hai sympathized with the Diamond Ape situation. He also admired the Diamond Ape's persistence. After so many years, they still haven't given up on finding the beast god spear. The day after Zhao Hai and Tess finished their discussion, Tess and the others informed the patriarch that they would be leaving this place. They would be going to a new place to live. This news caused the Diamond Apes to be at a loss. They didn't know what was going on. Why would they suddenly want to live in another place? Why was this? Zhao Hai didn't participate in this matter. He couldn't help in this matter, so Tess and the others had to come forward. The Diamond Apes have been isolated from the outside world for more than 5,000 years. For more than 5,000 years, they lived peacefully here. Besides looking for divine artifacts and fighting against the ice beasts, they didn't have anything else to do. This place was like a paradise, but there were also beasts in this paradise. Now that they had to leave, the diamond apes couldn't understand. However, Tess explained the situation to them, as well as the situation of the volcano and the black wasteland. Only then did they calm down. Zhao Hai looked at the diamond apes and couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. These people had been isolated from the outside world for too long. They weren't suitable for living with other people. If they were to meet a lot of outsiders, then they would be exposed to the chaos of the outside world. They certainly wouldn't be able to adapt to it. Fortunately, it was Zhao Hai who came this time. Fortunately, the Black Wasteland was another paradise. Allowing these people to go from a paradise with wild beasts to a paradise without wild beasts was the best result. Tess and the others had high prestige in the tribe. Under Tess' persuasion, the diamond apes began to move and began to pack up their things. Most of the things they collected were actually magic beasts, fire rabbits. This kind of magic beast's body was very large, not much shorter than an argali. It ate everything and rarely got sick. It was a very good magic beast. However, compared to argali, they didn't need to spend as much money. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted the diamond apes to raise argali instead of fire rabbits. However, Tess' words also reminded Zhao Hai. These people hadn't raised argali for 5,000 years. Raising argali was also a skill. If the fire rabbits were to be eliminated and replaced with argali, then they might not be able to adapt. Zhao Hai and Tess stood on the wall and looked at the people who were packing up. This was already the third day after Zhao Hai and Tess finished their discussion. Iron Mountain Fort was already fully prepared. Zhao Hai sent the undead to help Green and the others prepare. Because of this, the preparations were done very quickly. On the other hand, Tess and the others still hadn't finished packing. These people were already used to living in this place. Everything they saw was good, they even wanted to take away the wooden sticks on the ground. Tess couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it, these people were just reluctant to part with their hometown. There was nothing to be surprised about. Tess sighed, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch, I think they should be done in 2 days. If you're in a hurry, can I urge them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "There's no need, the Black Wasteland is already prepared. 1 or 2 days won't make much of a difference. Let them take their time, there's no need to be anxious." Tess replied, "I'm afraid of delaying the clan's search for the Beast God's Spear." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, the Beast God's Spear has been in the northern icefield for more than 5,000 years. If something really happened, then we wouldn't be able to find it. If nothing happened, then there's no difference between finding it a day or 2 earlier or later." Tess nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch, I'll leave the matter of the Beast God's Spear to the clan. I have a request, if the Patriarch finds the Beast God's Spear, then please bring it to us. Our diamond apes have been searching for the Beast God's Spear in the icefield for more than 5,000 years. We must see with our own eyes what the Beast God's Spear looks like." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Patriarch can rest assured, I will. If I get the Beast God's Spear, then I'll certainly go to the volcano to pay my respects. Then I'll bring it to you." Tess nodded, he didn't ask Zhao Hai to bring them back to the volcano to pay their respects because that would be too troublesome. Therefore, he just asked Zhao Hai to show them the Beast God's Spear. Zhao Hai can understand Tess' mood. If he doesn't let Tess see the Beast God's Spear, then he wouldn't be able to close his eyes even if he died. Sure enough, just like Tess said, it took 2 days for the diamond apes to finish packing up. After they finished packing up, Zhao Hai immediately opened up a huge spatial rift in the city and had them walk in. These people looked at the spatial rift in surprise, but they still obediently walked in. However, what made them feel strange was that they didn't see Tess today. Instead, they saw the other elders. Before long, everyone went through the spatial rift and saw Tess. Originally, Tess was waiting for them on the other side of the spatial rift. On the other side of the space, a lot of slaves and giant horned bulls were transferred out. These people were here to help Tess settle these people down. The diamond apes looked curiously at the giant horned bulls. The giant horned bulls were very excited. Almost every beastman knew that there was an exiled royal clan in the beastman race. Now, they finally got to see it. However, the giant horned raging bulls also knew the importance of this matter. Therefore, they didn't talk too much with the diamond apes. Instead, they brought them to the Black Wasteland. For a long time, the giant horned raging bulls would be living here. This was because the giant horned raging bulls wanted to teach the diamond apes how to live here. The diamond apes were led to their tents. Fortunately, these tents were originally used by the beast men, so they were very big and spacious. Therefore, the diamond apes were able to live in them. The diamond apes looked curiously at their new homes. When they entered their accounts, they discovered that they had everything they needed. As long as it was a living thing, they would have it. Moreover, there were a lot of ironwares that they hadn't seen before. This made them very excited. Before long, 100,000 people arrived at the camp. Tess and the elders came forward to help them settle down. Green and Merlin also came along with a lot of slaves. The most important thing was to let the diamond apes come in contact with these people. This way, they would have a lot of opportunities in the future. Xianxia started to make improvements to the Black Wasteland this year. Now that Kai-Er had leveled up, Xianxia had Kai-Er slowly extend her branches. Finally, she extended them all the way to Iron Ring Mountain, enclosing the entire Black Wasteland in the middle. This way, during the winter, it wouldn't be too cold, and the plants would be able to grow normally. This was good for planting. Kai-Er didn't have any objections. She was originally a magic plant in the Magic Beast territory. She had grown all over the Magic Beast territory. At that time, her level wasn't high, but she was still able to do this. Now that she had leveled up, naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for her. Because of this, there were many branches of 7-colored flowers around Iron Ring Mountain. These branches were all created by Kai-Er, but they were able to directly absorb nutrients from the ground. Not only would this not affect Kai-Er's cultivation, it would also provide her with more nutrients. This was one of Kai-Er's major characteristics. It was also her ability to survive in the Magic Beast territory. Actually, this was also Xianxia's consideration for Tess and the others. Although Tess and the others lived in the Black Wasteland, one shouldn't forget that they lived at the foot of a volcano. In that place, there was almost no change in the 4 seasons. If they were to come here and experience a sudden winter, then things would become troublesome. Regarding the arrival of the diamond apes, Robert and Evan were startled. They were once patriarchs of great clans in the continent. Moreover, they were neighbors to the beastmen, so they had a good understanding of the beastmen. They had also collected a lot of information about the diamond apes. Moreover, the information about the diamond apes wasn't a secret among the beastmen. They only knew that the diamond apes were exiled to the northern icefield. In their minds, being exiled to the northern icefield meant that there was no possibility for them to survive. They didn't expect that Xianxia would bring them here. What Evan and Robert didn't know was the reason why the diamond apes were banished. Most of the beastmen didn't know about this. But now, they were more and more surprised by Xianxia's ability. Settling 100,000 people wasn't a trivial matter, but Green and the others had already done it before. Therefore, everything was carried out in an orderly manner, there wasn't a single mistake. And since they were well prepared, the settling process was very fast. Although 100,000 people seemed like a lot, the number of families that were settled down was only 30,000. Settling them down wasn't very troublesome. Xianxia was also helping Tess and the others settle down the diamond apes. If the diamond apes needed anything, Xianxia would be the first to satisfy them. There were a lot of things in the space, so settling these people wasn't a problem. When the sky turned dark, the diamond apes were finally settled down. Xianxia and the others felt relieved. However, Xianxia also knew that settling them down wasn't enough. The diamond apes wouldn't be able to adapt to life here in the beginning. It would take some time for them to get used to it, just like the giant horned bulls. However, the current situation wasn't the same as before. Now that the large horned raging bulls were here to help teach the diamond apes, the situation was much better compared to when the large horned raging bulls arrived. After 3 days, the diamond apes were finally settled down. Xianxia also gave them the argali and raging bulls. With the help of the giant horned bulls, the diamond apes began to learn about herding. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to the northern ice field. The secrets of the ice field were still waiting for him to unravel. After returning to the volcano, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the ruined mountain city. Perhaps this mountain city represented the northern ice field. As long as the secret of the northern ice field is unraveled, then just like this mountain city, it would become a part of history. Zhao Hai's figure slowly flew up until he reached a mountain higher than a volcano. He looked at the white ice field and the 13 peaks that looked like swords piercing the sky. His heart was filled with pride. He wanted to conquer this place, he wanted to solve this mystery that no one could solve. Zhao Hai's figure slowly flew up until he reached a mountain higher than a volcano. After thinking up to here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Then his figure moved as he directly flew towards the northern ice field. While Zhao Hai was helping Tess and the others move, he didn't stay idle. He had Kyer control the blood ghost staff to collect a map of the northern ice field. The northern ice field was really big. It wasn't any worse than the Beastman Prairie, it was even bigger than the prairie. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the northern ice field wasn't this big in the beginning. The ice field had been expanding at a very slow speed. It was precisely because of this that the patriarch of the Diamond Apes decided to enter the ice field with 10,000 warriors. They wanted to see what was inside the ice field and why it was expanding. However, they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to go out after entering the ice field. Now, the giant tiger tribe, the polar bear tribe, and the ice eagle tribe were guarding the ice field because of this. They didn't want the ice field to expand. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he just felt that the northern ice field was really too big. When Tess and the others decided to move, Zhao Hai had Kyer control the blood ghost staff to collect a map of the northern ice field. Even if they were moving on a flat surface, their speed wasn't slow. However, up until now, Zhao Hai still couldn't find any trace of the beast god spear. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he wasn't in a hurry. In this wasteland, it wasn't easy to find a group of 10,000 people. A group of 10,000 people might seem like a lot in other places, but in this wasteland, it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, in this wasteland, people can take many different paths. This was because there was no need to walk, as long as they keep moving forward. However, it wasn't easy to distinguish directions in this wasteland. Who knows where the 10,000 diamond apes went? It was precisely because of this that Zhao was slowly moving forward, like a flat surface. He was afraid that he would miss out on a little bit of space. This kind of search was very boring. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what the patriarch of the Diamond Ape tribe was thinking. Didn't he think that the northern ice field was very big and that it would be very difficult to find the core of the ice field? Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to think about this. What he needed to do every day was to keep moving forward. As long as he found something strange, he would stop and take a look. Even if he found a rock buried deep underground, Zhao Hai would stop and take a careful look, fearing that he would miss a clue. After 10 days, Zhao Hai still didn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai feel a lot of pressure, his mood was getting worse and worse. Laura and the others also discovered that Zhao Hai was in a bad mood. Every day, they would try to make Zhao Hai happy. Although this method was a bit useful, before they find the beast god's spear, their methods would only work temporarily. Time passed day by day, Zhao Hai was getting more and more irritated. However, he was still able to control himself. His words were getting less and less, and his brows were getting more and more wrinkled. Laura and the others saw this and felt pain in their hearts. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Zhao Hai was no longer in the space during the day. He stayed inside the small airship, his eyes never left the monitor. It was already the 13th day after Tess and the others settled down. However, there were still no clues. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and sighed, he was really tired. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. But at this time, he put away the monitor. He knew that even if he didn't look at the monitor, Kyer would still tell him what she saw. Zhao Hai looked outside through the red walls of the airship. The outside world was still white, pure and white. But who would think that behind this white, there was endless killing intent? It wouldn't kill you right away, it would slowly melt you into the white. In the end, you would be swallowed by the white forever, becoming a part of it. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, a white light suddenly appeared in the distance. Although it was separated by the wall, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He was already very familiar with the northern ice field. There were almost no other colors in the ice field, there was no change. Everything was white, even the sunlight was white. With the blood ghost staff blocking it, it wasn't very dazzling. Zhao Hai wanted to know where the dazzling light came from. After some time, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He carefully looked in front of him and saw something shining far away from him. The light wasn't as dazzling as before, but it still reflected a seven-colored light. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What are you doing?" Zhao Hai asked. When Zhao Hai saw the color, he immediately thought of something. It was the triangular glass that he used to play with when he was a child. This triangular glass would reflect sunlight and form a seven-colored light, just like a rainbow. Zhao Hai knew that there must be a huge ice pillar in front of him. This was why it reflected the seven-colored light. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He immediately urged his staff to fly forward. He didn't have time to look elsewhere. He wanted to see what was going on in front of him. Before long, Zhao Hai was getting closer and closer to the bright thing. Zhao Hai looked and saw that he was almost in the range of the monitor. He immediately opened the monitor to take a look. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the monitor was showing a large ice pillar. It was a very thick ice pillar, just like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. It seemed like it was connected to the sky and the earth. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the ice pillar. The appearance of this ice pillar was too sudden. There was nothing around it, just this ice pillar. It was like a prairie that suddenly grew a tree. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. He immediately called Laura and the others out and had them look at this rare spectacle. After Laura and the others came out, they were also attracted by the seven-colored radiance in the distance. After some time, the group couldn't help but exclaim. Then they turned their attention to the monitor. When they saw the monitor, they couldn't help but stare. This was the first time they saw such a scene. They didn't think that they would see something like this. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Hai, what is this thing? Why is it so strange?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know, I just discovered this thing." Then he pulled the monitor closer. He also wanted to see what was inside the ice pillar. At this time, he suddenly noticed that there were several holes below the icicle. These holes were very large, more than 10 meters high and more than 30 meters wide. Around the ice pillar, there were a total of 12 such holes. It can be seen how thick the ice pillar was. Zhao Hai looked at these holes in confusion. He couldn't understand what these holes were for. At this time, one of the holes suddenly flashed as an ice beast came out of it. Right, it was an ice beast. It was the ice beast that fought against the diamond apes. This was very strange. Zhao Hai had been looking for the ice beasts for the past few days. However, he didn't succeed. He didn't expect to find traces of ice beasts here. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but turn heavy. He thought that these ice beasts might be related to the beast god spear. If this was the case, then wouldn't this place be related to the beast god spear? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately increased his speed to the maximum. He wanted to see what was inside the ice pillar as soon as possible. Slowly, the monitor penetrated the ice pillar. Zhao Hai stared at the monitor. He was somewhat nervous. Ice, layers upon layers of ice, it looked like an iron wall. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he calmly looked at the ice pillar. He discovered that the monitor penetrated deeper into the ice than it penetrated into the ground. This made him feel very strange. At this time, the ice pillar suddenly disappeared. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He immediately stopped. He discovered that a space appeared on the monitor. This space seemed to be inside the ice pillar. Zhao Hai gawked, then he immediately had the blood ghost staff fly forward. He didn't expect the ice pillar to be hollow. Zhao Hai also discovered that the ice pillar was very thick. The space inside the ice pillar was very large. The entire ice pillar was standing on the ice field, so one couldn't see it at all. However, the closer one got to the ice pillar, the more majestic one would be able to see it. The diameter of the ice pillar was about 10,000 meters. As for its height, it shouldn't be less than 100,000 meters. Such a height was too amazing. The thickness of the ice pillar was several hundred meters. The space inside was also very large. This was simply the most magnificent thing that Zhao Hai had ever seen. As the blood ghost staff moved forward, Zhao Hai became more and more shocked. This huge ice pillar gave him a huge shock. At this time, a black dot suddenly appeared on the monitor. Zhao Hai's eyes were attracted by this black dot. This was the only thing that was different from the surroundings. When Zhao Hai saw this black dot, he couldn't help but stare. This black dot was none other than a spear-wielding diamond ape. His beast kin, the giant ape, was standing behind him. The man and the ape had been sealed in ice. The ice that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years had connected the man and the beast together forever. They now looked like a complete ice sculpture. Zhao Hai stopped in midair and stared blankly at the man and the ape. Laura was also staring blankly at the man and the ape. The man and the ape were very strange. The man was wearing leather armor, but the style of the armor was very simple. Even the arms were exposed, it didn't provide any warmth at all. Besides the leather armor, the man also wore a cloak made of animal skin. In his hand was an iron spear. Moreover, the giant ape behind him seemed to be bigger and sturdier than the diamond apes that Zhao Hai saw. Both of them were looking forward with their mouths wide open. They seemed to be roaring, as if they were waiting for a warrior to go into battle. Zhao Hai stared blankly at this scene, he didn't say anything for a long time. Although the man and the beast had been dead for a long time and were sealed in ice for eternity, one could still see from their aura that they were formidable warriors when they were alive. Only warriors who had gone through blood and fire would have such an aura. The aura that came from killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was enough to make a timid person pee in their pants. Laura and the others were also looking at the frozen man and beast. Their expressions weren't good, their complexions were pale. It was obvious that they were frightened by the man and the beast. Zhao Hai recovered after some time. His face was happy as he laughed and said, "Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Those ice beasts are related to the beast god spear. Ha 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 ha. It seems like the beast god spear is inside this ice pillar. Brother Hai, I'm a bit scared." Just as Zhao Hai was feeling happy, Laura's trembling voice was heard. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that Laura and the others' faces were pale. It seems like they were really scared. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. He turned to Laura and said, "All right, don't be afraid. You can return to the space first. I'll go and take a look at the icicle. I think the beast god spear should be inside." Laura and the others nodded before they were sent back to the human world by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't think that the two of them would actually scare Laura and the others. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. Although Laura and the others had experienced a lot of things, they hadn't been to a real battlefield. At most, they had seen it on the space's screen. It was just like watching TV, it was impossible for them to be scared. But now, they were looking at a monitor. The monitor screen was as big as a real person. Moreover, the aura of the man and the beast was too strong. Because of this, Laura and the others couldn't help but be frightened. Zhao Hai gently shook his head, he didn't care about this matter. He didn't want Laura and the others to come in contact with these things. There was no need for that, he was more than enough to deal with the battlefield. After Laura and the others entered the space, Zhao Hai flew forward. The more he flew forward, the more diamond apes he saw. These people had the same expression as the first diamond ape that he saw. They had iron spears in their hands, leather armor on their bodies, and animal skin cloaks on their backs. Their giant apes were standing behind them, their eyes were glaring and their mouths were roaring. Everyone had the same expression, they looked like an army that was pledging their allegiance. Zhao Hai slowly flew forward. Although he couldn't wait to see the beast god spear, he wasn't anxious. He knew that this ice pillar was related to the beast god spear. And the expressions of these people were also related to the ice pillar. With the addition of the ice beasts, Zhao Hai knew that he had arrived at the core of the northern icefield. The more he thought about it, the calmer he became. He calmly looked at the monitor as if everything was far away from him. After flying for a short time, Zhao Hai discovered that there were no longer any diamond apes in front of him. Zhao Hai stopped for a moment, then he immediately zoomed in on the monitor. He saw a square formation in front of him, a neat square formation. This square formation was made up of the frozen diamond apes. And in front of this formation was a diamond ape. Zhao Hai immediately zoomed in on the monitor. It was a very tall diamond ape, he was about 3 meters tall. Behind him was a giant ape that was about 15 meters tall. In his hand was an iron spear. This iron spear wasn't held in one's hand, it was thrust forward. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that the Diamond Ape Patriarch's spear wasn't a straight stab, instead, it was a diagonal stab. Zhao Hai looked at the tip of the spear, he wanted to see what the Diamond Ape Patriarch, the king of the beastmen, was stabbing. When Zhao Hai saw what he was thrusting, he couldn't help but stare. It wasn't an animal, nor was it an ice beast, it was actually a small pond, a small pond. This pond wasn't big, it was only about 5 meters in diameter. It looked very deep. The water inside the pond was deep blue, much bluer than the sky. This color seemed to be able to penetrate a person's soul. While Zhao Hai was looking at the pond in a daze, the water inside the pond suddenly fluctuated. At the same time, Zhao Hai also saw the beast god's spear shaking violently. Then an ice beast suddenly jumped out of the pond. The ice beast seemed to be very afraid of the beast god's spear, it immediately ran away. Zhao Hai stared blankly at all of this. It was only now that he understood what he was looking at, the spear in the hand of the Diamond Ape Patriarch. If he wasn't mistaken, then this should be the beast god's spear. This was because inside the ice pillar, besides the ice beasts and the pond, all the other diamond apes were frozen. Only the spear wasn't frozen. Zhao Hai understood that the pond was the core of the northern ice field. The beast god's spear seemed to be suppressing the pond, but it wasn't able to completely suppress it. The pond was still releasing ice beasts. And these ice beasts somehow discovered Tess and the others, so they began to attack them in groups. This was an interesting cycle of cause and effect. The Diamond Ape Patriarch used the beast god's spear to suppress the pond, releasing ice beasts from the pond to attack the diamond apes. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he suddenly smiled faintly as his figure moved. When he appeared again, he was already inside the ice pillar. Zhao Hai was now standing next to the Diamond Ape Patriarch. He calmly looked at the spear in the hand of the Diamond Ape Patriarch. It looked like an ordinary iron spear. Its entire body was black, and only the tassel was red as blood. Zhao Hai could feel an endless fighting intent coming from the spear. This fighting intent was very frightening. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Just as he was about to deal with the pond, he suddenly felt something moving on the ice walls. Zhao Hai thought that it was an ice beast. But when he looked up, he suddenly stopped. This was because the thing that moved wasn't an ice beast, but a person. No, to be exact, they weren't exactly people, they were ice people, people made of ice. These ice people were all women. They were wearing palace attire with dark blue ribbons floating on their bodies. They looked like the ribbons of a dancer, very beautiful. The faces of these ice people were also very beautiful, but they had no expression like statues. Their hair was also tied with beautiful hair ornaments. Zhao Hai hadn't seen these hair ornaments before, but he felt that they were very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the ice walls and saw a total of 12 women. These women were dressed almost the same way. They looked like the beautiful women that Zhao Hai saw on TV back on Earth. From their clothes, it can be seen that they were very simple. At this time, the ribbons of the 12 women floated up and went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, then his figure moved and disappeared. Then he appeared next to one of the ice people. With a move of his hand, a spatial rift appeared and the ice person was sucked into the space. As soon as the ice person entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: ice elemental spirit creature detected. This creature is aggressive towards the space. Modifying internal program, modification complete. As soon as Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he understood what was going on. These ice people were like stone giants, ice elemental stone giants. However, they couldn't be called giants. Zhao Hai's figure moved, and before long, the 12 ice people were sucked into the space. After receiving the ice people, Zhao Hai looked around and didn't find any other dangers. Then he went back to the pool. The water in the pool violently fluctuated. However, the beast god's spear was also trembling, completely suppressing the fluctuations. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately opened a spatial rift and covered the pond. Then he fiercely sucked the pond's water into the space, causing the pond to become empty. As soon as the water from the pool entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: large amount of water elemental energy detected. This energy contains malicious attack against the space. Modifying internal program, modification complete. After the prompt was heard, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. He discovered that the mysterious ice liquid in the pool had turned into the same color as the water in the ice pillar. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling curious, the pool suddenly fluctuated. Then a bubble suddenly emerged from the pool. The bubble slowly floated in front of Zhao Hai, then it suddenly said, "I have seen the master." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the bubble would be able to speak. At this time, Kai appeared in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I feel that this bubble is very similar to me." Zhao Hai stared. He was very clear that Kai was a spirit that came out of the seven-colored peanut. Could it be that this bubble was a spirit that came out of the water? Zhao Hai turned his head to the bubble and said, "Don't call me master, just call me young master." "Are you a spirit in the water?" The bubble replied, "Yes, young master. I'm a life in the water. Young master can also call me a spirit, I'm the essence of myriad water." Zhao Hai finally confirmed his guess. He pointed to the 12 ice men and said, "Did you make these ice men?" Bubble replied, "Yes, young master. I don't know when I appeared here. I suddenly woke up and found myself here. I don't know how much time had passed, but one day, a group of unknown things suddenly came in. They used something to suppress me so that I couldn't move. I fought against that thing, but I was afraid that those things would come to help. So I made these 12 ice men." Bubble replied, "Yes, young master, I don't know when I appeared here." Zhao Hai knew that the unknown things that the bubble was talking about were the beast men. However, it was strange that the bubble didn't know what the beast men were, but it could make ice men and ice beasts. "Isn't this too strange?" Zhao Hai immediately said, "How did you make these ice men? And those ice beasts as well?" The bubble replied, "I don't know. In any case, when I woke up, there were images of these ice men in my head. There were also images of ice men and ice beasts. I chose these ice men and made them. Young master, don't you think that these ice men are beautiful?" Zhao Hai stared, then he felt dizzy. What was this thing? Was it a spirit in the water? Why did it look like a perverted wretch? The bubble's words completely destroyed its image in Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai looked at the bubble and said, "You really don't know anything? You don't know where you came from? Then why do you know that you're the source of myriad water?" The bubble replied, "I just know. When I woke up, I knew that I was the source of myriad water. I also have some vague impressions of these ice men and beasts." Zhao Hai took a deep breath. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. This perverted guy seems to have lost his memory. He waved his hand and said, "Can you take these ice men back?" "Can you?" The bubble nodded and said, "Of course, I can. These are the things that I made." After saying that, the 12 icemen turned into blue water and flowed into the pool, disappearing. Zhao Hai turned his head to the bubble and said, "From today onwards, you'll be called Bubble. Come, let's go out." Then Zhao Hai led Bubble out of the space. When Bubble came out, he saw the beast god's spear. The beast god's spear didn't seem to have any feelings towards Bubble, it was just like an ordinary spear. Zhao Hai's mind moved, then he took the Diamond Ape Patriarch as well as his Great Ape and the beast god's spear to the space. The space immediately issued a prompt, "Damaged program detected. Repairing program. Program contains hostile attack against the space. Modifying program. Program repair complete." Zhao Hai calmly looked at the spear. He knew that the spear had an artifact spirit. This was because the prompt from the space was very similar to the time when he encountered Iron Hammer. He wanted to see what kind of artifact spirit the Beastman race had. A thick, blood-like liquid slowly seeped out of the beast god spear. Slowly, a ball of blood appeared at the tip of the spear. This ball of blood exuded a thick smell of blood. The ball of blood slowly changed its shape before it finally took the shape of an arm. This humanoid shape continued to change until it turned into a monster with an ape's head, 4 arms, and 2 legs. The ape's head looked like the head of a diamond ape, but Zhao Hai hadn't seen a 4-armed beastman before. This beastman was wearing heavy armor, and all 4 of his hands were holding weapons: a shield, a spear, a blade, and a hammer. Slowly, a tiger appeared under the beast god's crotch. At this point, the artifact spirit's transformation slowed down and took its true form. Zhao Hai was surprised to see this artifact spirit. It wasn't like he hadn't seen artifact spirits before. Mu-Er and Iron Hammer were both artifact spirits, but Mu-Er looked like a child and didn't pose any threat. Iron Hammer looked like a forthright dwarf, but this artifact spirit looked like a god of slaughter. His body was filled with the smell of blood. This smell was definitely the smell of a warrior who had walked through the battlefield. This was a god of war. This was Zhao Hai's first thought after seeing this artifact spirit. This was an extremely fierce god of war. Every inch of his body, every drop of blood, and every cell was born for battle. Zhao Hai was surprised to see this artifact spirit. The artifact spirit also turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Suddenly, the artifact spirit withdrew his 4 arms and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Bloody War has seen the master. Bloody War. Zhao Hai repeated this name in a low voice. This name might be very tacky, but the meaning of this name was very clear to Zhao Hai. This was because from ancient times to the present, the beastmen had always used their actions to prove the existence of this name, Bloody War. The beastmen didn't retreat when they fought. As long as the order was given, they would go all out and fight until the end. Even if there was only 1 person left, they wouldn't retreat. This was the origin of the word bloody battle. Zhao Hai recovered, then he looked at Bloody War and said, "Call me young master." Bloody War, Iron Hammer already told me why you came to the Ark continent. Do you have anything else to add? Bloody War shook his head and said, "Young master, I don't. Iron Hammer and I came to the divine realm at the same time. Our experiences are similar. Therefore, Iron Hammer knows what I know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll send you to the beastmen's territory. You need to protect the beastmen. Understood?" Bloody War nodded, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then just as he was about to go out, Bloody War suddenly said, "Young master, please help the diamond apes." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to look at the frozen diamond ape patriarch. Then he looked at Bloody War and said, "They're dead, how can I help them? Moreover, their bodies have been petrified, even dark magic is useless." Bloody War shook his head and said, "No, young master, they're dead, but their bodies weren't petrified. If you don't use dark magic to turn them into undead, then it would be good for the young master. The Diamond Ape Patriarch has a very special innate ability. It's called the battle flag. This ability can be used like a battle flag on the battlefield, commanding the people around him and uniting them. Moreover, it can also increase the strength of his army. In the past, they relied on this ability to reach the northern icefield." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai gawked. This was the first time he heard about this ability. However, this was a good thing. If these diamond apes can be turned into undead, then their fighting strength would certainly be formidable. Zhao Hai nodded, then a black mass fell onto the ice block and slowly seeped into it, wrapping up the diamond ape patriarch and his giant ape. The reason why Zhao Hai melted the ice around the diamond apes was because he didn't want to turn them into undead. He was very respectful towards these people. But now that Bloody War asked him to turn the diamond apes into undead, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The black mass quickly seeped into the diamond ape patriarch and his giant ape. Zhao Hai immediately felt the connection between them. But at this time, Zhao Hai felt that the two of them couldn't move. Zhao Hai stared blankly. Undead transformed by the space were 9th rank experts. But a 9th rank expert was actually trapped in ice and couldn't move? Was this a joke? Zhao Hai's complexion suddenly changed, then he loudly said, "Bubble, come out." "What's going on here?" Bubble appeared in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at the diamond ape patriarch and the giant ape on the ground before he said, "Young master, they were trapped by the 10,000-year-old ice. The 10,000-year-old ice is extremely cold and hard. Almost nothing can break it, it can freeze everything. Because of this, they couldn't get out. Bubble nodded and said, young master, they were trapped by the 10,000-year-old ice. Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed as he said, can you melt the ice? Bubble looked strangely at Zhao Hai and said, young master, this ice was born because of me. Naturally, I can control it at will. If the young master wants to take it back, then you can do so at any time. The young master has the same ability as me. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Bubble's words, his mind moved. Sure enough, the 10,000-year-old ice surrounding the Diamond Ape Patriarch immediately turned into drops of water and flowed back into the pond. However, there was no reaction from the pond, there was still a lot of water. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but relax. Then he turned his hand to Bubble and took out a fiery red crystal. Then he looked at Bubble and said, Bubble, is there anything similar to this crystal in the place where you lived? Bubble nodded and said, is there anything similar to this crystal in the surroundings? Bubble looked at the crystal, then he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, yes, there are a lot of them. But mine is white. It was born for me, it contains a part of my energy. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, there are a lot of them. But mine is white. Zhao Hai was happy, this 10,000-year-old ice and this crystal were both good things. Zhao Hai turned to Bubble and said, is the ice in the ice field 10,000-year-old ice? Is there anything special about the lightning? Bubble shook his head and said, young master, the 10,000-year-old ice isn't just there. It needs to contain my energy in order to be considered a 10,000-year-old ice. In my place, only the ice pillar and the ice below it can be considered a 10,000-year-old ice. But the lightning is also special. It's centered around the place where I live. The snow within 10,000 li of the ice field is stained with my energy. I named it Millennium Dry Snow. Although it's not as good as the 10,000-year-old ice, it still has its own uses. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and appeared outside with Bubble by his side. Zhao Hai said, take away the 10,000-year-old ice and the 1,000-year-old snow. Then find the white stones that you mentioned and take them to the space. Bubble nodded, then Bubble nodded and appeared outside. Bubble nodded and said, take away the 10,000-year-old ice and the 1,000-year-old snow. Bubble nodded, then he began to rotate. As he rotated, the surrounding ice began to change. Water began to flow into his body. Before long, the ice pillar and the ice below it had turned into water and entered his body. At the same time, countless snowflakes began to gather inside Bubble's body. When everything stopped, Zhao Hai could see a huge hole in front of him. This hole should have been filled with 10,000-year-old ice. Now, within 10,000 li, there was no snowflake. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Bubble. Bubble was still Bubble, there was no change at all. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble and said, Bubble, you've absorbed so many things into your body, how come you haven't grown at all? Bubble curiously looked at him and said, young master, I'm the origin of water. Even if you put all the water in the world into my body, I would still be this big. Actually, after these things enter my body, they don't really become a part of my body. They just exist in a smaller form. If you don't believe me, young master can take a look. Then Bubble moved closer to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble's body. Bubble's body wasn't big, it was only about the size of a football. It looked dark blue and somewhat transparent. However, when Zhao Hai looked at Bubble's body, he saw that it wasn't the case. Inside Bubble's body were countless small bubbles. And in one of these small bubbles, Zhao Hai saw the huge ice pillar, the 10,000-year-old ice, and the 1,000-year-old snow. All of these things actually existed inside Bubble's small bubble. If Bubble didn't want Zhao Hai to see it, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to see these things. Zhao Hai was shocked, he didn't expect this. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble and said, can you take everything into your body? Bubble shook his head and said, I can't, young master. I can only take things related to water, ice, snow, fog, and the like. I can't take anything else. Zhao Hai nodded, he wasn't disappointed. His space warehouse was already very big, it wouldn't be full no matter how many things he put inside. There was no need for Bubble to take too many things. Zhao Hai turned to Bubble and said, what if I want to use these things? Do I need to ask you for them? Bubble nodded and said, right, they're inside my body. If young master wants to use them, then naturally he needs to ask me. Zhao Hai's expression turned dark, then he turned to Bubble and said, after returning to the space, immediately hand these things over to Kair. Have him store them in the space's warehouse. You go back to the pond, don't come out unless I call you. Bubble nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the ice field and said, are there any other good things here? Bubble nodded and said, yes. Go north and there's a wind sphere that can control water. Because of this wind sphere, the place where I live has a lot of wind every year. It's very annoying. Bubble nodded and said, yes, there's a wind sphere there that can control water. When Zhao Hai heard Bubble, his eyes lit up. This wind sphere seemed to be a good thing. A thick, blood-like liquid slowly seeped out of the beast god spear. Slowly, a ball of blood appeared at the tip of the spear. This ball of blood exuded a thick smell of blood. The ball of blood slowly changed its shape before it finally took the form of a humanoid. This humanoid shape continued to change until it turned into a monster with an ape's head, 4 arms, and 2 legs. The ape's head looked like the head of a diamond ape, but Zhao Hai hadn't seen a 4-armed beastman before. This beastman was wearing heavy armor, and all 4 of his hands were holding weapons, a shield, a spear, a blade, and a hammer. Slowly, a tiger appeared under the beastman's crotch. At this point, the artifact spirit's transformation slowed down and took its true form. Zhao Hai was surprised to see this artifact spirit. It wasn't like he hadn't seen artifact spirits before. Mu-Er and Iron Hammer were both artifact spirits, but Mu-Er looked like a child and didn't pose any threat. Iron Hammer looked like a forthright dwarf, but this artifact spirit looked like a god of slaughter. His body was filled with the smell of blood. This smell was definitely the smell of a warrior who had walked through the battlefield. This was a god of war. This was Zhao Hai's first thought after seeing this artifact spirit. This was an extremely fierce god of war. Every inch of his body, every drop of blood, and every cell was born for battle. Zhao Hai was surprised to see this artifact spirit. The artifact spirit also turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Suddenly, the artifact spirit withdrew his 4 arms and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Bloody War has seen the master. Bloody War. Zhao Hai repeated this name in a low voice. This name might sound tacky, but the meaning of this name was very clear to Zhao Hai. This was because from ancient times to the present, the beastmen had always used their actions to prove the existence of this name, Bloody War. The beastmen didn't retreat when they fought. As long as the order was given, they would go all out and fight until the end. Even if there was only 1 person left, they wouldn't retreat. This was the origin of the word bloody battle. Zhao Hai recovered, he looked at Blood War and said, call me young master. Blood War, Iron Hammer already told me why you came to the Ark continent. Do you have anything else to add? Shuizhan shook his head and said, no, young master. Iron Hammer and I came to the heavenly divine realm at about the same time. Our experiences are similar, so Iron Hammer also knows what I know. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll send you to the beastmen. You need to protect the beastmen, understood? Shuizhan replied, yes, young master. Zhao Hai nodded, then just as he was about to leave, Blood War suddenly said, young master, can you help the diamond apes? Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to look at the frozen diamond ape patriarch. Then he looked at Blood War and said, they're dead, how can I help them? Moreover, their bodies have been petrified, even dark magic would be useless. Bloody War shook his head and said, no, young master, they're dead, but their bodies weren't petrified. If you don't use dark magic to turn them into undead, then it would be good for the young master. The Diamond Ape Patriarch has a very special innate ability, it's called the Battle Flag. This ability can be used like a battle flag on the battlefield, commanding the people around him and uniting them. Moreover, it can also increase the strength of his army. In the past, they relied on this ability to reach the northern icefield. Zhao Hai gawked, this was the first time he heard about this ability. However, this was a good thing. If these diamond apes can be turned into undead, then their fighting strength would certainly be formidable. Zhao Hai nodded, then a black mass fell onto the ice block and slowly seeped into it, wrapping up the Diamond Ape Patriarch and his giant ape. The reason why Zhao Hai melted the ice around the diamond apes was because he didn't want to turn them into undead. He was very respectful towards these people. But now that Bloody War asked him to turn the diamond apes into undead, he naturally wouldn't be polite. But now that Bloody War asked him to do so, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The black gas quickly seeped into the Diamond Ape Patriarch and his giant ape. Zhao Hai immediately felt the connection between them. But at this time, Zhao Hai felt that the two of them couldn't move. Zhao Hai stared blankly. Undead transformed by the space were 9th rank experts. But a 9th rank expert was actually trapped in ice and couldn't move? Was this a joke? Zhao Hai's complexion suddenly changed, then he loudly said, "Bubble, come out." "What's going on here?" Bubble appeared in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at the Diamond Ape Patriarch and the giant ape on the ground before he said, "Young master, they were trapped by the 10,000-year-old ice. The 10,000-year-old ice is extremely cold and hard. Almost nothing can break it, it can freeze everything. Because of this, they couldn't get out." Bubble nodded and said, "Young master, they were trapped by the 10,000-year-old ice." Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed as he said, "Can you melt the ice?" Bubble looked strangely at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this ice was born because of me. Naturally, I can control it at will. If the young master wants to take it back, then you can do so at any time. The young master has the same ability as me." When Zhao Hai heard Bubble, his mind moved. Sure enough, the 10,000-year-old ice surrounding the Diamond Ape Patriarch immediately turned into drops of water and flowed back into the fire pond. However, there was no reaction from the fire pond, there was still a lot of water. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but relax. Then he turned his hand to Bubble and took out a fiery red crystal. Then he looked at Bubble and said, "Bubble, is there anything similar to this crystal in the place where you lived?" Bubble nodded and said, "Is there anything similar to this crystal in the surroundings?" Bubble looked at the crystal, then he nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, there are a lot of them. But mine is white. It was born for me, it contains a part of my energy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of them." Zhao Hai was happy, this 10,000-year-old ice and this crystal were both good things. They should collect more of them. Zhao Hai turned to Bubble and said, "Is the ice in the ice field 10,000-year-old ice? Is there anything special about the lightning?" Bubble shook his head and said, "Young master, the 10,000-year-old ice isn't just there. It needs to contain my energy in order to be considered a 10,000-year-old ice. In my place, only the ice pillar and the ice below it can be considered a 10,000-year-old ice. But the lightning is also special. It's centered around the place where I live. The snow within 10,000 li of the ice field is stained with my energy. I named it Millennium Dry Snow. Although it's not as good as the 10,000-year-old ice, it still has its own uses." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and appeared outside with Bubble by his side. Zhao Hai said, "Take away the 10,000-year-old ice and the 1,000-year-old snow. Then find the white stones that you mentioned and take them to the space." Bubble nodded, then Bubble nodded and appeared outside. Bubble nodded and said, "Take away the 10,000-year-old ice and the 1,000-year-old snow." Bubble nodded, then he began to rotate. As he rotated, the surrounding ice began to change. Water began to flow into his body. Before long, the ice pillar and the ice below it had turned into water and entered his body. At the same time, countless snowflakes began to gather inside Bubble's body. When everything stopped, Zhao Hai could see a huge hole in front of him. This hole should have been filled with 10,000-year-old ice. Now, within 10,000 li, there were no snowflakes. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Bubble. Bubble was still Bubble, there was no change at all. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble and said, "Bubble, you've absorbed so many things into your body, how come you haven't grown at all?" Bubble curiously looked at him and said, "Young master, I'm the source of water. Even if you put all the water in the world into my body, I would still be this big. Actually, after these things enter my body, they don't really become a part of my body. They just exist in a smaller form. If you don't believe me, young master can take a look." Then Bubble moved closer to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Bubble's body. Bubble's body wasn't big, it was only about the size of a football. It looked dark blue and somewhat transparent. However, when Zhao Hai looked at Bubble's body, he saw that it wasn't the case. Inside Bubble's body were countless small bubbles. And in one of these small bubbles, Zhao Hai saw the huge ice pillar, the 10,000-year-old ice, and the 1,000-year-old snow. All of these things actually existed inside Bubble's small bubble. If Bubble didn't want Xiao Hai to see it, then Xiao Hai wouldn't have been able to see these things. Xiao Hai was shocked, he didn't expect this. Xiao Hai looked at Bubble and said, "Can you take everything into your body?" Bubble shook his head and said, "I can't. Young master, I can only take things related to water. Like water, ice, snow, fog, and the like. I can't take anything else." Xiao Hai nodded, he wasn't disappointed at all. His spatial warehouse was already very big, it wouldn't be full no matter how many things he put inside. There was no need for Bubble to store too many things. Xiao Hai turned to Bubble and said, "What if I want to use these things? Do I need to ask you for them?" Bubble nodded and said, "Right, they're inside my body. If young master wants to use them, then naturally he needs to ask me for them." Xiao Hai's expression turned dark, then he turned to Bubble and said, after returning to the space, "Immediately hand these things over to Kai. Have him store them in the space's warehouse. You go back to the pond, don't come out unless I call you." Bubble nodded. Xiao Hai looked at the ice field and said, "Are there any other good things here?" Bubble nodded and said, "Yes. Go north and there's a wind sphere that can control water. Because of this wind sphere, the place where I live has a lot of wind every year. It's very annoying." Bubble nodded and said, "Yes, there's a wind sphere there that can control water." As soon as Xiao Hai heard Bubble, his eyes lit up. This wind sphere seemed to be a good thing. Although Xiao Hai was convinced that the wind ball that Bubble mentioned was a good thing, he didn't immediately take it. Instead, he calmed down and looked for the white crystals that Bubble mentioned. These white crystals weren't hard to find. Not far from Bubble's 10,000-year-old ice cave, there were 12 mineral veins. After looking at them, Xiao Hai discovered that these 12 mineral veins actually corresponded to the 12 holes in the ice pillar. It seems like these mineral veins had a lot to do with Bubble. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but be happy. This discovery meant that as long as Bubble was here, he would have countless of these crystals to use. This was great. Although he was thinking about this, Xiao Hai's hands didn't slow down. He received a white crystal into the space. He wanted to see how much the space valued this crystal. As soon as the crystal was received into the space, a prompt was immediately heard, "Crystal rich in cold energy detected. Contains a huge amount of cold energy. Energy is stable and can be used. Can produce 100,000 kilowatts of electricity. This item can be recycled. After the energy is exhausted, it can be recharged." When Xiao Hai heard the space, he felt relieved. However, he also discovered the difference between the white crystal and the red crystal. The white crystal contained cold energy while the red crystal contained heat energy. After thinking about it, Zhao decided to call the red crystals fire crystals and the white crystals ice crystals. The red crystals were produced in volcanoes, while the white crystals were produced in ice fields. There was nothing wrong with that name. Xiao Hai quickly received the ice crystal into the space. There were 20 mineral veins. Xiao Hai had collected a lot of these ice crystal compared to the red crystal. The fire crystal was only an incomplete vein while these 12 were complete veins. Xiao Hai calculated that the total amount of ice crystal he obtained was more than 500,000. This wasn't a small amount. One must know that the quality of these ice crystal was very good, much better than the fire crystal. After receiving the crystals, Xiao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others were currently walking around Bubble. Who made Bubble look so good? It was blue and soft to the touch. It wasn't cold to hold, it was warm and very comfortable. However, when Xiao Hai looked at Laura and the others, he couldn't help but think about how Bubble said that these women were very beautiful. He couldn't help but feel awkward. For such a perverted Bubble to be liked, it was really unreasonable. Xiao Hai didn't say anything. Bubble was just like Kai, there was no need to be jealous. However, Xiao Hai was now interested in the wind sphere that Bubble mentioned. Xiao grabbed Bubble, who was being held by Laura, and rubbed it a few times. Then he said, "Bubble, tell me. Where is that ball of wind that people were talking about?" Although Bubble was rubbed by Xiao Hai several times, he didn't seem to care. When he heard Xiao Hai's question, he immediately replied, "Head north, Master will be able to see it when the time comes." Xiao Hai nodded, then he threw Bubble to Laura and the others. Then he immediately had the magic staff fly north. He wanted to see what the wind sphere was. This time, Zhao Hai didn't go parallel to the magic staff, nor did he slow down. He just flew north at full speed. This way, the speed of the magic staff was very fast. That night, Zhao Hai discovered that the wind outside was getting stronger. Zhao Hai immediately took Bubble out of the space and went inside the magic staff. Zhao Hai looked outside and said, "Bubble, are we almost there?" Bubble spun around and said, "Yes, young master. Soon, we'll be there soon." Zhao Hai turned his head to Bubble and said, "Bubble, how did you know about the wind sphere? What is that ball of wind?" Bubble replied, "Young master, I've lived here for a long time. At that time, the beast man hadn't come here yet. At that time, I was able to transform into an ice beast and look around. When I came here, I saw the wind sphere. The wind sphere is similar to me, it's the origin of myriad winds. However, it doesn't seem to be as advanced as me. When I woke up, it still hadn't woken up." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the wind sphere that Bubble was talking about would be similar to him. Does this mean that the wind sphere was a wind spirit? Zhao Hai was now even more careful. He urged the blood ghost staff with all his might as he turned his head to Bubble and said, "Bubble, is this the right direction?" Bubble shook his head and said, "There's no mistake. Young master can rest assured, my abilities are now much stronger than before. As long as there's water energy, I can monitor it. It's not far from here." When Zhao Hai heard Bubble, he couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head to Bubble and said, "You mean, you can monitor everything through water? You can monitor everything as long as there's water?" Bubble's round body swayed up and down, then he nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I'm the origin of myriad waters. As long as it's water, I can command it and make it submit to me." Zhao Hai looked at the little Bubble in surprise. He didn't think that this little Bubble would have such an ability. It seems like Bubble really couldn't be underestimated. At this time, Bubble suddenly said, "Young master, we've arrived." Zhao Hai immediately turned his head and looked outside. He saw a small whirlwind spinning in front of him. On top of this whirlwind was a small green bead. This bead was at most the size of a walnut, it couldn't be called a sphere. Zhao Hai looked at the green bead and said, "Is this the wind bead you were talking about? Can it really control the winds of the world? It doesn't seem right." Bubble replied, "Young master, this wind sphere is very obedient right now. But if it gets angry, then it would be very scary." Zhao Hai looked at the green sphere that was spinning around. He didn't feel that this bead was terrifying. But to be safe, Zhao Hai took Bubble back to the space. Laura and the others weren't doing anything right now, they were just looking at the bead on the monitor. When the group saw Zhao Hai come in, Laura ran over and hugged Bubble. Then she said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, did you come here to get that thing? Can it really control the winds of the world?" Zhao Hai looked at Bubble, who was comfortably lying in Laura's embrace. He couldn't help but get angry. He stretched out his finger and poked Bubble. Laura slapped away Zhao Hai's hand and stared at him. Zhao Hai smiled embarrassedly and said, "Maybe. In any case, it's what Bubble said. I don't know, but I want to give it a try." Then Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and gave his staff an order. The blood ghost staff stopped outside and immediately hit the bead. Zhao Hai and the others stared at the monitor, they wanted to see how the bead would react. Seeing that the blood staff was about to hit the bead was like a startled hedgehog as it quickly spun. As it spun, a gust of wind suddenly blew around it. Then the wind became stronger and stronger, slowly turning into a tornado. Even the ground that was frozen solid couldn't withstand the pressure of the wind and was swept away by the wind, creating a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, the blood ghost staff was also blown away by the wind. Zhao Hai was startled, so he immediately took the blood ghost staff back to the space. Laura and the others looked at the rotating bead in disbelief. They didn't think that the bead would be this fierce when it's on fire. After some time, the wind stopped. The bead was supported by the small whirlwind as it kept swaying left and right. It looked like a person was looking left and right. Zhao Hai couldn't help but wipe his sweat. This little thing was really sneaky. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. With a thought, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside the bead. Then a big hand came out of the space and grabbed the bead before pulling it into the space. As soon as the bead entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: wind spirit detected. This creature is hostile to the space. Subduing complete. Zhao Hai's mind moved and the bead immediately appeared in the room. The bead was cyan in color and was almost transparent. However, if one looked closely at the bead, one would be able to see that there was a whirlwind inside the bead. Zhao Hai looked at the bead and said, "Can you speak?" A child's voice was heard, "I've seen the master, I can speak." When Zhao Hai heard that the child could speak, he nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you can speak. From now on, you'll be called Little Feng. Bubble, Little Feng, remember to listen to Kai. Kai, take care of these two little guys." Kai giggled and said, "Young master can rest assured, I'll certainly take care of him." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that Kai was very strange, but she didn't like to joke around. Because of this, Kai was very serious. Zhao Hai still remembered the time when Kai rode Zhao Wen and teased Mu Er. Laura didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. Although she liked Bubble, they had a lot of things to do. It was impossible for them to play with Bubble every day. Letting Bubble play with Kai and the others was also very good. Actually, Laura and the others had always treated Muir and Kai as playful children. Although Kai and the others had extraordinary abilities, because of their image, Laura and the others still unconsciously treated them as children. When they had nothing to do inside the space, they would often accompany Kai and Muir to play for a while. Those times were the happiest for them. Zhao Hai also liked to play with Kai and the others. To be honest, Zhao Hai's feelings towards the space were deeper than Laura and the others. This was because for Zhao Hai, the space was his only connection to Earth. Ever since he arrived at the Ark continent, Zhao Hai found that he was becoming more and more like a person from the continent. He didn't want to be like this, but there was no other way. If he wanted to survive in the Ark continent, then he could only become like the people here. Every time he went to the space, he would feel like he was back on Earth, playing a farm game. He was still an ordinary person while everything here was just a dream. However, Zhao Hai didn't really want to go back to Earth right now. Back on Earth, he was just an ordinary otaku. Here, he was Zhao Hai Buddha, the head of the Buddha clan. He had several beautiful wives that he didn't even dare to think about back in space. His life here was much better compared to back on Earth. The reason why he thought about Earth was because he wanted to remind himself where he came from. In this universe, there was a planet called Earth, a country called China, and a group of people with yellow skin and black eyes. They were his true clansmen. Although Zhao Hai was now the Buddha clan's patriarch and had established a family in the Ark continent, he still couldn't get rid of the China complex in his heart. He always thought of himself as a person from China, a descendant of the dragon. But now that he had established a family in the Ark continent, it was like a Chinese working abroad, getting married and having children abroad. Unlike those who worked abroad, those people could still return to their country. But Zhao Hai would never be able to return. Now that the matters in the northern ice field had been dealt with, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he immediately returned to the volcano. Zhao Hai had promised Tess that he would bring the beast god's spear here to pay his respects. Zhao Hai arrived at the volcano from the space while holding Bloody War in his hand. When he came out, Bloody War immediately appeared on the spear. Bloody War looked at the volcano and said, "Young master, what is this place? Why do I feel the beastman's fighting spirit? Moreover, why is it so strong?" Zhao Hai told Bloody War about what the diamond apes did. Bloody War listened quietly and waited until Zhao Hai finished. Then Bloody War let out a long breath and said, "Good, good. Worthy of being the children of the beast god. You're all very good." Bloody War nodded and said, "Good." Just as Bloody War's voice fell, a red light suddenly shot up from the volcano. Zhao Hai thought that the volcano was about to erupt. But when he looked at the red light, he realized that it wasn't the case. Although the red light shot up from the volcano, there wasn't any heat. Instead, there was a cold murderous aura, an aura that dared to fight against the heavens. Fighting spirit. This should be the fighting spirit that Shuizhan mentioned. When Zhao Hai felt this aura, he immediately confirmed it. But what he didn't understand was why he couldn't feel this battle intent. Normally, Instead, when Shui Zhan said a few words, this battle intent suddenly erupted. At this time, the fighting intent that erupted from the crater of the volcano slowly solidified. Finally, it turned into a blood-red spear shadow that pointed straight to the sky. This spear shadow was very huge. It was more than 10 feet tall and more than 1 meter thick. It looked very mighty and had an astonishing imposing aura. As soon as the spear shadow took shape, Bloody War immediately said, "Young master, let me go. This battle intent is a great supplement for me." Zhao Hai immediately released Bloody War. As soon as Zhao Hai let go, Bloody War immediately flew towards the crater of the volcano. Then, it pierced through the huge spear shadow. Next, Zhao Hai saw the spear shadow slowly shrinking. Finally, the entire spear shadow merged with Bloody War's body. Bloody War then flew back. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the originally black spear was now covered with a faint red color. Moreover, Bloody War's imposing aura had also become stronger. At this time, Bloody War came out of the spear. However, he was now taller than before. Zhao Hai looked at Bloody War and said, "How is it? Is this thing really useful to you? How do you get it?" Bloody War shook his head and said, "Young master, this battle intent is the blood oath battle intent unique to the beastmen. This thing is very useful to me. This blood oath battle intent can only be cultivated after several generations of hard work. It's something that can't be seen in ordinary times. Moreover, I'm a weapon. Only by fighting on the battlefield can I become stronger and stronger. Young master doesn't need to worry about me, my current strength is almost the same as when I was at my peak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll take you to see the current patriarch of the Diamond Ape tribe. They want to see you. You should also tell them about the Diamond Apes that I turned into undead. Don't let them misunderstand me." Bloody War nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, this Bloody War understands." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took Bloody War back to the space. Then from there, they directly returned to Iron Mountain Fort. Tess and the others were very comfortable these days. It might be because the beastmen were innately adapted to this kind of herding life. Although they hadn't been herding for 5,000 years, with the help of the giant horned bulls, they were able to learn in just a few days. Moreover, they were very used to this kind of life. On the other hand, the giant apes that were usually listless in Mountain City were now very lively here. This made Tess very happy. However, Tess was still worried about the northern icefield. Zhao Hai had been gone for so many days, but there was still no news. This made Tess even more worried. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would have an accident, and he was also afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to find the beast god spear. Because of this, Tess didn't sleep well these past few days. He had also lost a lot of weight. Compared to the other diamond apes, Tess looked very tired. On this day, while Tess was herding sheep, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Tess was startled, but he immediately thought about it. To be able to silently appear in front of him without any reaction from his beast god, it could only be Zhao Hai. Tess turned his head and saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was looking at him with a smile on his face while holding a spear in his hand. This spear was obviously not a weapon used by humans. The shaft was very thick and very long. At a glance, one could see that it was a weapon used by the beastmen. Tess stared blankly at the spear in Zhao Hai's hand. He had seen the beast god spear in the history of the Diamond Ape tribe. Moreover, the history of the Diamond Ape tribe described the beast god spear very carefully. From the length of the spearhead, to the length of the shaft, to the thickness of the shaft, to the weight of the spear, everything was described very carefully. Because of this, Tess was able to recognize that Zhao Hai was holding the beast god spear. Tess quickly walked towards Zhao Hai's side and then knelt on the ground. Then he stretched out his trembling hands and took the beast god spear from Zhao Hai's hand. At the same time, Tess couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. Zhao Hai placed the beast god spear in Tess' hand. Tess carefully looked at the beast god spear before he suddenly burst into tears. His crying alarmed the other diamond apes, causing them to gather around. When these people saw the beast god spear in Tess' hand, they couldn't help but stare. Then all of them knelt down and couldn't stop their tears from flowing out. The diamond apes entered the northern icefield in order to find the beast god spear. Because of this, they were told by their elders what the beast god spear looked like. Because of this, they were able to recognize the beast god's spear at a glance. In addition to Tess' reaction, the diamond apes didn't have any doubts at all. 5,000 years of obsession, and now they were finally free. Zhao Hai quietly stood on the side, he could understand Tess' mood. 5,000 years, a long time had passed. In these 5,000 years, they had suffered a lot. A race of 800,000 people almost went extinct. Who could understand this kind of suffering? After some time, Tess' mood slowly calmed down. Zhao Hai turned to Tess and said, "Tess, I've healed the beast god spear's artifact spirit. He can come out and talk to you." "I won't be listening to you, I'll be back in a moment." Tess nodded, then Zhao Hai returned to the living room of Iron Mountain Fort. Green and the others were already there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Green immediately said, "How was it, young master? Did you get the beast god spear?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "I got it, it's currently in Tess' hands. Don't worry, everything's fine. When Tess and the others finish paying their respects, I'll go to the Beastman and give the beast god's spear to the Beast King. Then I'll become a Beastman prince, hee hee." Green laughed and said, "Beastman's prince, dwarf's foreign elder, Rosen Empire's prince consort, ha 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 ha. Ever since the day our Buddha clan was established, we have never been this glorious, this is great." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "After dealing with the Beastmen, I'll be heading to the dwarves. I think that Patriarch Billy has already communicated with the elves. I want to see the elves. Only by uniting with them would we be able to resist the divine race's attack." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." The smile on Green's face disappeared, he nodded heavily and said, "I know this point. Master, I think we shouldn't trade the food produced in the Black Wasteland. Only trade the things in your space. The Black Wasteland's production can be used as strategic materials. After all, if we really fight in the future, these things can't be lacking." Zhao smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, you can rest assured. Right now, the space has 10 backgrounds that haven't been used yet. If we use all of them, then the harvest will be a lot. You don't need to worry." Zhao smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, don't worry." Green patted his head, then he smiled and said, "Look at me, I forgot that the space has so many backgrounds. Alright, then there's no need to save them. But young master, how do we know when the divine race will make their move?" Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, "As long as we're ready, even if they don't make a move, we can still force them to. Just waiting like this is too passive." Green stared, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Good, young master's words are too good. Just defending isn't enough. Our Buddha clan's wild dragon banner has always been a great weapon. Attacking is the Buddha clan's favorite. Alright, let's do it this way." At this point, Green was very confident in Zhao Hai. One must know that the Buddha clan didn't only have a god-ranked expert like Kai they also had more than 1 million ninth ranks. With such strength, Green believed that the Buddha clan would be able to challenge the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't know what Green was thinking, but he wasn't the kind of person who would just wait for a beating. If he knew that the other party wanted to deal with him, then he would make the first move. However, he wasn't ready yet, so he didn't make a move. "Grandpa Green, you don't need to wait for me, I'll go and see Tess. If they want to go to the northern ice field to pay their respects, then I'll take them there. I'll leave the matters here to you." "Right, how are Tess and the others doing here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Green and said, "After so many years of development, I still don't know how strong the divine race is. Moreover, there's also the demons eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. The Ark Continent's days aren't very good. Unfortunately, most people don't know about this. Grandpa Green, you don't need to wait for me. Do you think that Tess and Tess are still living here?" Green smiled and said, "They're already used to it. They basically don't need the giant horned raging bulls to guide them. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good, then I'll be going." Then his figure flashed as he disappeared from the living room. Green looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared, then he smiled faintly and muttered, "Master, did you think that our Buddha clan would have such a day? Now that the young master has grown up, our Buddha clan can finally hold our heads up high." This had always been Green's dream, and now it could be said that his dream had come true. Green's vision was much clearer than Zhao Hai's. At this point, everyone in the continent knew about the Buddha clan's strength. Even if the Buddha clan were to spread the news about the Black Wasteland, nobody would dare to make a move against them. Additionally, Zhao Hai was about to become a foreign prince of the dwarves as well as a foreign prince of the beastman race. With such an identity, nobody would dare to offend him in any country. It can be said that the Buddha clan's influence had reached its peak. Zhao Hai didn't know what Green was thinking, he just followed his plan and walked forward step by step. He didn't care about anything else. When Zhao Hai appeared in front of Tess and the others, bloody war had already returned to the spear shaft. When Tess saw Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt down along with his clansmen in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Patriarch Tess, please get up. I can't accept such a big gift." Tess didn't get up, instead, he kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch, you are our Diamond Ape tribe's benefactor. Not only did you bring us out of the northern icefield, you also arranged for us to live in such a good place. You also gave us cattle and sheep, and you even recovered the beast god spear for us. You are not only our Diamond Ape tribe's benefactor, you are also the benefactor of the entire beastman race. You deserve our respect." Then Tess turned to Zhao Hai and kowtowed. The other Diamond Apes also kowtowed to Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai didn't avoid them, he accepted their respect and said, "All right, you can get up. From now on, you are members of the Buddha clan. You don't need to care too much about these formalities. You just need to remember that you are wholeheartedly loyal to the Buddha clan." Tess and the others complied in unison, then they stood up. Zhao Hai looked at Tess and said, "I've already taken the beast god spear to the volcano. Do you still want to go and pay your respects?" Tess shook his head and said, "There's no need for that, Patriarch. Sir Artifact Spirit has already told us about it, so we won't be going. Being able to make the ancestors' battle intent merge with Sir Artifact Spirit is a great honor for us." Zhao Hai looked at Tess and nodded, "All right, then I'll return the beast god spear to the prairie. You can go and do your own things." Then he took the beast god spear and disappeared in front of everyone. The Beast King had been paying attention to the northern icefield for the past few days. It has been 2 months since Zhao Hai entered the icefield, but there was still no news about him. He had already ordered the giant tiger tribe, the polar bear tribe, and the ice eagle tribe to pay attention to the movements of the northern icefield. As long as there are movements, they must immediately go and support Zhao Hai. They must protect Zhao Hai at all costs. For this reason, the Blue Eagles were constantly sending people to patrol the icefield. As long as they find Zhao Hai's whereabouts, they would immediately protect Zhao Hai. However, it was a pity that they didn't know that Zhao Hai had the space. Because of this, all of their efforts were wasted. One couldn't blame the Beast King for being so careful. This time, the matter was too big. The Beast God Spear was the Beastman race's divine artifact. If they can get it back, then it would be of great significance to the entire Beastman race. And with Zhao Hai telling the Beast King about the divine race, the Beast God Spear became very important. The Beast King couldn't help but be careful. These days, the Beast King hadn't been able to sleep well. But after 2 months, there was still no news about Zhao Hai. The Beast King thought that Zhao Hai's operation might have failed. Sitting in his office, the Beast King couldn't help but sigh. He felt pity for Zhao Hai. Ever since he knew why Zhao Hai helped him find the Beast God's Spear, the Beast King thought that Zhao Hai was a great person. For the sake of the Ark continent, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to put himself in danger. The Beast King hoped that Zhao Hai would succeed. But now, it seems like the chances of success weren't big. But fortunately, the Buddha clan didn't have any fluctuations. Business was still going on, especially with the Beastmen. Moreover, it was doing very well. Although this was the case, the Beast King still couldn't help but sigh. He was worried for the Ark continent. If Zhao Hai couldn't find the Beast God's Spear, then they would be in even more danger. The Beast King was waiting. If Zhao Hai didn't come back in a month, then he could only ask a few 9th ranks to go to the northern icefield. No matter what, they must find the Beast God's Spear, for the sake of the Beastmen, for the sake of the Ark continent. At this moment, the Beast King's guard suddenly walked in. He looked at the Beast King with an excited expression and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai requests an audience." The Beast King stared blankly for a moment. he didn't react for a moment, he just stared blankly at his guard. After a while, he recovered and immediately said loudly, "Quickly invite him in, no, I'll personally welcome him." Then he quickly walked out. When the two entered the room, they saw a tiger beast man standing in front of the door. The tiger beast man didn't expect the beast king to personally come out, but he immediately said, "This one has seen your majesty." The beast king waved his hand and said, "Where is Mr. Zhao Hai?" The tiger beast man immediately replied, "He's resting in the registration tent outside the palace." The beast king didn't say anything, he just walked out of the palace. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the registration tent, chatting with several beastmen. His trip to the northern icefield was a secret, even among the beastmen, only a few knew about it. However, the beastmen working in the tent already knew his name. These people knew that although Mr. Zhao Hai looked ordinary, he was someone who could request an audience with the beast king at any time. They didn't dare to offend him. At the same time, these beastmen were very grateful to Zhao Hai. As long as they were beastmen, they wouldn't be unable to make milk wine. And now that Zhao Hai was doing milk wine business, it would be very beneficial to their families. Therefore, they were very grateful to Zhao Hai. And with Magic Lily Shop's fair business, these beastmen had benefited a lot. Now, even if Zhao Hai didn't take out the friendship flag, as long as he mentioned his name, the beastmen would still give him face. It had been a long time since the war. Now, there were some human merchants who came to the beastmen to do business. However, when these people arrived, they discovered that their business had shrunk. Even the tribes that did business with them in the past no longer treated them as their first choice. The beastmen's first choice would always be the Magic Lily Shop. However, these merchants couldn't do anything about it. They simply couldn't afford to offend Magic Lily Shop. Not to mention the Buddha clan behind Magic Lily Shop, offending Magic Lily Shop in the beastmen's territory would be the first thing the beastmen would do. Moreover, Zhao Hai's business alliance had also been organized. Now, the Beastman race's business alliance was the biggest business in the Beastmen. If other people wanted to do business with the Beastmen, they wouldn't dare to offend the business alliance. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to provoke them. He was very clear that the Beastmen were too big. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to monopolize all of their businesses. As long as they do business normally and don't play dirty, Zhao Hai wouldn't care. Normal business competition wasn't something that Zhao Hai was afraid of. At this time, footsteps could be heard from outside. Zhao Hai knew that the Tiger Beastman had returned. But what made him feel strange was that it wasn't just one person's footsteps. While Zhao Hai was feeling strange, the tent's curtain opened as a person came in. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. This was because this person was the Beast King. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and gave a salute. "I have seen your majesty." The Beast King excitedly stepped forward and helped Zhao Hai up. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King and knew what he wanted to ask. Zhao Hai gently nodded. The Beast King's expression became even more excited, he grabbed Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Mister, come with me, we'll talk inside." Then without caring about the expressions of the people in the tent, Zhao Hai went inside the Beast King's palace. The people inside the tent looked at each other in dismay. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's position in the Beast King's heart would be so high that the Beast King would personally come out to greet him. The Beast King brought Zhao Hai to his office. Then he had the guards stand guard outside. The Beast King immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you really find the Beast God's spear?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then with a wave of his hand, the Beast God's spear appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai held the spear with both hands as he slowly handed it over to the Beast King. The Beast King received the Beast God's spear with trembling hands. Tears couldn't help but flow out of his eyes. He gently caressed the Beast God's spear before letting out a long breath. After the tears in his eyes disappeared, the Beast King respectfully placed the Beast God's spear to the side. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister. Thank you for helping us beastmen recover our divine artifact." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your majesty is too polite. The Beast God's spear's artifact spirit has been restored. If your majesty has any questions, you can ask Sir Artifact Spirit." The Beast King gawked, then he looked at the Beast God's spear on the weapon rack. Then he bowed and said, "Sir Artifact Spirit, please show yourself." Just as he finished speaking, Bloody War appeared on the spear shaft. He looked at the Beast King and said, "Are you the current Beastman King?" When the Beast King saw Bloody War, he excitedly gave a salute and said, "Sui has seen Sir Artifact Spirit. I am the current Beastman King." Bloody War nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Zhao Hai has already told me about the Beastman's situation. He also told me about what the dwarves told him. What I want to tell you is that the matter between the divine realm and the divine race is true. I won't say anything superfluous, you can do as you see fit." Then Bloody War's figure returned to the spear shaft. The Beast King gave the Beast God's spear another salute before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty is too polite." After Sir Artifact Spirit recovered, he felt strange when he saw a human by his side. Therefore, I told him about the Beastman race and the divine realm. I didn't expect him to know about this matter. Moreover, he told me the same thing as the dwarves. The Beast King nodded, then he sighed and said, "It seems like Mr.'s previous inference is true. Those guys from the Radiant Church might really be from the divine realm. No matter what, we cannot let them go. Mr. can rest assured, I will announce to the public that you are the Beastman King tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Since your Majesty knows about this matter, then it would be much easier to handle. I don't need to worry about the Beastman race's preparations. I'll go to the dwarves immediately." Patriarch Billy said that he wanted to contact the elves. "I don't know what the situation is right now, so I want to go and take a look." The Beast King nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble Mr. with this matter. Mr. can rest assured, regarding the appointment of Mr. as a king, I have already discussed it with the patriarchs of the war tribes. They all agreed. Now that Mr. is back, all you need to do is to announce your appointment. There won't be any trouble, there won't be any ceremony. Mr. can go and do his own thing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to thank your Majesty. Right now, the Beastman race needs to accumulate strength. In the past, the Beastman race lacked ironware. Now that they have the support of the dwarves, I think the Beastman race's development would be much faster. However, there's one thing I want to tell your Majesty, the Beastman race needs to rest and recuperate. Therefore, whether it's between the Beastman race or between the Beastman race and the human race, it's best to control the situation. Otherwise, if the Beastman race has ironware, then the casualties would be too great." The Beast King nodded and said, "Mr. can rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. But since the Beastman race doesn't have a lot of food, I'll leave the matter of food to Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured about this. Whether it's bamboo rice or breadfruit, I'll provide you with as much as you want. Moreover, I'll give you a fair price." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Mr., please come with me. No matter what, I'll have to treat Mr. to a meal today. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble your Majesty. However, your Majesty should still keep the news of the Beast God's spear a secret. This can be considered as a way to deal with the divine race. I think that the Radiant Church already knows about the Beast God's spear's disappearance. Let them continue to think that way. Zhao Hai Buddha has become the foreign prince of the Beastman race." This news was like a gust of wind that blew through the streets and alleys of the continent. Everyone knew about it, and this news was like a bomb. That made everyone dizzy. It had only been a few months since the war between the Beastmen and the humans. But at this time, there was a sudden news that a human had become the foreign prince of the Beastman race. This made all the people in the continent stunned. After 2 months of silence, Zhao Hai's name was once again mentioned by the people of the continent. People discovered that the Buddha clan's patriarch was truly remarkable. He was actually able to become a prince of the Beastmen at this time. Moreover, according to the Beastmen, he had helped the Beastmen a lot. But as for what he had helped them, even the ordinary Beastmen didn't know. This caused all kinds of speculations to arise. At this time, Zhao Hai was in Dark Soldier Fort explaining everything to Randolph. Zhao Hai told Randolph about the Divine Realm as well as the Northern Icefield. Randolph wasn't like the Emperor, he had his own sense of propriety. Zhao Hai believed that even if he knew about this matter, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. After listening to Zhao Hai's explanation, Randolph's expression turned heavy. But after Zhao Hai left, he immediately adjusted the Kelsey family's development strategy. This made outsiders unable to understand what was going on. Zhao Hai went to the Crook family, but he didn't tell Jesse about the divine realm as well as the beast god spear. He only told the Crook family about it and asked them to adjust their development strategy. Although Jesse didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he believed that Zhao Hai, their eternal ally, wouldn't harm them. Therefore, the Crook family made some adjustments. Naturally, these adjustments weren't very obvious. Even if outsiders knew about it, they would only think that it was an ordinary adjustment. There was nothing special about it. Although Zhao Hai went to the Rosen Empire's imperial palace to visit the emperor, he didn't say anything and just chatted for a while. He understood that high-ranking officials couldn't hide anything, let alone the emperor. Zhao Hai didn't dare tell the emperor about these matters. After dealing with the matters of the Rosen Empire, Zhao Hai went to the Buddha Empire. The cow magic beasts that he obtained from the Buddha Empire had already been given to the Buddha Emperor. The emperor was very satisfied with what he got. The magic beasts that Zhao Hai brought with him were the Herculean bulls. Their ranks weren't low, they were very important to the Buddha Empire. Zhao Hai took a ship and went to the Buddha Empire's capital, Iron Knight City. This time, Zhao Hai went to Iron Knight City to talk to the emperor about the horse-shaped magic beasts. Whale sent a message to Zhao Hai saying that there was news about the horse-shaped magic beasts. The Horse Clan was willing to trade some 4th and 5th rank magic beasts with Zhao Hai for some ironware. This time, Zhao Hai came to discuss this matter with the emperor. When Zhao Hai's ship entered the harbor, he saw that Ironwood was already waiting for him. But today, Ironwood wasn't wearing his armor, instead, he was wearing an ordinary warrior's uniform. However, when he stood there, one could see that he wasn't a simple person. When Zhao Hai came down from the haven, Ironwood immediately welcomed him. Ironwood laughed and said, "Mister, you're here. His Majesty is waiting for you." Ironwood smiled and said, "Mister, you're here." Zhao Hai gave a bow to Ironwood and said, "I've made the general wait for a long time. I ask for the general's forgiveness." Ironwood didn't mind, he laughed and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister is always so polite, this isn't good. Mister, please come with me, His Majesty is waiting for Mister." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then let's go." Then the two sat down on the carriage and went straight to the city. This carriage was sent by the imperial palace, therefore, the journey was unimpeded. After the two got down from the carriage, Ironwood boiled a pot of tea for Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The last time Mister sent me the bull-shaped magic beasts, His Majesty was very satisfied with them. Today, His Majesty said that he wanted to thank Mister. Therefore, when he heard that Mister had arrived, he immediately sent someone to wait for you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "His Majesty is too polite. I'm just a merchant, and merchants value credibility. Since I promised His Majesty, then I naturally have to do it." Ironwood laughed and said, "Mister isn't an ordinary merchant. To be honest, I really admire Mister. I didn't think that Mister would become a foreign prince of the Beastman race. You're the first foreign prince of the Beastman race in the past 1,000 years." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just helped the Beastman race a little." Out of gratitude, the Beast King agreed to give me the title of foreign prince. Actually, I don't have any authority. Ironwood smiled and said, "Mister doesn't need to be so modest. I've also heard about the foreign prince of the Beastman race. If the Beastman race doesn't owe a great favor to the Beastman race, then Mister must have helped the Beastman race a lot, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right. But actually, the things that I helped them with, they can also do it themselves. It's just that I'm more suitable for it." Haha. When Ironwood heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai didn't want to talk about this matter. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions, he just smiled and said, "Mister is now a foreign prince of the Beastman race, it would be more convenient for you to trade with them. I wonder if Mister can get more magic beasts from the Beastman race?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that easy. The temperament of the Beastman race isn't very good. Sometimes, even the Beast King can't suppress them, let alone a foreign prince. Every Beastman race has their own magic beasts. At this point, I can only get magic beasts from the cow-headed race. I've already sent them to His Majesty. But recently, I've been able to establish a relationship with the horse race through the cow-headed race. I hope that I can get some horse-shaped magic beasts. This is already my limit. Ironwood's eyes lit up. Horse-shaped magic beasts were the most suitable magic beasts to be used as mounts. If there were a lot of horse-shaped magic beasts, then the strength of the Buddha Empire's cavalry would reach a whole new level. Before long, the carriage arrived at the imperial palace. The two were directly invited to a small hall in the back, where the Buddha Emperor was already waiting for them. After the two gave their greetings to the Emperor, they were given a seat. After the two sat down, the Emperor smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai has worked hard. My Buddha Empire would like to thank Mr." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I don't dare, Your Majesty is too polite. I'm just doing what I should do." The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although Mr. didn't send a lot of magic beasts, it gave me hope. I hope that Mr. will be able to cooperate with me for a long time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. Being able to cooperate with Your Majesty would bring me a lot of benefits." "Your Majesty, I came this time because I have a matter to discuss with Your Majesty. I have a relationship with the horse tribe through the cow-headed race, hoping to obtain some horse-shaped magic beasts. However, the horse tribe's condition was to exchange them with ironware. What does Your Majesty think about this?" When the Emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before he knit his brows. Ironware had always been the Buddha Empire's weapon. This was because almost all of the Buddha Empire's ironware were produced by the dwarves. If they were to export a large amount of ironware, then the Buddha Empire wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the Emperor was afraid that if he were to export a large amount of ironware, then the beast men would use them to attack him. At that time, he would become a sinner of the continent. After thinking about this, the Emperor couldn't help but turn his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is now a foreign prince of the beast men. Can Mr. tell me why the beast men need so much ironware?" When Zhao Hai heard the Emperor, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty's worry is something that Zhao Hai can understand. Although foreign Prince Zhao Hai doesn't have a lot of authority, I still have some insider information. Your Majesty is worried that the beast men would invade the humans once again, right? Your Majesty can rest assured about this. I've received news from the beastmen that it wouldn't be long before the beastmen issue the sealed blade command." The Buddha Emperor couldn't help but stare. He knew about the sealed blade command. It was an order for the beastmen to recuperate. As long as the sealed blade command is issued, then the beastmen would no longer use force, whether it be internally or externally. Only when the beastmen's survival is threatened would they use force. In other words, as long as the sealed blade command is issued, then the beastmen and humans would no longer fight, as long as the humans don't push too hard. The Buddha Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. telling the truth?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare lie to Your Majesty. Your Majesty can rest assured, I think that the beastmen would issue the sealed blade command in the near future." The Buddha Emperor nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then that would be good news. As long as the beastmen issue the sealed blade command, then I can also agree to the business with the horse tribe." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, I think that the news would arrive in a few days. As long as Your Majesty agrees, then you can leave the rest to me." The reason why Zhao Hai mentioned the sealed blade command to the Buddha Emperor was because he wanted the Buddha Emperor to agree to his ironware business with the dwarves. Although he can get ironware from the dwarves without the Emperor's permission, Zhao Hai didn't want to cause a conflict between the dwarves and the Buddha Empire. At this time, the dwarves needed to recuperate in order to prepare for the war with the divine race. If they were to have a conflict with the Buddha Empire, then they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Zhao Hai believed that the Buddha Emperor would agree to his business with the dwarves. The reason why the Buddha Empire had been holding on to the dwarves' ironware was because they were afraid that other countries would use it against them. However, selling to the beastmen was different. The beastmen were too far away, they were separated by several countries. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that the Buddha Emperor would agree. The Buddha Emperor's agreement couldn't be separated from Zhao Hai's previous performance. Last time, Zhao Hai obtained a lot of ironware from the dwarves. He told the Buddha Emperor that he wouldn't give them to the Rosen Empire, and sure enough, he didn't give them to the Rosen Empire. Because of this, the Buddha Emperor agreed to cooperate with Zhao Hai. A few days later, news came from the Beastmen that they had announced the sealed blade order. At this time, Xianxia arrived at Dwarf Iron Mountain. Xianxia was now a foreign elder of the dwarves. Therefore, when he arrived at Dwarf Iron Mountain, he was immediately invited to Billy's village. Billy personally welcomed Xianxia to his home. After the two sat down, Billy looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Xianxia, what happened? How did you suddenly become a foreign prince of the Beastmen? Is it because you helped them recover their artifact spirit?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not only that, the Beastmen's beast god's spear was lost in the northern icefield 5,000 years ago. Although they had sent people to search for it, they never returned. This time, I went to the icefield to help them recover the beast god's spear. Because of this, they gave me the position of foreign prince." Billy stared and said, "Lost? How could that be? That's the Beastman's divine artifact." Xianxia smiled faintly, then he told Billy about the diamond apes. Billy nodded and said, "So it's because of this. No wonder the diamond apes were exiled. When I read about the history of the Beastmen, the royal clan of the Beastmen, being exiled, I found it strange. So it turned out to be because they lost the beast god spear." Xianxia nodded and said, "Now that the beast god spear has returned to the Beastmen, its artifact spirit has also been restored. The Beastmen also announced the sealed blade order, they are now preparing to recuperate. The dwarves should also do the same. I've already told the Emperor of the Buddha Empire about my ironware business with the dwarves. He wants me to buy some magic beasts from the Beastmen. Because of this, I made him agree to our ironware business. This way, even if our ironware business gets bigger, he wouldn't care. The dwarves can still maintain a good relationship with the Buddha Empire. This is very important for the dwarves." Billy nodded and said, "You're thinking too far ahead. What should we do next?" Xianxia smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything. You just have to develop in peace. Leave the outside matters to me. I've already started to stockpile food and daily necessities." Billy nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about the dwarves. Although we've been selling a lot of weapons these past few years, we still have a lot of them in our hands. Moreover, the weapons that we've stored are all of high quality. They're much better than the ones that we've sold. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the weapons." Xianxia nodded and said, "Our future transactions will be the same as before, using the warehouse." "Right, you said that you wanted to invite people to settle down in the Black Wasteland. How's that going?" Billy nodded and said, "It's already in progress. Right now, more than 1,000 people are willing to settle in Iron Mountain Fort. What do you think?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait a bit. I'll go to the Black Wasteland and arrange a place for them to live. After that, I'll bring them over. They won't be able to make weapons every day, they might need to do something else." Billy smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I've already told them about it. Rest assured." Xianxia nodded and said, "Right, if you dig up something special, remember to keep it for me. I'm very curious about special things." Billy laughed and said, "That's not a problem. You can rest assured." Xianxia then said, "What about the elves? Did they reply?" Billy smiled bitterly and said, "You don't need to worry about the elves. Those fellows are very slow. They said that they need to research before they can give us a reply. There's still no news, so you don't need to worry." Xianxia nodded, he didn't know much about the elves. Since Billy said so, then he had nothing to say. He could only wait. In any case, the Radiant Church wouldn't make a move for a while. But Xianxia really wanted to go to the Elven Forest and see if he could level up. But now, it seems like he would need to wait for some time. Xianxia stayed with the dwarfs for a day before he returned to Golden Island. He wanted to see how the business there was doing. Upon arriving at Golden Island, Xianxia found out that the Hurricane family had already sent Kristen to the island to do business. Their business was very simple, just like the Buddha clan, they only dealt in food and other businesses. Xianxia heard that their business was doing very well. Xianxia didn't go to see Kristen. This was because he was attracted by another piece of news. Kuan told Xianxia that their business with the fishmen had some fluctuations. Their business with the rock shrimps had been decreasing recently. This news was very important for Xianxia. His business with the fishmen was truly unique. If this business was cut off, then it would have a huge impact on the Buddha clan. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to personally go to the fishmen. However, Zhao Hai still took some time to return to the Black Wasteland and had Green prepare a place for the dwarves to live. Zhao Hai invited the dwarves because he wanted them to produce their own ironware. At the same time, he also wanted the slaves to learn more craftsmanship. Currently, the space can produce some iron ore, but the quantity wasn't a lot. Although the slaves that he bought were blacksmiths, their craftsmanship wasn't very good. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to invite the dwarves to settle down in the Black Wasteland. Green was already used to this kind of thing. But this time it was the dwarves. Green didn't have any contact with the dwarves before. Zhao Hai also asked Billy. Billy didn't have any requests, so Zhao Hai could only let Green do as he saw fit. Then he returned to Golden Island and took a ship to the Rock Shrimp's coral reef. Zhao Hai had been through this route many times, so naturally, he wouldn't go wrong. Moreover, the pirates knew that the Buddha clan would send ships to the deep sea to do salvage work, so they were already used to it. The Buddha clan was very powerful in the sea. When the pirates saw the Buddha clan's ships, they would take a detour. Because of this, the journey was very safe. 5 days later, Zhao Hai officially entered the deep sea. But what made him feel strange was that he didn't meet any fishmen. In the past, he would definitely meet fishmen, but this time, he didn't. Zhao Hai felt strange as he turned on the monitor. On the monitor, there were some low-level sea beasts, but there weren't any fishmen. Laura and the others who were basking in the sun with Zhao Hai were also surprised when they saw this. Laura couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hai, isn't this the fishmen's territory? How come there's nobody here? Did the fishmen slack off?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Recently, our business with the fishmen has decreased a lot. It's obvious that there's a problem with the fishmen. This situation proves this point." Laura knit her brows and said, "Problem? What problem could the fishmen have?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Who knows? Only when we meet the fishmen would we be able to find out." Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's monitor showed the figure of a rock shrimp. Zhao Hai closed the monitor. Before long, a rock shrimp appeared beside Zhao Hai's ship. The rock shrimp looked at the insignia on Zhao Hai's ship and didn't attack. Instead, he loudly said, "May I know who from the Buddha clan is on the ship?" Zhao Hai went to the side of the ship and bowed to the rock shrimp. "Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha has seen the rock shrimp brothers." When the rock shrimp heard Zhao Hai's name, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "So it's actually Patriarch Zhao Hai. I apologize for my rudeness. May I know why Patriarch Zhao Hai came this time?" Zhao Hai bowed to the rock shrimp and said, "This time, I came here because I have a matter to discuss with your patriarch. I wonder if that's possible?" The rock shrimp looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, Patriarch Zhao Hai. Our rock shrimp tribe has some matters to attend to. I'm afraid the patriarch doesn't have the time to see you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll have to ask this shrimp brother to help me pass the message. I really do have something to discuss with your patriarch." When the rock shrimp heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, he also knew that he couldn't offend Zhao Hai. Their rock shrimp tribe could only be considered as a small tribe among the fishmen. Every year, they would be busy with their tributes. If they didn't have Zhao Hai's things, then their days would be even more difficult. After thinking for a moment, the rock shrimp gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Since the patriarch said so, then I'll give it a try. Please wait for a moment." Then the rock shrimp sank into the sea and swam back to his tribe. Zhao Hai also had the undead drop their anchors as they waited for the rock shrimp tribe. After talking with the rock shrimp tribe, Zhao Hai was able to confirm his guess that there was a problem with the fishmen. Originally, Zhao Hai planned to deal with the elves first before going to the fishmen. No matter what, the fishmen were still a large tribe. If the divine race wanted to rule the world, then they certainly wouldn't let the fishmen off. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to see if he could cooperate with the fishmen. Now that the matter with the elves couldn't be dealt with in a short time, and since the fishmen were in trouble, then Zhao Hai might as well deal with the fishmen first. Zhao Hai didn't wait for too long before the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch appeared at the side of the haven. Zhao Hai gave the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch a bow and said, "Patriarch, I took the liberty to disturb you. Please forgive me." The rock shrimp tribe's patriarch smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think that the patriarch would personally come this time. May I know why the patriarch wants to see me?" Although the patriarch was smiling, Zhao Hai could see that the patriarch's face was still somewhat worried. It seems like the fishman had encountered a problem this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the rock shrimp patriarch and said, "I came to see the rock shrimp patriarch this time because I want to ask the patriarch for help. I have something that I want to ask the fishman race patriarch for." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Does the patriarch want to see the Sea King?" It was only now that Zhao Hai knew that the patriarch of the fishmen was called the Sea King. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. The contact between the fishmen and the human race was too little. People didn't even know about the different races of the fishmen. When it came to the fishmen, they would just refer to them as the fishmen. Moreover, they didn't know about the hierarchy of the fishmen as well as the name of their ruler. Now that he heard the rock shrimp tribe's ruler was called the Sea King, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "That's right. I have an important matter that I want to see the Sea King. Can the patriarch introduce me to him?" The rock shrimp tribe's patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why does the patriarch want to see the Sea King?" To be honest, I'm afraid that the patriarch's status isn't enough to request an audience with the Sea King. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment before he said, "Patriarch, this time, I really do have an audience with the Sea King. To tell the patriarch the truth, besides being the patriarch of the Buddha clan, I'm also the son-in-law of the Rosen Empire, the Beastman race's foreign prince as well as the Dwarf race's foreign elder. This time, I want to see the Sea King because I have an important matter that concerns the entire world. I hope that the patriarch can help me." After hearing Zhao Hai's long list of names, the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch's complexion changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many forces behind him. Zhao Hai's status in the human race and the dwarf race was one thing, the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch didn't know much about them. However, Zhao Hai's status as the Beastman race's foreign prince made the rock shrimp tribe's patriarch hesitate. The fishmen didn't have any contact with the other races of the Ark continent. The only race that they had contact with was the Beastmen. This was because the Beastmen looked very similar to the fishmen. Moreover, some of the Beastmen were aquatic Beastmen. These aquatic Beastmen didn't completely live in the water. They could live underwater, but they couldn't live underwater for too long. Some of these Beastmen lived by the sea while others lived on islands. Because of this, they naturally had contact with the fishmen. Because of this, the rock shrimp patriarch didn't dare neglect Zhao Hai when he heard that Zhao Hai was the foreign prince of the Beastmen. The rock shrimp tribe's patriarch bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect the patriarch to be the Beastman race's foreign prince. This one has been neglectful. However, the rock shrimp tribe is only a small tribe in the sea. We don't have the qualifications to meet the Sea King. Therefore, I'm afraid that we won't be able to help." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Can I ask the patriarch to think of a way? This time, I didn't come to the Sea King for business. I have something that concerns all the races in the world. This matter is very important, I ask the patriarch to help me." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Then I'll have to ask the patriarch to help me." The rock shrimp patriarch looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but feel moved. The rock shrimp tribe had been doing business with the Buddha clan for quite some time. The Buddha clan was very particular about their business, and their prices were very fair. The rock shrimp patriarch's impression of the Buddha clan was very good. Now that he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but be serious. In his opinion, Zhao Hai wasn't lying, he really did have a matter to discuss. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the fishman race's internal affairs were indeed in trouble. In the past, the rock shrimp patriarch didn't have the qualifications to meet the Sea King. But now, the situation was a bit special, they were now qualified to meet the Sea King. The reason for this situation was because of the internal strife in the fishman race. Someone was challenging the territory of the fishman race. Moreover, the challenger was very powerful, and he even had a lot of allies with him. At this point, the Sea King was forced to unite with a small and weak race like the rock shrimp to contend against the challenger. Because of this, the rock shrimp patriarch was now qualified to meet the Sea King. But at this time, Zhao Hai actually came to him and asked to see the Sea King. This made the rock shrimp patriarch feel very surprised. When the Buddha clan did business with them before, they had always had a good reputation. Therefore, the rock shrimp patriarch believed Zhao Hai's words. However, the rock shrimp patriarch still wanted to confirm, so he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I can think of a way to ask the great clans to help you. But can Mister show me your foreign prince command token?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard the rock shrimp patriarch, he knew that there was a way, so he immediately replied, "Of course, there's no problem. Patriarch, please take a look." Then he took out the Beastman race's foreign prince token and handed it over to the rock shrimp patriarch. The rock shrimp patriarch took the grand prince token and glanced at it. The fishmen also had their own history, and there were some strange stories recorded in it. Among them, there was a grand prince token. This grand prince token was made from a kind of beast bone. This kind of beast bone was as hard as steel and as heavy as black gold. Ordinary people simply couldn't imitate it. When the rock shrimp chieftain received the prince token, he immediately knew that it was the real deal. One must know that the black gold was the heaviest metal found in the continent, so it was impossible to fake it with other things. Moreover, the unknown beast bone of the Beastman clan was almost as heavy as the black gold, so there was no other bone that could fake it. The rock shrimp patriarch looked at the grand prince token and gave it to Zhao Hai. Then he said, "If Mister has time, please wait here for a few days. I'll think of a way." "How about it?" Zhao Hai quickly nodded and said, "I have time. To tell you the truth, I have a very important matter to discuss with His Majesty the Sea King. I hope that the patriarch can help me." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the rock shrimp patriarch nodded and said, "All right, Mister can rest assured, I'll do my best." Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai before diving into the sea. After the rock shrimp patriarch dived into the sea, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I think something really happened to the fishman race. Otherwise, a small tribe like the rock shrimp tribe wouldn't be able to see the Sea King, let alone find a way." Zhao Hai nodded, his words were actually probing the rock shrimp patriarch. If the rock shrimp patriarch didn't have a way, then he wouldn't have agreed. This was because the rock shrimp patriarch still needed human goods, so they shouldn't offend him. Now that the rock shrimp patriarch agreed, it meant that he had a way. This meant that there was a problem within the fishmen. Although Zhao Hai didn't know much about the internal affairs of the fishman race, he could still speculate that the Buddha clan and the rock shrimp tribe's transactions weren't very big. Even so, there were still times when the rock shrimp tribe couldn't eat their goods. This showed how big the rock shrimp tribe was. According to Zhao Hai's thoughts, the rock shrimp tribe's position in the fishman race was similar to the giant horned bull tribe and the big-bellied pig tribe when he first entered the prairie. They were at the bottom of the fishman race. How could such a tribe have the opportunity to meet the Sea King? But now, the rock shrimp patriarch actually said that he could find a way. This was definitely abnormal. Therefore, when he heard this, Zhao Hai immediately knew that something big must have happened in the fishman race. Otherwise, the rock shrimp patriarch wouldn't be so confident. Lizzie turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you think happened to the fishman race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't think of anything. But from the rock shrimp patriarch's words, I'm afraid that the internal affairs of the fishman race have become unstable. Otherwise, with their status, how could they have the opportunity to meet the Sea King? The Sea King must have been forced to unite all the other races to strengthen himself." Megan nodded and said, "It's very possible. If this is the case, then we really didn't come at the right time. I'm afraid that the Sea King doesn't have the time to deal with other things." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, maybe we've come at the right time. If we can help the Sea King solve this crisis, then when the time comes, we can talk to the Sea King about anything." They would certainly agree very quickly. Meg knit her brows and said, "Young master, we're in the sea. The sea is much bigger than the Ark continent. Moreover, there are countless experts here. Wouldn't it be bad for us to just go in?" Among the women, only Meg kept calling him young master. Even though they had been married for a long time, this was still the case. Jiao Hai couldn't stand this situation. He had told Meg many times, but Meg just couldn't change her mind. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, "The fishmen have a lot of experts, but how can they compare to us? This time, I came to look for the Sea King to talk to him about the divine race. The oceanic race is the largest race in this world. If they can help us deal with the divine race or the demon race, then we will have more confidence in the future." Laura nodded and said, "If that's the case, then it would be feasible. But Brother Hai, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult. After all, fighting the fishmen in the sea isn't the same as fighting in other places." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already made Kyer prepare. The space has already prepared some undead from the sea. These undead are all 9th ranks, moreover, they are marine creatures. They should be very familiar with fighting in the sea. With these guys as helpers, I don't think there will be any problems." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already made Kyer prepare." When Laura heard Jiao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "So Brother Hai already has a plan. Then we might as well make a big mess in the sea. It's a pity that we can't go there." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Why not? I already had Kyer transform a blade scale whale into an alien. When the time comes, we can sit inside the whale's body and head to the sea." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Why not? I already had Kyer transform a blade scale whale into alien." When Megan heard Jiao Hai, she couldn't help but be happy as she said, "That's great. I've been wanting to go to the sea for a long time. I didn't expect Brother Hai to already be prepared. When do we go?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, if we go now, then the fishmen wouldn't let us off. It's better for us to wait for news from the rock shrimp patriarch. I don't think they would be able to come back in a few days." Megan pouted and then nodded. Jiao Hai smiled, he also wanted to go to the sea to take a look. But now wasn't the time. He didn't have the Sea King's permission. If he went to the sea right now, then he would certainly be attacked by the fishmen. Although they were on the ship, Jiao Hai's connection with the continent had never been broken. Whether it was the beastmen or the dwarves, their business was flourishing. 7 days later, Jiao Hai, who had been paying attention to the rock shrimp tribe, discovered that the rock shrimp patriarch had arrived. Jiao Hai and the others quickly went to the deck. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, the rock shrimp patriarch's voice was heard, "Mr. Jiao Hai, please come out and meet me." Jiao Hai quickly led Laura and the others to the side of the ship. When they saw the rock shrimp patriarch looking at the haven with a tired expression, Jiao Hai quickly gave a bow and said, "I've seen the patriarch." The rock shrimp patriarch returned the greeting and said, "I've already taken care of Mr.'s matter. His Majesty the Sea King has agreed to see Mr. Mr., please come with me." Jiao Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, patriarch." The rock shrimp patriarch nodded, then he rowed towards the bow of the ship. Jiao Hai knew that the rock shrimp patriarch wanted to lead the way, so he quickly had the undead lift the ship's anchor. Then he raised the sails and followed the rock shrimp patriarch towards the depths of the sea. A lot of people from the rock shrimp tribe followed Jiao Hai's ship as they followed the rock shrimp patriarch towards the depths of the sea. Looking at their appearance, one couldn't tell if they were escorting or monitoring. While Jiao Hai and the others were sitting on the ship, they were using the monitor to monitor the situation in the sea. The sea was really big, it was boundless. The haven's speed was fast compared to other merchant ships, but compared to the fishmen, the ship's speed wasn't very fast. Moreover, Jiao Hai also discovered that the route that the rock shrimp were taking seemed to be an underwater road. Along the way, they were very safe. They didn't encounter any underwater magic beasts, nor did they encounter any underwater undercurrents. At night, the rock shrimp patriarch would lead his people to rest in the sea. Jiao Hai also stopped the ship and continued their journey the next day. Just like this, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Jiao Hai's group saw a lot of fishmen. There were turtles, fish, and even some fishmen that Jiao Hai didn't know the names of. These fishmen had their own territories. When they saw the rock shrimp patriarch, they would immediately come forward to stop him. At this time, the rock shrimp patriarch would take out a token and show it to the other party. Although the other party would let them pass, they still looked at Jiao Hai with curiosity. Jiao Hai also knew that the humans and the fishmen hadn't been in contact for many years. Now that they suddenly saw the fishmen, it was natural for them to be curious. After 10 days of travel, Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to see the Sea King. However, he didn't expect that the rock shrimp patriarch would lead Zhao Hai and the others to the swordfish tribe's territory. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to recognize the other party was because their mounts were very special. Their mounts had spear-like spikes on their foreheads that looked very hard. These fishes were very big, about 10 meters long. They also had flag-like fins on their backs, making them look very awe-inspiring. As for the swordfish tribe, they looked very much like humans. However, their heads were bald, and they also had fins on their heads. It looked like they were wearing a mohawk hairstyle. They had long fishbone spears in their hands and were about 2 meters tall. Their skin was covered in black mucus, and they wore armor made of shells and seaweed. They looked very formidable. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw the rock shrimp patriarch giving a salute to a swordfish clansman. Then the rock shrimp patriarch took out a token and handed it over to the swordfish clansman. The swordfish clansman received the token and looked at it. Then he nodded and received the token. Then he and the rock shrimp patriarch ascended to the surface of the sea. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and understood that they wouldn't be able to see the Sea King here. However, the rock shrimp patriarch could only escort them here. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai received the monitor, the rock shrimp patriarch's voice was heard from outside the ship. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come out." Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others went to the side of the ship and saw the rock shrimp patriarch and a swordfish clansman sitting on their mounts. Behind the swordfish clansman was a large group of swordfish cavalry. All of them were looking at Zhao Hai with curious gazes. Zhao Hai quickly gave a bow to the rock shrimp patriarch and said, "I've seen the patriarch. I've seen this fishman brother. May I know why the patriarch called for me?" The rock shrimp patriarch returned Zhao Hai's salute, then he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we can only send you up to here. This position belongs to the junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe. He will be leading Mr. Zhao Hai's way." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I'll have to trouble the patriarch. I'll ask the patriarch to rest assured. I've already sent a letter to the family. They will be sending 2 ships of food as well as daily necessities. Consider it as the patriarch's thanks for our help. When the patriarch returns, I believe the ships will arrive as well. I hope the patriarch won't decline." When the rock shrimp patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Then I'll have to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. Young patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai is a very generous person. I'll have to ask the young patriarch to take care of him." The young patriarch of the swordfish clan looked curiously at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, "I will. Young patriarch can rest assured." The rock shrimp patriarch gave a bow to Zhao Hai before his figure disappeared into the sea. Zhao Hai turned his head to the young patriarch of the swordfish clan, then he bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the young patriarch. I'll have to trouble the young patriarch." The young patriarch of the swordfish clan was very polite to Zhao Hai. He also bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is too polite. Since Her Majesty wants to see Mr., then we wouldn't dare to neglect you. Mr., please follow us." Then he turned around and walked towards the front of the haven. The swordfish cavalry also looked curiously at Zhao Hai before they followed behind the young patriarch and formed a protective formation around the haven. Zhao Hai discovered that the young patriarch of the swordfish clan didn't seem to like interacting with him. However, the young patriarch of the swordfish clan was very strong. Zhao Hai estimated that this young patriarch's strength was equivalent to an 8th-rank human expert. Zhao Hai couldn't calculate the age of the fishman race, so he didn't know how old this young patriarch was. However, he was certain that this young patriarch shouldn't be too old. For him to be an 8th-rank expert at such an age, it was clear that this young patriarch was an extraordinary person. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that this young patriarch of the swordfish clan was also an expert in commanding an army. Although the swordfish cavalry weren't many, only about 500 people, all of them were 6th to 7th ranks. These people were wearing shell armor. Even if they were moving at high speed, their formation wasn't messed up at all. One could see that they were elites at first glance. Zhao Hai also paid special attention to the way the young patriarch looked at the young patriarch. There wasn't any hint of dissatisfaction, there was only worship in their eyes. This showed that the young patriarch's strength had already conquered them. This was very remarkable. Generally speaking, elites had their own pride. Even if your status was high, if you didn't have enough strength to convince them, they wouldn't be convinced. They would only look down on you. Since this young patriarch had already conquered these people, there was no need to talk about his ability to command an army. Zhao Hai wanted to get in touch with this young patriarch, but the young patriarch didn't seem to want to talk to him. Therefore, when Zhao Hai talked to him, he would just go with the flow. After a few times, Zhao Hai gave up. After returning to the space with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. When Laura saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but smile. Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, how was it? The young patriarch just ignored you." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "He's really arrogant. Hee, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Meg was somewhat angry as she said, "What's there to be arrogant about? Compared to the young master, he's nothing. The young master should really teach him a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, this is their domain. Moreover, this young patriarch is still young. For him to have such strength at such a young age is already very good. He doesn't have the space to help him." Although Meg nodded, her face was still full of anger. In her heart, Zhao Hai was the sky, a god. Anyone who dared to be rude to Zhao Hai would make her angry. Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to see the Sea King in a few days. He didn't expect that they would be gone for 20 days. On the 20th day, Zhao Hai saw a rainbow-like radiance in the distance. Zhao Hai turned on the monitor and was shocked. The place where the rainbow appeared wasn't too far away from them. However, when Zhao Hai saw the scenery, he couldn't help but be startled. It was an island, but this island was somewhat special. The island wasn't submerged in the water, only 13 huge pillars were visible on the surface of the water. He didn't know what kind of power these stone pillars used, but there were many holes on each stone pillar. Water kept flowing out of these holes, and the mist gradually formed by the water was the reason why the rainbow was formed. Zhao Hai also noticed that from time to time, there would be mermaids coming out of the holes in the pillars. These mermaids had the upper body of a human, but their lower body was a long fish tail. They had long golden hair and deep blue eyes. Their upper body was covered with shells while the rest of their body was exposed. They looked pure and attractive, making people want to take a few more glances at them. Laura and the others were also stunned as they looked at this scene. They didn't think that there would be such a place. The mist, the stone pillars, and the beautiful mermaids that shouldn't exist in this world. All of these made people feel as if they were in a fairyland. After some time, Laura and the others recovered. Their mouths couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Hai was the same, the scenery was really beautiful. At this time, the haven was slowly approaching the island. But when they were still some time away from the island, they were stopped by tall fishmen. These fishmen were very tall, perhaps even taller than the tallest beast men, the elephant men. Each of them had blue skin and were almost as tall as Zhao Hai's rock giant. Moreover, they were also very strong. Each of them had a huge trident in their hands. Each of them was about 20 meters long and looked very heavy. Their bodies didn't look too different from humans. The only difference was that they had huge tails on their backs. This tail was very thick. Zhao Hai thought that it looked like a whale's tail. These people also had their own mounts. Each of them was standing on a huge blue whale, looking very formidable. After they stopped the junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe, the junior patriarch immediately took out the token given to him by the rock shrimp patriarch and gave it to the other party. After looking at it, the other party nodded and put it away. Then he waved his hand and sent the junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe away. Although the young patriarch of the swordfish tribe looked very arrogant, he didn't dare act arrogant in front of these whales. He bowed to them and then walked away. After that, the whales slowly floated to the surface of the sea. When these whale beast men came out of the water, Zhao Hai could feel how tall they were. These whale beast men looked like ancient giants as they stood on top of their mounts. Their height had already surpassed the ship's deck. Just as Zhao Hai was about to speak, one of the whale warriors turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you Zhao Hai?" His voice boomed like thunder. Zhao Hai wasn't frightened, he just gave a slight bow and said, "I am Zhao Hai. Greetings to this brother fishman." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm Zhao Hai." The whale warrior looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Her Majesty wants to see you. Lower your sails." Zhao Hai nodded, then he had the undead lower the sails. Just as Zhao Hai lowered the sails, two whale warriors came to the side of the ship. One of them reached out and grabbed the bow of the haven before moving towards the island. Zhao Hai looked at the two whale warriors in surprise. He didn't think that the whale warriors would be this strong. Each of them was able to lift a 5-masted ironclad warship with one hand. It seems like it didn't take much effort for them to do so. Before long, the ship arrived at the island. However, Zhao Hai's ship couldn't move. The island was surrounded by reefs, making it impossible for the ship to pass through. Zhao Hai also saw several mermaids sitting on top of the reefs. These mermaids were curiously looking at Zhao Hai and the others. From time to time, they would whisper to their companions and let out bell-like laughter. When they were about a kilometer away from the pillar, the haven stopped. The whale beast man turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Get on my mount, I'll send you in." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can go in." Zhao Hai gave his thanks, then he led Laura and the others onto the whale's back. When they got on the whale's back, they discovered that they were only as tall as the whale warrior's foot. It seems like the whale warrior could easily step on them. The whale beast man turned his head to look at Zhao Hai before he cracked a smile. Then he commanded his mount to swim up the island. Before long, they bypassed a row of pillars and arrived at the middle of the island. When they arrived at the pillar, Zhao Hai noticed that it was actually a few hundred meters tall. There were a lot of holes on it that allowed water to flow out. At the top of the pillar, there was a palace. Although Zhao Hai couldn't see the specific style of the palace, he still couldn't see it clearly. The whale beast man brought Zhao Hai to the stone pillar. Although the holes on the stone pillar weren't small, the whale beast man couldn't go through them. The whale beast man looked at the stone pillar and said, "Turtle guard, please come out." Just as his voice fell, a person appeared in the lowest hole. When the person came out, Zhao Hai discovered that it was actually a turtle beast man. The turtle beast man wore pants made of seaweed, but his upper body was like a turtle's shell. The turtle beast man looked at the whale beast man and said, "What did you call me for?" The whale beast man looked at the turtle beast man and said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai, the person that His Majesty wants to see. Turtle guard, please bring him up." The turtle beast man looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am Zhao Hai." The turtle beast man nodded and waved his hand. From the hole behind him, several turtle beast men came out. Each of these turtle beast men stood on a turtle. These turtles weren't very big, the diameter of their shells was less than 2 meters. The turtle beast man turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Come up, I'll bring you to see His Majesty." Zhao Hai nodded and then each of them stood on a turtle's back. Then the turtle beast man led them into the cave. After entering the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that the cave was like a huge maze. There were many caves, and each of them had water flowing out. The turtle beast man led Zhao Hai and the others into one of the caves. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that the cave was like a water slide. Each cave was curved and the flow of water was very fast. However, one could see that the water was very deep. Zhao Hai also felt that it was strange. How did the fishmen do this? How did they bring the water to such a high place? That was amazing. However, the turtles under their feet didn't seem to know that they were going against the current. They swam steadily upstream, and their speed wasn't slow. Zhao Hai calculated that about half an hour later, they came out of a hole. They were now in a large pool, and this pool was in a palace. The palace was very beautiful. Its entire body was made of white stone. The ground was covered with blue tents, and the walls were inlaid with crystals and pearls. These crystals and pearls formed beautiful patterns on the walls. Under the illumination of the sun, these patterns shined brightly. The reflected light seemed to have gone through special calculations. When the light shined on the pool, it formed a human pattern. This pattern was of the various races of the sea. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai and the others were attracted by the scenery in front of them. They didn't think that the palace would be this beautiful. At this time, the turtles stopped at the edge of the pool. The turtle guard turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please go ashore. Someone will come and pick you up." Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to the turtle guard and said, I thank the brothers of the turtle clan for sending me off. Then he went ashore. Laura and the others did the same. After the group went ashore, the turtle guard turned around and returned to the cave. At this time, a person came out of the palace. It was a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She held a crystal staff in her hand and wore a green magic robe. It seems like the magic robe was made out of seaweed. The woman arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others, then she gave a slight bow to Zhao Hai and smiled. Are you the Buddha clan's patriarch, the beastman's foreign prince, and the dwarf's foreign elder, Mr. Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai recovered, he quickly gave a bow and said, I am Mr. Zhao Hai. May I know who Miss is? The woman smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, I'm a female officer of the Sea King's palace. My name is Lola, please come with me. Zhao Hai quickly said, I've seen the female officer. May I take the liberty to ask, what race does the female officer belong to? Are you a human? Lola smiled faintly and said, Mr. doesn't need to be so polite. I'm not a human, I'm a mermaid. After a long time, our mermaids can freely transform their tails into human legs. Therefore, I hope that Mr. won't find it strange. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. I didn't expect the mermaids to be a mermaid. This is the first time I've heard about it. Lola looked curiously at Zhao Hai and said, is this the first time Mr. heard about it? That's impossible, right? In the past, the mermaids and the humans had a lot of business dealings. But in the past few thousand years, there hasn't been any contact. Are there no records of this in human history? Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, have you seen any records about this? Laura and the others shook their heads and said, we haven't. I've seen their history books. In the past 10,000 years, there hasn't been any records about the mermaids. Lola looked at Zhao Hai, then she shook her head and said, this isn't strange. In the past, our relationship with the humans was very good. But later on, the Radiant Church started to suppress us. Because of this, we couldn't get in touch with the humans. Later on, I heard that the Radiant Church had a lot of history books about the human race. It's normal for them to not include us. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that there would be such a thing. No wonder there weren't any records about the mermaids in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, in these history books, foreign races were often described as very fierce. For example, the beastmen were described as wild and aggressive, while the dwarfs were described as violent and irritable. The elves were a bit better, but in the history books, the elves were also described as peerless beauties. Not only was this not a good thing, it also made the humans covet the elves even more. There was a period when the humans started to capture the elves as slaves. In the end, the elves retreated from the humans' territory and returned to the elven forest, no longer having any contact with the humans. This stopped the trend. After connecting all these things together, Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. It was certainly the Radiant Church's doing. They wanted the humans to forget about the mermaids and start to reject the dwarves and the beastmen. The elves were too perfect, they had no way to deal with them. Therefore, they could only use this method to make the elves stay away from the humans. Zhao Hai had to admit that the Radiant Church had done a perfect job. At this point, these races were no longer in contact with the humans. At this time, Lola led Zhao Hai and the others into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was very tall. Zhao Hai estimated that the height of the Great Hall was no less than 20 meters. The ceiling of the Great Hall was made of crystal. From the Great Hall, one could see the sky outside. The angle of these crystals was adjusted so that when the sun shone on them, it would form a beautiful pattern. Crystals and pearls were inlaid on the stone pillars of the Great Hall. There was a mermaid standing on each stone pillar. But they were all in human form. In the innermost part of the Great Hall, there was a very special chair. The back half of the chair looked like a normal chair while the front half was a sink. A mermaid was sitting on the chair. She wore a green robe and had a crystal crown on her head. In her hand was a crystal scepter. However, she didn't turn into a human, she still looked like a mermaid with a fishtail on her lower body. Lola led Zhao Hai and the others 10 steps away from the mermaid. Then Lola bowed to the mermaid and said, Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai and his wife have arrived. The mermaid waved her hand, then Lola bowed and retreated. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others immediately went forward and bowed to the mermaid queen. "Zhao Hai has seen your majesty." The queen nodded, then she looked curiously at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, Miss Laura, Miss Megan, Miss Meg, Miss Lizzie, and Miss Near, welcome to the Fishman race. May I know why Mr. is so anxious to see me?" Zhao Hai and Laura stared blankly. They didn't think that the queen would be able to accurately call out all of their names. None of them were wrong. Zhao Hai looked at the queen and said, "It's our honor for your majesty to know our names. This time, I came to see your majesty because of something." The queen smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Please speak." Zhao Hai looked at the queen and suddenly said, "Before I speak, I want to ask your majesty, what do you think of the Radiant Church?" The queen stared at Zhao Hai. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. mean? Did Mr. come because of the Radiant Church? How come I heard that Mr. and the Radiant Church are enemies?" Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the queen and said, "Your majesty seems to know a lot about me." The queen smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, although our fishman race have less contact with the humans, we still have some contact, especially with our mermaid race." When Zhao Hai heard the queen, he couldn't help but stare, but he still said, "Your majesty's understanding of the continent is good. I just want to know what your majesty thinks about the Radiant Church." The queen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Radiant Church is a very evil organization. They seem to want to rule the entire world and enslave all races, including our fishman race." When Zhao Hai heard the queen, he couldn't help but ask, "I don't know if your majesty knows about the alliance between the major races of the continent and the war against the divine race?" The queen stared for a moment, then she thought for a moment and said, "I remember, there is a record in our race's history. At that time, our fishman race also participated in the war. However, the war happened on land, so we didn't help much. However, our mermaid race's seniors still died in that war." Zhao Hai felt relieved and said, "I won't hide it from your majesty. I suspect that the Radiant Church is a chess piece placed by the divine race in the Ark continent. They are preparing for the divine race's invasion." When she heard Zhao Hai, the queen's expression couldn't help but turn serious as she said, "I'll have to ask Mr. to elaborate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he told the queen about how he helped the dwarfs recover their artifact spirit and how he went to the northern icefield to find the beast god's spear for the beastmen. At the same time, he also told the queen about his own speculations. The queen listened to Zhao Hai, but her expression couldn't help but change. When Zhao Hai finished, the queen sighed and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. was able to become the foreign prince of the beastmen." However, nobody in the continent knew that Mr. was actually the foreign elder of the dwarves. It seems like Mr. has been silently preparing for this matter. It seems like the people of the continent have underestimated Mr. Zhao Hai looked at the queen strangely. Listening to the queen's tone, it seems like she knew a lot about the continent. This made Zhao Hai confused. Even if the fishmen knew a lot about the continent, how could they know this much? The queen looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then she smiled faintly and said, "Mr. doesn't need to be surprised. Didn't I say that our mermaid clan knows a lot about the continent? Has Mr. heard about the Sea God's Chamber of Commerce?" Upon hearing the name Sea God's Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of it, but that they were very familiar with it. The Sea God's Chamber of Commerce was one of the biggest chambers of commerce in the continent. It was also one of the most mysterious chambers of commerce. The main managers of this chamber of commerce were all women. They were also famous for selling women's clothing and jewelry. The queen wouldn't mention the Sea God's Chamber of Commerce for no reason. The only reason she mentioned it was because the mermaid clan controlled the Sea God's Chamber of Commerce. This was very frightening. People had always thought that the fishmen were hiding in the sea. Nobody thought that the fishmen would actually open a chamber of commerce in the continent. Moreover, it was one of the most famous chambers of commerce in the continent. Zhao Hai and Laura looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The mermaid clan was very formidable. They were actually able to hide from everyone. The queen looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled faintly. "Mr. shouldn't be too surprised. After all, our fishmen also need some things from the human race. However, I can't allow the fishmen to do business with the human race. After all, most of the fishmen don't have a good impression of the human race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand what your majesty means. Since your majesty knows about this matter, what is your Majesty's attitude towards this? Will you work with us to deal with the Radiant Church and the divine race? The Queen didn't even think about it before she nodded and said, of course. The Radiant Church was the main culprit that drove us out of the Ark continent. Moreover, they wanted to enslave all the races in the continent. How could I agree to that? I agree to work with you to deal with the Radiant Church and the divine race. When Zhao Hai heard the Queen, he couldn't help but be happy as he said, then I'll have to thank your Majesty. The Queen smiled faintly and said, Mr. doesn't need to be polite. Compared to Mr.'s ability to deal with other parties, this is nothing. But Mr., we've also encountered some trouble. I'm afraid that we won't be able to help Mr. in the short term. As expected. Zhao Hai thought inwardly. However, he still smiled and said, if your Majesty believes in Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai is willing to help your Majesty solve your problem. The Queen stared, then she shook her head and said, there's no need. The Buddha clan is very strong on land, but in the sea, I'm afraid that Mr. wouldn't be able to help me. When Zhao Hai heard the Queen, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Your Majesty, since you know about the Buddha clan, then you should also know about my abilities. My other techniques might not be good, but when it comes to dark magic, especially undead summoning, if I dare to say that I'm second, then nobody in the continent would dare to say that they're first. When the Queen heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she seemed to have thought of something, she couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, what do you mean? You want to use your undead to help me? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that would depend on what kind of trouble your Majesty is in. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, she took a deep breath and said, the Zhao Hai clan's ability to summon undead in the continent is obvious to all. This Queen won't hide it from Mr. this time, we're really in trouble this time. Someone is trying to rebel against us. This answer was actually within Zhao Hai's expectations. The mermaid clan was the royal clan of the sea. If they didn't encounter a rebellion, then it would be impossible for them to have any contact with a small clan like the rock shrimp tribe. This was because the rock shrimp tribe simply wasn't qualified to do so. Zhao Hai looked at the Queen and smiled faintly, since your Majesty has agreed to form an alliance with us, then we're allies. Since our allies are in trouble, we naturally can't just stand by and watch. I ask your Majesty to tell us the situation so that this Zhao Hai can help your Majesty. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai's calm appearance and couldn't help but believe that Zhao Hai would be able to help. She sighed and said, I'm not afraid of Mr. laughing at me. Although our mermaid clan rules over the fishmen, the endless sea is too big, it's impossible for us to manage every place. Moreover, our management has always been very loose, so our status among the fishmen is still very high. But in recent years, we've discovered that the lives of the fishmen have been getting worse and worse. In order to figure out what was going on, we sent people to secretly investigate and found out that it was the doing of the Sea Dragon clan. They were using our name to collect a lot of taxes, making the lives of the smaller fishmen difficult. But the taxes that they collected weren't handed over to us, instead, they were used to rope in other fishmen. When we found out about this, they had already formed an alliance and openly rebelled. Now, we have lost control of the eastern part of the Endless Sea. Moreover, the Sea Dragon clan is now gathering their army and pressing towards us. Because our mermaid clan hasn't fought for a long time, our reaction was a bit slow and we are now at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai nodded and said, our mermaid clan has already formed an alliance and openly rebelled. Now, we have lost control of the eastern part of the Endless Sea. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble your Majesty for a few days. Your Majesty, I can use this time to make a batch of high-level undead marine magic beasts and form an army. When the time comes, I believe that they would be able to help your Majesty. What does your Majesty think about this? When the Queen heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment, then her face turned happy as she said, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Lola, arrange a room for Mr. to rest. Lola also walked over, the Queen gave a bow, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr., please come with me. Zhao Hai gave the Queen a salute, then he turned around and left with Lola. After Zhao Hai left the Great Hall, a mermaid came in through a small door. The mermaid looked at the Queen and said, Your Majesty, from what Mr. Zhao Hai said, the Sea Dragon Rebellion might be related to the divine race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the Sea Dragon Rebellion might be related to the divine race. The queen nodded and said, according to the clan's records, the dragons were the most loyal dogs of the divine race. The sea dragons can be regarded as a branch of the dragon race. For them to suddenly make a move at this time, it seems like there's a problem. Luoluo, go and check the clan's records and see how the sea dragons reacted to the war with the divine race. I don't know if there's any record of this. The mermaid Luoluo nodded, then she turned to the queen and said, Your Majesty, do you think that Mr. Zhao Hai's plan is feasible? Can the undead deal with the sea dragons? The queen smiled faintly and said, This Buddha clan's patriarch is very mysterious. I don't know how many forces in the continent are investigating him, but they couldn't find anything. However, some people suspect that he has a spatial divergent ability. Moreover, the undead that he creates are all very advanced, their fighting strength is very strong. If we have his help, then we would be able to reduce our casualties. Tell Dashan and the others to capture as many magic beasts as Mr. Zhao Hai wants. If we have an undead army that isn't afraid of death, then I think we would be able to surprise the sea dragons during the war. The queen smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Luoluo nodded, then she turned around and walked out. The queen looked at the empty great hall and sighed, then she muttered, The divine race is finally coming? Haha, that's good. I'm still waiting for my revenge. Sea dragons, you jumping clowns. You want to shake the rule of my mermaid clan? Dream on. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others followed Lola to a side hall. This side hall wasn't very big, but the interior was very beautiful. It was divided into 4 sections. The first section was the living room. The floor of the living room was paved with blue stones. Moreover, the stones had been carefully polished, making them reflective. The second section was the dining room. There were some stone tables and chairs inside. These tables and chairs were made of high-quality wood. They weren't painted, showing the natural wood grain. It looked very simple and natural. The third section was the bedroom. There were 4 bedrooms inside, as well as a small living room. The fourth section was the bathroom. The floor was paved with blue shells. In the middle of the bathroom was a large pool. On the side of the pool were several fish head sculptures. The fish were spraying water back and forth from their mouths. At the bottom of the pool was an outlet. This created a balance between the outlet and the inlet, allowing the water in the pool to always maintain a certain level. Moreover, the water was crystal clear, not cold at all. It was warm to the touch, just right for bathing. After Lola invited Zhao Hai and the others to enter the hall, she introduced them to the situation inside before leaving. But before she left, she told Zhao Hai that if there's anything he needs, he can pull the rope in the bedroom. The rope was connected to a golden bell outside. As long as the rope is pulled, the bell would ring. When the time comes, someone would come in and listen to their orders. After Lola left, Zhao Hai and the others immediately went to the small living room of the bedroom. Then they turned on the monitor. Kyer had already recorded the conversation between the queen and Luoluo after they left. After Zhao Hai and the others finished watching the video, the group remained silent. After some time, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, the queen seems to have a card up her sleeve. I'm afraid she has a backup plan, right? Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, Of course she has a backup plan. The mermaids have ruled the fishmen for many years, how could they not have a backup plan? If they didn't have any powerful means, then they would have already been rebelled. But since the queen wanted to cooperate with us, I'm afraid she wouldn't use her trump card casually. Otherwise, they would have already used it and wouldn't have waited until now. What do you think? Laura nodded, but Lizzie frowned and said, Then do we really need to help the queen this time? They have a way to deal with those people. Aren't they just using us as their guns? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, No matter what, if we help them deal with the sea dragons, then our relationship with them would be closer. This would be good for our future plans. But I didn't expect the dragons to be the divine race. It seems like the Radiant Church is just a chess piece placed by the divine race while the dragons might be their secret chess piece. Megan's expression turned serious as she said, Big Brother Hai, the dragons haven't appeared in the continent for many years. It seems like they have been living in Accra Mountain. If the dragons are really a chess piece left behind by the divine race, then it's possible that the dragons have been trying to control the magic beasts in Accra Mountain. No wonder Akram Mountain is one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent. If the dragons want to control the magic beasts in Akram Mountain, then it's natural that they wouldn't want outsiders to know about it. Therefore, they killed everyone who entered Akram Mountain. The smile on Zhao Hai's face disappeared. He nodded and said, "It's very possible. If Akram Mountain is really a secret weapon of the divine race, then the demonic abyss might really be related to the demons. People have always suspected that the demonic abyss is connected to the demon realm, but they couldn't find any proof. I think the demons did this deliberately in order to make people suspicious. Then they would focus their attention on the demonic abyss. This way, the engraved ark would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to develop. This is similar to the divine race, but it's just the other way around." Laura replied, "It seems like the divine race and the demons haven't given up on the Ark continent. Brother Hai, it's fortunate that we didn't go to Akram Mountain before. If we didn't know about the relationship between the divine race and the dragons, then it's very likely that the divine race would have found out about our secret. Then the divine race would have taken action." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's fortunate that we came to the fishmen. Otherwise, we would have really gone to Akram Mountain. Since we can't go to the elves, then we can only go to Akram Mountain. Once we get the magic beasts and plants in the space, I think the space would be able to level up. If we get in contact with the dragons, then we would certainly try to win them over. After all, the dragons are famous in the continent for their fighting strength." Megan knit her brows and said, "What's strange is that nobody in the continent knows about the relationship between the divine race and the dragons. There aren't any records about it. It seems like this is the work of the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "It seems like the Radiant Church received the divine oracle earlier than we thought. They've already started to make arrangements. The divine race is really patient." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." To be honest, although they had a hostile relationship, Zhao Hai still admired the divine race. They actually took a long time to set up this situation. Their patience was truly remarkable. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also paid more attention to the divine race. They were a race that didn't belong to the Ark continent, yet they were able to turn the continent upside down just by relying on the church. Such a race was too formidable. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be careful. Laura coldly snorted and said, "Big Brother Hai, what do we do next? Do we directly exterminate the sea dragons and then go to Akram Mountain to look for trouble with the dragons?" In the entire continent, only Zhao Hai would dare to say such a thing. Looking for trouble with the dragons? The image of the dragons in the continent had always been that of invincibility. Who would dare to look for trouble with them? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, let's deal with the sea dragons first. Then we'll go to Blazing Island and see what's going on there. Let's see if we can get some benefits from there. After that, we'll deal with the dragons." "Right, Laura, you're now a 9th rank expert, it's just that you don't have a mount yet. How about we go to Akram Mountain and get you a dragon as a mount?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Laura snorted and said, "I don't want one. My blood hawk is now 9th rank. Why would I want a stupid dragon? I might as well use a blood hawk as a mount." Zhao Hai and the others laughed. If the other people in the continent heard Laura's words, they would certainly laugh themselves to death. She didn't even want a dragon as a mount, she was truly crazy. But at the same time, they also had the qualifications to be crazy. After some time, the group calmed down. Then Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, are you going to start making undead tomorrow? The undead you're making are all 9th ranks. Won't they be able to see through this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is indeed a bit difficult. We can make the undead fight like ordinary magic beasts, injuring them or killing them. Naturally, it would be a fake death. Once they're injured to a certain degree, we can have them return to the space and use this method as a cover. Moreover, you heard the Queen say that the undead are famous for their formidable fighting strength. I don't think they would be suspicious too much." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Lizzie nodded and said, "From the Queen's words, it seems like she's sincere about forming an alliance with us. The stronger Big Brother Hai is, the better it would be for them. I don't think they would say anything about it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, we don't need to be careful with the fishmen. Although the fishmen have the sea god's chamber of commerce, they have always been very secretive. They rarely come in contact with the other powers of the continent. Because of this, very few people would believe what they say. Moreover, I believe that they wouldn't say anything about it. Needless to say, the other fishmen wouldn't be able to get in touch with the humans. Because of this, the humans wouldn't know what we do here. Lizzie shook her head and said, we still need to be careful. Even if we don't talk about the fishmen, what about the defeated sea dragons? If they want to tell the dragons about this, then we'll be exposed. Laura nodded and said, right, Big Brother Hai, it's better to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Laura and the others also didn't say anything. They just told Zhao Hai that they would be going to the space to deal with their own matters. Although the Mermaid Queen didn't invite Zhao Hai for a meal, she still gave Zhao Hai and the others a table full of delicious food. All of them were seafood, much more than what Zhao Hai and the others ate. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to enjoy their meal. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others ate the breakfast that Lola gave them, Lola told them that the Queen had invited them over. Zhao Hai and the others followed Lola to the great hall where the Queen was. The Queen was still sitting there like yesterday. When she saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Mister, please take a seat. Zhao Hai noticed that there were several chairs in the great hall. It seems like they were specially prepared for them. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, the Queen said, Mister, how many undead can you summon? Is there anything you need us to do? Zhao Hai smiled and said, as long as there are enough magic beasts, the more the better. Right, Your Majesty, may I ask how many races are following the sea dragons in their rebellion? How many armies do they have? The Queen smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how many races are rebelling with the sea dragons. However, there are a lot of smaller races that were forced to rebel. As for the number of troops, I'm afraid that the sea dragons have more than 10 million strong troops. The Queen smiled bitterly and said, but I'm afraid that the sea dragons have a lot of troops. Although he knew that the endless sea was very big and there were a lot of races, Zhao Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard that the other side had more than 10 million soldiers. He now understood why the sea dragons wanted to deal with the mermaids. If the mermaids were dealt with, then the sea dragons would become the kings of the sea race. When the time comes, with the population of the fishmen and their armies, as well as the Radiant Church's ground forces, it wouldn't be impossible for them to exterminate the other races in the continent. Moreover, the fishmen had another advantage. Although they couldn't stay ashore for a long time, one shouldn't forget that even if they were defeated, they could retreat to the sea at any time. Once they reached the sea, the Ark Continent's army wouldn't be able to fight them in the sea. This was equivalent to having a base of operations for the fishmen. If this was the case, then the divine race would be able to rely on this place to slowly whittle down the other races of the Ark Continent. When the time comes, even if they didn't send any divine race experts, they would just send some 9th rank experts. With the divine race in hand, the other races of the Ark Continent would be defeated without a doubt. The total population of the Ark Continent couldn't compare to the Fishman race. Not to mention the magic beasts of Accra Mountain, the dragons, and the Radiant Church. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If the fishmen didn't come this time, then it would be very troublesome. But now, as long as the sea dragons are dealt with, then the crisis of the fishmen would be solved. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai's ugly expression and didn't speak for a long time. She thought that Zhao Hai was frightened by the number of undead, so she quickly said, Mister doesn't need to worry, it's not like we don't have any resistance. It's just that the situation was too sudden, so we weren't able to react in time. Mister can summon as many undead as you want, there's no need to worry. When Zhao Hai heard this, he knew that the Queen had misunderstood him. He immediately smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty misunderstood. I can summon as many undead as I want. I'll have to ask Your Majesty to help me capture as many magic beasts as possible. Naturally, I'll also be able to capture the corpses of the enemy. The Queen nodded and said, All right, Mister doesn't need to worry about the magic beasts. I've already ordered my people to prepare them. But as for the quantity, can Mister tell me? Zhao Hai knew what the Queen meant. After all, the Queen had contact with the humans, so she had some understanding of dark mages. She knew that there was a limit to the number of undead that a dark mage could summon. If there were too many magic beasts and he couldn't turn them into undead, then he would lose face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry, just have them prepare as much as possible. The more the better. If your Majesty can prepare 10 million magic beasts, then your Majesty would have 10 million undead. I'll be going back to rest first. When the magic beasts are ready, then I'll be receiving them. Goodbye. Then he stood up and led Laura and the others to leave. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others left, Luo Luo arrived at the Great Hall and angrily said, Your Majesty, that Zhao Hai is too arrogant. Your Majesty is doing this for his own good, yet he was so rude. The queen smiled faintly, then she shook her head and said, Silly girl, he isn't arrogant, he just has the strength. You might not know, but he has a huge reputation among the humans. In just one night, he turned hundreds of thousands of Oxu Empire's navy into undead. If he can really make 10 million undead magic beasts, then it would be a good thing for us. Pass down my order, as long as the magic beasts are wild, then I'll capture them. Right, bring me the corpses of the sea dragons and their minions. I want the sea dragons to have a taste of the undead. After she said this, a murderous aura appeared on the queen's face. The mermaid queen had been very angry recently. The mermaid clan had ruled the fishmen for many years, but they had never rebelled before. This time, the sea dragons made them lose control of the eastern seas. This was a big blow to the mermaid clan's rule. The fighting strength of the fishmen in the eastern sea was a lot stronger compared to the western sea. In the eastern sea, there were sea dragons, sharks, electric eels, and other poisonous fishmen. The strength of these people was very strong. Because of this, when the sea dragons led the fishmen in the eastern sea to rebel, the mermaid clan was caught unprepared. However, the mermaids weren't vegetarians. Not only did they have the loyal whale clan and swordfish clan, they also had formidable fighting strength. The queen believed that as long as she was given enough time, she would be able to mobilize her army and eliminate the sea dragons in one fell swoop. Luo Luo looked at the queen and didn't say anything about Zhao Hai. Instead, she turned her head and said, Your Majesty, I've checked the information about the sea dragons yesterday. I found out that during the war between the divine race and the Ark continent, the sea dragons didn't exist in the fishmen. When the queen heard Luo Luo, she couldn't help but stare. Sea dragons didn't exist? What's going on? Luo Luo replied, Your Majesty, when the great races of the continent were fighting against the divine race, our mermaid clan also participated. Many of our mermaids died in the battle. The dragons also participated, but they were on the side of the divine race. After the divine race was defeated, the dragons fled to Accra Mountain. However, some of the dragons fled to the sea and asked us to shelter them. At that time, the patriarch of the mermaid clan took them in. Later on, these dragons married into the fishmen, slowly forming the current sea dragon clan. When the queen heard Luo Luo, her expression couldn't help but change. You're saying that after the war with the divine race, the sea dragons slowly appeared. Does that mean that after the war, the divine race began to make arrangements to deal with us? Luo Luo's expression couldn't help but change. Luo Luo shook her head and said, You can't say that. After all, it's been a long time, we can't find anything. But I think that it's impossible. It's possible that someone contacted the sea dragons later on, and then they began to prepare to deal with us. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the sea dragons to wait tens of thousands of years to deal with us. The queen nodded and said, Right, it's impossible for the sea dragons to wait for tens of thousands of years to deal with us. But one thing is certain, the sea dragons are a group of ungrateful villains. Luo Luo's face was also filled with hatred. When she found out about this information, Luo Luo almost died from anger. These sea dragons were too shameless. In the beginning, it was the mermaid clan who took them in. But now, they actually led a rebellion. The queen coldly snorted and said, Sea dragons, just you wait. Luo Luo, pass on my words. Make sure to give Mr. Zhao Hai something good. Maybe Mr. will be able to change the situation of the war. Luo Luo nodded, then she turned around and left. The queen coldly snorted and said, Sea dragons, divine race. Good, very good. I want to see if you can really rule the entire Ark continent. Zhao Hai and the others returned to their room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so angry? Zhao Hai smiled and said, There's no business, it's just that sometimes you need to show a bit of strength. Don't forget that we're allies with the mermaid clan. Right now, we're just allies, we're equals. If we're too low-key, then our allies will lose confidence. If you don't believe me, just watch. Then Zhao Hai turned on the monitor and showed the scene of the meeting between the Queen and Luo Luo. After listening to the Queen and Luo Luo, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others couldn't help but have ugly expressions. They didn't expect the sea dragons to enter the fishman at that time. If this was really a chess piece of the divine race, then the divine race was too terrifying. Laura looked at the screen before she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that the sea dragons were deliberately placed here by the divine race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If that's the case, then they wouldn't have waited for so long. They would have already made their move. Then when the Radiant Church was at its strongest, they would have cooperated with the Radiant Church. If that's the case, then the continent might have already fallen into the hands of the Radiant Church." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "No matter what, we still need to deal with the sea dragons. When the time comes, we should be able to get some information from them." Laura and the others nodded as well. Zhao Hai's heart moved as he turned on the monitor again. He wanted to see how the preparations of the fishmen were. At this time, the island was very lively. The people of the Whale clan and the Swordfish clan were dispatched. They were going all out to capture the surrounding magic beasts. Moreover, the Queen's order was quickly passed down. Many fishmen were dispatched to capture magic beasts and send them to the island. This day was very peaceful for Zhao Hai. However, he also experienced the strength of the fishmen. In just one day, nearly 100,000 magic beasts were sent to the island. 100,000 magic beasts were sent in a single day. The strength of the fishman race was truly terrifying. There were a lot of magic beasts in the sea. However, Zhao Hai didn't show himself, so the Queen didn't send anyone to find him. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Lola invited Zhao Hai to the Great Hall. This time, besides the Queen, Luo Luo was also present. However, Luo Luo looked like an ordinary maid standing on the side. Her head was lowered and she didn't say anything. At the same time, there was also a turtle beastman and a whale beastman in the Great Hall. Zhao Hai felt strange. How did the whale beastman appear in the Great Hall? With their stature, it was impossible for them to come here. Zhao Hai wanted to ask Kair about this. When the Queen saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, she nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has arrived. Let me introduce you. This is the Mermaid Island's guard captain, Whale Beastman Dashin. This is the Fishman's guard captain, Turtle Beastman Jin Tai." When Zhao Hai saw the two, he immediately recognized them. One was the Whale Beastman who brought them to the island while the other was the islander who brought them to the Great Hall. Zhao Hai bowed to the two and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the two of you. Thank you for bringing Zhao Hai to the island." The two also returned Zhao Hai's greeting. Then they stood to the side and didn't say anything. The Queen turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, more than 100,000 magic beasts have been sent. I ask Mister to go cast the spell." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now. Your Majesty, please allow me to take my leave." The Queen nodded, then she made an inviting gesture and said, "Mister, please. Dashin, Jin Tai, follow Mister. If Mister needs anything, immediately prepare it for him." The two nodded. Zhao Hai gave the Queen a salute before he turned around and left. Outside, Jin Tai had already prepared several turtles. Zhao and the others stood on the turtles' backs. The turtles turned around and swam towards the cave while Dashin jumped into the pool and disappeared. Zhao and the others stood on the turtles' backs. The turtles turned and swam towards the cave while Dashin jumped into the pool and disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to this. When the turtles entered the cave, Zhao Hai felt as if he was riding a roller coaster. The speed of the roller coaster was much faster than the speed of racing on Earth. This was the first time that Laura and the others experienced this, so they couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, they were experts, so they quickly stabilized their emotions. When Zhao Hai and the others went up, it took them about half an hour. But when they came down, it only took them a few minutes. In just a blink of an eye, they were already on the surface of the sea below. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and the others. He wanted to see if they were scared. But when he saw their expressions, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Laura and the others weren't scared at all, they were all very excited. Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, this woman was really strange. They seemed to be a combination of contradictions. They liked to eat, but they were also fat. They felt that roller coasters were scary, but they liked to play. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he turned his head to Jin Tai and said, "Commander Jin Tai, please take me to see the magic beasts." Jin Tai turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, mister. I can't go too far from here. This is because I'm responsible for this place. Dashan will take you there." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Jin Tai and said, "Then I'll have to thank Commander Jin Tai." "But Commander Jin Tai, do we still need to go in and out of the cave?" Jin Tai smiled and said, "Of course. Her Majesty the Queen has already ordered that Mr. and your wife can move freely in the Mermaid Island. Nobody will restrict your freedom. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll have to thank Commander Jin Tai. My wife is very curious about this place, she wants to look around." Jin Tai smiled and said, "Welcome. Mermaid Island's surroundings are very beautiful. Moreover, the royal clan people here are very kind. I believe that your wife will become good friends with them." As he said that, the sea in front of them suddenly fluctuated. Dashan's figure slowly came out of the water. After Dashan came out of the water, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me. I'll take you to see the magic beasts." Zhao Hai nodded, then he jumped on the back of Dashan's whale. Seeing that Laura and the others were also coming, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "Laura, you can go play around. What's the point of coming with me?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes shone as she said, "Can we play the game we just played? It's too exciting." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Jin Tai and said, "I'll have to trouble Commander Jin Tai, I'll be back soon." Jin Tai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai gave Jin Tai a salute, then he turned to Dashan and said, "Commander Dashan, please." Dashan nodded, then he commanded his mount to swim out of the island. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others left Mermaid Island. Not far from the island was a large number of fishmen. These fishmen had brought along a large number of magic beasts. All of these magic beasts were still alive, some of them were wild, some of them were still struggling. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Dashan and said, "Commander Dashan, I want the magic beasts to be dead. Even if they're alive, I'll kill them. As long as they're dead and their corpses are intact, then it's fine." When Dashan heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to ask Mr. to wait." Then Dashan turned to the people who were looking at the magic beasts and said, "Kill the magic beasts and then you can leave." Although the fishmen were stunned, they still obeyed. They took out all kinds of weapons and killed the magic beasts that the fishmen brought along. However, after killing the magic beasts, the fishmen didn't leave. Instead, they curiously looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. But after thinking about it, he understood what was going on. These fishmen probably knew what he wanted to do. They hadn't seen a dark mage dealing with undead before, so they were curious. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. More than 100,000 magic beasts were piled up there. Moreover, these magic beasts were quite large, they were piled up like a small hill. Zhao Hai took out the blood ghost staff and chanted a few incantations. Then he waved his hand, causing a black gas to surround the magic beasts. The fishmen curiously looked at the black gas, even Dashan was no exception. Before long, the black gas disappeared, and the scene that appeared made the fishmen couldn't help but exclaim. Ming Ming had been writing for a long time, but this was the first time he had published a single chapter. Originally, Ming Ming didn't want to publish a single chapter. This was because when Ming Ming was reading, he was annoyed that the author would publish a single chapter. It would disturb his reading. But when he started writing, he discovered that sometimes, it was impossible not to publish a single chapter. Ming Ming's book performance could only be considered average. It was enough to support Ming Ming's living expenses. But this month's subscriptions made Ming Ming's heart turn cold. If nothing unexpected happened, Ming Ming would only be able to receive a full attendance award this month. This was because the subscriptions were pitiful and the rewards were pitiful. The money Ming Ming earned this month would only be enough to cover his living expenses. Ming Ming was a full-time writer, yet he relied on this small amount of royalties to survive. Ming Ming hoped that the readers who read this chapter would help Ming Ming subscribe a little, reward a little, and give some monthly votes. Ming Ming would like to thank all of you. This farm book, Ming Ming's setting is very grand. It can be said that the Ark continent is not the final stage. I think everyone can see this from the previous chapters. Here, Ming Ming only hopes that everyone will continue to support Ming Ming, and let Ming Ming finish this book. Ming Ming's book writing has always been more and more interesting. I hope everyone can be patient and not give up at this time. Otherwise, you will lose a good book. Here, Ming Ming would like to thank the readers who have always supported Ming Ming, especially those who have rewarded Ming Ming. Ming Ming will not mention their names, hee. Here, I would like to tell everyone that there will be another chapter in a while. Today, there will be a 12,000-word update. I hope everyone will support it. Thank you, Ming Ming, thank you. The magic beast corpses that were piled up like a mountain had now turned into a pile of bones, a pile of blood-red bones. There wasn't even a trace of bone left, it was just a pile of bones. This strong impact made the fishmen feel a chill in their hearts. At this time, something even more frightening happened. The pile of bones began to move. Under the watchful eyes of the fishmen, the pile of bones started to move. Slowly, the bones of the magic beasts began to crawl up and swim. Then one by one, they lined up. The bigger the magic beasts were at the bottom, while the higher they were, the smaller the magic beasts were. Before long, more than 100,000 magic beasts were arranged in a square formation, filling up the sea. The fishmen couldn't help but retreat, wanting to get as far away from these undead as possible. Zhao Hai looked at the fishmen, then with a slight movement, the undead disappeared. Only 2 turtle-like magic beasts were left behind. Zhao Hai jumped onto the back of one of the turtle-like undead, then he gave a slight bow to Dashan and said, "Thank you, Commander Dashan. I'll be going the rest of the way. I want to find my wife first, so I won't be accompanying you." After he said that, the turtle under Zhao Hai's feet began to move as it slowly moved towards Mermaid Island. At this time, Dashan still hadn't recovered from his shock. It wasn't until Zhao Hai entered Mermaid Island that Dashan recovered. However, his expression was very ugly. He turned to look at Zhao Hai, his eyes were full of dread. In his opinion, this Zhao Hai was too dangerous. This guy could carry more than 100,000 undead magic beasts with him. Such a person was the biggest threat to Mermaid Island. After thinking about this, Dashan immediately rode his mount and followed Zhao Hai into Mermaid Island. While Zhao Hai was looking for Laura and the others, Dashan was looking for Jing Tai. He thought that it was necessary to monitor Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know what Dashan's reaction was. He was standing on top of the turtle-like magic beast as he looked around Mermaid Island. Mermaid Island was very big and was surrounded by strange rocks. Moreover, one could always see some mermaids playing on the rocks. Such a scene was very beautiful. Along the way, Zhao Hai saw the mermaids curiously looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't dare to look at these sexy mermaids. He didn't know the rules of the fishman race. If he looked at them too much, it wouldn't be good if there was a misunderstanding. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't see any old mermaids. All of them looked very young and beautiful. Even in the palace, Zhao Hai didn't see any old mermaids. Before long, Zhao Hai found Laura and the others. They were sitting on a reef with a few mermaids, chatting about something. They seemed to be very happy. Meg's eyes were sharp, so when she saw Zhao Hai, she immediately waved her hand to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai walked forward and commanded the turtles to row over. Then he smiled at Laura and the others and said, "You can play here, I'll go and discuss something with Her Majesty." "Right, you can keep these turtles with you, I don't want to trouble Patriarch Jing Tai." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out several turtle-like undead and ordered them to go under the reef. Laura and the others nodded, then Zhao Hai ordered the turtles to row towards the central pillar. When they arrived at the central pillar, Zhao Hai saw Dashan and Jing Tai talking about something in the cave that he entered. When they saw Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the two. He saw that Dashan's expression was filled with dread while Jintai's expression was filled with excitement. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they were thinking. In any case, he came here to cooperate with the mermaids, he didn't intend to become their enemy. As long as he doesn't become their enemy, then Zhao Hai believed that they wouldn't do anything to him. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of the two, Dashan and Jintai quickly gave Zhao Hai a salute. However, Zhao Hai could feel that their salutes were more sincere this time. Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute, then he turned to Jintai and said, "Commander Jintai, I've already given Laura and the others some turtles. You don't need to send people to follow them. I want to see Her Majesty the Empress, what do you think?" Jintai quickly nodded and said, "Mister, please come with me." Then he rode his mount and swam towards the cave. Zhao Hai gave Dashan a salute before following Jintai. Dashan looked at Zhao Hai's back and let out a long breath. He didn't know why, but ever since he saw Zhao Hai turn the magic beasts into undead, Dashan felt a lot of pressure. Now that Zhao Hai has left, he felt a lot better. Dashan looked at the cave and said, "It seems like the sea dragons are out of luck this time." Then he shook his head and slowly submerged into the water. Zhao Hai and Jintai returned to the Great Hall through the cave. After Zhao Hai went ashore, he waved his hand and received the undead into the space. Then he gave Jintai a salute before heading towards the Great Hall. When Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall, he saw Lola welcoming him. When Lola saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, then she immediately said, "Mister, Her Majesty is waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then Lola turned around and led Zhao Hai towards the Great Hall. Upon entering the Great Hall, Zhao Hai discovered that Lola was sitting next to the Queen. She seemed to be talking to the Queen, and the Queen nodded from time to time. After Zhao Hai and Lola gave the Queen a salute, the Queen nodded and said, "I didn't expect Mister to come back this quickly. Did Mister's summoning go smoothly?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It went very smoothly, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. If Your Majesty needs to, then I can go to the battlefield right now. You should know that dark mages can only display their greatest strength on the battlefield." The Queen nodded and said, "I'll have to ask Mister to stay for 2 more days." 2 days later, a group of whale, swordfish, and turtle clansmen will be sent to the front lines. Mister can go with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll listen to Your Majesty's arrangement. If possible, I hope that Your Majesty can provide me with some information about the sea dragons and their army." "Is that possible?" The Queen nodded and said, "Naturally, that won't be a problem. Mister can rest assured, these things will be delivered to Mister's hands soon." Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to the Queen and said, "Then this Zhao Hai will be taking his leave. If there are any more magic beasts coming, then I'll have to ask Your Majesty to inform me." The Queen nodded and said, "All right, Mister can do as he pleases. If there's anything you need, then don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his gratitude. Then he bowed to the Queen before he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Luo Luo immediately turned to the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, this Zhao Hai is too dangerous. He just waved his hand and turned more than 100,000 magic beasts into undead. Moreover, we don't even know where they went. It's too dangerous for such a person to live in the palace." The Queen smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, even if Mr. Zhao Hai is strong, he's still our ally. The stronger our ally is, the more advantageous it would be for us. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Luo Luo said, "I've seen what a dark mage is like. No wonder the people of the continent say that they're the epitome of evil. They're really terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, more than 100,000 magic beasts were turned into skeletons. I really don't know how his wife was able to stand him. Did he steal his wife?" The Queen looked at Luo Luo and smiled, "Luo Luo, don't judge a person by their appearance. The Radiant Church seems to be incomparably holy, but they're actually the most evil of things. Although Mr. Zhao Hai uses dark magic, he didn't harm any innocent people. Luo Luo, you have to remember, there's no good or evil in strength. Only those who use strength can differentiate between good and evil. Do you understand?" Luo Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Your Majesty, with Mr. Zhao Hai's participation, I have more confidence in this war." Right, Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai said that dark mages can only display their greatest strength on the battlefield. What does this mean? The queen smiled and said, what's the most common thing on the battlefield? Dead people. Dark mages can turn dead people on the battlefield into undead. Moreover, they can also destroy the morale of the troops. Think about it, if your comrade is killed, you might be afraid and angry. But at this time, your comrade turns into an undead and attacks you with a weapon. Do you want to kill your comrade who has turned into an undead, or do you want to turn around and run away? Upon hearing the queen, Luo's complexion couldn't help but change. Although she hadn't been on the battlefield, she had participated in the encirclement of magic beasts. If what the queen said was true, then she would certainly collapse. When she thought about the scene described by the queen, Luo couldn't help but shiver, her complexion turned pale. The queen looked at Luo's appearance and didn't have the heart to scare her. She just patted her shoulder and said, it's precisely because of this that before the rise of the Radiant Church, dark mages were the most popular existence in the armies of the various countries. However, there were also scum among dark mages. They took pleasure in killing civilians and turned them into undead. Naturally, such dark mages would be eliminated. Luo nodded, then the queen looked at Luo and said, you don't have to doubt Mr. Zhao Hai's character. His wives have a high status. You haven't been to the human lands, so you don't know. The story of Mr. Zhao Hai and his wives has already spread throughout the continent. He's an existence that everyone envies. Luo looked at the queen and said, Your Majesty, does Mr. Zhao Hai have a good reputation in the continent? Is there no one who's afraid of a dark mage like him? The queen shook her head and said, Mr. Zhao Hai's reputation in the continent can only be regarded as average. But when people talk about him, they say that he's a ruthless person. In just one night, he turned hundreds of thousands of Oxu Empire's navy into undead. Can you say that such a person isn't ruthless and ruthless? The queen shook her head and said, Mr. Zhao Hai's reputation in the continent can only be regarded as average. When Luo heard the queen, her expression couldn't help but change. Your Majesty, is what you said true? Did Mr. Zhao Hai really turn hundreds of thousands of Oxu Empire soldiers into undead in just one night? Then wouldn't he be an evil person? Why do the people of the continent only think of him as vicious and merciless? The queen smiled bitterly and said, the people of the continent are no different from the fishmen. They respect strength. Mr. Zhao Hai is very strong, so naturally, people wouldn't dare offend him. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't kill hundreds of thousands of Oxu Empire soldiers for no reason. When the Oxu Empire sent people to Mr. Zhao Hai's territory, they said that it belonged to their country. Naturally, Mr. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Luo frowned and said, even if that's the case, Mr. Zhao Hai is too ruthless. He killed hundreds of thousands of people just like that? The queen smiled bitterly and said, if Mr. Zhao Hai killed them, then there wouldn't be Mr. Zhao Hai today. Let's not talk about other things, you should have already heard why Mr. Zhao Hai came this time. For the future of the Ark continent, he didn't hesitate to go to the northern icefield in search of a divine artifact for the beastmen. Such a person can't be an evil person, he's just someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Those who offend him wouldn't be let off, and his allies would be protected. It's that simple. When Luo heard the queen, she couldn't help but nod. In fact, it wasn't only Zhao Hai, the mermaid clan was also like this. In this world where strength was respected, protecting one's allies and suppressing one's enemies was a very normal thing. Even the fishmen would see this situation almost every day, there was nothing strange about it. The queen sighed and said, actually, the sea dragons have been doing the same for the past few years. The sharks and the electric eels are their allies. They would go all out to suppress those who don't listen to them. It's just a pity that we've been too lax in monitoring them, so we didn't discover their wild ambitions. Luo also sighed. Because of the lack of business dealings with the continent, there was a shortage of resources in the sea. In order to cope with this situation, the mermaid clan had no choice but to establish the Sea Gods Merchant Guild. They bought some things from the humans in order to make up for the consumption of the fishmen. Because the mermaid clan focused their energy on this matter, the sea dragons were given the opportunity to form an alliance with the humans, causing them to rebel. If it weren't for the mermaid clan concentrating too much on business, the sea dragons wouldn't have had such an opportunity. But now, with a powerful ally like Zhao Hai, the sea dragons wouldn't have a good time. The queen turned to Luo Luo and said, "Luo Luo, in 2 days, Mr. Zhao Hai will be going to the front lines. You should also go with him. Although Mr. Zhao Hai is strong, he isn't familiar with the fishmen. You should help Mr. Zhao Hai. If we can defeat the sea dragons in one fell swoop, then that would be the best. Even if we can't, we should at least stabilize the defensive line. Do you understand?" Luo Luo nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand." The queen nodded, then she turned to Luo Luo and said, "What are Zhao Hai's wives doing right now? Are they doing well? Remember, make sure to make friends with these wives. Mr. Zhao Hai is very strong, and he's also a famous merchant in the continent. If we can have a good relationship with him, then it would only be good for us. Moreover, his wives have a very high status in the human race, we cannot afford to offend them." Luo Luo smiled and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, Mr.'s wives are doing very well. They're very cooperative, and they're also very close to the sisters." The queen smiled and said, "That's good. This might be an opportunity for our fishmen. If we can cooperate with Mr. Zhao Hai, then we might be able to trade with the humans in the future. After all, the Radiant Church's influence in the human race isn't as great as before. Alright, Luo Luo, you should go and prepare. You'll be leaving with Mr. Zhao Hai in 2 days." Luo Luo nodded and then turned to leave. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space and looking at the monitor. On the monitor was the conversation between the queen and Luo Luo. Zhao Hai was surprised by the queen's decision. He didn't think that the queen would trust him this much. However, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Dealing with the sea dragons wasn't a difficult matter for Zhao Hai. In fact, he only needed to have more than 100,000 undead in his hands. After all, these undead were very high level. After seeing Luo Luo leave, Zhao Hai turned the monitor to another place. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space. His harvest from this trip to the fishmen was very big. The mermaid clan really wanted to form an alliance with them. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely a good thing. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew from the queen that he was vicious and merciless. Vicious and merciless. Hee, now I really think of those words. Zhao Hai muttered to himself as he sat in the living room. The next day was uneventful. However, the fishmen continued to send magic beasts to Mermaid Island. But this time all of the magic beasts were dead, there were no living ones. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to turn these magic beasts into undead. The mermaid clan also didn't send anyone to look for him. It wasn't until the next day that Zhao Hai went down and turned more than 100,000 magic beasts into undead. Although there were still a lot of fishmen present, they didn't have a curious expression on their faces. Each and every one of them had fear written all over their faces. After staying in Mermaid Island for 2 days, the fishman's army was finally assembled. Although he knew that the sea dragons had 10 million troops, Zhao Hai was still shocked by the number of reinforcements that the mermaid clan brought. This army was no less than 2 million people. When Zhao Hai heard this number, he couldn't help but feel numb. He was now speechless about the population of the fishman race. Just a random reinforcement could have 2 million people. And a rebel could have an army of 10 million people. This was too terrifying. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai was now rejoicing. Fortunately, the fishmen couldn't stay on land for a long time. They couldn't leave the water for too long. Otherwise, the Ark continent would have already been occupied by them. This time, the queen personally escorted Zhao Hai to Mermaid Island. This caused the fishmen to be shocked. They didn't think that the queen would value Zhao Hai this much. Actually, the fishmen had misunderstood the queen this time. The reason why the queen left Mermaid Island this time, besides sending Zhao Hai off, was also because of the ceremony. And this time, the leader of the fishmen was Dashan. Dashan was originally the commander of Mermaid Island's guards. But now that the situation in the front lines was urgent, and Dashan had been in contact with Zhao Hai, the queen sent him to lead the army. Her purpose was to cooperate with Zhao Hai. The oath ceremony of the fishman race was similar to that of the human race. The queen went up and said a few words of encouragement, then Dashan led the troops out of the mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside a blade scale whale. This blade scale whale was made by Zhao Hai using the space's blade scale whale. The undead of this blade scale whale was similar to alien. Its body also formed a room. Because the blade scale whale was bigger than alien, the room inside its body was also bigger. Zhao Hai also made a living room, a bedroom, and even a bathroom for bathing. Naturally, Zhao Hai only made these things for people to see. He spent most of his time inside the space. Naturally, the scales of the blade scale whale were preserved. The skin underneath the scales was also preserved. However, both the scales and the skin had become transparent. One could see the scenery outside from the inside of the whale. Most importantly, there was no water inside the blade scale whale's body. The seawater outside couldn't enter. And because of Zhao Hai's magic, he didn't need to worry about the lack of air inside. Now that Zhao Hai was inside the space, Laura and the others were also present. There was only one outsider inside the space, the little mermaid Luo Luo, who was sent by the mermaid queen to help Zhao Hai. Mermaids didn't have their own mounts. However, they had an ability that other fishmen didn't have. They could control all kinds of magic beasts and turn them into their mounts. Naturally, there were also some mermaids who liked magic beasts. Some of them even raised a magic beast from childhood and then turned it into their mounts. However, these situations were very rare. The queen told Zhao Hai about Luo Luo's purpose in following them. Luo Luo only wanted to help Zhao Hai by introducing various fishmen to him. Luo Luo wouldn't interfere with how Zhao Hai fights. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need the queen to tell him why Luo Luo was following them. However, he didn't show it. He politely invited Luo Luo into the blade scale whale's body. He also prepared a room with seawater for Luo Luo. The reinforcements slowly made their way to the front lines. Although they passed by some small tribes along the way, the people in those small tribes were all under the rule of the mermaid clan. Some of the small tribes even sent troops to join the reinforcements. From time to time, some fishmen would bring along corpses of various magic beasts. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he turned these corpses into undead. The army also caught a lot of magic beasts along the way and gave them to Zhao Hai. Dashan had already calculated that Zhao Hai had made more than 500,000 undead. Such a number was very astonishing, it had already reached a quarter of the total number of reinforcements. At this point, Dashan's initial shock towards Zhao Hai's mutated undead had turned into numbness. Even if Zhao Hai were to say that he could turn all the magic beasts in the ocean into undead tomorrow, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Although there were a lot of people, the speed of the army's advance wasn't slow. This was the sea, not the land. The army didn't need to worry about food. There were too many magic beasts in the sea. Some of the low-level magic beasts couldn't be eaten by the army, so there was no need to worry about food. The sky had already turned dark. Although they were deep in the sea and couldn't feel the sunlight, there were still a lot of people in the group. Some of the smaller fishmen were already pushed to the surface. There were even some bird-shaped magic beasts that attacked them. Additionally, it wasn't like these fishmen didn't need to rest. Because of this, they still needed to sleep at night. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting inside the space's living room. It has been a few days since they left Mermaid Island. But these days, they didn't have much time to interact with each other. This was because Luo Luo was always there. Moreover, her relationship with Laura and the others was very good. From time to time, Luo Luo would sleep with Laura and the others. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have much time to talk. Today, Luo Luo finally decided to sleep by herself. Zhao Hai and the others gathered inside the space. Seeing that Laura and the others hadn't rested well, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "How are you? You haven't rested in the space for several days. Did you sleep well?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know why, but the mermaids are very cold. It would be strange if I slept with them." Lizzie nodded and said, "But I really envy the mermaids. They don't age at all. God, no matter how old they are, they still look like they're in their 20s. It's really enviable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But I really envy the mermaids." This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard about this. He couldn't help but turn his head to Lizzie and said, "Oh, there's such a thing?" I was wondering why we didn't see any old mermaids in Mermaid Island. Moreover, it seems like they don't have a single man. How do they reproduce? When Megan heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. She spat at Zhao Hai and said, "The mermaids have a secret method. When they reach a certain age, as long as they eat a special fruit from Mermaid Island, they would be able to give birth to a child. However, the child would only be a girl. Besides this method, there's another method. When a mermaid matriarch reaches 40 years old, she can use a secret method to make an egg inside her body. In the end, the egg would hatch into a little mermaid. However, this method would affect the strength of the mermaid clan." Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, "So it's like this. No wonder they don't have any men. Hee hee. How was it? Did you have fun in Mermaid Island? Did you see those fruits?" When Megan saw Zhao Hai's expression, she couldn't help but smile and said, "I knew that you would ask this. We've seen a lot of these beads in Mermaid Island. The roots of these beads grow directly into the sea. It's very magical. The mermaids love them very much. We begged them for a long time before they allowed us to cut off some of their roots. They already had Kyer place it in the warehouse." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Is that so? I didn't know about this matter. Kyer, quickly take out the root." Kyer nodded and then took out the small piece of the root. As soon as the root was taken out, a prompt was immediately heard from the space: "A root with strong life aura has been detected. All life inside the space have been strengthened. If planted inside the space, the life aura inside the space would become stronger and stronger. Space has been upgraded to level 59. Looking forward to the host's efforts." Zhao Hai stared, then he was overjoyed. He immediately had Kyer draw a place for him to plant the root. In the end, Zhao Hai planted the root next to the villa and had Kyer look at it. This was a very good thing. Megan and the others didn't expect that a small piece of the root would be able to upgrade the space. After Zhao Hai planted the root, he couldn't help but look at Laura and the others and laughed, "Madams, you've done a great service this time. I'll have someone reward you. Let's go, we'll also work hard to reproduce the next generation." Then Megan and the others ran towards the villa. Although Laura and the others blushed, they still followed them inside. The army marched for 13 days before they finally arrived at a place not far from the front lines. They prepared to take a good rest here before heading to the front lines the next day. Zhao Hai naturally didn't object. He didn't stay idle these past few days. Besides turning the fishman's magic beasts into undead, Zhao Hai was also learning how to lead an army from Dashan. During the war between the humans and the beastmen, Zhao Hai had already learned how the humans and the beastmen led their armies. However, the way the humans and the beastmen led their armies was different from the way the fishmen led their armies. First of all, the humans and the beastmen had logistics to manage while the fishmen didn't. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about this. Then there was the fact that the fishman's army was three-dimensional while the human's army was flat. At most, they would be one level higher than the fishman's army. When the humans and the beastmen advance, they would at most divide their armies into the front, the middle, and the rear. But the fishmen were different. The arrangement of the fishman's army was much more complex compared to the humans. If the human's army was like 3 bricks, then the fishman's army would be like a Rubik's Cube. Their army would be like a Rubik's Cube with 9 squares, and the middle of the Rubik's Cube was the core of the Rubik's Cube. This way of leading an army made Zhao Hai's eyes shine. Not only could the army be divided and reunited, they could also advance and retreat. Moreover, there were a lot of changes to the army's formation. This made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. The arrangement of the fishman's army was naturally more difficult to manage compared to the human army. Fortunately, they didn't need to worry about logistics. Otherwise, Zhao Hai believed that even the fishman's generals wouldn't use this kind of arrangement. It was too troublesome. As the guard commander of the mermaid army, Dashan's ability to lead an army was top-notch. Although this was an army of 2 million people, Dashan was still able to handle it with ease. This allowed Zhao Hai to learn a lot from him. In order to learn how Dashan led an army, Zhao Hai didn't go too far away from Dashan. He also had Kaya record Dashan's every move. When it was time to rest at night, Zhao Hai would return to the space and study Dashan's leadership. Laura and the others were also very curious, so they studied together with Zhao Hai. It must be said that Zhao Hai didn't have any talent in leading an army. If he were to become a general, he would at most be a deputy general or a military advisor. If he were to lead an army, then who knows what he would become. What surprised Zhao Hai was Lizzie and Megan's talent in leading an army. If the two of them were to lead an army, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to become generals. On the other hand, Laura, who was an influential figure in the business world, wasn't much worse than Zhao Hai when it came to leading an army. At most, the two of them were on par with each other. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he decided to stop learning and just let Megan and Lizzie learn. In any case, the two of them didn't have anything to do. Most of the time, they would just help Laura with the Buddha clan's matters. In fact, Laura was more than enough to handle those matters. The two of them were just too idle. So they decided to intervene. Now that they finally had something to do, Megan and Lizzie were even happier than Zhao Hai. However, the two of them still couldn't be considered as generals. After all, the things that they learned were only related to the battlefield. Their understanding of the battlefield was still too little. Zhao Hai didn't want to take care of them. They would soon be fighting against the sea dragons. When the time comes, they would have the opportunity to lead an army. It would be better for them to learn from the battlefield. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others set off towards the front lines. Along the way, Zhao Hai also asked Luo Luo about the situation in the front lines. The front line was a very special terrain in the sea. On the left side was a very deep trench. Inside the trench, there was a cold undercurrent that the fishmen called the death undercurrent. This undercurrent was invisible, but whether it was magic beasts or fishmen, as long as they came in contact with it, they would immediately freeze to death. Then they would be washed by the water and broken into small pieces. Most importantly, this was the territory of the devil octopus. The devil octopus was one of the top magic beasts in the sea. Every adult devil octopus had 9th rank strength. Moreover, they were the only magic beasts that weren't afraid of the cold undercurrent. Because of this, they were able to survive in the trench. Fortunately, the devil octopus never came out of the trench. If they weren't there, then the fishmen would have already been in trouble. Even so, the trench had become a forbidden area in the sea. On the right side of the front lines was another forbidden area. It was called the Reef Bewildering Formation. The reef was densely packed. Most importantly, as long as a fishman or a magic beast entered the area, they would not be able to come out alive. The fishmen had also sent people to investigate the area. They didn't dare to go too deep, but the information that they obtained was very frightening. In the Reef Bewildering Formation, as long as a person goes in, they would lose their way and would keep going around in circles. This trap didn't lead to the outside, but instead to the inside. In addition to the Reef Bewildering Formation, there were also poisonous sea beasts. These poisonous sea beasts were very powerful. Once they were poisoned, there would be no way for them to survive. It was because of these two special places that the mermaid clan was able to set up a defensive line. This was because in other places, there was simply no way to set up a defensive line in the sea. The sea was too big, and the fishmen didn't build cities. Therefore, it was impossible to set up a defensive line, they could only fight in the open. Relying on this terrain, the mermaid clan was able to set up a defensive line that was 1,000 li long. This defensive line was led by a mermaid, Zhang Jing, who was leading an army of 6 million. They had already blocked the attacks of the sea dragon army for more than half a month. Zhao Hai and the others were only the first batch of reinforcements. The second and third batches of reinforcements would arrive in the next few days. When that time comes, the war would truly begin. However, with the addition of Zhao Hai, everything had changed. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had more than 1 million undead sea beasts in his hands. And with his ability to turn corpses into undead, this battle would be very difficult to fight. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the front line, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the front line would be like this. The fishmen's defensive line was completely different from the humans. The humans' defensive line didn't have any walls or positions, but the fishmen's defensive line didn't have any of those things. Zhao Hai believed that this place had been cleaned up, it was even cleaner than the other places. Rather than calling it a defensive line, it would be better to call it a cleaned field, used for killing. Zhao Hai looked around and sure enough, there weren't any troops on either side of the defensive line. There were only fishermen troops in the middle of the defensive line. These troops were very special, they didn't have barracks, instead, they were divided into square formations. These square formations were generally made up of people of the same race. There were about 1,000 of these square formations in the area. These square formations were three-dimensional, some were close to the surface of the water while some were at the bottom of the sea. They crisscrossed each other, causing people to be dazzled. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived, they didn't immediately join the defensive line. Instead, they stopped behind the defensive line. Zhao Hai knew what Dashan was thinking. If they were to join the defensive line now, then it might cause chaos in the defensive line. This would cause the defensive line to become loose. This wasn't a joke, if things went wrong, then the defensive line would be breached. After the reinforcements stopped, Dashan arrived at the side of Zhao Hai's blade scale whale. Zhao Hai now knew the benefits of being a dark mage, nobody would bother you. From the moment Zhao Hai appeared, the fishmen and the army all stayed far away from Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai's blade scale whale, they would take a detour around it. Zhao Hai's blade scale whale was a huge threat to him. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly at this situation. He had no other choice, this was how dark mages were. Their methods were too strange, to the point that it made people afraid. When Zhao Hai saw Dashan, he immediately went towards the head of the blade scale whale. When he arrived at the head of the blade scale whale, Zhao Hai used a water magic to block the seawater, allowing the blade scale whale to open its mouth. At this time, Dashan also arrived outside the blade scale whale. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Mr. This time, I asked Mr. to come with me to see General Luoying." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Commander, please lead the way." Dashan nodded and turned his mount around, heading towards the defensive formation. Zhao Hai commanded the blade scale whale to follow behind. Dashan didn't bring anyone with him, it was just him and his mount. Zhao Hai also had his blade scale whale, the rest of his undead were already stored away. He didn't want to bring a large group of undead with him, there was no need for that. Before long, the two entered the formation. Upon entering the formation, Zhao Hai discovered that the fishmen that he had seen before weren't from the heavens. Inside the formation, there were all kinds of fishmen that he hadn't seen before. Each and every one of these fishmen stopped and stared at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai also looked at them curiously. Before long, they arrived at the center of the formation. The center of the formation was the most important place, it was also the place where the commander was. Zhao Hai was still quite far away when he saw a huge conch in the middle of the formation. This conch was very large, it was nearly 100 meters tall. Even the mouth of the conch was about 30 megos height. The conch's body was cyan, and the patterns on it looked like a coiling dragon. Upon seeing this conch, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he recognized this conch, it was a famous treasure of the sea, the blue dragon conch. The blue dragon conch wasn't only known to the fishmen, but also to the human race. This conch was famous for two things. One was its defensive ability, and the other was its ability to enhance water magic. The growth of this blue dragon conch wasn't easy. It would take 10 years for it to grow 1 meter. Such a huge blue dragon conch should already be 1,000 years old. If this conch was placed in the continent, it would be a priceless treasure. Even in the fishmen, the value of this blue dragon conch was immeasurable. Laura and the others followed Zhao Hai as they stood on the head of the blade scale whale. They couldn't help but stare at the huge blue dragon conch. They didn't think that there would be such a huge blue dragon conch in this world. One must know that this blue dragon conch was able to block an attack from a 9th rank expert. This showed how strong its defensive ability was. Moreover, as long as one has a blue dragon conch, one would be able to display 300% of one's strength when using water magic. This showed how terrifying its ability to enhance water magic was. And this 1,000-year-old blue dragon conch had endless uses. With such a blue dragon conch, even if a 9th rank expert besieged them, they would still be safe for the time being. The azure dragon snail was a 9th rank magic beast. However, this magic beast had a special characteristic, it was very timid and very gentle. A 100-year-old azure dragon snail that had the strength of a 9th-rank magic beast would sometimes be scared by an 8th-rank magic beast and run away. The food of the blue dragon conch was also very special. They only eat a special kind of seaweed. This kind of seaweed was very rare in the sea. Therefore, the speed of the blue dragon conch wasn't very high. A 100-meter-tall blue dragon conch was a priceless treasure even in the sea. Luo Luo looked at the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others and couldn't help but feel proud. Then she said, "This is the special conch of our mermaid clan. After being refined by our mermaid clan for many generations, this blue dragon conch can block the attacks of 6 9th ranks and even counterattack." This time, in order to deal with the sea dragons, Her Majesty specially asked for the blue dragon conch to be used by General Luo Ying. Zhao Hai and the others recovered from their shock. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This blue dragon conch was actually very formidable. It was able to block the attacks of 6 9th ranks. One must know that blocking wasn't just about taking a hit, it was also about having the strength to fight against 6 9th ranks. In other words, a single person controlling this blue dragon conch had the strength to fight against 6 9th ranks. This was too astonishing. Most importantly, Luo Luo also said that this blue dragon conch had been refined by the mermaid clan for several generations. In other words, this meant that this blue dragon conch had been refined by alchemy. This news was even more astonishing. The sea folk had always lived in the sea, and because of this reason, almost no sea folk knew how to use fire. Everyone knew that alchemy required fire, but the mermaid clan could actually use fire to refine this azure dragon snail? This was too inconceivable. When Luo Luo saw the surprised expression of Zhao Hai and the others, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Mister, you might not have thought that our mermaid clan can refine artifacts. Actually, this is all thanks to our mermaid race's patriarch 3,000 years ago." This patriarch herself was a 9th rank, but she was more interested in making all kinds of tools. After many years of experiments, she finally invented a method called water refining. This method doesn't need to use fire, instead, it uses water to refine objects. The result is very good. Now, although our mermaid race can't compare to the dwarves, but compared to the humans, we aren't too far behind. The mermaid race's patriarch smiled and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others stared at Luo Luo. This was the first time they heard about something like this. Someone can actually use water for alchemy? This was too inconceivable. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also full of respect for the Chinese patriarch of the mermaid clan. Zhao Hai was very clear that using water for alchemy and using fire were two completely different things. But the Chinese patriarch actually invented such a method. If this were to spread to the continent, it would certainly change the structure of the alchemy world. Luo Luo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Our mermaid clan also uses various kinds of metals, magic beast bones, stones, seaweed, and so on. After refining these things with water, they can be made into weapons. For example, the trident used by the Great Mountains is made from magic beast bones and stones. Not only is its hardness not inferior to metal, it also has a certain degree of toughness. Most importantly, it is rust-resistant, making it the most suitable weapon for our mermaid clan." Zhao Hai nodded, then he couldn't help but sigh and said, "The Chinese patriarch is really a genius. For him to be able to come up with such a method, he's truly amazing." Luo Luo nodded with a proud expression, but then her expression turned gloomy as she said, "However, this method also has a lot of limitations. The production is limited, and not all mermaids can use it. At this time, only our mermaid clan can use this method. Because of this, there are very few mermaids who are equipped with good weapons." Zhao Hai nodded, he felt that this was reasonable. If there were no restrictions on this method of refining, then the strength of the fishmen would certainly increase. Think about it, the sea was full of water, and they were using this method of refining. If there were no restrictions, then wouldn't the sea become a huge weapon processing factory? Zhao Hai nodded, he felt that this method was reasonable. If there were no restrictions, then wouldn't the sea become a huge weapon processing factory? Luo Luo continued, 1,000 years ago, our mermaid clan inadvertently obtained this blue dragon snail. At that time, the blue dragon snail had already died, leaving only its shell. When the shell was brought back to Mermaid Island, the patriarch gathered the strength of the entire clan to refine this blue dragon snail. It took hundreds of years before it was finished. Because of this blue dragon snail's might is boundless. Zhao Hai sighed once again, this time he was amazed. Although the Buddha clan was very strong, compared to a true millennium-old clan, they were still lacking a bit. This so-called background was very good at this moment. The mermaids could use hundreds of years to refine such a powerful battle snail, but the Buddha clan didn't have such a thing. This was because they didn't have such a deep background. At this time, Zhao Hai and Dashan also arrived in front of the battle snail. When they got closer, they could see how extraordinary this battle snail was. The dragon on the snail looked like it could break through the sky at any time. But if one looked carefully, they would see that the snail was actually flashing with a metallic light. This was enough to show how hard it was. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the battle snail, several mermaids swam out of the snail and blocked their path. When Zhao Hai saw the mermaids, he couldn't help but stare. The mermaids that Zhao Hai had seen before only wore shells or green robes. He had never seen them wear anything else. Laura had also asked the mermaids before, they didn't wear any clothes. The reason why they didn't wear any clothes was because they could feel the water element more easily, which was very beneficial to their cultivation. However, the mermaids that came out of the blue dragon snail weren't dressed like the mermaids that Zhao Hai had seen before. They were all wearing full body armor while holding a magic staff in their hands. This kind of attire made Zhao Hai stare. The armor that these mermaids wore seemed to be made out of shells and the tendons of magic beasts. It was dark blue and very beautiful. They also wore helmets on their heads, which made the originally dainty mermaids look even more heroic. The magic staff in their hands was also very special. It looked like it was made out of crystal. It was crystal clear, but one side of it was very sharp. It could actually be used as a melee weapon. Zhao Hai looked at the mermaids and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It must be said that the mermaids were really blessed by the heavens. Not only were they born with an affinity to the water element, they were also innate water mages. Moreover, they could also control sea beasts. Most importantly, their bodies were very strong, they could even deal with melee attacks. They could be considered as all-rounders. After the mermaids stopped Zhao Hai and the others, they looked at them and then gave a salute to Dashan and Zhao Hai. The general is waiting for Commander Dashan and Mr. Zhao Hai. Please. Zhao Hai and Dashan nodded, then they followed the mermaids into the blue dragon snail. The space inside the blue dragon snail wasn't small. However, Zhao Hai and Dashan's mounts weren't small. When they entered the blue dragon snail, they couldn't turn around. Zhao Hai turned his head to Luo Luo and the others and said, the space inside isn't big. I'll take the blade scale whale. Luo Luo, you can swim by yourself. Laura, come to my side. Laura and the others complied, then they went to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai waved his magic staff as a huge bubble surrounded them. Then Zhao Hai received the blade scale whale. When the blade scale whale was received, the space inside the blue dragon snail became a lot bigger. Luo Luo also swam to the side of the mermaids and gave them a salute while calling her elder sister. The mermaids also gave Luo Luo a salute, two of them even looked at Luo Luo with spoiling gazes. Dashan also ordered his mount to go out. The group then swam towards the azure dragon snail. After a while, they arrived at a place that looked like a hall. The floor was made of animal bones and aquatic plants. There were also some chairs and tables made of bone wood. The interior of the hall looked like a battle hall. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there wasn't a single drop of water in the hall. In the innermost part of the hall was a couch. This couch looked like a small bed, and a female mermaid was lying on it. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the hall, Dashan and Luo Luo gave a salute to the mermaid and said, "We have seen General Luoying." Luoying looked at Luo Luo and the others and nodded. Zhao Hai and Laura also gave a salute to Luoying and said, "Zhao Hai has seen General Luoying." Luoying stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "Luoying has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao Hai's help this time, my mermaid clan can't thank you enough." Her voice was a little cold, just like her appearance. Although the mermaids were all very beautiful, there were still differences. For example, the queen gave people a kind of gorgeous, mature, and elegant beauty. Luo Luo gave people a kind of youthful, sunny beauty. This female general, on the other hand, seemed a little cold, showing a kind of heroic beauty. After the salute, Luoying asked Zhao Hai and the others to sit down. Then Luoying turned her head to Dashan and said, "You came at the right time. In the past few days, the sea dragons have suddenly intensified their attacks. Moreover, there are more experts among them. Our losses have been very heavy. At this time, we have less than 4 million people left in the defensive line." Dashan was shocked. The sea dragons have new helpers? Who are they? Luoying shook her head, then she frowned and said, "I don't know yet. But I can see that they aren't fishmen. It's because they used their dragon balls to repel water." Zhao Hai looked at Luoying and said, "General, can you tell me what these dragon balls are? I'm very curious about them." Luoying didn't hide anything from Zhao Hai. She nodded and then pointed to the 2 blue gemstones in front of the hall and said, "These are the dragon balls. They're made from the eyes of water dragons. If you carry one with you, no matter how deep you go, the dragon balls will form a protective shield around your body. This way, no matter how deep you go, the water won't touch your body. You can also breathe naturally. However, water dragons are usually buried after death, so these dragon balls aren't very common." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 blue beads. These 2 beads didn't look like eyes at all. Each of them was only the size of a fist. They looked like ordinary gems. Luoying looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and said, "After a sea dragon dies, their eyes would slowly shrink until they look like this. These are the water-repellent dragon beads. In the past 2 days, some sea dragons have been carrying water-repellent dragon beads. These people are very powerful, their attacks are very strong. Moreover, there are a lot of them. I suspect that after the sea dragons die, they would take these beads and use them at this moment." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Luoying. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Luoying and said, "General, why didn't they attack today?" Luoying shook her head and said, "They just attacked once, but they retreated. I think it won't be long before they attack again." Then suddenly, an explosion was heard. Luoying's expression changed as she said, "They're attacking again." After she said that, she waved her hand as a water curtain suddenly appeared in the hall. The water curtain fluctuated for a while before it showed the situation outside. However, compared to Zhao Hai's monitor, the effect was far worse. It wasn't very clear. But even so, it was enough to surprise Zhao. This was the first time they had seen someone use such magic, and it actually looked like the monitor. If they had known about this magic before, then they would have been able to use the monitor in front of them. Although they were surprised, after looking at the monitor, they didn't think too much about it. Zhao Hai and the others were immediately attracted to the battle outside. Suddenly, an army appeared from the opposite side. However, the formation of this army was very strange. It looked like a huge cone that was constantly rotating. At the tip of this cone was a big man. This man had white skin and was about 5 meters tall. He held a huge bone spear in his hand and had 2 huge fins on his ribs. He also had a thick tail behind him and was bald. At this time, his mouth was wide open, revealing his fangs. He looked like a terrifying man-eating demon. Luoying said, "They're using a cone formation this time. The one leading them is a shark. He's a famous general of the sand race. His name is Sha Meng. Although he's only an 8th rank expert, his innate talent is extraordinary. His skin is hard to be injured by swords and blades. Moreover, he also has a strong defensive ability against magic. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, he's very difficult to deal with. In the past few days, 6 out of 10 attacks have been done by him." After she said that, she pulled a rope under the table. Zhao Hai saw that the defensive line had also changed their formation. Their formation now looked like a whirlpool. The center of this whirlpool was facing the tip of the cone. The cone pierced into the center of the whirlpool, then flesh and blood began to flow out of the whirlpool. In an instant, a large area of the sea was dyed red. Dashan stood up and bowed to Luoying, "General, let me meet this Sha Meng." Dashan was a famous general of the whale race. The whale race had always been more powerful than the shark race. Now that he saw Sha Meng showing off, he couldn't sit still. Luoying shook her head and said, "There's no need to worry. Someone is blocking Sha Meng. You just arrived, you should take A." Rest. This time, they're just probing us. They'll retreat in a while. Dashan sat down, but his eyes were still staring at the water curtain. Although the water curtain was now covered in blood, he still stared at it, as if Sha Meng would come out at any time. Dashan's eyes were fixed on the water curtain, but he still stared at it, as if Sha Meng would come out at any time. Sure enough, just as Luoying said, this time was just a probing attack. Before long, the fishmen retreated, and Sha Meng personally brought up the rear. After the battle, not only was Sha Meng unscathed, he even had a look of excitement on his face. When Luoying saw that the enemy had retreated, she retracted the water curtain. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and Dashan and said, "The enemy attacks several times a day. This time, they were just probing us. Next time, they'll be even fiercer." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "General, can I go out and find the corpses while I'm at it?" When Luoying heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look deeply at him. Then she nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then she stood up and walked outside. When they arrived outside the Blue Dragon conch, Zhao Hai summoned his blade scale whale. He wanted to have Luoying sit on the blade scale whale as well. However, Luoying took a deep breath as a huge seahorse slowly swam over from behind the Blue Dragon conch. Luoying stepped on the back of the seahorse and then slowly swam towards Zhao Hai's blade scale whale. Dashan also mounted his own mount and went to the side of the blade scale whale. One on the left and one on the right, they protected Zhao Hai. At the same time, the mermaids also summoned their mounts and followed behind Luoying. Their mounts were very uniform, they were all huge seahorses. These seahorses had bluish spots on their bodies and were more than 5 meters tall. These seahorses were very different from Zhao Hai's impression of them. When these seahorses moved forward, they were very stable, but their speed wasn't very fast. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that this seahorse wasn't an ordinary seahorse, nor was it a bigger seahorse. This seahorse was actually a variant beast. Whether it was the Ark continent or the fishmen, there would always be variant beasts. Variant beasts were magic beasts, but they weren't ordinary magic beasts. Magical beasts were generally wild beasts that could use magic. However, strange beasts were different. Strange beasts generally referred to magical beasts that could use special techniques. These two starting points were different. So, their strength naturally differed by a lot. Magic beasts use their magic crystals to cast magic, this was why they were called magic beasts. On the other hand, variant beasts were different. Variant beasts can use magic, but at the same time, they also have their own divergent abilities. These divergent abilities were much more powerful than magic. Because of this, most people would rather face a high-level magic beast than to provoke a variant beast. The seahorse that Luoying and the others were riding was a variant beast. This seahorse looked very big and moved very slowly. However, this was only its appearance. In fact, it was a water element magic beast. At the same time, it was also an ice element beast. Variant beasts were certainly magic beasts, but magic beasts weren't necessarily variant beasts. This was something that everyone in the continent knew. Luoying and the others' mounts were actually a very peculiar race. They were both variant beasts and magic beasts. They were very famous in the sea, they were called ice seahorses. Although the name ice seahorse was very common, there was still a certain difference between ice and water. The most important difference was their attack power. Ice seahorses were actually water element magic beasts. However, after they mutated, they were able to use ice element divergent abilities. Ice element beasts were generally water element magic beasts. However, most of the water element magic beasts didn't have ice element divergent abilities. This was the same as the difference between magic beasts and variant beasts. Although ice and water seemed to be the same, and there were a lot of water element magic beasts that could use ice element divergent abilities. In fact, if one really wanted to compare them, then one shouldn't say that water element magic beasts could use ice element divergent abilities. It should be said that ice element beasts could use water element magic. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, the water element was inferior to the ice element. And these ice seahorses were strange beasts that could use water element and ice element divergent abilities. Their water element magic wasn't very strong, but once they used water element magic, their speed would greatly increase. Most of the magic beasts in the sea wouldn't be able to catch up to them. And their ice element divergent ability was actually only one type, the icicle technique. Their water element magic was used behind them. It was like adding a propeller to their back, making them run faster. On the other hand, their icicle technique was like adding a gun in front of them. The icicles that they shot out weren't only fast, but their attack power wasn't bad either. Because of this, ice seahorses were also known as blazing icicle beasts in the endless sea. Blazing icicle beasts didn't mean that ice seahorses could use fire element divergent abilities. Instead, it meant that when they ran in the sea, it was as if their buttocks were on fire. Speaking of which, this wasn't a glorious title, but it was still a headache for the fishmen. Zhao Hai curiously looked at the ice sea dragon, but he didn't say anything. He just commanded the blade scale whale to swim towards the battlefield. Dashan and Luoying were also on Zhao Hai's left and right. Before long, the group arrived at the battlefield. There were a lot of floating corpses, but the fishmen didn't move. One must know that the sea was flowing, so it wouldn't take long for the corpses to be washed away. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't see any corpses on the battlefield when he arrived. The fishmen didn't have the habit of burying their corpses. On the contrary, most of the fishmen buried their corpses in the sea. In other words, after they died, they would put their corpses in big shells and then let them float away. If they couldn't find a big shell, then they would just put them in the sea and let them float away. This didn't mean that the fishmen were disrespectful to the dead. On the contrary, they did this out of respect for the dead. The fishmen believed that since they were born in the sea, then after they died, they would return to the sea. Because of this, they chose to bury their corpses in this way. The fishmen also knew that after using this method, most of their corpses would be eaten by the magic beasts in the sea. However, they still chose to do it. They believed that the magic beasts in the sea were given to them by the sea god, so they were a part of the sea. Because of this, they were able to preserve their corpses until now. On the battlefield, all the fishmen would do this. In their opinion, the dead should be buried in the sea. There was no need to collect the corpses. Zhao Hai looked at the floating corpses. Although the battle between the two sides wasn't long, the casualties weren't small. In just a short period of time, there were already about 1,000 casualties. Zhao Hai turned his head to Luoying and said, "General, if these are the corpses of your soldiers, can I move them?" Luoying looked at Zhao Hai, then she nodded and said, "Mister, if the dead soldiers can help us, then I think that they would be able to rest in peace." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai looked deeply at Luoying. He discovered that Luoying was a qualified general. She was very good at commanding a battle. Moreover, she also had a heart of love for her soldiers. Only such a person could be a qualified general. Only such a person would be able to make her soldiers sacrifice their lives for her. Zhao Hai turned his head and waved his hand. A black mist immediately surrounded the corpses. When the black mist disappeared, the corpses also disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't want the fishmen to see the undead right now. He knew what kind of expression the fishmen would have when they saw the undead. If the fishmen were to see a pile of skeletons, then it would be a huge blow to their morale. In a war, this would be fatal. When Luoying saw that the corpses had disappeared, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai turned his head to Luoying and smiled, "General doesn't need to worry, I just stored the undead. If I were to reveal the undead now, then it would be a blow to their morale." When Luoying heard Zhao Hai, she nodded. At this time, she really admired Zhao Hai. Even at this time, he was still able to consider everything. This was rare. Zhao Hai turned his head to the fishman and said, "General, if the other party attacks, how about you let me block them? What do you think?" Luoying stared. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would take the initiative to fight. However, she still shook her head and said, "Mr. doesn't need to worry. They would launch a war like this several times a day. They just want to grind us down. I want Mr. to observe for 2 days, collect more undead, and then defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." Zhao Hai gawked, then he nodded and said, "I'll listen to the general's arrangement. As long as the general needs it, I'll be ready at any time." Luoying nodded, then she led Zhao Hai and the others back to the Blue Dragon Snail. After arriving at the Blue Dragon Snail, Luoying immediately called for her subordinates and had them arrange for the reinforcements that Dashan brought to be distributed to the various teams. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to return to the blade scale whale and then enter the space. But when he saw Lizzie and Megan excitedly looking at Luoying giving out orders, Zhao Hai decided not to return. Instead, he stayed behind and studied from the side. At the same time, Luoying also gave the order to fully defend. She believed that the other party would soon attack again. Moreover, this time it would certainly be a big attack. Therefore, they needed to be prepared for it. Luoying's army immediately dispersed into various groups. At the same time, Luoying gave the order to fully defend. She believed that the other party would soon attack. Zhao Hai carefully observed Luoying's arrangement of the troops. He discovered that although the troops were divided into square formations, each square formation was composed of 4 small square formations. Of these 4 small square formations, one of them was a defensive formation, mainly made up of turtles and other races with strong defenses. The first small square formation was made up of long-range attackers. These attackers were made up of special fishman races. They can use magic to attack from a distance. Then there was the close-range attackers. These close-range attackers were made up of powerful warring races. Their bodies were tough, and their close combat abilities were very strong. Finally, there was the support commanders. This race's role was to support the other 3 races while at the same time, they were also the commanders. With these 4 small square formations, they can form a large square formation. Then with some larger square formations, they can form an even larger square formation. This way, they can become a fighting unit. Moreover, they can give orders directly, making it more convenient and flexible to command. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was their method of giving orders. The method that the fishmen used to give orders was something called a messenger fish. This messenger fish was a very special fish in the sea. Their bodies weren't very big, they were very small, but their swimming speed was very fast. Moreover, they were very easy to tame. Most importantly, these fishes could transmit messages to each other. Even if 2 fishes were far away, they could still send out a special sound wave to communicate with each other. The fishmen used this characteristic of the messenger fish to develop a type of magic. This magic was able to imitate the sounds of the messenger fish, and then use this special method to transmit messages. This magic was also made into a secret code, making it the fastest and safest way to transmit messages in the sea. If you don't know the secret code, then even if you see the messenger fish, you wouldn't be able to know what the other party was talking about. Upon hearing about the messenger fish, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel that he was back on Earth, watching a movie. Both sides were using a transmitter to send messages. This method was very primitive compared to mobile phones or telephones. However, in the Ark continent, this was a very great invention. Zhao Hai was also very interested in the messenger fish. So he asked Luoying for some and then directly placed them in the space. Although the space issued a prompt, it didn't upgrade. However, it did gain a new function, which was to strengthen the space's communication capabilities. The space's ability to communicate had always been a big problem. Only Zhao Hai could use it to his advantage. For example, once Laura and the others leave the space, Zhao Hai could only find them through the space. Then he could send messages to them through Kai. However, there was only one Kai, so this method of communication was very inconvenient. But now, with the messenger fish, the situation was different. When the messenger fish entered the space, it was immediately strengthened. And since the space itself was a product of Earth, it strengthened the messenger fish's ability to transmit messages. This allowed the fish to speak. This didn't mean that the fish itself could speak, but rather that it could transmit messages. Because these fish were produced by the space, as long as a messenger fish was placed inside the space, the others would be distributed to everyone. When the time comes, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to speak to the messenger fish. Then through the space, they would be able to transmit the message to another person. When Zhao Hai heard about this function, he couldn't help but stare. Thinking about it like this, the space could act as a communication satellite while the messenger fishes were mobile phones. Although the messenger fish couldn't leave the water, which was a disadvantage, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem at all. He could just materialize space bags and take out small glass bottles. As long as the bottles were filled with water, then he could place the bottles inside the space bag. The size of the messenger fish wasn't very big, but it was also very beautiful. It could be raised as an ornamental fish. Even if it wasn't placed inside a space bag, it could still be placed inside a room. The only difference was that it would become a landline phone. This function didn't only make Xiao Hai pleasantly surprised, it also made Laura and the others happy. They immediately had Kyer breed a large number of messenger fish inside the space. Then they prepared to send these messenger fish to Kuan, Green, and the others. This way, it would be more convenient for them to contact each other in the future. Xiao Hai and the others didn't expect their trip to the Fishman race to have such a big harvest. This harvest was very important for them. In the future, no matter what happens to the Buddha clan, Xiao Hai would be the first to know about it. While Xiao Hai and the others were dealing with the messenger fish, Luoying and the others weren't idle. Sure enough, the other party had made a move. 2 hours after the first attack, the other party's second attack came. This time, the other party's attack was completely different from the conical attack. This time, they were advancing horizontally, as if they were preparing for a big battle. Xiao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting inside the blue dragon snail, looking at the water curtain. On Luo Ying's table were several messenger fishes. These messenger fishes were placed in beautiful glass fish tanks. Each fish was used to send messages to different people. However, compared to the improved messenger fishes of the space, these messenger fishes couldn't be compared to the improved messenger fishes. Xiao Hai didn't pay attention to the messenger fishes at this time. He was motionless as he looked at the slowly advancing enemy. The enemy's advance wasn't very fast, their formation was very complete. Their formation was almost the same as Luo Ying's, it was a Rubik's Cube formation. At the front of the enemy were the electric eels as well as other fishmen who were proficient in long-range attacks. It seems like the other party was preparing for a big attack this time. Luo Ying was also paying attention to the enemy's formation. At the same time, she was using magic to send one order after another to the messenger fishes. Naturally, Luo Ying didn't use magic to send orders to the messenger fishes. Instead, she dictated the orders to the other mermaid warriors who used magic to send them out through the messenger fishes. Along with the advance of the enemy, the formation of the army in the defensive line changed little by little. Some races with strong defenses that weren't afraid of the electric eels slowly moved to the front of the battle tribe, while some races with strong offensive power slowly moved to the back. This was the first time that Xiao Hai saw the fishmen face off in a frontal assault. The two sides weren't small, but they were attacking with all their strength. It was as if they had agreed on this beforehand, one side was attacking while the other side was defending. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two sides was about 200 meters, the other side's battle formation stopped. Then suddenly, blue electric lights emerged from the other side's battlefield. These electric lights went straight towards the defensive line. Obviously, the other side's electric eels had launched an attack. On the other hand, the defensive line immediately responded. Some of the fishmen with strong defenses immediately went up and blocked the attack with their magic beasts. Xiao Hai has been paying attention to the battle. He didn't think that the electric eels would be able to control electricity this well. They were able to use electricity in the sea, making it condense without dispersing. This was an incredible feat, but they were able to do it. Moreover, it can be seen that their attack power was extraordinary. It was amazing. On the other hand, the defensive line didn't just stand still. Some water arrows and ice cones were shot towards the enemy's formation. Both sides began to launch their long-range attacks. After 10 rounds of long-range attacks, the electric eels seemed to have run out of electricity. The blue lightning attacks were getting weaker and weaker. They were now mainly using water arrows and ice cones. However, before long, these attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Both sides were the same. The enemy's army began to slowly change their formation. Those who were responsible for long-range attacks slowly retreated while those who were more suited for close-range attacks slowly moved to the front. Luo Ying and the others also immediately changed their formation. Some of the close-range units also slowly moved forward. At this time, the enemy's long-range attacks ended almost at the same time. Then the close-range units began to charge. Their charge was very similar to Xianming's charge, it was also a conical attack. But this time, it wasn't a single cone, it was a conical attack. Instead, it was a conical attack. Luoying looked at the enemy and said, "Prepare the falling stone formation." It didn't take long for the sea dragon army to attack. But just as the two sides were about to collide, the defensive lines suddenly shot out countless stones. These stones were big and small, and they were of all shapes. The speed at which these stones were shot out was very fast. One could see at a glance that their power wasn't small. The enemy didn't expect this move. Their formation was disrupted by the stones. But at this time, they had already rushed forward and crashed into the defensive line. The defensive line's formation didn't seem to be affected at all. It continued to rotate like a meat grinder, grinding the sea dragon army to death. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luo, who was standing not too far away from him. Luo could be said to be a well-read fisherman. There wasn't a single fisherman race that she didn't know about. Because of this, the queen sent her to help Zhao Hai. When Luo saw Zhao Hai looking at her, she knew what he wanted to ask, so she quickly explained, "This is the stonefish tribe. This tribe is very strange. Fishmen generally use water magic to attack from a distance. Only the electric eels use electricity to attack. On the other hand, the stonefish tribe uses stones to attack. They have a pouch inside their body that they can store stones inside. When they encounter an enemy, they can then spit out the stones. Although their range isn't as far as water magic, in terms of strength, I'm afraid that they are much stronger than water magic." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, there were a lot of different races in the sea. Compared to these races, the number of races in the Beastman Prairie was just child's play. At this point, Zhao Hai was even more convinced of Luo Ying's abilities. Knowing how many races there were in the sea wasn't a big deal, but knowing how to maximize the advantages of these races was the key. And it was obvious that Luo Ying had done this very well. It can be said that when Luo Ying used the falling stone formation, the enemy's attack had already been defeated. If they were able to maintain their formation, then they might have been able to hold on for a while. But now that their formation had been disrupted, they had lost their ability to hold on. Now, they could only wait to be slaughtered. The other side clearly saw this and began to slowly retreat. Their retreat wasn't fast, but their formation wasn't disorderly. Only those who rushed to the front were left behind. Their formation was disorderly, while the large formation behind them was slowly retreating. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. The enemy's commander wasn't simple. In this case, he decisively gave up on a portion of the army to preserve the strength of the army. Zhao Hai turned his head to Luo Ying and said, "General, do you want me to send some undead to attack them and disrupt their retreat?" Luo Ying nodded and said, "Yes." Luo Ying stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The battlefield is currently in a fierce battle. It would be too dangerous for Mr. to go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't need to go, I'll just stay inside the house." After he said that, he waved the staff in his hand as a black mist suddenly appeared around the sea dragon army. When the black mist dispersed, waves of skeletal sea beasts appeared beside the sea dragon army. Then these skeletal sea beasts turned into cones as they spun towards the sea dragon army. The enemy didn't expect that a freak like Zhao Hai would appear in their defensive line. Their defense was directed towards the defensive line, but Zhao Hai's undead actually attacked them from both sides, disrupting their formation. A trace of panic appeared in the sea dragon army's formation. However, it was clear that their commander was very formidable. He immediately reacted and the entire formation rotated. This time, it wasn't a complete rotation, but instead a layer upon layer. This rotation was used to block the undead's attack. The sea dragon army's formation immediately became chaotic. However, it was clear that their commander was very powerful. End of chapter 624. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.